Good afternoon and welcome to Western Europe Div 1. We are in our spring tour, the third and final tour for this DPC here. I'm going to be hosting that T, and joining me, Lacoste and T-Gub. I'm glad we got that name changed, T, because it was confusing for a while. You had Kezo underneath you.
Yeah, and then I don't...
No one knew who you really were.
Again, identity problems. It's been an issue, but we're finding it. I'm back. I'm me.
Yeah. And Lacoste, you joining me for the opening panel for what feels like the first time in a very long time.
On an opening panel? Yeah. Usually I'm the one casting the first one and then paneling or having a break doing the third one. But should be a good day of Dota nonetheless. I feel like there's a bunch of good matchups coming out. Could be a short one as well. Looks like... maybe a couple of stomps, but we'll have to see. This is why we're here, to guess incorrectly, and then find this on Reddit, but yeah.
Perfect. I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys have to say about today, but first, I want to have a look at the broadcast day that happened 2 days ago. That was all the way back on Wednesday, and we got to see the return of Secret. Obviously, they came up against a very difficult opponent in Liquid here, and I would say even a lot of people, despite the fact that you might have thought it'd be a stomp, it did go 2-0 for Liquid, but there were some really great showings, T, from Secret in this new roster that they have.
Yeah, I think they, especially in the first game, I feel like they made this like really wide map play. They were just kind of clawing themselves back into what was a very difficult game, and then unfortunately kind of fumbled it at this one Roshan, and then it kind of felt like the same thing happened in game 2 for Secret, where they're in a commanding, on the flip side, they're in a commanding position, but around like a Roshan area fight where the game's getting drawn out again, they fumble that one key fight. So I think, yeah, just that decision-making aspect at the late game might be needing to improve on, I guess.
This is the fight where Terrorblade Chrysalis didn't even join a fight. He was deciding whether he wants to go or doesn't want to go through the gates, ended up not joining. He died only once this game. I think you have to risk it a little bit more to be able to, get stuff done. Looked okay. Like, first game, I think they looked kind of lost. Second game, they were in a huge lead, I think up to 7 or 8K, but didn't manage to capitalize on that. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Not going to be an easy one for Secret, that's for sure.
Yeah, the second game did go a while, right? It went 50-odd minutes, and I do, obviously there were a few play issues for them because they didn't close it out quick enough, but it was one of those things because it went so late. Liquid's draft just had that time to farm, and they ended up closing it out. But it was a quick one, a 2-0 there. Tundra versus Entity was also a 2-0. I wasn't too sure what sort of Tundra we were going to get in this series, especially after Entity had won their opening series. They stomped Liquid. Tundra, though, they played so aggressive. This was a fantastic series to watch from them, T.
I've got no complaints. I got to watch Spirit Breaker 2 games in a row. We got to see some 33 Visage 2 games in a row, and it was just all out go. Game 1, 25 minutes, game 2, 29 minutes, and like we're already looking at the highlights here. It already feels like it's over, and it practically was. This game's over in 7 minutes time from here, and it was pretty much, I think, Tundra in this series just showcased how broken these twin gates are, because they would move from like a basic 2-1-2 setup to then tri-laning, but then I don't know, I feel like they were just playing both sides with everyone. It was just constant ganking, constant fighting, while still farming. I don't know, it was really refreshing to see just how aggressive they were.
Yeah, they were pretty much farming heroes, not creeps in this game. Tundra also showing that you can open up with what you think is strong. This is what I always liked about Tundra, is they are not just like picking some imbalanced stuff when it comes down to heroes. They think they opened up with Visage Spirit Break. I don't think any teams in any region will open up with these 2 heroes 2 times in a row. They think it's strong, they make it work in a good, convincing fashion. Also, last pick Timber saw. And one thing I also don't want to see is Windranger into Timber. Just into Underlord or someone that buys a Crimson Guard. The hero doesn't deal damage, literally tickles.
Yeah, unfortunately, Entity did double down on that Wind Ranger, and that 2-0 was all that happened there. This final series, though, I don't even have the words to explain it, because it went all 3 games. It was this Amar up against his old teammates in OG. We're seeing Quest Esports for the second time, and first game went 56 minutes. Second game went 58 minutes, pushing us to a third game, which only lasted 26. So, Lacoste, this series was just an absolute marathon and a pleasure to watch.
It definitely was. I think the biggest take from this series is Venomancer. This hero looks busted in the right hands. Like, the amount of damage he was dealing, 12,000 damage per team fight with Aghanim Scepter. Then he dies, buys back, comes into a fight, dies again, spreads the plague all over the place. And I think the other one is Amar, who's still playing the same heroes as he did in the previous year, playing both Mars and Razor, and also showing that you don't necessarily need to go for these aura items coming out from the off lane. Instead, which I do respect a lot, that he's building his own stuff, like double, triple Bracer on Mars, dominating the lane, and also being able to just dominate the game. They know how to play around him. It seems like so far Quest has been utilizing them all, pushing it to the third game. Same goes when they played against Gaming Gladiators, which is a kind of a big deal considering how strong Gaming Gladiators are at the moment.
For you two, what was such a big surprise from Quest Esports taking this one? Obviously, them being able to bring it back in the second game, but to be so confident and commanding in the third one.
For me, I think for Quest, it's kind of what Lacoste was mentioning about this whole allowing Amar to do Amar things, but it's also, I feel like Quest should be a top 4 team in the region. Like, when I look at the teams who are in Division 1 now, it's like, I think Quest are easily, like, rivaling, or if not better, than OG, I think potentially Entity as well. So I think Quest should be a very strong contender for top 4. Yeah, I just want to see them continuing to go down that route. But the issue is, for me, I think, is how far can Amar's hero pool take him? Because there's always a point when in meta, the best thing kind of gets found out. And in the current patch, when everyone's still looking for things, players like Amar, who have that kind of stubborn nature for playing his heroes, that can kind of get pushed through and not really punished. But as soon as people start getting comfortable again with what's like OP, if Amar isn't like following the meta, then he might get left behind and might become a hindrance potentially down the line. But right now it's working out.
He was joking about his hero pool. Hero Puddle, 5 heroes, also threw in a casual Tidehunter. He's like, I didn't play Tidehunter in a long time, doesn't know the build, went for double Bracer as he's going on these offlane strength heroes, didn't know what to buy. Respect the honesty as well coming out from him, you know, just like, I'll play these heroes, what are you gonna do about it? There's always gonna be like at least one left in the pool, it feels like it. And yeah, I gotta agree with T. Team Quest definitely looks like a team that kind of belongs in top 4 right now, because
yeah, we should say let's say maybe 4th. Like,
I'm
not expecting them to be like.
That's still somewhere in top 4, you know. If you say top 4, then there's room for error. What if they come third, you know? Then you look really smart. So
if you,
if
you say top 4, you mean 4th place, because if you meant higher, you would say top 3, right?
Top 3, yeah, top 2, that's true. Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, look, we did have the standings pop up, and even though they had the number 5 next to them, they were tied on 1-1 with Liquid and Entity. So they're technically sitting in top 4 in a roundabout way, if you want to try and fit the circle into the square right there, T. But Quest, we will be seeing them later today too. That's what I'm really excited about. I want to see if they're able to expand on that Amar hero puddle, if they're going to be able to bring out some new strategies with the same heroes for him. It is going to be that last series again, though, so you're going to have to wait a while to see Quest Esports up against Entity. Our second series is going to be Hustlers up against Team Liquid. I'm personally excited because we haven't seen Hustlers yet. Even though it's day 3, we haven't seen them play at all. And to start us off, it is Secret up against Gaming Gladiators, Lacoste.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for the first 2 series, to be honest, because we haven't seen Hustlers. Like, we've seen Secret, that they can show like some good stuff in the game so far. But playing against Gaming Gladiators, I don't see, like, maybe they can take a game off. I still feel Gaming Gladiators is just way too powerful at the moment to be taken down by Team Secret. It feels like this roster from Secret still needs a little bit more time to figure things out. They did well in Division 2, but when it comes down to stack Division 1 in Western Europe, gonna be a really rough one.
Yeah. How are you guys, well, UT specifically, I guess, this change for Secret, right? The only consistent players that they have from last time we saw them is Poppy and Chrysalis, and I know Boom came on, but he came in mid, so he's had a role swap, and then they've brought in Armel and Yamich, so actually a really big change up from the last time we saw them, and even a small one from when they were down in Div 2, T.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of like a shocking roster swap when you think about their Division 2 run, because I don't think many people expected an organization as like big as Secret to make kind of fresh, young change-ups. Normally, they're the type of org that would be like, all right, let's go get like the best in the world and make sure that we're always competing at the highest standards. But in the last couple of years, that's been like slowly shifting away, right? Like the pickup of Crystallis and then obviously Boom and stuff like that. So it's cool to see Secret moving in this direction. And again, right now, obviously with that already one loss, it's like growing pains, you know? I'm not expecting Secret to be top 4 in this tour, but I think they should be able to fight for their lives to stay within the division for sure.
Yeah, I would definitely say that they're contenders to be staying here in Div 1, but we do have to talk about their opponents. They're going to be coming up against Gaming Gladiators Lacoste, and they've already gone up against Liquid. Now they have to come up against 2-time major winners, Gaming Gladiators.
I don't know what to say about Gaming Gladiators anymore. I think I'm out of words. I've said everything so many times. We've been praising them for a good year, maybe even longer, when they had a different roster, but this roster seems to be just clicking way too good together. In terms of like flashiness, I don't think they have like anything super flashy on their team other than Quinn, I would say. Like Ace is just a super stable. Same goes for Tofu, where they're like, oh, you know what they're gonna do. Like I would even, because I do hold them in really high regard. Tundra's offlane duo, Saksa and 33, I think they're like the most innovative one. The second one, when it comes down, are definitely Gaming Gladiators. When you play, like if I had to choose 2 players that I never want to play against, if I'm playing a safe lane, would definitely be Ace Tofu, Saksa 33.
All right, well, there's game 1 draft here. We'll see what they do for that offlane combo, how it's going to work out for them. But Techies, Magnus, Doom, and Medusa out of the pool with Gaming Gladiators having first pick. It definitely felt like there were almost too many quote-unquote OP heroes that you had to take out that do want very much a high priority, and it does leave Beast in the pool for them too.
Yeah, and to be fair, Beast first pick has had it's decent success, but Secret and Entity have both lost a bit from first pick. Tundra, Gaming have won with it, so of course Gaming will be very versed with this, but you know, there's information on the hero losing at least that Secret can utilize, and already I think I like the fact that they're going with bully him in lane with this potential Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker first phase, I don't think of... it's also kind of a block pick against...
No, it's Crystallis, boss man, it's Crystallis.
Yeah, I know, but it
Just
also...
waiting the Pango.
Exactly, they don't want Quinn to pick up Pango. I mean, sure, the matchup is still playable, it just makes it very difficult until you get to a Lincoln Sphere, which should be your second item, but Team Secret, they seem... At least from their own side of view, they seem very well prepared for this one. The picks are going pretty quick. Pagna, this is something that they played already in the DPC. I'd say that it looked okay, like building Pavis, building Glimmer Cape, having the Cripify as a save, Life Drain as well, on a hero like a Bloodseeker, who does rely on maybe even, I would say, risking a lot when you're like trying to get a kill and stuff, but we'll have to see. I think picking Bloodseeker in the first phase should be punishable by Gaming Gladiators, that's for sure.
In regard to the carry pick, 100% it can punish it, but I actually like the idea of the Bloodseeker plus the Pugner, because it's like the heroes that were preventing Pugner from playing in the previous game, like these Void Spirits, for example, he can't really play because he'll get ruptured, and then if you pick Storm, it's really bad against Pugner anyway, so catching him's not going to feel great, so it's nice on that front. And yeah, sure, a draft that we've seen, I think this is the 3rd time we've seen this draft, it's lost twice already. Secret lost with it and Entity lost with it. It is the Beast first pick into Terrorblade, and the difference in this game at least is you know that the Bloodseeker is most likely the carry here because of it being Secret with Crystallis. So this Terrorblade is going to be the carry matchup, unless there's some flexibility within Secret if Boom can play it.
Yeah, Terrorblade doesn't really care too much about Bloodseeker, builds into Scotty. He's the one hero that loves to hold his ground, just stays there. It's very difficult to just get on top of him. They also picked it into Pugna. They don't care too much, it seems like, about the Cripify. We saw in the series when Secret played Pugna, they were playing against Illusion-based hero. Let me just check real quick which that was. It was Medusa and Void Spirit with Manta Style, so not Illusion-based, but, you know, 2 Manta Styles. And with the Shard, we saw it being very effective against the Illusions, instantly killing them. might come in very handy in this one, but we've also seen Gaming Gladiators like the same type of an opener multiple times, whether that was like Underlord plus Terrorblade, Underlord plus Alchemist, Beast plus Alchemist. They do prioritize these two cores in the first phase, and I kind of like it.
How do you guys feel about like outside the Beast and TB, just the idea of picking two cores? Like I know we talked about the Bloodseeker being punishable, and I know you just touched on it briefly then, Lacoste, but like does it go towards a team strength or more like the downsides of certain drafts when you are opening with two cores and you're not having overall last pick?
I don't think they will be getting Terrorblade in the second pick phase, so that's why they also pick it. Good matchup against the Bloodseeker that we mentioned, and they have 3 bans to protect the Terrorblade with, banning out this Underlord, banning out the Darkseer, which are really good against TB, and they also like already know the carry-to-carry matchup, so in this one it's even better.
Okay.
It also helps where you need to understand that the heroes that you pick in this fashion really well. Because like if you pick Beast TB in the first phase, like very face-up value cores, they make a statement in the game, but punishable through like the speed. If you pick weak heroes, then it's very exploitable. Like when we saw this draft earlier in the tour, like both teams picked Wyvern, for example, and like Wyvern is like such a weak hero at making constant skirmishing plays. Like he likes to AFK at a lane, push it out, and then you have like Beast who wants to AFK in a lane, Terrorblade who wants to AFK in the jungle, Wyvern who wants to AFK in a lane. You know, it's like conceptually, all of these heroes will grief each other through their timings needed against high-paced teams. So as long as Gaming Gladiators don't draft themselves into this position of only hit creeps, while Secret, already with their opening, is going to look to be in your face, then they should be fine. But it's more on teams just knowing why they're picking heroes. But obviously, at this level, you should expect it to happen.
You want to have some kind of a stun for Team Secret. If they had a stun, I would say like maybe for the last pick, Zeus comes in very handy, having Bloodseeker plus Zeus, but I want to see some stunner position 4 or some kind of an offlaner that does provide them with a stun, something low cooldown potentially, because right now they can easily run away, stand their own ground. Pugna plus Bloodseeker, they don't provide you with much control. Looking at the heroes that they play, I mean, they could maybe fit in some kind of a Necro, because Boom did play it, but then again, it's very sluggish, very slow lineup, so maybe something different. I think Primal Beast could be a good one. Someone that can rush in, soak up the damage.
How is Primal Beast in this patch overall? Because he fell off pretty hard in terms of being picked up during pro play.
Let me check his... Okay, so his pub win rate right now is at 42.9%. So he's kind of, on... at his lowest point, I'd say.
Slippery slope.
Yeah,
it's
not been great. Let me double check. What happened in the C patch?
I don't think he had anything in the C patch.
No, he got a little. He got some soft buffs, but not enough to really make him happy. Some extra damage on his ult and a little bit more armor with his uproar. But yeah, alas, nothing too great. And for Secret, for Gladiators at least, right? Like they're looking at Secret, a very kind of wishy-washy looking lineup where they kind of want to run around the map and do things. It's like they pick up a silencer. I think they still need Quinn to be on that hero that can just force some engagements. Like he doesn't need to kill. He just needs to be like, yo, look at me. And then in that 2 minutes he wastes, suddenly it's like, wait a second, TB has Manta. Oh, TB has Skadi. What are we doing? Why are we just dealing with Quinn? But Quinn's trying to think of that hero. Some
Void Spirit, I feel like it fits really well. They don't have lockdown. This hero seems pretty busted, I would say, considering the build that you're going for, now being a universal hero. Puck is also a hero that they don't have any lockdown, so they can get away with it. Sure, they still have one hero to respond with. But yeah, it seems like they are probably thinking about getting his hero right now, because they will ban 2 mid heroes if they don't pick it straight away.
And you're more worried about the mid hero pool rather than the wider support hero pool that we could place either Celery or Tofu on.
Yeah, exactly. So they go with Windranger.
Keeping it open a little bit, right?
Yeah, like, could be either.
Could be 4, potentially. Then if they are trying to make some kind of a bait for Secret, and Secret, they need a stun. They need something to control this. Vendor, please, just one.
God, I can already see it, right? It's like, guys, I ruptured him. He's TPing. Fuck. And that's going to be the entire game for like 40 minutes.
Okay, that works. This is fine. Low cooldown stun. Hero that builds into Vanguard against Terrorblade, against Windranger Beastmaster should be okay. In terms of laning, not the best lane support for Axe, I would say. They might put a little bit more pressure early on Terrorblade, but I could also see Terrorblade Silencer getting the kill. Sometimes this Silencer, if he's off to a good start with the Reflection, if he's paired up with some kind of extra slow, extra damage, you could get return kills easily.
My concern now for Secret is simply they've picked an Axe into a Silencer. So if you're initiating when Global's available, sure, the Axe will be able to always get off that Blink call pre-Global, right? But if the supporting cast of Secret isn't in position, then they aren't going to be able to throw in the additional damage on top of that outside of the right clicks, right? So it is going to be an awkward game the entire time for this Axe, where it's like bait that Global, reset, then look for that big play, unless you have ways to dispel it off. And a little bit of anti-synergies potentially with Wagner, but
it's going to
they
take
have one
a
more
while
pick to enable it. Yeah.
For him to come online with some kind of a dispel mechanic. They can't. I don't think they can find Silencer in the backlines. First Gaming Gladiators, they do have Beastmaster with Hawk Vision. You know that Windranger, TB Illusions are going to be pushing things out. So I'm already worried for Secret. Not a big fan of this support duo. Pugna Lich kind of reminds me of Silencer, Coddle, these type of heroes like Coddle IO, where if you're stuck in a position where the others can't make moves, because Axe as a hero, he also needs decent amount of time to get online, to get his Vanguard, get his Blink Dagger, then he's going to start being active. Good thing about Axe, in the recent patch, we added some extra XP for the people who do stack, one of the better heroes to clear the stacks with, so then you can have like Pugna Lich maybe getting XP, but other than that, really worried, I would say, for Secret. This could easily, like, I could see this be already a 20-25 minute game from Gaiman.
If they get Puck, I think they're living the dream. They're going to be like super aggro, super skirmishing. Maybe they fall flat later down the line, but it's like, it's a 50-50 right now for Secret. Like one wrong mid pick for Armel, and their draft could be really hard to get over the line, pretty much.
Well, a Pengaban and then a Tinker on the side of Game Gladiators. Oracle being taken out by Secrets. They're obviously not too sure where this Windranger is going. Just like based off that pick, they're like, oh, surely this is a Quinn one. And I tried to look, like if we'd seen a history of either Tofu or Quinn playing it, or maybe it popped up in Celery, and neither of them in the last like year really seemed to favor it too much or wanting to pick it up.
No, not really. Quinn's like tried to dabble with it in pubs, but he's got a 40% win rate on it. So it's like, it's not as if he's been crushing pubs and he's like, yo boys, this is my time, you know? So yeah, some just new stuff coming out. Again, a lot of other teams have been playing it kind of religiously in the last couple of weeks, so there's enough kind of other teams doing the brute work to get this one over the line, so they're looking at it.
And it seems like they're also deciding who wants to be playing the mid right now, judging by the faces who was talking on side of Gaming Gladiator cameras. And Secret, they also have the same info. The hero that we mentioned, Void Spirit, would be too good of a game for it, so they banned one support, one Spirit, and in the end, it will be... I mean, it's the same type of a hero, pretty much. I do prefer Void Spirit over Storm here, but then again, it's also a godly Storm Spirit game. So they need, like... If you want to pick... I don't know if you want to pick a Puck here for Team Secret. I would say Dragonite, but it's a bad matchup against it's a really bad matchup against Terrorblade.
Yeah, I don't think you care about... I mean, I like Puck still, just because it's already so elusive, but you do need that one stun to actually kill Storm off. Yeah, they go Puck. Cool. Because it's like, right now for Secret, at least, they need to believe in the draft that they've given themselves, which is meant to be this, like, 1 or 2 items on each hero, and like go super fluid around the map and make things happen. And this Puck can be the perfect hero, where now Axe doesn't need to initiate. It can be Puck initiates, baits the global, survives, then Axe goes, okay, where's Terrorblade? I found you, boom, you're dead, right? So it's now, this entire game I feel like it's going to be the communication between Armor and Boom. How do they start the fights? And if that communication isn't there, Gladiators will just walk away with this game, right? So I'm really looking at how Secret communicate in these fights now.
Yeah, I would wish if Team Secret had a different 4 or different 5. It feels like both of these heroes are kind of fitting the same role in the game. Also, in terms of these two heroes, either of these two heroes rotating when Puck is level 6 to get a kill on Storm Spirit. These are not the heroes that provide you with the most damage, so having like a raindrop stick on Storm Spirit, you could survive the first coil usage. And I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they're super experienced team, so as soon as Puck hits level 6 minutes into the game, you'll probably see not just one, but most likely two supports grouping around the Quinn, because this is how they play. They do enable him as much as possible. Ace has been known to be left alone for some time. Dyrachyo can self-sustain, or he can just go to jungle if the lane didn't go too well. I think Gaming's draft looks much, much more solid, but Team Secret, I could see them like popping off if everything goes correctly, but still the chances are much, much lower than Gaming's.
I feel like there is this, we're going to see the classic Secret. Maybe they're going to do really well in their lanes and they're going to have that aggression and that early tempo. But like you said, it really relies heavily on that team fight for them. A bit afraid of like the factor of the simplicity on how to execute certain drafts. I'm excited to see it though. It's game 1. It's going to be Secret up against Gaming Gladiators and our casters, Fear and T-Panda.
Thank you, Nat and the gang. And of course, I'm also very excited for this one because I was taking a bit of a stroll down memory lane and looking when's the last time I cast Gaming Gladiators, and that was just as they had signed the roster on the first day, and actually going all the way back to 2017 when Celery was playing in completely different types of stacks. So I, for one, am very excited for this one. The panel already painted the picture that GG looking like a favorite drafting-wise. But what are the perks that you see here, Fear? What do you think about Secret? Is this a very timing-based game for them? Do you feel like they can be up on top of Gaming Gladiators early on? And what's the end result probably going to be like in your eyes?
Well, I think, for the most part, the panel's going for Gaming Gladiators because they're most likely the favored team here. Drafting-wise, Secret have tools. I think, as far as the mid lane matchup goes, it was a little interesting how Gaming Gladiators went about this. We saw the Wind Ranger picked up, and I thought for sure Quinn's going to get on the train, play some Wind Ranger mid. They banned Pango, and they banned Tinker, and then they picked Storm. These are two heroes Storm is good against, and now he's playing versus a Puck, which is a hero that Storm does not enjoy playing against at all here. So I think they have a good chance to snowball the laning stage, and they have all the tools required here to make something happen in this game. Will Gaming Gladiators outplay them? Will Terribly get super farm to win the game? Probably, but you need to play fast if your team's Secret, get ahead, and play the map.
Yeah, you definitely want to set up a good tempo, at least on the side of Secret. Live off of this Grandmaster Puck Armel, who has been absolutely fantastic. Whenever I see him play a Puck, he usually just has a stellar game for himself. And even if he does get shut down in the lane, he finds a way to bounce back. So Secret, like you said, they definitely have the tools to fight back against Gaming Gladiators. But the back-to-back major champions up against the challenge here, you could say it that way. Because even if Secret are the underdogs coming into this one, they haven't maybe gotten the biggest faith out of the West European teams that have been out there. Their season so far has been a bit rocky, has been a bit rough. But there's still so much promise that this roster can bring up and live up to. So this laning stage is probably going to give us a bit of an indicator of how things are going to be kicking off.
I think in the lanes is where Secret should really strive here, as you do have the Bloodseeker, which is quite good against the Beastmaster. It's going to depend a lot on supports, as always, for the laning stage, but bot lane should go pretty well, I believe, for Team Secret. Mid lane, the laning stage might go slightly favored for Storm Spirit, but once you get level 6 on Armel here, you just move one hero mid, coil the Storm Spirit, he dies a couple times, his game is rough. And they also got the matchup in the top lane, the Axe versus Terrorblade here. If you can get that early Vanguard up, Terrorblade won't be able to do too much about him, so I'm pretty optimistic here about the laning stage here for Team Secret.
Also, it does feel like Gaming Gladiators with their side lanes, their supports are the type of supports that are kind of locked in to play the lane, because you can't really leave the TB alone until he's like level 5 and onward, where he can actually stand his ground and farm up fast. Then you've got this Beastmaster who needs that early security to get those early levels up as well. So how much activity do we get to the mid lane to help out this Storm Spirit when Puck really wants to push the advantage? That's something that Secret should be expecting to see if Gaming Gladiators do go on the defensive, help out with these mid rotations with the supports, especially with those action runes.
Yeah, it depends on like what can you do though if your Gaming Gladiator supports. They don't have the best heroes to rotate to the mid lane. The Wind Ranger, more of a lane pressuring type of hero than anything. So helping out in the mid lane's not the easiest, and Silencer also not the greatest. But if you compare it to the side of Team Secret as well, they also have 2 ranged intelligence cores. So I think it should still favor Secret here. I really do believe here that this early game, if they play the laning stage right, they can get the Axe to sit there by himself so Pugna can make some rotations. It should be in their hands. Whether they can keep the advantage going into the mid game, we'll see, as they're going on ace here with the Blood Grenade missed.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. Missing the Blood Grenade there could have helped out for a couple extra hits of poke. Lost out of Crystallis. Not going to work out this time. I also saw that the, Doraccio on this TV, he's also holding on to one, despite his Metamorph already been used, so that's a 2-minute cooldown for him. We'll be able to get that extra couple hits in with the slow. Yamich also chasing Celery as the bot lane, looking a bit stable, very calm for now. Celery, does he have to go all the way back to base? Yamich, he's got that movement speed advantage, so forces him out to pop the salve. That's going to be Bloodseeker getting more movement speed for the time being.
Dire's courier has been
Oh, a
killed.
big courier snipe by
that's a big
Yamich
courier
there.
kill.
Yeah.
Radiant
With a Wraith Band
structures
and a
are
full wand on there. I mean, he still has a stick, but won't be able to upgrade it. A lot of stats going to be missing there, which might be what Boom needs to get back into this laning stage here. As you mentioned, they use that early Metamorphosis. With that being down, Axe should be able to make up a lot of room here, as he also has picked up the Healing Lotus, which is rather big for laning stage as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely is. And also looking at Yamich and Boom, combining 17 CS in this lane, so even if Axe looks like he's pretty low on the CS department, he's pretty good, but Tofu is the one to drop first in the bot lane. Getting a combination from Puppey and Crystallis. That's a lot of slows and a lot of nukes. Windranger
Yeah, he had
doesn't
like
stand much of a
1
chance.
second left on the wind runs there, but they took advantage of the timing. 2 points in the Frost Blast by Puppey here. A lot of nuke damage.
See if they can get themselves more kills rolling on the side of Secret. For now, we're going to be a bit stable for at least a minute or two, as we expect that 6-minute action rune battle. Bottom lane again. Ace really extending the limits here. Power shot connects onto Crystallis, not onto Puppey though. The axe is flying in. The range creeps trying to get a couple hits in. And Windranger finally getting a connection. Tofu finding some vengeance after that earlier death he had.
Yeah, it's a good kill. But Puppey was 0 mana and everything, so he's not too sad about this. He's gonna get a free refill, and Crystallis was able to get 4 last hits under the tower there, so he was at super low HP, but able to regen it all back up here. So not the biggest deal for them, but definitely nice for Gaming Gladiators to get that kill online, as Ace is going to be going for the mana boots first. We should definitely look to see if they're going to be stacking up.
Yep. And here we see the engagement coming out again. They were chasing up onto Tofu, just slowed up by so much. One good body block there from Crystallis. He doesn't get out of that blood right.
Yeah, and Tofu's just going to get bullied at this point by Puppey. And they're both
Ace
getting
is also
bullied.
dropping very low. Yeah, this is it. I mean, it seems to work out pretty nice. Like, you have a little bit of slow from Frost Shield. Like, there was this one patch where people love to play Bloodseeker Tiny offlane. Celery always got the 1 charges, will keep himself alive. It was the tiny avalanche into the blood right, because you know that there's no movement speed that's going to save you to build enough distance, and just enough slow and a blood right in the middle could always be a guaranteed connection. So let's see what Ace can do here. Not much by the looks of it. It's Crystallis and Puppey find another kill.
This bot lane
Slowing
is
down
not
the
going well
Simon.
for Gaming Gladiators. But at the same time, I expected Axe to have a slightly better game than what he's having. It's still lower CS than the Beast, but he has no deaths on him, so should be slightly ahead in that net worth department. No, he's not even ahead in net worth.
Oh, Yamich.
Puppey.
Puppey as well, yeah. Will catch off the Lich while they were trying to hunt down Doraccio. Very low on HP, but Pugna losing vision, can't use the blood grenade. Get himself an extra Nether Blast into the mix with that slow. Now we have our level 6s up on both of our mid laners. Quinn very low on mana right now, but we've seen Quinn come out from these difficult lane matchups in mid. Come out with shining colors.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. Gets a little freebie there onto Puppey's Lich, trying to rotate out there and get that level 6, or minute 6 rather, rune, but gets punished for it as Quinn still gets the rune and gets the Puppey kill. Now with the Falcon Blade online, 11 wand charges and infused raindrop with a Fairy Fire, he's going to be a difficult kill in the mid lane. They're going to have to bring numbers for it, but we're going to focus on the Wisdom Runes first.
They might just take both because Celery forces out Yamage, but Armel's coming in and he will actually get it. And a full bottle refill for him. That's going to lead into a kill as well. Celery trying to look for the deny, potentially, but no. There's still an illusory orb available, so that's going to go for Armel. Tying up the Wisdoms 1-1. Axe actually getting a good call here onto Dyrachyo in the lane. They've got Puppey coming out from the back as well with the Frost Shield. The Souls are there and the spin to win. Puppey coming out with that Frost Blast to secure the kill.
And there it is. That's what Boom desperately needed from this laning stage. Got the Vanguard online. Now he can be self-sufficient. But I want to talk a little bit about what Armel just did there. That was a huge play. He went teleported to his tier 2 there to secure the Wisdom Rune for his supports and got another kill out for his troubles as well.
Yep.
Can't really understate like how important that was, because we've seen this double Wisdom Rune, one being stolen, one being taken by the same team, then all of a sudden your supports aren't getting level 6, and now you're in a situation where you feel like they're fairly useless, but now we're gonna get the 8-minute rune fight. And Quinn is gonna get it, the shield rune. So just pointing out again, Armel making a great play for those rotations. I'd love to see Chorus be more a part of the Wisdom Runes, even though it doesn't affect them too much most of the time. A big game.
And also I think it was kind of coincidental as well, because Yamage was like 200, 300 HP, something like that. He was very low, couldn't really contest. And then he's like, guys, I'm going to need help. I'm going to lose this rune. Armel comes in, goes in for the kill and the Wisdom Rune as well, so make sure that the enemy doesn't take it and gets a kill on top of it. So exactly what the Puck wants to get early on. And is currently second in net worth. So with this Bloodseeker in the lead, things are still going Secret's way.
You do have these stacks from Gaming Gladiators, so Tofu is going to continuously keep stacking to get this beast back in. We oftentimes will see plays being made to contest this. We'll see if Secret's sniffing it out, but I'm sure they have to know this is happening. It's been in the meta for some time now, but looks like they're going to try going Boom in the top lane.
To kill Boom in the top lane, going for the TP out though, should be successful. That Vanguard saving his life, and the extra ring of protection. His TP doesn't hit quite as hard as he normally does. And that is another Metamorph used, so Dyrachyo won't be able to stick around in this lane for another extra half a minute unless Secret wants to push the advantage and force him away.
Which would be awkward, right? If TB has to go jungle, look where Beastmaster's at right now. Rupture on Tofu, actually.
Oh. I can get this one, nope. Bit fearful because Quinn is coming in with a rotation. And that 75-second shield rune.
Yeah, you're not messing with this guy for a little bit. He's got invulnerability for 75 seconds now. Even if you coil him, use your spells on him, it's not going to be enough damage with that 50% bonus HP from all sources.
He's got 2,000 HP pre 10 minutes, so that's pretty solid for a non-strength hero. Takes away the Regen Rune as well. He's going to get caught by the Sinister Gaze, but he's completely fine here. He's just baiting them in. Come on, fight me! Fight me! But they're all going away.
Quinn has gotten every rune this game now as a Storm Spirit. Kind of the dream. Now he's going to end up doing some stacks here as well. Having a great game here. The Bloodseeker having the best game of them all, but my point being is Ace has just retreated to the jungle here. So it's been super important that the fact that Dyrachyo has not needed to go jungle and can continuously lane here, because you can't just have two people sitting in the jungle like that. It'll be way too passive, and the other team will be pressure you really hard. So it's good for Gaming Gladiators that Dyrachyo has a laning stage here.
Boom is also making good progress towards the Blink Daggers. The Secret does have playmaking capability inside 2-3 minutes. And they're looking off to a very, very good timer, basically, with their items. Their levels looking pretty good, too.
We got a gate
Only
play.
Lich is level 5. Trying to get to Dyrachyo, but he's going to TP out. Noticing there's a bit too much traffic for his liking, so the TP forced all the way back home.
You know, it was a very natural rotation in the last patch. When you feel like you're getting pressured by the enemy team in the safe lane, you would just go to the enemy off lane. It's so much easier now with this gate. You can just pop in there, make a play, or go farm there. You don't have to expend your TP scroll. These side lane gates have been super nice for carry players.
Oh yeah, carry's getting even richer than before.
Yeah, you can just pop over there. I've seen Nagas like pop over there, make some illusions, and go back to the gate again and farm their half again. There's a lot of cool things you can do as a carry player with these gates, but I like how Chrysalis just showed up there to secure the tower Now he realizes bottom's too dangerous, and he'll just stick around here. Still has his TP available if something does happen on the map. The beauty of the Twin Games.
And to think about like exponentially how much extra farm do you get if you're playing an illusion-based hero. You go through the gate, you pop your illusions, and then you go back to the gate with your hero, and you've got illusions pushing one lane, the hero the other. Quinn looking for the kill Puppy, will be able to get it. So it's just
this is what Quinn
ramping
does,
up.
man.
Yeah.
Like, if you are a support player versus Quinn, it's the most frustrating thing. This guy is a bully. He loves playing all of these heroes. He likes picking up the runes that has mobility, and you can't do anything to him because he's playing some Embers and Storm over-leveled. Not as Lich solo you can't, but maybe with Armel.
Yep. Armel and Yamich coming in with a move here. Oh, he's already TPing out. Quinn reads this one. Looks like they might have caught a glimpse of a scan there as well. Don't think it actually connected, but he had a hunch. They're probably hunting for him right now, so he just TPs out. Gaming Gladiator has been very good with dodging some of these ganks for now. Dyrachyo, a couple good TPs away. Same for Quinn, getting a kill, still getting to teleport out. Ace has been farming happily, as we can see. He's just been hitting these ancient creeps. Some of those stacks have also been taken out.
Celery stacking in their primary jungle too. There's a lot of efficiency going on for Gaming Gladiators, but you know what we haven't seen this game that I wanted to see more of? Some coils on this puck. Specifically on the Storm Spirit. They have not punished the Storm, and a lot of it has to do with Quinn has gotten pretty much every single rune. But they have not found a way to bring their heroes together to kill Quinn even once.
Look what they're going for here. Heading towards the top lane. It's a three-man gank towards Boom under the tower. They're going to take this one. Jump straight on top of it. Does get the call off, but it's not really going to give him much more than just a few seconds extra time. Even dropping down the global as they see Secret is corralling towards the rescue. Or at least a bit of vengeance, or revenge even in this case. Celery very low on HP, so is Tofu. Does get the Nether Blast to suck off onto Tofu. Life Train not going to do quite enough, but just enough for Armel to sneak in for a trade-off kill. However, they do end up losing that axe. That also, well, he did actually get his Blink Dagger, so it doesn't really hinder him, but it is a kill nevertheless.
But at the same time, Ace is farming. Like, this move benefits Gaming Gladiators quite a bit. You get the big kill that you want on Gaming Gladiators. You force out another coil. You bring 4 heroes to defend this here. You brought 5, actually. And all you get is another support with that coil. Ace, he's moving up in the farm now. He's been given so much space after having a non-existent lane
Blink
stage.
Call onto the camp as well. Quinn's going to take a lot of damage. Can he get out? Yes, he can. The dunk's not going to connect from Boom. Quinn's going to be getting all the way back to base with that, and he has a fresh haste rune. So now that they've spotted where Secret is with an unsuccessful kill, maybe Gaming Gladiators are able to stack up, look for a fight. Ace is still farming up his Helm of the Overlord. That's going to take some time. Not too much time, maybe a couple extra minutes. Been unlucky there for Secret. That was a good call. Like, he jumped on the camp and everything, got extra spins.
Well, they need the puck.
So it's just the 2 of them. Okay, here comes the puck. There we go.
That's the thing. Armel's just kind of killing supports here, while Quinn is killing off lanes.
Oh, they're coming. They are coming. Yamich gonna buy some time for himself. Aurora comes out onto the puck. He's already down a half HP as well. Goes for the phase shift. Boom coming in with the call. Not going to be connecting onto Celery. They do have a Blood right on top of him, though. Storm Spirit very low on HP, but he's got that haste rune. Keeps on running away and is able to disengage entirely from this fight. Secret, they do drop low, but they cannot find themselves a kill.
Every rune in the game for Quinn. Like, every time you look at this man, he's got a rune saving his life. He's got the shield rune. He's got a regen rune. Now he has a haste rune. He's gotten every single rune in the game here.
And it's been really frustrating for Secret, too. It's like the Storm Spirit really gets under your skin.
He's having a flawless Storm game here. It's not the easiest Storm game. You are playing versus a puck, which is one of the hardest counters. You're also playing versus the Axe, who has a call. They have stuns. You got Sinister Gaze. It's not like a completely free Storm game by any means. And Puppy.
Quinn is on the hunt once again. He's got Puppy nearby, so is Boom. Here comes Tofu. We'll get the connection with the Shackle shot into the creep wave. Frost Blast. Global Silence use. Axe can't get the call off. Quinn will be able to move out because of it. Tofu dies nevertheless. 7 seconds for another blink, but already Quinn running away. Armel not close enough for a coil. But it is a kill for Secret, and also the Global Silence now expended. He can slow Siege with the Nether Blast.
These might look like good things for Secret. Puppy not dying, turning on Tofu. but you're not stopping the core problem. That's Gaming Gladiators, Beastmaster. He hasn't even entered the game yet. I think he doesn't plan on entering the game until the Helm of the Overlord, but you're killing Tofu over and over again, but he's just going to buy a mech at the end of the day and be a stun and try to heal for his team. You need some higher priority kills if you're Secret, because you're kind of falling behind in the farm department. Axe isn't hitting creeps anymore. Beast is going to super outscale him. Puck is still farming, Bloodseeker's still farming, but so is the Terrorblade and the Storm Spirit. So you're in a bit of a... You kind of feel a little pressured right now for Team Secret, because your lineup needed to do more at this point. This is a lineup that's meant to be running across the map fast. The Bloodseeker, Axe getting these quick kills, your really low cooldown. Storm Spirit is supposed to be feeding the Puck. That's not really happening.
Smoking up towards mid, and the detection is out there, but the coil misses. They cannot catch Quinn. He's too fast, but they will take down Celery. And he was just about to get his global silence back up, but that's a tower down. Secret, yet again, like this is... Of course, not to down talk Secret at all here, but again, all these kills you're getting are supports. Literally just supports. There's the Wind Ranger that's dying a lot, and then you've got this Silencer that you caught a couple times, but that's all you really have. So I agree with you totally. Like, once this Beastmaster and the TV enter the fray, it's going to be a whole different story, and another support kill. Maybe they can pressure the tier 2 tower with it. Tofu getting to live a bit longer. Global Silence being used as well. Can't use the Donk. It's going to be still available, but Boom is in trouble. Blood Grenade used up by Celery. Queen coming in with a jump as well. Does get the call off and taunts the Storm Spirit for a little bit more. Crystallis can't quite get himself a connection on the Storm. So both supports, they are just sacking their lives and making, you know, space for the greater good.
Yeah, that time was a bit better. They got both the support kills. They wasted Quinn's time as well. Even forced the global silence out. So, yeah, it took 4 heroes to do it. But still, if they can keep that pace up, keep the net worth at currently decent disadvantage. They have an advantage. It's about 1,000, a little bit less. But you still have to deal with Ace. I wonder when they're going to just be like, yo, let's go, Ace. It's time to go. Because they don't have necessarily the best answers to this Helm of the Overlord creep right now. As he will be pressuring the tier 1 mid here. Looks like that will go down. And I think if you are Gaming Gladiators, you do have a timing pretty soon here. And that might just be on top of this unconventional item build that Dyrachyo is going. He's going Dragonlance Yasha into straight Satanic, and he's almost got it.
Yeah, I was looking at that Satanic for a bit, that this guy's going to be a very tanky boy. But at the same time, he's already got the armor to survive against the Bloodseeker, and all that burst damage, well, neglected with just building up a big HP pool, so Satanic can definitely be the choice for this Terrorblade. Also, you can just dispel the silence off of you once the puck jumps you if you're trying to avoid him getting Sunder off.
Yeah, the big thing that he wants to use it for, though, is gives him a higher HP pool, and if he presses Satanic before the call and Blade Bell and Axe, then he'll just not take the damage, right? And he won't need a BKB, so he can just heal back up through the call. And that's just his line of approach here. And I thought he'd finish the Sange at least, to have the status resistance against the Axe as well, but he's like, okay, I got one defensive item and the Satanic. Now I'm going straight for Daedalus because I need damage now.
They're
Very
also
interesting
going
item.
for Roche.
Yeah, and I think you should know if you're Secret. And there's a smoke.
It's not going to take them very long, but Secret's not going to be making it in time. It's going down way too fast. Now for Satanic as well. They're going to be full HP. Picking up the Aegis Secret. Yeah, I think it's a pretty much 90-degree turn to somewhere else except towards the Roche pit. Unless they can find them split up on the map. They see the TB in mid. Without the big carries, there's still a fight for them. Quinn thinking about jumping the puck here.
Yeah,
baiting him a bit. Just a bit of pump faking there.
Yeah, Quinn's just going to play frontline now with the Aegis.
And
Dyrachyo can farm
or not.
Or fight.
Okay,
it's
he's
really
just
up
going
to
to
him.
farm. I guess they just want to take over the area first before the TB walks in. Blind to the high ground, classic TB just dying. Oh, I did a mistake, boys, but he's got his team now, and he's joining into the fray. Global Silence coming out. Gaming Gladiators looking for their first good team fight, and it opens up with a Yamich and Puppy kill. Both of the supports quickly deleted. That's your global for 2 kills. And also Ace and Quinn getting a piece each.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they were pretty passive for a while, right? Just hitting creeps, farming, dodging. But this is a team that really knows their timings, and they really know how to itemize incredibly well, too. if you look at the difference in between the teams and how this is going to impact the game later on, you've got the drums on Celery. You got Tofu, who has finished a mech. These are all team items. You went for the Helm of the Overlord, but you also have the Inner Beast as Ace, which are all auras. Now he's going into the pipe. And I feel like when you finish that, right, they might try and go.
Onto the TB. He's got his Blade Mail and also trying to get some rupture damage out, but it's just not going to work out. Or is it, though? It actually is going to be enough for them. And Quinn's going to be dropping low, too. He's already out. Celery, his life is going to be forfeit. Double kill for Crystallis. And the coil doesn't quite connect onto anyone here. They're just trying to catch that Thunderhide. But that is 2 kills, and that is TB down for the second time this game.
I was expecting
stage.
Something else from Gaming Gladiators entirely, because you're pushing the bot tier 2 with Beastmaster. He's showing. Deraccio maybe feeling like with the Satanic, he's a god, but they realized they weren't 5 heroes there. I feel like if you group up as 5 around this pipe timing, around the Beastmaster, with the mech, with the Satanic, you know, add the drums and global on top with it, you might be okay as a TB in that situation. But really good from Secret there to punish the fact that Deraccio made a bit of a mistake there, ended up getting a really important kill.
Also, looking at the death summary a bit for this TB, so he basically was able to get his Satanic off pretty early. But the fact is, he still got silenced and then the Sinister Gaze as well. There's no way you're going to be getting off your Sunder and turning things around. Even your lifesteal with the damage that he has, or at least the attack speed that he has right now, it's just not sufficient when there's 4 or 5 heroes hitting you.
Yeah, if he's isolated by himself, there's no item that he can get like that. If he has his team behind him, maybe there's a pipe, maybe there's a roar to stop the incoming damage. Now you see the Sunder plays. It really was just impatience by Gaming Gladiators or overconfidence by Deraccio, thinking he can farm that mid wave while they're pushing the bot tier 2. But yet again, you can't understate the fact that Secret did see that opening, and they did strike, and it was a big one.
Well, they are going to pop their smoke, but I think they caught a glimpse of it as that outpost was about to run out. They still had some lingering vision. And I guess Gaming Gladiators, this could be a bit of a fool you smoke. You don't know where we're going. You know we are smoked up. Deraccio gets to push out a wave. Looking for the hunt into the top lane, but Armel, he's in the cover of darkness for now. Do they read this, though? Doesn't look like they had any idea about him, and he's also teleported away, so Gaming Gladiators with a bit of a surprise move towards the top lane, I guess you could put it that way. Just
story of Quinn's life here. He's got a DD on active with a haste in his bottle. The king of
Talk
runes.
about runes. Oh, this guy's been getting everything so far. Has there been a single rune this Puck has got this game? He's got an illusion. Okay, he got an illusion at some point. That was when the Aegis was picked up by Quinn. So that's understandable. There's nobody there in the mid area.
Hey, Armel gave up. He's like, I'm putting my bottle in my backpack. You know, this ain't serving me very well. No point contesting the king of the runes here. I'm just like, might as well just sell it at this point.
Yeah, value plus 600 gold for that. Almost an Aghanims on the works for Crystallis. He's got his first piece built up, so that Blood Mist could come in handy. Already has the Shard. Will help out in taking down this Terrorblade.
You know, the more this patch progresses, the more and more I start to hate these Tormentors. You're starting to see no teams really prioritize them. They're kind of just annoying. Like, you'll just do them if you're in the neighborhood, but it's not an objective like good enough to do at like 20 minutes.
It's kind of in the name here. It is a Tormentor.
I guess. So it should just annoy the teams. They'll just torment you by its existence. All right, it's fitting the lore. Checks out. I mean, it's good, right? Like, that, what it actually gives you is good. A shard for your supports. But the location of it is so bad. Like, you don't want to be there on the map.
It is true. It is in a pretty finicky place.
It's like nobody wants to go to that corner of the map. There's nothing there. There's like one ancient camp, and then you're just stuck on your half of the map. If you can do the aggressive Tormentor, that's always great, but it's not always easy to get past the enemy tier 2. If you're probably in that position of the map, you're probably already winning the game. You never want to just go back to your part of the map when the map is 40% bigger. You give up all map control by doing that. So like the whole idea and concept of the Tormentor, it's just weird, man. It's just a weird objective.
Yeah, it definitely is a bit weird. What do you think about the next move that's going to be coming up? Because there's plenty of items being listed up on multiple players. There's the Octarines on Puck. There's a Sheepstick in the work for the Storm Spirit. BKB, Silver Edges, Glimmers, Greaves. There's a lot of stuff coming up and lined up. So do the teams want to fight? Do you feel like Secret has to, again, push the advantage? Or are they happy with how things are going right now?
I think if you're in like their team speak, they're happy with it. But if you're looking as a spectator with an objective point of view, I don't think this is necessarily great for them. They can just play... Right now what they're doing is just playing off Gaming Gladiators' mistakes. And
right.
Gaming Gladiators has no reason to push the envelope here whatsoever because they've got the Terrorblade. This is a hero that, as it continuously scales, will become a bigger issue than the Bloodseeker. Of course, you have Puck on Armel, who's doing great, but you also have responses to that with the Silencer. Quinn's having a great game too, going for that Hex. You can just play dodge if
the
you want.
Ratio, he's inside the triangle right now. RML does get the coil to connect. He's going to be stunned up and looks like he's going to be silenced too. Global Silence to save and trying to TP away. Not going to work out for him. Crystallis gets himself that kill, and that will also lead into a bit of a push too.
That seems to be Secret's strategy. Just kill Duratio. They're reading him like a book here. If he's able to like push these lanes out, of course, like you do make this play and you get the kill, but look at your lanes. Your lanes are in a pretty bad spot. So even though you get this kill, which I think is a really big kill, don't get me wrong, you're not getting anything out of it. Your mid lane's pushed all the way, top lane's getting pushed, your bot lane got cut entirely by the Terrorblade. You'll get some positioning here, but you'll see the net worth lead doesn't really increase that much. Well, it's kind of like a kill for a kill type of scenario.
Yeah, still very even. At least in the fact that you did kill the TB, that's the enemy carry out for at least a while. Allows you to catch up with that difference. But it is still building up on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Maybe more as a whole, as a collective whole. There's a... Yet again, I'm not even too surprised to see another action rune for Quinn.
I mean, yeah, it's just a given at this point. The one good thing,
yeah, exactly.
the one good thing about that kill is we were able to get some wards out for Puppy that are deep. So maybe they can make another play pretty soon with that new vision out there and get more kills. But what we want to see eventually is more kills into more objectives. And Duratio, what was that Sunder for? Oh, he's healing Celery. That was probably the most underwhelming Sunder I've ever seen in Dota. Like, he ended up sundering someone and they were both still low HP at the end.
Still need to salve up and use Satanic on the other two farm camp.
Had to Satanic as well. I was like, oh, okay. That's interesting. At the end of the day, that doesn't really matter unless they can gank him in the next 50 seconds with Sunder being down. But that was an interesting one.
Yeah, 80-second cooldown. But I guess Duratio's also planning to just farm.
It just looked funny. That's all it did.
30 minutes into this game, we have less than 20 kills, so no real brawliness coming out of this one. But for some weird reason, Armel has picked up an action rune. He's invis right now, holding onto a gem.
Ah, the worst action rune.
Let's see what he can do with it. There's a Kobold sitting at the Twin Gates, going to be providing any extra vision, working as a, contemporary ward. Boom,
still
ready
has a
to
shovel.
go for a blink play, potentially. He's farming the camp. He's been spotted out, too. Gaming Gladiators ready for the fight. They don't have the storm, but he can just zap in. And Secret, they are revealing their locations. They have all been spotted. They see everyone right now. Duratio going out for the reflection. And they're still just playing it cool, There's going to be the Frost Shield on cooldown for another 8 seconds. And Roshan is being contested at the same time. He's already inside the pit. Duratio might just be able to sneak this one under the eyes of Secret. Last time they weren't even close. This time they're very nearby, and they can't let this one slide. There's a cheese that is waiting. These TV illusions are being an issue. They got the Ancient Black Dragon on the move with that call, but he's just going to be microed back to safety. Roche down to 4,000 HP.
How do
they
you
also
enter
caught
this
a glimpse of it.
The spam
I mean, they're
is so
trying.
annoying.
They're literally trying. But Quinn trying to go a bit annoying here with that jump in. They've got the axe and Duraccio punching out heavy hits onto the axe. He's got that frost shield, but only for an amount of time, as he's going to get roared up too. And that might just be Boom going down, and he will fall. They've got the coil. Crystal is walking in, but Crystal is, can they turn it around? Yes, they can. They take the TV, and Crystal is on the run. Tofu very low on HP, but Boom coming in with that buyback, calls and takes down Tofu, and Quinn to fall as well. Hunted down by Armel, and Ace will be the next one to potentially drop the calls off cooldown. Yes, it is. Just in time. And Gaming Gladiators, they will lose a lot. Secret.
There's a lot to say about what's happening in this game, but I feel like the decision making from Duraccio so far in this game has
Is under attack.
been very interesting. He decides, yeah, he has the Satanic. They decide they try and kill the axe with Berserker's Call on, with Crimson popped, with Blade Mail. Sure, they end up getting him in the end, but it's a slow kill, as you'll see through this replay here. But Duraccio uses everything for this, and he even uses his Thunder on his own teammate, effectively killing him a little bit in this process as well. And then just goes down right after. This is not a kill I feel like you want to just expend everything for.
Under attack.
Yeah, got killed pretty much during that Sinister Gaze once again too. So you talked about how the Secret go in. It's about GG coming to them in the end. So Secret are actually handed out this fight in a sense of positioning, and a bit of mistakes made here and there.
Ends up being a brilliant bait by Boom there. It's like Duraccio thought he was stronger than what he was, but you're going versus an axe. This guy's got some armor. He's got a Crimson Guard. You have to use your Satanic just to go through the Blade Mail. And this isn't a defensive usage where you can make a turnaround. You're going aggressively into this knowingly.
Yep.
You don't have the damage for that. Maybe if
And
Quinn
also the
joins
Lich
there,
Frost Shield.
you have a chance. Yeah, the Frost Shield too. Like, this isn't an impossible task. You've got the Pavis, the Solar Crest on Puppy. We're talking about how important these support items are. Yamich, also with the Lotus Orb, the Glimmer Cape, the Mechanism, the heals behind him too. I feel like just going on top of an axe is probably the last target you want to go on if you are Duraccio in this game.
I was trying to look at Gaming Gladiators and their Tour 1 and Tour 2 performances. Is there like a particular team that is their kryptonite? Because they haven't been able to beat DPC. They've been able to beat Majors twice. But so far, I couldn't find a pattern. However, Secret coming out as a bit of a surprise in the end. Mainly thanks to Gaming Gladiators potentially making one or two mistakes here and there. But Secret, they're playing this game really well. Just getting handed out the opportunities and using them. Not like your opponent makes a mistake and you don't abuse them for it. That's just sloppy play. So they've been on point as well. I'm pretty happy that... I think they are pretty happy in terms of what's going on in their comms. So now
There's
going
a
back to
Manta
the
on
we
Axe
as a
now.
spectator.
Yep.
Things are changing. They've got Tofu spotted in the trees. That's going to be your opener. Another set of armor going for the axe. So the difficulties for this TB to kill this axe in a game like this, you can keep up building those cold armor stacks. It's going to be even harder to try and kill this guy.
And this is what the map you want it to look like if you were Team Secret. I thought they'd be able to get the map in this position maybe 10 minutes earlier than now. But, you know, it's whatever. It took a little bit longer. If you're Team Secret now, you have a really ideal lineup for playing the map in the current state that it is right now. You have lots of low cooldowns, high mobility. You can push the lanes out with this Manta on the axe now that he chose to go for, while also staying off the map, so his farm should exponentially increase here. It is a good farming item, but more than anything, it's a good lane pressure item.
There's two players as well on the side of Secret that I'm really impressed about. It's actually both of the cores. Like their game is being handed out to them. But Crystal is no deaths. Armel, this Grandmaster Puck, like I said at the start of the game, I rarely see him fail. And this is yet again another of those examples where he's just playing really good, solid Puck gameplay. Crystal is, though, I was just talking about the guy. He might end up losing his Aegis, but he's got a BKB. And the Global Silence, they're actually allowed to disengage. Gaming Gladiators, how do you go back in? Or can
Duraccio
you
might be in a
even?
little trouble here.
Rush it
he'll be
up on the
saved.
spot.
but he used meta for this. This is a commitment.
Oh, and the call comes out from Boom as well. Can't really get this TV to move. Armel coming in with a 3-man coil. Crystal is moving in. He's trying to get some hits in, but he will pop his Aegis. And now forcing Gaming Gladiators onto the high ground. The Illusory Orb onto the backline. Quinn coming in with a jump into the middle. Gets the Hex out onto the Axe, and Dyrachyo isolated. TV has no friends. This demon ends up falling on the low ground, and Gaming Gladiator is going to have to forfeit a set of racks here.
He's dead for a full minute now. He doesn't have Metamorphosis, even if he does find a way to get back into this game, but he doesn't have the buyback, not even close to the money. And you're going to lose 2 sides of barracks here, most likely. There's no Roar available, no BKB, no Global. Quinn has a Hex available, but I don't know if they have the damage without Terrorblade. And you can't underestimate Windranger being down as well.
Still trying to go for it. They got the Hex out on the Bloodseeker, but that's about it. Just a couple hits from Quinn.
And you said you were impressed by the cores, but I'm also incredibly impressed by the supports of Team Secret. They're doing what they can here, but I don't think they got the damage. They're going to take just 2 melee Raxes and back out, call it a W. Good discipline here from Team Secret. But you're noticing this Lich in particular. They're trying to go on Boom. They use the Roar, they lay into him with the Terrorblade, but he's got the Frost Shield, the Pavis, the Solar Crest. He's not taking any damage when he gets roared.
Huge amounts of buffs, just prolonging Boom's life, and also having a hero pick like this, just really difficult for this TV to kind of burst through. And all that time, going all the way back to like the early game, you could say in this case, where Beastmaster was getting back with all the farm. Dyrachyo gets to farm the map. Quinn with the supports playing, looking for these constant pickoffs, or at least these battles against Secret. Secret just killing the supports over and over again. And then just these decision-making mistakes that they keep on making during these team fights. Secret's going to be super happy with how things have evolved to this point. We're in the lead with the lineup that can't afford to play from behind. As there was an attempt for Armel to look for the Beastmaster, but forces Ace away.
I mean, there's definitely been big mistakes from Dyrachyo, but at the same time, mistakes are oftentimes forced. Like, I wouldn't say they're unforced errors. Maybe the one death in the mid lane, but him wanting to go onto the Axe in the bot lane in the Roche one is he just miscalculated his damage, and Secret probably told him. Puppy's probably sitting there like, Boom, go in. I'll save you. There's no way they can kill you with Frost Shield, with the Solar Crest and the Pavis, and they just took the bait on Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it's definitely been the story so far. And we're up to 20 kills and a 13k lead, and that win probability, it's not looking hot for Gaming Gladiators. Can't really afford to drop another team fight. Might just be one where you have to start forcing out buybacks, and the only ones who can actually afford them are the supports. So no core buybacks if they end up dying. Quinn is very close to it, but he might have to read out towards that BKB.
Yeah, it's become a team fight game instead of playing the map type of game, so Quinn realizes this Hex would have been great when they're ahead, but he was building this for a long time, right? And then all of a sudden, this turned into a team fight game when he thought it was going to be a game where he's going to be playing the whole map. So now he's in a situation where I feel like he desperately needs this BKB to be able to enter these fights. But even if he gets it, Puck is level 24.5. He is half a level away from getting Dreamcoil Pierce's debuff immunity.
Close jump there from Armel. Boom also loading up that call, but he's going to have his blink canceled. They got the jump of the Bloodseeker. They still want to take down either Boom or Crystallis.
They have no
and
damage.
They're taking hits onto Quinn. But what are they? Well, how can they even kill this Bloodseeker? There's so many buffs going their way. Storm's already low. Silence top of the back. Frost Blast. Frost Chain jumping back and forth, and Quinn down. And that's going to be Dyrachyo to fall. Secret. Looks like they've got this game handed out to them as they finish off a third. And it's just 2 heroes remaining on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Just no damage. They're trying to blow up Crystallis, but to no avail.
Yeah, they end up using the Hex. Dyrachyo yet again uses the meta. They try going in on him. Yet again, Frost Shield, Pugna, Life Drain. They got the Lotus Orb. They've got the Mechanism. They got a Glimmer Cape. They got a Solar Crest. They got a Pavis. Like, I'm writing a book here of how many defensive spells that they do have available at their disposal, and you just can't burst through it. Your game plan has to be to kill these supports. You are not going on any core in this game. It is impossible. You even have to crepify if necessary, if things get really bad.
One thing that I've been considering a bit during these team fights is there a way Gwyn could just jump the back line, locate the Lich, but they really just... Okay, there we go. He's got the Lich targeted right now, but he's going to get silenced up too. Has a jump available, but the silence comes out just in time. And Gaming Gladiators is going to be a costly fight for them. Might just cost them the game. The Sunder onto the Bloodseeker. Crystallis goes down. They've got the Sunder efficiently used offensively this time, but Secret's not giving up. Armel still hunting in the back line, looking for the Celery kill to take down the Silencer. He's got him, and now Dyrachyo on the run. Ace still trying to hunt down Yamich, and there we go, the life drain coming out as well, and this Bloodseeker, sorry, this Beastmaster will end up dropping. And Gaming Gladiators, it was a valiant effort to start off the fight, but just not enough. There's too many buybacks against what they have remaining. And Crystallis is back in action. Glyph forced out, Milirex in peril. And there's no Metamorph for 30 seconds. It's a melee TB for now. Celery gonna get coiled up as well. Getting in the leash. Armel's just buying time for the rest of his team to finish off objectives as they kill off the Silencer with a spin from Boom. And Dyrachyo to drop in front of his base. There we go, they tap out. Secret, take game one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I thought this game would go a little differently than what it did. You did really well. I thought they'd do better in the early game on Secret than what they did. I think Gaming Gladiators did a great job slowing the game down. But unfortunately, they had a timing window where they could have got this pipe on the Beastmaster. But right when they got it, Dyrachyo in the mid lane gets punished. He's showing near the tier 2 in the mid lane, gets killed while Ace is pushing bot. And from there, it just continues onward. And that's like the return of Secret into this game. Really punishing Gaming Gladiators for overextending. And then at some point, I got to give MVP to both these supports here, just keeping all the cores alive, building, itemizing flawlessly.
Well, execution wasn't quite on point for Gaming Gladiators, but Secret take the win. And we're going to head over to the panel to break down game number 1.
Last time we saw Secret, we said there were a lot of promising things about them. And I mean, look, they came to a head in this game 1 against Gaming Gladiators. Lacoste, I have to ask you this question, okay? Because it was a point you made that you weren't too sure about this support duo in the Lich and the Pugner and how it was going to work out. But the itemizing, you know, maybe we didn't really factor that one in and how effective that was going to be for these supports to boost up the cores.
Yeah, it's okay to be wrong in Dota. You'll learn something every day, every patch. I mean, Yamich, his positioning was insanely good. Both supports kind of taking care of all cores and taking care of each other. They had every single support item in this game. Like, sure, there wasn't Pipe, but there's Glimmer, there's Lotus, Mech, there's the Cripify, Life Drain, and on Lich you had Solar, again, Drums, Pavis, another Lotus Orb, Frost Shield. It felt like they needed a Nullifier sometime earlier because they were way too tanky. All these stuff that they threw at either Crystallis or Boom when he decides to jump in, it always felt like they need a little bit of oomph. They need a little bit of extra damage to be able to bring them down, and it never happened. Just kept snowballing out of control.
It really did, and it was unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators, despite the fact that, you know, it felt it was quite even in that earlier part. Even though Secret were getting a lot of kills, Gaming Gladiators were farming, and I thought there was just going to be this massive timing, a big fight, and really go in favor of Gaming, but it unfortunately just didn't pan out that way for them.
Yeah, I think for Gaming at least, like with this lineup, they don't have like super high pace skirmishing heroes, so it's like any pickups that they get based off Quinn in the early game or any moves they set up, it's going to feel good to delay, but they're always kind of waiting for the when are we already in that perfect team timing. You know, Fear was mentioning at the tail end of the cast as well, like the whole idea of like, what if they waited for the pipe, yada yada yada, and like it kind of didn't happen for Gaming, because Secret, like when you look at their heroes, like look at this Armor, right? He's like 10-0-15. It's like such a chill puck game. Like he doesn't care about Quinn or any of these people right now. Like there's no clean stuff other than maybe some like aggressive blinking into global. But it's like, even if that was to happen and he's going to die in the mid game, like there's going to be a Bloodseeker. Like, it's going to be the entire team of Secret behind him. So I think this is what Secret wanted to do when they picked their Pugner on Wednesday and they lost with this draft. This was the exact same thing they wanted to do. So they've kind of had the team talk when they lost that series, they've ironed out the problems and they've just put on a really good show. And yeah, it's been really good stuff.
Yeah, we also didn't factor in the fact that, you know, Armel picking up puck here, the SEA buff, I don't know what it is about SEA mid laners and picking up puck, but they are always insane on it. I mean, he doesn't even die there. He goes 10-0 and 15, as you were saying, but like there have been some wild puck players come out of SEA. So it's this weird little buff that Armel has for himself and an amazing lineup for the side of Secret.
I mean, they've always been good with these like elusive heroes, these skill shot heroes like Ember Spirit, probably like one of the most popular heroes in Southeast Asia ever since the hero was introduced. But I think also like him and Crystallis, this was first phase Bloodseeker and Crystallis completely popped off. Also, this is a new tech build where you like rush Mjolnir straight away after getting the BKB and then getting the Aghanim Scepter. This item, this is not dispellable, this shield, so that's a big issue. Like, sure, you need to farm 4,000 gold for it, but coming into a fight with an extra 1,000 HP barrier that is both magical and physical, you effectively have more HP coming into a fight. And then a lot of the times we've seen them, like, he was about to die, but then Light Drain comes in, a Glimmer Cape keeping him alive, a mech, something, anything from these two supports inside of Secret, which did one hell of a job. And looking at the score, like, Yamich ends up the game with 0-125. This is the perfect support score, pretty much. 0 KS.
Yeah. T, is this one of the rare games where we don't even have to try and, like, you know, argue that a support deserves it? Straight up, a support deserves MVP?
Yeah,
Okay, the fact you said that.
No. It should. I was actually thinking like who I'd give MVP to.
Okay.
I'm leaning more towards Lich right now myself because when you think about that kind of fight outside Roshan in the bottom side where Boom got jumped and obviously Puppy threw everything in, he also hits the Sinister Gaze to prevent the TB from sundering and doing other stuff after that, and he's pretty much full channeling it. So I don't know. I think Puppy just had a really stable game. Sure, he had 5 deaths, not 1 death to Yamich, but I think he just consistently was just doing his job really well. So I personally would lean Puppy. Maybe you guys think it's Yamich. I don't know. We can vote. Oh,
I was going to say, I think production are just going to... I'm kind of on board with you with this Lich. Lacoste already, you touched on it briefly, but the itemization that he went through, it's definitely something I wanted to talk about. So even more reason why I'm glad that he got MVP. But the Solar Crest, the drums there, the Pavis and the Lotus, like he's going so much into this armor here, trying to take it from the enemy team, but also pumping up his teammates so much. Like, it's something that we realize you need these auras and you need to help so much, but Solar Crest as an item in general has been a lot popular this patch than what I remember it had been previously in the last bit.
Yeah, the item also got buffed in like 733. There's like 4 different changes that item did receive. So you want to have at least one in the team, and supports are getting all these like smaller items. It feels like this is kind of the formula, the winning formula for now, I would say, where you get like drums, you get solar, you get Pavis. Is it Pavis, Pavis, Pavise? Is it French? I don't know. Let's settle it.
Whatever you think it should be.
Okay.
We can get 3 different pronunciations on this panel. It's good.
Okay. Because everybody's pronouncing it different. I mean, it's a made-up word, isn't it? So it's like, oh, someone has to be wrong. But
we get to make it whatever we want.
I mean, at one time we got corrected when we were pronouncing Aegis. So Ice Frog said it is pronounced Aegis, and that's it. So we might get the same.
So we just keep doing
and
we keep doing different variations, and eventually he'll get enough and he'll mold, and he'll be like, guys, it is this clearly.
Google Translate, when I put it in, does say Pavis.
Okay, Pavis. All right, we'll stick with that one.
French accent, so I don't know if she's biased here.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can discuss it a little bit more. We can theory craft with how we can say Pavis, any other iteration of it. As we do head to a break, when we come back, Gaming Gladiators versus Secret Game 2.
Yeah. I can vision soon.
Oh, we see some. Cool. They can't kill you. Fuck that.
Yeah. I can still fight soon. Yeah. I can still fight. I can coil soon. Coiling storm. I coiled storm, guys.
I'm going to TP.
He used meta. I mean, he used under.
I'm here. Keep fighting, guys.
Yeah, still here.
Shielded. I can kill you.
Villager.
I get the storm too.
Nice. Beast here.
I'm running after Beast. I'm gonna give you.
On the beast.
I give you speed.
I got him.
No. 1
Please.
Nice.
Nice.
Go rush. Jump. I'm gonna pick it up.
Welcome back. In an upset of Game 1, we did see Secret taking that win. So Gaming Gladiators are looking for this win in Game 2 to push it to a game number 3. And T, I do have to talk about, I want to say the elephant in the room for this. I don't know if it's as obvious to you guys, but you brought it up that we've seen this beast TB opening before already in Western Europe. Yeah, we've already seen it. And it did not win every other time we saw it. And here it fails again. So we did kind of hype up, you know, the pros and cons of picking 2 cores when you do have that first and then obviously closing pick for the first phase. But it doesn't work again. I want to know more about this duo. Is it that combo, or is it the fact that you're pulling out these cores so early on?
I mean, when you look at Beast and you look at TB, they are very powerful heroes in their own right. You just need to draft the aggression after it. And I think we've now had 3 games so far in this tour that they've not correctly drafted to bring these heroes to light, and especially when you're first phasing them. So I think there'll be a world down the line where we get to see this opening and it's like, wow, this was incredible. But I just don't think teams are hitting the right spots on how to get it through the line. Because it's like, I don't want to see Silence or Windrunner as my double support when I have Beast Terrorblade at the start. Because like, you're just doing nothing on the map until everyone has items, and it's just like you're giving teams too big of a window to do anything they want.
Yeah, and you give them the window, then it's gonna end pretty much how we've seen it already. The opponent sort of running away with the game there, and Secret are gonna obviously look to emulate this Lacoste. Do you feel now that there might be some eyes turned towards this Pugner that they're picking up? Not first phase ban, right? I'm not talking like that early on, but just a little bit of consideration as to what they could do with it again.
I could potentially see them banning out like Bloodseeker, considering that Gaming Gladiators do have first pick in this one, and then go for Pango as an opener. I think that's a potential thing that they could do. I mean, this is only game 1. Gaming Gladiators, even though they're not used to losing, because most of their series end with 2-0, especially when they're playing the main stage. And would you look at that? They do go for it. Gaming Gladiators, they are afraid. They want to put Crystalis in a bit of a different spot. They don't want him to play his comfort heroes. So in the end...
sorry, I'm just looking at this player comparison. I had to double check the scoreline, and it's like,
I was gonna say the kill participation was higher for Topa, but I'm like, was that a kill participation out of like 14 compared to like 30?
Yeah, it was like 25 out of 30 was Yamich, and then Tofu was like 8 out of 9. And I was like, wait, okay. I was like, damn, Tofu's pulling a shift here.
Yeah,
but no, relatively, I think Yamich did, of course, pop off on the Pugner. And I think going back to your Pugner question, I think teams will need to think about this a lot more. Maybe at least in second phase. I think it would be unlikely as a first phase option, as a ban at least. But this hero is insanely good for how Secret wants to play, which is just kind of balling up tankiness, not through heroes themselves, but through how each of the heroes kind of synergize together to make themselves feel stronger.
Completely different thinking from Gaming Gladiators, banning out that Bloodseeker that we mentioned, and also banning out the Monkey King. So heavily targeting Crystalis in the first phase, which does open up heroes like Underlord, Pango as well. I think either of these two. There's also Keeper of the Light still available. They do love to pair it up so that Queen has a really good time, whether he's playing Pango or any of the Spirit heroes. And looking at Duraccio's camera, every single time I see him, it's like Hasbullah in the background, just cracking immediately.
My eyes focus on that so much more as well. I do the same. I'm just like, what am I even looking at again? Distracts me a lot.
In the previous draft, I could see about 90% of his face. And in this game, his hand was covering about 40% more. So if we go to like a game 3, he might just be
full despair mode.
Yeah, full despair. Oh, there we go. See, look at him.
He's covering it all. But let's talk about the bans. I know you touched already, Locost, on that Bloodseeker, the Monkey King, targeting at Chrysalis, but this Doom, no one really wants it in the game. People don't want to be coming up against it, but a lot of time spent trying to think about their first pick. You know, what do they want to try and grab for themselves over on Gaming Gladiators? It's Pango being taken out, but there are a lot of options for them to open a support here and then have a really nice, strong closing phase for an ace off lane.
I mean, there's still the mag available. There's still some old school Underlord stuff they did at the major, if they still have high value in that. There's still Medusa, which is going to be the third one there. So yeah,
Got banned last time, so I see why
Yeah,
they
let
want to
it
just
through.
pick it up.
Also, the other hero that if Team Secret wants to pick the same support duo as they did in the previous game, have a Crimson Guard carrier, I think Enchantress comes in very handy in these situations. It is Celery Classic, also having a Dispel mechanic against all of these things could be pretty big.
Interesting thing with being first pick and going Deucer is the idea that the biggest counters, for example, let's say it's a Deucer carry, so like some anti-mage style thing, you're not going to really want to second pick it because then it's like you can push the Deucer to offlane, all that stuff. Then again, if they're pushing the Deucer to offlane, you have anti-mage carry, he'll also free farm, right? So the idea is now, how the Secret want to respond to it if you kind of get through this phase without any hard counters coming to play. GG can then use 3 bans to go, okay, Deuce is just our carry, take away the big 3, and play out a game. So now this kind of phase of the draft for Secret is the biggest part for them, in my opinion, because how do they react? Do they overreact to the Deucer, or do they kind of like continue building like a strong foundation and find a solution, or at least understand the flexibility of Deucer down the line because they're second pick?
Yeah. They're taking a lot of time for this one because they had to kind of ban Pango because things... Pango is a Diffusal Blade carrier, someone that deals well with Medusa, the Swashbuckle, Mana Burn, in Medusa's face. So now they need to find something else, and yeah, this Medusa can be played at multiple roles, so still a lot of options available. Team Secret going with that Pugna one more time, so I want to see some kind of a Dispel mechanic, either Enchantress, maybe lean towards Oracle as well. This is also a hero that does well against Medusa. Of course.
I feel like T and I just had the same reaction to this slog. Sorry to cut you off there, Lacoste.
It's disgusting. It always is. I don't know, something about his face. Not a good-looking fella.
Just a lot of teeth, yeah. No, it's for Slark. It's like he's good against Deucer for the fact that he's high mobile. He can like jump in and out, buys Diffusal, so he can be really potent. But and also it's more like a Crystallis hero because like when I see GG's bans, it's like they've already taken away like his big 2, and then like the rest of his heroes after these 2, like you can feel the difference in pacing Crystallis can provide. Like, and Slark is like in that middle ground, so it's kind of a combination of the bans that are there, the heroes that are like ultra comfort for Crystallis, and yeah, it's gonna be one of those high risk, high reward type games. We'll see if it pays off.
I just had to check because I don't remember. I wanted to check what Gaming Gladiators usually picks when there's a Slark on the enemy team. And in the last 20 games, they did not play against Slark a single time.
Oh, wow. All right.
Have they banned it?
They do ban it, but from time to time.
All right. They don't have like a massive fear of Slark, and they've just been like casually banning it the entire time. They've just not clocked it. All right, cool.
No, this is great. They got to prove themselves, you know. Not only do they have to prove they're not a one-patch team, they can also win against every form of carry. That's what we have to look at now. That's what we'll be judging them on.
Yeah, we just need to also check because, like, for example, like Techies are really strong 4 hero at like bullying the lane. So Slark's meant to be a hero that plays the right-click kind of trade down the lane, and Techies is a perfect hero at preventing that clicking because, of course, when bombs are on you and the blast off, you're on half HP, you can't do it. So it would open up that potential Deucer to move to the off lane because Techies plus the Mystic Snake spam, Slark might not even be able to, have enough HP to...
Ooh, look at that win rate, 55.5.
Good. Yeah.
That's pretty high. I mean, the hero is insanely good. I would say this is one of the better position 4s out there at the moment because it does provide you with AoE stun. You're not looking for that 15-minute shard anymore. Really strong in the laning stage. One of the supports that you can't really trade against him when he's battling you out 1 versus 1. If the offlaner throws in a slow, a stun, or something, it's kind of a guaranteed kill in this lane. A low HP hero like Slark will get harassed a lot, no matter what he's paired up with. With the Techies, I think Slark is going to have harder time locking onto a target. Also, you don't want to get too close to Techies because you just might die in the end. And GG, respecting Chen. Master Puppy, he's the best Chen player out there, or one of the best ones. Has been his hero for 20 years, pretty much. And giving a respect ban there. Also, we didn't see too much of a Chen, I would say, in the previous patch. He popped up from time to time, but looked good in the games that I saw, at least.
Have there been recent changes to Chen in the smaller patches since 7.33 has been released as to why he's not really picked up as much now?
I think it's also the way that people are playing. It's very like high pace. You want to move around and find kills. And Chen, at least unless you're like some absolute goat on the hero, you like one incorrect creep or the camp not being available or having to go deeper can make things feel really weird. And also Klink support's kind of risen up a bit, so he can just eat your creeps. So there's a lot of like other factors and stuff like that. I think that makes Chen go down a little bit unless you are that specialist. I think only the secrets of the world, maybe even the GGs, will want to pick it up with confidence.
Yeah, we see different position 5s that, like, sure, you are still building into auras and these smaller items, drums, solars, mech potentially on your position 5, but we also seen other teams playing a bit of a different style of Dota, where they, like, you want to have position 5 bounty hunter that can soak up some of the damage in the laning stage, threaten enemy XP rune as well, which is kind of a big thing, which Chen can't really do. Maybe you can throw in a creep there, try to deny it, but then you're not getting the value out of it.
I absolutely love this draft, by the way. Like, first phase bans, it's Chrysalis, you're not allowed to play any Dota. Second phase bans, alright, Puppy, you're not allowed to play any Dota, you know?
I was noting that. I was like, that's a lot of support bans. I was like, you know, at this point, Boom and Armel sort of getting the pick of the litter.
I'm hoping Armel's hero doesn't get picked, so we get to see 2 mid bans at the end. So, you know, 1 for the carry, 2 for the carry, 3 for the 5, and 2 for the mid. That'd be nice. Yeah.
For a second, I thought there was an earthquake in Netherlands. Celery's camera was shaking really hard.
Yeah, he's okay. He's good.
Yeah, a little bit of changes in terms of types of bans for Secret. Axe being taken out. I guess not on the cards for them to want to play it. Lesh, Cuddle then also being targeted for them. And I'm going to assume a nice little pickup here. They also only have 8 seconds of reserve time, by the way. They have used so much in that earlier part of this draft.
Yeah, this was for Slark pick, pretty much. They used all the reserve time. Going through the bans real quickly. Lash, of course, great against Slark, great against Pugna as well, having this explosive damage. And Keeper of the Light Medusa, we've seen it in action during the Berlin Major and also at the start of the DPC. Looks really good, and you can always, like, rely on Gaming Gladiators to pick up this hero, because Quinn just loves free mana and lower cooldowns.
I mean, who doesn't?
That's correct. Still looking for some, like, position 5 on Secret, if they feel like they need a little... Like, knowing Puppy, I would say he's gonna pick Silencer just so that he can steal intelligence from Medusa. But we'll have to see. You know, maybe it's gonna be something different. I think heroes like Jakiro works out nicely in the lane against Slark, or if they feel there's a bit more need of a healing, he can bang out some Io or Warlock. A lot of options still, even though he's been heavily targeted in the second banning phase. All 3 heroes have been puppy-oriented. There's still a lot of options for them.
Somehow through all those bans, Beastmaster still being let in. Maybe they thought it wasn't really too much of an issue in Game 1T, and they were fine to come up against it Secret.
Yeah, so the big change up right now for gaming at least is now you know the Deuce is going to be your carry, and okay, they go for a bounty. So for gaming, it's like they don't have that damage early on again. It's more like techies securing the Beastmaster to accelerate his entry into the game, and then eventually, of course, we see Deuces become, you know, this unstoppable force in the late game. But I still feel there's another big window, like for some puck pickup or something like that again for Secret, where they can just super skirmish throughout the game, poke and prod throughout, and a rare Shadow Demon. We don't see that often. I mean, you take over the Deucer, create some clones, throw some damage back at her and her teammates. But yeah, I think I'm leaning Secret a little bit here. Yeah, I think gaming, they really need that like perfect Quinn do everything.
It's all it takes. One win and suddenly immediately on the board. Huh?
Yeah. I mean, Pugna's a big boy, you know. I believed in their previous draft, mate. What was that?
I'll have to rewatch the WOD.
You do. You need to. I did.
They have no
said
time. They have no reserve time either on side of Gaming Gladiators.
Jesus. No, so like, what's the Quinn hero here? Like, I think Void Spirit would do pretty good for them. Just to like, they basically need a hero that stops Pugna from free casting spells. And
I love Ricky. I love Ricky mid just because of the matchup against Slark, and also you can't be targeted if you pick up the shard against Pugna Shadow Demon. There's not gonna be any saves coming out, so this hero is insanely good. Like with the recent changes to his shard, it's just, even though it got nerfed like 2-3 times in a row, it does less minus armor. It's still very powerful.
I just like, anyone who can also go for Nullifier as well, because it's like when you think about the decrep, no one really on gaming wants to buy one, and if you're relying on like some position 4 bounty to potentially pick one up, it's not going to feel great as well. So, and I just keep having flashbacks to when Nisha just on Void Spirit was like, BRB boy, he's going to farm 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Whipped out some Nullifier and just like insta won the game, right? So,
of course, Void Spirit just feels one of the better mid heroes right now. Doesn't have bad matchups and feels like he scales so good in the mid and even late game. The hero has way too much damage. If he's paired up with, they banned out Ember and Dragon Knight, so Kudo, like, I mean, Void Spirit probably gonna get picked up by either of these teams.
Yeah.
Because looking at Secret, we've seen Empower Void Spirit, and it's so good.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gaming Gladiators, they just take it. They're like, we don't want to give it to you.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as I saw Gaming Gladiators not banned it out, I was like, if Secret let it through, it for sure has to be picked up here for them.
No, I like this. Kind of like the points that I mentioned earlier, like the Nullifier potential down the line. It now gives me more hope in Gladiators draft, because like the techies and the bounty just need to play with the Void Spirit and they can find kills. Beastmaster should have a good lane because of techies, and like those 4 heroes now can do enough things on the map that Dusa will always be kind of cushioned behind it. Oof. Armel Kunka. Okay, does gaming now have potential damage issues going into boat buff? Didn't factor that one in.
Yeah. I'm also wondering what the item build on Kunka's gonna be, whether he's gonna go for arm melt or he's gonna go for like straight up BKB.
Oh, you just had to weave one in, didn't you, Lucas? Couldn't go a draft.
Whatever you want.
Yeah. Turn you down for that.
Yeah.
So I don't hear it next time.
It's also like SCA Classic. Armel has been known for his Kunka, so add like buffs to Slark with Empower, with the Decrepify boat buff. I don't know. I kind of like what they got, but also I put a lot of trust in Void Spirit. This hero, I think every single time I see it in play, it feels like he kind of solo wins the game. So I'll still lean with Gaming Gladiators this time.
Yeah. Do you feel like the supports are a strong duo on the side of Secret T, or do you feel that they've kind of dealt with this Pugner a little bit? It's not really going to be the menace that it was last time.
I think these supports thrive early to mid game. If the game goes later, it's not going to be like the previous game where they're still doing well. Like the voice spirit aspect will come into play. But Secret are showing us a lot of supporting enabling heroes where they make other people feel good. But yeah, I don't know. I do like Secret's draft. If they make a couple mistakes though, this game could feel impossible going into a Dusa and a Void Spirit. So it's all on Secret to execute and kind of replicate what they did in the previous game.
All right. So there's a lot of potential for gaming to sort of snowball if they do get those right team fights. But we're looking to see if Secret are able to have that consistency and that aggression they had in game 1 as we're heading into game 2 with Fear and T-Panda.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel. And of course, heading over to Game 2, Gaming Gladiators up behind Team Secret, who are in the lead right now. Both teams, they've got some answers going in here and there against each other's and having that team synergy. But Fear, do you think there's something that is still unanswered on either side of these teams? Something that has and can completely go off check?
Maybe the Kunkka. That might be the one thing. This is a hero that I don't have a lot of faith in generally from the last patch. However, we did see it in the NA DPC recently go kind of ham, and I wasn't expecting that. It is known for its laning prowess. It has some good team fighting available with it as well. Can control the map. I think the mag response to Deuce is always good. A very easy skewer target backwards to isolate. You do have them power to allow the Slark to farm pretty quickly here. So yet again, I think Secret has a pretty good draft.
Yeah,
But so does Gaming Gladiators on the other hand.
3 heroes that benefit from the Empower too. So Secret, they have many various ways to find farm, find efficiency throughout the map, maybe even build a bit of a net worth lead above Gaming Gladiators. But I do like the point that the analysts brought up, which is the fact that Gaming Gladiators have to start Game 2 in the same way they played Game 1. It is Quinn with the supports, looking for kills, hunting, getting that bit of a snowball going your way, enabling Quinn's game, and being that threat. He was very dangerous with that Storm Spirit, mainly thanks to always having those action runes at his disposal. But you also want to bring in these supports. You've got this Bounty Hunter. You can build up a lot of money with those track kills. That benefits Quinn even more. And it allows this Beastmaster to ramp up faster into the game, hence leading on to the Medusa. It's a domino effect that Gaming Gladiators want to build off of.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a similar gameplay for Team Secret as far as their heroes go. It's going to be a little slower, actually, than last game for Team Secret, but on Gaming Gladiators, they're going to play much faster this game. Swapping in this Bounty Hunter instead of a Silencer, along with the Techies, gives you a lot more aggressive potential here to make things happen on the map. And Secret's going to be playing slower naturally because they do have the Magnus, they do have a Slark. Generally, these heroes are a bit slower than their counterparts of last game of the Axe plus the Bloodseeker. So we'll see if they can make something happen. Or Celery is looking for a first blood in the top lane here.
Attempting for it at least. They've got their 3 heroes stacked up. Needs to poke Crystallis a bit, forced out that early regen before he heads straight back towards that bottom lane and that twin gate. So they will get their early poke. And Tofu, especially on this Techies, like I can see openings where they could potentially just kill off the Pugna, or at least keep Puppey at bay the whole time. He's prepared with a lot of regen for this lane. 5 tangles, a Fairy Fire, a Healing Salve, and might just be even forced to bring in more.
I love to see. We have a different type of build here for Ace, though, so we're not going to have the Axe spam this time around, but he's going for the Boars, realizing Pugna is not a hero as well as Slark that can kill them, but boom in the bot lane. Just going to get harassed down a little bit.
Yeah, something that they do want to achieve with this bottom lane on the side of Secret is not allow Celery to basically just instantly zone them out. And there was interesting talk actually yesterday with talking especially about the NA games that we had, where we saw a change with level 1 build-up going Janata above Shadow Walk, even though Shadow Walk is the meta, but he's going to get pulled under the, not actually under the tower, very close to it though, but slowed up. Still able to get back to safety as the grenade does connect on both of Secret's offlaners.
Yeah, he used 2 grenades in this lane now. You can go whatever you want in Bounty Hunter. Most of the time you do want to go the Invis level 1, as you saw in that top plate. You can get a sneaky first blood in the opposite lane with a tri-lane, and then head to your lane and just try to make some more havoc there. But either way, he is level 2 already. No first blood quite yet, but it's been pretty close on both these side lanes already.
Also looking up these quick buys while Armel's in trouble. It might be a kill for Quinn potentially. Very low on the Kunkka there, but able to slash back onto Quinn. Couldn't quite get the kill with that Resonant Pulse not being used, but keeping Armel low is very important. Same time at the top lane, Tofu dropping very low. Well, you're going to be fine for the time being. No first blood yet.
Yeah, I'm really hard to decide what lane I want to pay attention to. Mid lane is neck and neck. Same with top lane and also bottom lane. There could be action everywhere. But let's check out the Lotus trade. Crystallis will get a Lotus, which is going to be huge. And the bottom Lotus is ripe for the pickings right now. Whoever wants to go get that.
Yeah, it's just definitely an observer's paradise, right? The full-on action in every single lane, so... Kill potential is all around. Secret probably running on a bit of a high from that last game. For those who missed it, or if you did miss it or watch it, the listen-in part at the end of the panel, there was very hectic comms coming out from Team Secret. So I was looking at a bit of these statistical differences between the two teams. And it is, in fact, Gaming Gladiators who have more calm and collective, more like smaller information, just what you need to know basis information. And they also have the lowest map pings and map drawings average out of the entire division. While Team Secret, They talk a lot. They ping a lot. Second highest, 279 average pings on the map. And that includes drawing and X's and normal exclamation marks. So that's a lot of stuff happening on the minimap for them.
That normally happens when you're a newer team, trying to figure out which voice is the voice that should be talking the most. And as a team is Gaming Gladiators. Oh, Puppy in the top lane. There it is. There's your first blood.
Tofu and Ace, they find an opening, and that is, yeah, indeed, without the wild access, just slowed up, getting nuked by sticky bombs and a blast off. And that's exactly what they were aiming for. Crystal is also going to be dropping fairly low, but he's got these raindrops that will soak up some of Tofu's abilities, and he doesn't actually have any extra any mana coming in on the courier. It's just a tango set with the magic wand.
Anyway, just to finish my point up about the communications you talked about, as all hell might break loose while I'm saying it, as it usually does. The thing is, like, when you're a more experienced team like Gaming Gladiators, you've won tournaments, everyone knows exactly what their role is on the team, so you don't have to speak about it very much. Whereas your team like Secret, coming in from Division 2, just recently lost your last series, probably not feeling like the best team here. There's a lot of room for improvement because you don't know exactly what is that magic key to victory. You got to keep playing, keep practicing, figuring it out, and then once you figure it out, naturally your team will probably just know who the in-game voices are, who needs to be talking, who doesn't. It's pretty natural for like newer teams to talk more, ping more, because they're just figuring it out. They're getting a feel for it.
Could just be the case. They were able to surprise Gaming Gladiators in game number 1, sneak away with a victory. And looking for a continuation and look for their first 2-0 as well, which would be quite remarkable considering the track record Gaming Gladiators has so far. But we only have 1 kill, and we have our 6-minute action rune spawning. Yamich is here to help out on one side, Tofu on the other. It is going to go for Team Secret this time, and we shall continue with Armel getting all the illusion runes. And we got a bit of a replay. I think this is on the Pugna kill. But just slowed up. A lot of nukes, a lot of burst. Easy catch.
1 kill, 6 minutes, not a ton of action here, but there's been lots and lots of low HP heroes on this map. And I think Armel has been in a position where he managed his resources so well, like coming near close to death and feel like he may have got bullied by Quinn on several occasions, but if Quinn couldn't land the kills on him, Armel was still getting the CS. Now, dominating the CS chart, farming it up, level 6, taking a rune away from the Void Spirit. We saw in the last game, Quinn got most all the runes. Now Armel is going to get the Illusion rune. Not the best rune for a Kunkka, but at least the Void Spirit doesn't have it.
Seems like it's the only rune he's going to be picking up in the course of this series. Game 1, pretty much the only rune he has was the Illusion rune.
Oh, what a really well played by Celery. They get both Wisdom runes.
Yeah, even if it comes with his life, that is totally worth for Gaming Gladiators. That extra experience flowing in the favor of their supports. It is Armel to pick up the kill, though, and now TPing straight back to mid. Well, Pugna coming in for a wraparound at the top lane. Crystallis is in trouble. Gonna need some backup that he doesn't get the fight back, and he's gonna pounce out too. That Nether Ward also drops down for Tofu. He's gonna have to chill for a bit, regenerate a little bit more. Slark is getting closer to level 6, so Crystallis' farming patterns are going to start activating at that point.
All the lanes are doing really well, though, here for Gaming Gladiators. And you have a Bounty Hunter, so that's good. The one thing I was afraid about from the last game was the fact that you had good lanes, sure, but you had timings you could play around, and that was basically it. Play around your item timings, play as 5. You were pretty passive until then. They weren't able to use that to full effect. But this game, they can play a lot more aggressive. Techies wants to get more aggro than a Wind Ranger would, and of course Bounty Hunter really wants to make something happen on the map, especially when he hits that level 6 timing.
Yeah, he's being super annoying right now, but Crystallis is also going to provide a couple hits onto Celery. This Bounty Hunter is super tanky already. He's got 9 armor at level 4, which makes this guy, you could say, unkillable, but they always find a way. They always find a way to kill these pesky heroes. He's very difficult to deal with right now, especially with all that physical damage on the side of Secret. Armel has rotated in, actually, and
I think they
scouts
got
out Celery, but here comes Ace and comes Quinn. They're looking for this Armel kill. He's got the rum buff, and they will finish off Celery in just a matter of moments. It is going to be Puppey and Crystallis to kill him off. And now turning around onto Quinn. Tofu trying to give some backup, slowing them down. But there's another Astral Step available, so that is Secret. Gonna come out with a kill from there.
Yeah, ended up punishing the bounty hunter. Both teams brought 4 heroes, which means Boom and Dyrachio are just going to be farming it up. Boom having a pretty good game, but Dusa having a better one. Dyrachio, he's going to be that Dusa in this particular game, looking to get to that point where he's completely unkillable, but you do have answers this game against Medusa. The Slark going into Diffusal Blade, also with the Essence Shift, stealing away some stats. Pretty good hero to play against Medusa here. But as long as the net worth doesn't get out of control here. But so good so far for Team Secret.
And they're definitely the supports now playing around Quinn. All 3 heroes basically stacked up here. Yamich to back up Armel. See what they can get with this one. Again, it's on the bottom half, and Quinn's going to take it. Has to use a double Astral Step to yeet that one right in front of Armel's face. And a haste rune picked up for him. Very scary rune as well for this Void Spirit to have.
Luckily, he did use the double step there, so he won't be able to use it for a little bit of time, which will give Secret some chances here to kind of read the play, knowing that it's going to take him probably another 30 seconds until he wants to make a play happen on the map. Chill out if you need to. Beastmasters went for a Vanguard this time. So he's on the Drums of Slom build. Not even going to bother with the Helmet Dominator this game, as I do see Crystallis, but these 2 heroes do not have the damage to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, Mines and Blast Off, you can get close, but not necessarily enough. So Tofu, Celery going to give up on the hunt, and Ace is going to get to push the wave, just forces the Slark back into the jungle. And Quinn's diving Yamich in mid, and he will get this one. Astral Steps with that haste rune, able to clear 1 kill for himself, and that's going to be Quinn's first kill too. Crystallis is somewhat low. Dark Pact already used, has to pounce away. He was holding up quite a long time.
Yeah, we got some stacking going on.
Look at
farming.
Dyrachio's CS, by the way. He's already averaging 10 CS per minute. 114 at 11 minutes. That's actually nuts. Like, completely free farm, uncontested, but that pace is sick.
Yeah, no, he's definitely farming really good, doing the greediest build possible, maxing both the split shot and the Mystic Snake, not even going for a point on the ultimate, having lower points in the mana shield. This man just wants to farm, and he's doing a really good job at it. It's definitely super scary here.
Oh, they found the bounty hunter, and the pesky hero finally spotted, maybe led down to his death as well. They do have a bit of vision for him and finish him off with a shadow poison. Looked like they just ran out of vision as he escaped under the tower vision, so luckily low enough for shadow poison to be enough for the kill.
And guess what rune Quinn just got again? A
he
DD
got
rune.
another
However,
rune, yeah.
you do
Surprise
have
Pikachu fan.
Yeah. Well, you do have Shadow Demon in this game. Maybe this is the adjustment they made. You can just purge off all the runes here, as they're going to make a smoke gank play. Bow is on cooldown. We'll see where they want to go with this. I do like Armel's build, going into that Heaven's Halberd here to try and disarm the Medusa later on in the game. But Ace
is right nearby.
This man's tanky. He's got a Vanguard and Ogre Club. But this is 4 heroes.
Tanky enough against 4 though? He's going to buy some time for Tofu to show up. Gets the blast off. It's still not enough for a kill. Beast is low. All the mines. Crystallis is super low. Quinn comes in for the snipe. And he's going to take the Slark away. So it is a 2-for-1 trade-off. But that is your carry down. While 1 carry is still hitting creeps on the other side of the map.
Yeah, his build really helped him get that return kill. If he went for the traditional Helm of the Overlord build, he probably wouldn't have it by now, but he'd just have a Dominator. He would have died easy peasy there, but they had to expend so much that they could just make that turnaround kill and kill Crystallis, which he's not too happy about for sure, because every death that you have on this Slark, you're going to feel further and further behind this Medusa here, who is completely unanswered. You have your Manta style online, going for a Butterfly now. They're even letting him get the Lotuses too. He's got a greater healing Lotus as Yamich goes down in the mid lane.
He does. Celery is also making his way towards middle. Puppy's going to be around, already being poked about, and Tofu going for the jump on the side as Quinn's fighting against 3 separate heroes with no way to escape. This Void Spirit seems to be going down. He needs 3 more seconds, but it's not going to be enough time for him as he's going to get brought back with the X mark. Armel getting the kill. And that also opens up the Wisdom Runes. Ace is going to get 1. Can Celery get there before Crystallis? I don't think so. Crystallis already pouncing in forward for it.
Middle tower is under attack.
No dust on him.
Oh, there's the
They
sentry.
got him, though.
They
There's a
got him.
sentry.
Good reaction from Yamich. Instant sentry into the disruption.
So these are definitely helping. These kills are much needed. Doing a really good job by Team Secret here, but still, you're getting massively outfarmed by the Sedusa. And I still think this grading healing Lotus, he's going to get 1 more of those Lotus on him, and then it's going to be the 900 mana, 900 HP Lotus, which is pretty much a cheat code for Medusa here to win a single fight. How are you going to burn through that much mana restored? 900.
Yeah.
It's only 400 right now, but he only needs 1 more Lotus to get it to the greater healing Lotus, or whatever it's called. I think it's still just called the greater healing Lotus, which makes no sense, but whatever.
Maybe we get a greater after that.
Greater Lotus, yeah.
Like 7-3-4 stuff.
Perhaps.
They're not going to indulge too much into the future.
But damn, this Dusa, man. She is so farmed. Just looking at the CS, 187 at 15.
Wild.
There's probably some records being broken with this, for sure.
I'm also feeling pretty confident about the pace is just crazy for Doracio right now. We'll have to see if that's going to be enough, at least. In terms of the current holding record, Yuragi with the Naga Siren, 17.7 per minute. So we're getting quite close to that. And this is an early game Medusa, by the way.
Secret
Setting
one
up
to
in for
defend mid
middle,
lane.
though. Boom, coming in, looking for that RP opportunity. They're stacking up for it. Blast off also not actually used at all. RP finally connecting onto Ace. And Ace is tanky. Crystallis has to back out. Boom might just be
He's got
dead.
the drums.
Track kills, and here comes Quinn. The big power battery, the big damage comes in and takes down the Magnus. But Armel's coming into action as well. X mark on the spot, gonna be catching Ace. And Ace just gets blown up by the magical damage. 1 for 1, both offlaners down, and Doracio, he wants a piece of this action too, so the Medusa taking part of this game. We're in this game, even Yamish trying to catch a disruption, gets some illusions going his way, but he's going to be caught as well by Quinn. Track coming out as well, they will see where he is and force him out. So even if they're making space for this tower to drop, Secret still feeling a bit iffy about can we still engage or not. They're so low, so they will have to let that tower fall. And Gaming Gladiators now 6,000 gold ahead.
Now, without the boat, I don't think they can really initiate there. They also have the cooldown on the reverse polarity. Magnus can't get into the fights just quite yet. Needs that harpoon. Ideally, it gets the blink dagger with the harpoon and drags Medusa into the middle of your team. Well, maybe not Medusa quite yet, just how farm this Dusa is. But if not now, when? That's going to be the
They
question.
found Kunkka in the bot lane. Armel gonna have to GP out. Can he get out in time? It's Celery to walk in between, but Quinn actually has the burst to take him out. Looked like a Shadow Walk could have potentially connected at the same time to cancel that TP, but Quinn finishes and gets the finisher kill. Big one as well, killing that Kunkka for the first time this game.
Much different game here, at least for now, net worth wise, than game number 1 here. Doracio still hasn't really... He has had 1 participation so far, and that was the mid lane there, but other than that, it's been, 17 minutes here. He's got a Manta style and nearly a completed butterfly as Yamich will go down. The whole map pretty much just belongs to Gaming Gladiators at this point.
Yeah, they're
You
playing
wanna
the map
farm.
super efficiently.
Yeah, like you want to farm if you're Secret, because you do have the Magnus, you do have the Sark, but you're just not getting the space to do so. Quinn is going to continuously run at you in this game. He's going for a Manta style of his own, which is interesting. I don't know if I've seen that build, but I guess with it being a universal hero, can add a lot of value.
Also the fact that Secret, like their lineup this game compared to the last one, just doesn't allow them to have that same type of tempo. They need more time to get that full efficiency out of it. They will find these pickoffs on supports, which is always something that they will welcome with open arms. But still, we can see like how different this game 2 is compared to the last one, where Doracio just keeps on farming, but they're not really losing any map control. Like, the only tower to fall is the bottom tier 1 on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and now they're looking at Roshan.
It's the story of like watching Gaming Gladiators. I've watched them for a long time now. A lot of us have. Their supports are the unsung heroes of this team. They're always the ones willing to die. You see them dying across the map, and as they're dying, they're building support items for their cores. Very selfless players in Tofu and Celery here, which I think is really the foundation of why Gaming Gladiators look so good most of the time, is these guys keep their core safe, not only by stopping smoke ganks, giving them positioning on the map, giving them vision, but also just the way they itemize is all for their cores.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, a team that looks good. And looks good. They got everything going on their side, but Secret gonna have to find some answers in the coming minutes. Slark heading over for that shard. I really like the theory craft Lacoste had with that mid-Ricky, but they've definitely been able to get a lot out of this Void on Quinn. Not being able to utilize Pugna or Shadow Demon. Could have sat into the game also pretty nicely.
You gotta have a special type of player to play the mid-Ricky, and that's not Quinn. Quinn's all about the mobility type mid-heroes. I mean, I guess Ricky technically is mobility if you want to look at it that way, but he likes his spirit heroes. Yeah, he always has.
He
Probably
does.
always will.
The Quinn spirit.
Yep.
Let's see what Secret
You already
can
know.
do.
Harpoon?
They've got the Medusa. The bubble comes out, so the skewer stacked up on top. That's not the way to do it, but he will lose some of his early mana.
They missed
Stone
everything.
gains the safety.
The bolt misses as well.
A symphony of mistakes.
This might be one of the moments where the communication might be a little too much.
Yep. Definitely. That did look like it a bit. A lot of spells used for Gaming Gladiators just to back away. Oh, they found Boom as well. Boom gonna get caught by the Remnant. No skewer for him. Has an RP. But he just needs the backup of his buddies to actually get benefit out of it. So he's trying to walk out, gets the RP onto 2. Puppy coming in with the damage. Crystal is diving in as well. Magnus very low on HP. They got the Torrent on a 2. Might be able to take down Celery. And also the Beastmaster very low on HP. But Quinn fighting against Armel. The backline. Ace trying to make a run for it. But he has that Aegis. And he will respawn. Come back into action. Celery already down though. Slark's going to be dropping very low on HP as well. But the blast off coming over. The Torrent catches the techies. So no blast off for you today. Puppy gets the kill on Tofu. And here comes Sriracha. Instant Decrepify coming out from Puppy, preventing this Medusa from getting that early damage out. Now Quinn, 5 more seconds for another Astral Step. Can they kill off Armel? That's a miss. The Halberd actually allowing him to live, but there goes the snipe from Quinn, and Ace falls to Boom, and Dyrachio coming in from the back as well. Crystallis, he pops down that little puddle of darkness and able to survive inside the Death Shroud. And Gaming Gladiators unable to get the carry kill, but that's a 3-for-1 plus Aegis going in the way of Secret out of that fight.
About as good of a fight as they could ask for there. Being able to take these team fights while Dyrachio is not there is the best thing they can do for now. They're still not addressing the Medusa problem whatsoever, but they are getting little things on the map where they can and taking these fights away from the Medusa right now. Well, 100% agree that's what they should be doing, because if Medusa was there to start that fight, it would have been a much different fight.
And it all starts off with Boom getting caught early. Look at how spread Gaming Gladiators are. They got 2 heroes on the top half jungle, not even participating in the fight. The Medusa's going to have a long route to get here, and I think Secret also recognized that too. Beautiful Torrent usage from Armel. He got 2 times, 2 heroes caught in the Torrent. One of them also cancelled out the blast off, which could have been very, very detrimental for them. He did get that connection out. It's a lot of damage plus a stun, and you see Tofu flying in the air. Poof! Watered up. And just gets blown up right after.
Watch, actually, he's just like milliseconds before landing with the blast. I don't think it would have hit anything, but it still looked pretty cool that the Torrent was able to cancel that one out.
Yeah, he blasted off on the Torrent.
There you go.
Going for a bit of a water park theme here, but Ace then again got caught, and Armel was sniped by Quinn at the same time. But now again, is this round number 2? I don't think so, or is it? Boom's going to get some regeneration and healing out from Puppy. Puppy could just sack his life to help out Boom. Boom gets out. Harpoon, RP gets the Celery Bounty Hunter onto the high ground, and he will definitely lose his life. So good plays coming out from Secret, saving their Magnus. It is Puppy. Big plays.
This is what they did in game number 1, and this is what they're trying to do here in game number 2 as well. Pick these defensive supports, try to save your cores. We're seeing the Pugna yet again with the Decrepify into the life drain, keeping Boom just alive. But at the end of the day, that was a defensive reaction made just to kill Celery. So still, Gaming Gladiators, they're okay with this. Ideally, they get that kill there, for sure. That was their plan. But they're putting themselves in a position where, regardless of the result of what happens there, it's still aggression for them, and it's still a net win.
Also,
no RP anymore, and Dusa still farming.
Yeah,
hopefully that's not the case for the whole game, right? Just Dusa never shows up, but I think there will be a timing for Dyrachyo where he shows up, and this game will get very interesting for Team Secret.
Yeah, and once Dyrachyo does start showing up, that means that Gaming Gladiators, they can play somewhat quite close to each other. It might set up for Magnus RPs, but there's so many counter answers to that. The techies could just blast off in. You're going to have to rely on Armel's torrents, I guess you could put it that way. Like, he's the one to counter out the techies, so gonna go down to a bit of luck and timing, or just pure prediction play.
Dyrachyo has finished the Daedalus. Maybe he's done playing Farming Simulator.
He's level 18.
Level 18 with Daedalus. Is it time to play Dota? Or do we need one more item?
Oh, the one item syndrome. Just one more. Just one more, guys. Pogna gonna get caught by Quinn. Almost getting soloed up too. Missing out on the sticky bomb, but the blast off hitting on the back line onto Armel. Quinn already finishes off Puppy.
That's an ideal target right there. We want to kill, if you're on Gaming Gladiators, these supports. They were unable to do that in game number 1, and they were just able to keep every single core alive. It's not going to be as extreme in this game, so I feel like their defensive capability is a little less. However, you are playing Void Spirit this game. This hero is a bit better than Storm Spirit at assassinating these heroes like Pugna and Shadow Demon. So as long as Quinn can get these jumps in on the supports, the fights could be good.
And a 1400 HP shield rune as well. So,
of course.
Guy's got over 4k HP.
Well, he also has, like, the shield from his Resonant Pulse as well. So shields on shields on shields over here. Maybe there's a Pavis for him, too, at some point. Nobody went for that this game.
I'm pretty sure Gaming Gladiators could come up with a GIF or something like that where Quinn's just holding a big shield. One of those Spartans holding that shield wall. Can Secret break through that shield wall, though? Slark getting hit by some mines. Drops down a half, but he's going to regenerate. He's happy with that. Harpoon Diffusal Blade, so no massive items yet. While that Medusa looks super, super scary, and 7,000 gold ahead. A full item and a half ahead of the Slark. There is room. There is room for Crystallis to grow.
Of course. There's definitely room for him to grow. And speaking of the shield, like, Team Secret's game plan is not to run into the shield. They want to play more of a scrappy game, get these pickoffs here as Tofu gets caught.
Yeah, he's going to be brought back to, even with the Harpoon for it just in case, but might as well. Stone Gaze used by Dyrachyo. Okay, this is actually pretty good for Secret. It's not just a kill, but it's a big ulti used. Medusa on the run, and with that smoke, they're going to be catching up as well. 5 seconds for Pounce to be available for Crystallis, but he caught an Invis Rune, getting hit by the Diffusal, but they got the sentry down on the ground. Medusa, where can you go? What can you do? Where did you go? Into the graveyard you shall return. And Dyrachyo, actually, that's his first death of the game, so a massive kill for Secret. One into an ulti, into the carry down, into a tower falling in mid. Just what Secret were wanting.
Yeah, I mean, 27 minutes of farming into a death there. It's pretty big. Are we going to see the same thing as we saw in game number 1 here? Just being over-aggressive on Gaming Gladiators. Secret playing, not defensively, but taking advantage that you're so spread out on the map here. End up killing Dyrachyo.
They can get
busting open the pinata there of gold. And maybe with this Roche, busting open the entire game.
And it does feel kind of wild in games where you have a 10 to 12k net worth lead and you're not actually even in the lead. Secret's going to be super happy with what they can gain and benefits in terms of if team fights are even against a bounty hunter lineup. It's always favoring the bounty for sure, but in Secret's case, you've got scaling on the Slark, still missing out on all these big items that they can get. The Empower buffing all these 3 big melee cores, Magnus, Slark, and the Kunkka. So much damage still unveiled.
I mean, if you look at Dyrachyo, he's not tanky. He has 1500 mana, which is not a lot, and he's got less than 500 HP. Because he chose to go for the aggressive route.
Alright, all the illusions brought to the high ground. And Crystallis finding himself quite alone here. He's going to start building up some stacks, both flying in onto Ace. Puppey coming in with the life trade. And that's an RP used just to make sure. And was actually hoping to catch Celery on the side, but he's able to dodge it. So an RP for a core kill, the cost of a support. Slark also getting an extra stack for himself. So Slark very happy with this trade-off.
And you have to wonder, from Gaming Gladiators, and is this worth it? They're continuously letting Dyrachyo farm, playing aggressively, giving kills away, and Secret, they don't want to make an aggressive move. They're waiting for you to come into them so they can get kills. And it's continuously happening here. You do have the Aegis, you do have the cheese on the Pugna. No RP though, so maybe with that RP usage they need to chill out a little bit and then go again. But I think you're in a comfortable spot now if you're Team Secret. You can start making aggressive play with this Aegis available and the cheese. Just need to wait
30
for
minutes
cooldowns.
now played out in this one, 11-16 and a 9k lead for Gaming Gladiators, but it doesn't really tell you the whole story. If you are just joining in, it does feel like Secret might be a tad bit ahead of Gaming Gladiators, at least in terms of how these drafts are working out.
Jim on
How their
Slark.
execution, yeah. There's your first proper defensive item on top of the Manta for the Medusa. That's the PKB now brought up for Dyrachyo.
It's a very interesting item build from Dyrachyo here. He's relying a lot on this evasion from the butterfly. But more than anything, this butterfly, unless you get lucky with the procs, is for damage.
Oh, they found
We also
Armel.
have the
They're going to be
Daedalus.
stacking up. Can they
Oh,
blow him
no.
up fast enough before the rest can show up? Yes, they can.
All right.
And Armel is down. And they also got the jump on Yamich, and that's going to probably lead into Puppey's death too. Blast off not quite on point, and boom. He's looking for a harpoon play. He's going to catch Ace and push him all the way between the tier 3 and tier 4 towers, and Crystal is going to be joining in the fight as well. The fight against the Beastmaster. Here comes Dyrachyo with that Mystic Gaze, or the Stone Gaze even. And they will force out Puppey, maybe even catching Crystallis. Yes, they can. That's the Aegis gone. They're going to have to force out buyback Secret. Just like that. Crumbling like a deck of cards. Now they're on the high ground.
Dyrachyo giving Quinn the tip there. He's got a DD rune, of course, there, making that all possible. With the Bloodthorn hidden for, 400, almost 600 damage, actually, a hit there with that DD rune activated. Pretty balanced there. Yeah, Dyrachyo tipping him because he's realizing, never mind,
Oh, but he
something's
caught
happening.
Boom this time, but he's got his BKB. He's doubling up to the RP, connecting onto 2, but where's the damage? Is it going to be sufficient? Crystallis, he's dying inside his Death Shroud. And Boom to fall as well. And just like that, it all comes apart. Secret. Deaths and diebacks and buildings lost, and Gaming Gladiators got themselves the beautiful start for a fight. It all starts off with Armel getting caught in mid, and they can't get there in time to back him out. They've been saving Boom over and over again with Puppey, with Yamich being around, but this time Armel falls, the supports die, and suddenly enemy is inside your base, and you just lost 2 lanes of racks. That's a 16,000 gold team fight, by the way.
It was a big one. You think the Medusa's across the map, so you're safe. That 25k net worth Medusa, but end of the day, it was all Void Spirit in that fight with the DD rune, with the itemization of the Manta, Bloodthorn, and Echo Saber. I think it ended up two-shotting Yamich there on his Shadow Demon, and this is supposed to be a tanky Kunkka. He didn't look very tanky when he jumped on them. Medusa wasn't even there. Quinn really burst in the damage here in this game.
And off to the last lane of racks as well. Dyrachyo leading the charge. Already down to half mana. Yamich looking for illusions. Quinn jumping this. He's straight away. Gonna get skewered into the action. Gets caught by the bolt stun. Quinn very low to HP. He's down. He's gonna be falling, and that's a big kill they can get. And Ace is gonna be probably the next on the list. And that's going to be 2 gone on the side of Gaming Gladiators, but they can't get to the rest. So Secret successful with their defense. A lot of experience, a lot of gold going for them.
They have no problems clearing out these mega creeps either. Super creeps, whatever they're called right now. Super melee creeps. So we'll call them super creeps. So they have no issues with this. They have Magnus, they have Kunkka, they have Sark who can do it as long as he's empowered. You got to be careful feeding away these kills here. You still have a pretty big uphill battle here for Team Secret. You're going to need to win maybe 2 or 3 or more of these fights until you feel like you're in full control. But it's still a possibility. The dream is real. It is alive. If they can get another kill here while the other cores are dead.
It's been a very long time since we've seen Secret play on this side of the map.
Oh, don't worry. They'll go back to their side of the map as soon as Ace and Quinn respawn.
Oh, yeah. That's...
Just a quick vacation to just check out the radiant terrain. But they'll go back soon.
Yeah, forget about your worries for like 2 days, and then you come back to the miserable life. You go, oh, here we go again.
Oh, boy.
Well, in this case, it's just how the course of this game is going. But they have answers. They have tools.
They do. They just need as you notice, like, they're not really the aggressors ever. I'd like to see it at some point. I'm not sure when that point will be. It's hard because if you look at Ace's item build, if you look at Quinn, and even Dyrachyo, they're so tanky at this point, especially Ace. Octarine, Shiva's, Heaven's Halberd with the Aghanims. They can kill him, as we do see in these fights, but it takes a lot. And when that Shadow Dance does run out, Sark is all of a sudden vulnerable. So if they can outlast Sark's Shadow Dance, and all 5 heroes are present for Gaming Gladiators, then Gaming Gladiators are definitely in a good position to win the fights. But if not, Sark can play the Sark game, as Crystallis does find Celery here.
And it's just the stuff that Crystallis enjoys, you know, building up stacks from a lone hero. There's another lone hero in the area. It's Tofu, but he goes the other way around. Won't be able to spot him in time. And there, Anti-Crystallis. Uh-oh, he's trying to channel that teleport. Not gonna happen.
They got the gem.
They let him cook.
Yet again, Tofu and Quinn making the big plays on the map here. I guess Celery as well.
It really has been just Quinn and the supports.
Pretty much. I mean, Ace has been doing what he should be doing, just being tanky. Dyrachyo?
Oh, boom.
Oh, BKB.
Can't quite catch him there. BKB and Stone Gaze both used up, and Armel can't get close enough for an X mark. Crystallis also following up. Boom coming in with that skewer, trying to close in the distance. Has a blink available. He's spotted the enemy. Gets the slow and shockwave onto Techies, onto the bounty. Quinn coming in as well. They got the Yules to throw the Magnus into the air. And they're still trying to run away. Techies gonna get caught by the boat. Not actually caught by the boat, but caught by just the other control Secret has. So they will get Tofu. That's all about their getting. Good disengage from Gaming Gladiators.
They want Roche. That was a buyback from Crystallis. They need to get this Roche on. Crystallis, with no buyback available into this fight. The Hawk does see this. Gaming Gladiators are going to stick around.
Yeah, it's a must-have. They're already coming without the smoke. Doesn't
Quinn's
matter.
got a BKB available.
Oh
So
no, it's
wanna
not going to be fast enough. It's not going to be fast enough. Quinn is going to go in with the BKB, already catching 4 heroes in the middle. Stark just bashed up by Roshan. Oh, Roche is helping Gaming Gladiators take this one as they finish off the Stark for 100 seconds. Puppy on the run. Quinn's going to be following him down. Double kill for him. Armel to drop as well. Dyrachyo just chasing the Kunkka down. And there we have it. We are going to a Game 3. Secret have to forfeit this one. Gaming Gladiators bring up the tie.
There was a lot of glimmers of hope there for Secret, but at the end, Gaming Gladiators kind of controlled the game from the beginning. They got really far ahead. Dyrachyo super farmed on this Medusa, clearing the whole map here, and Quinn's Void Spirit, man, they didn't have an answer for it. I think when you're playing against Quinn and the heroes that he likes picking for himself, you gotta have better rune control in Team Secret. Like, he's picking up every single rune in the game. You got the first rune, some illusion for that, but he's getting DD runes, controlling the whole map, being a complete terror for the side of Team Secret here, and I feel like they really adjusted their strategy and focused down these supports much better in this game number 2.
Well, the panel called it. The game went just as it was supposed to. Quinn and the support boys bringing in the victory for Gaming Gladiators, and we are going to game number 3, but of course, back to the panel to break it down.
we get to have a little bit more of a chat about this game number 2 because T, I mean, it went all the way through. First of all, we're already worried because Medusa being picked up there, but yeah, Quinn on Void definitely popped up in the strength of the supports with Bounty Hunter and Techies too.
Yeah, it was just so obnoxious to play against, right? Like already we're joining the highlights at minute 14. Dusa, Void Spirit up top, and kind of the gang just is Quinn. Yeah, Quinn dies here. It's unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter because I think every time you tune into a highlight, it's going to be Quinn jumping in, setting the pace of the fight, and just dictating everything. And meanwhile, Dirachu just happily free farming on top. Yeah, Secret didn't really have an answer to either of these two big calls.
Yeah, I will say there was an amazing display from Secret and high ground defense though, Lacoste.
Yeah, sure. Every single time there is something that can displace a hero. This time around it was Magnus, but yeah, Team Secret seems like they're playing better with each game. I gotta give them credit for that. I also need to unlock the power of these universal heroes, mostly Void Spirit. There's a couple of things that Quinn does when he plays this hero is he like tends to get like these items that gives him damage, Pupil's Gift as well. Also skipping level 10 talent, not getting more than 1 point in Dissimulate. So the more stats you have, the more damage you have. And the Gaming Gladiators, I think they realized this early on that you need to play around the runes because every single time there's going to be a different rune spawn, so you can kind of know like which one is going to be at least the last one. And having a hero like Void Spirit who does have a built-in shield and also holding a shield rune, he's unkillable. He's sitting at like 4,000 HP 20 minutes into the game. You just cannot burst this hero. It's impossible. And also picking up double damage on universal heroes, like you have 500-600 damage. It's nuts.
Yeah, it really is. Normally I pose the question to you guys of who we want as MVP or who we think it was, but I don't think there is any deliberating for this. We may as well just throw Quinn up there on the Void Spirit for MVP for so many reasons that we've highlighted that he's been able to really propel Gaming Gladiators in this game too, and of course force them to be playing at game number 3 now, but 13-5, 81, we may as well round it up, right? 82% kill participation and a lot of hero damage there, T.
Yeah, again, like these stats are incredible, and I think if anything, it boils down to more Secret's drafting style. It will always allow opponent mid laners, if they are on these elusive backline jumpers with damage, to shine, because Secret, they often draft without this consistency of lockdown, and they rely on like 1 or 2 kind of players to step up, right? And in this game, right, you got SD Pugna. In a game that they win, they'll look incredible because there'll be free casting spells on the backline. But because they can't free cast their spells, and you have Quinn on this Void Spirit, going for this like Echo Saber Manta, universal hero damage, going for the Orchid into Bloodthorn, so he can, let's say, jump Pugna but silence the SD, like, he is going to thrive in these fights. And I think it's more for Secret to think about their bans a little bit more, because if I have to power rank, like, Void Spirit, Storm, Puck is like the big 3, it'd probably be like Void Spirit first, Puck second, Storm third. And maybe they think about that as well going into future games. It's like, I don't think casually allowing Void Spirit through when you're picking up Pugna is...
I'll add to it, Kunkka placed number 130. 130. For the love of God, stop picking this hero. I don't remember seeing the last time that this hero won the game. Sure, he looks good in the laning stage, like having CS, is unkillable, shows a couple of fights. The problem with the hero is like itemization. He doesn't have the perfect item to go for. Before it was like Armlet, maybe a BKB. Like his second item, I don't feel is as impact, just doesn't fit his profile, doesn't fit his kit. If you like want to go in damage, get a Shadow Blade or something, just you're unable to deal damage, especially in the late game. So you're more like kind of a aura builder, or like getting this Aghanim Scepter, maybe buying a Hex for the team. In some of the games, I think Kunkka can work, but I also remember some of the stats from Lima Major. He was sitting at 10% win rate, picked 10 times. The hero hasn't been changed much since then, and it feels like in a lot of situations for teams, it's like, oh, it's a good Kunkka game. I know what I'm playing against. I'm going to dominate the matchup, but for the game, it just feels lackluster.
Yeah, no, a lot of on-paper theory works really well for Conquer, his toolkit, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it is that, in fact, in-game, that middle timing and what sort of effect he really has there. So a lot down to draft for Secret. They had it figured out in Game 1, a little left to be decided in Game 2. So let's see what's going to happen in Game 3 as we come back from this break. now blessed with a game number 3 between Team Secret and Gaming Gladiators. We've touched on the issues Secret had for their draft there. I think it's been a great adjustment from Gaming Gladiators in game number 2. But Lacoste, what else outside the Conquer or some other issues you really found with Secret that you think they're able to change up for this game 3?
I mean, first game they got the comfort heroes, even though in the second game they also got like Slark on the 7th pick. I think Gaming Gladiators kind of forced them to pick heroes that they didn't want to. Most of these heroes were kind of response to what Gaming Gladiators were doing. And I always love when teams are doing that, when they're like in control of the draft, where you're like controlling the tempo, in which direction the heroes are gonna go, and defending their own heroes. But Team Secret, I said it already, with each game they seem to be playing much better, I would say. Their first series against Team Liquid, they looked okay. In the second series against Gaming Gladiators, first game looked good. Second game also, maybe I have slightly lower expectations because they came from Division 2, but I need to see more. But I like what I'm seeing. You know, there's some stuff to be improved, of course, but Team Secret, if they keep playing like this, they can definitely take the game at least from any team, I would say.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. T, what are you contemplating over there, though? I see that.
I'm just trying to decide if I want to see Secret play another Pugna game.
True.
I mean, they are second pick again, so potentially this like Pugna +1 is an option. It's more they pick Pugna and they're going down this like no CC support and enabling type lineups, right? And it's like it's cool to see in game 1 where it's like this Lich Pugna, the unkillable frontline. Game 2, of course, you mentioned it already. The Void Spirit picked it apart. So it's like if Secret go down this route again, I don't mind it. We've seen it succeed. We've seen it fail. They just need to, I guess, respect the weaknesses of it and make sure they do ban out, let's say, this one Void Spirit, right? But again, hindsight's very easy to say, it was the Void Spirit's fault. There will be a plethora of heroes that can replace the Void Spirit. But I think Secret's at least doing this strategy where other teams maybe aren't doing it as much yet, is this kind of double no control supports, but they do so much in the fight if they aren't, jumped on.
There's one hero left in the pool that, like Pango, it just sticks out so much, and Gaming Gladiators, they're baiting for it. If you want to pick it now. Otherwise, we most likely are going to get it and then protect it in the second phase. For now, opening up with Techies, no real surprise there. This hero has been amazing so far. He has won the second game and just feels...
Lacoste.
Yes.
Quick point. Are you ready for the Chad puppy move? Bloodseeker and Pango from second.
Bloodseeker's
banned.
Oh, it's banned? Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't see. All right, back to you, Lacoste.
I was so ready to be on your side and everything for it.
I was staring at the right-hand side of my screen. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You got me hyped up there for a moment.
I was hyped myself.
Yeah.
I literally didn't see the Bloodseeker. I was like, okay, this is a puppy thing to do, Like you're against Gladiators, and then I didn't see the ban, and now I'm a schmuck. I'm an idiot. Okay.
The way you said it, I thought you were going to say, by the way, you were muted this whole time. We couldn't hear anything you were saying. But, yeah.
Well, we just sat here hoping you were saying something.
We're actually that in sync. We were politely just going, yes.
Yes, good point, Lacoste. Yes.
Sorry, as you were saying about Techie, sorry, Lacoste, I did interject.
Yeah, I don't know. I've said a lot of things about techies in general the last couple of days, last couple of weeks as well. Seems super strong. Just a hero that does allow you... One thing about techies is also that he protects Roshan areas, especially at the mid-late game where he's planting the mines. You know where they're going to come from. He's a really good hero against the smoke at the later stages of the game. Just does everything so well. If you kill Roshan on one side, especially Radiant side, it's relatively easy to protect it. With techies, you plant one observer ward on the high ground. You have this building that you can TP to that cannot be taken out to the new outpost. And Team Secret going for the same heroes, pretty much Pugna and Axe. They didn't get their hands on the Bloodseeker because it's banned. So let's see. I do love the Pango still. Against Pugna, he can jump the backline. I mean, also if they want to go for I don't know if they want to go for Void Spirit straight away, or maybe thinking about Ace's hero, because I think a lot of offlaners will get banned out in the second phase.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm doing a quick check on Axe here because, guys, this is 3 games now where Secret has picked it in one. They banned it themselves, where we haven't really seen Gaimin pick it up, right? So I'm checking the other regions to see if there's like some prolific Axe player or team that has really just installed this idea into Secret. And when I look
I
at
feel like if anyone else is playing it, it has to be Eastern Europe. Like in my mind, that region like always likes playing Axe, even when it's significantly out of meta.
I remember seeing a game when Spirit played one Axe at least.
Yeah, so it's 1 win from Army Genius's Mansion, where they won with it. Bet Boom has also played it and won with it. And then that's it. There's been not a single game. So only 2 Axe games.
Okay, it was
and then
Bet Boom.
Secret.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
pure
So this is the
who played.
4th Axe game out of all regions right now. In my quick, frantic Googling, so maybe there's 1 or 2 I've missed. But still, it's like, this isn't a hero that we're seeing, like, picked a lot, banned a lot. It's a very, like, sleeper hero. But clearly Secret has a lot of faith in it. Because not, like, you know when a team respects a hero, when they're also banning it against teams. Because it's like, if they have a clear idea of it, they know what it's good against, right? So the fact that Secret is even using bans for it, they're something to think about. So yeah, maybe we'll see it more in this game and start unpicking it. But yeah, it's cool to see heroes potentially start rising up a bit more out of the meta.
Could be one of those heroes that rises, but that's all pretty much that rises.
gets
And
cold.
he's his win rate doesn't rise at all. I don't know. I think I have to see more, but it seems like much more difficult to execute compared to some other offlaners, I would say. Like you need to have good jumps, and also we didn't see Axe go like pa 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 with his ulti, multiple dunks. It's usually just like 1 dunk, and that's about it pretty much.
Gladiators turn to ban.
I'm looking at these bans as well, and Gaming Gladi is really going hard in on this carry pull. I mean, Bloodseeker, Monkey King, Slark, Terrorblade. I don't even know what, what Morphling next. Really go into Chrysalis's comfort here and take it out.
Yeah, what does he have left to play?
Razor, there's gonna be 1 left.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah, true. Chrysalis is like the ATF of the carry role. You know, he has got like 4 or 5 absolutely like godly specialty heroes.
Banger.
And then it's like, we're in for an interesting one, you know. But it's what makes these players so damn good. But there we go. There's another old school Chrysalis special. Even Puppy's giggling. He's like, Husker. All right, fair play.
It can also be played from mid lane, so I could see Gaming Gladiators picking up something like Ember Spirit. I mean, Void Spirit's always on the menu for Gaming Gladiators. I do like this Oracle ban from Secret, because it does allow you to stay on the same HP, and then Axe can't really kill you if you use it prematurely. And of course, having an ability to dispel things. So,
Yeah.
will ban out Ember and get Pango for themselves. So Gaming, they probably saw this one coming, because Pango was still in the pool. The hero is, again, broken. So you need something. Ember, one of the better heroes, I would say, in the lane against Pango overall. So let's see how they respond. There's still potential, like Puck, of course. You
Just go with the Void Spirit, surely.
Void
It's like Void Spirit +1. You've already got the Mag to empower you. You like the Mag techies is such a strong lane together, because you've got like Shockwave spam, the bomb spam. You throw some Void Spirit to like come in as well and gank a bit. Yeah,
The only
there you go.
reason I don't like Void Spirit is there's not going to be a kill in the mid lane. Pango with the shield crash, Void Spirit with his own shield. Like, you don't need to look at this matchup, because nobody's going to die, pretty much. But on the good side, Magnus, of course, with Void Spirit. This time around, it's going to be even a better one with Empower, so you will have more damage. I feel bad for this Pagana already.
I mean, they could still go for some like Silencer 5 here, some like casual dude. They could also go for like Crystal Maiden to maybe set up for a more aggressive carry to take the fight. I think the CM enables the three heroes with the aura quite nicely. But no, I think like CM or Silencer are like the big two for me. Yeah, both provide laning presence and something within the game.
I'm still down for Enchantress as well, just to have Dispel against Pugna, against Shield Crash as well. One of Celery's better heroes overall, having pure damage against Axe in the lane. But yeah, I think Silencer also works out nicely that you mentioned it, because there's no real follow-up on the Axe jump, something that they did pick in the first game. Didn't work out completely, because like the whole team composition wasn't like as good, but this time around I feel like you can't get away with it.
Yeah, for gaming at least, it's like, oh, okay, they go for Phoenix. It's like they have a lot of heroes that if they get jumped, they have ways to survive, right? Like even Phoenix now, like all 4 heroes have a mobility spell, and there's one Axe Cool and Rolling Thunder. So if they aren't perfectly CCing, they're gonna blast off away, skewer away, step away, dive away. You know, like everyone's gonna just disengage.
They might.
The Secret need to layer some stuns.
They might need to get like something like a Snapfire, because right now these 3 heroes can't really kill an egg. Puppy did play Snapfire before. I don't think you can get away.
Just silence themselves if they want to.
Sure, yeah.
It's not a stun, but it's just shh, please don't run away now. You know,
because it's a really good Phoenix game. Having someone to like provide you with healing on top of Axe Jump as well, and maybe also like deal the damage to the, because they are grouping around. Good way to counter Rolling Thunder. You pop an egg, he can't really go in and take the fight. GG has much better team fight overall with these 4 heroes that they picked.
Gaiman Gladiators turn to
There's that snap that you guys talked about. I do like that you've hyped up Gaiman's team fight this time around, because it felt like with that similar lineup that Secret had in game 1, that's what they really capitalized on, was the fact that Gaming weren't able to take any sort of team fight. And it's a similar feeling the way that Team Secret are drafting right now, and Gaming have already counted so much of that.
Looking at the hero pool, at least the carry hero pool, they might need to play Intelligence Hero as a carry, considering most of them got banned out. Yeah.
Yo, we're gonna get every. Oh, that's actually perfect. How often do you get to see all bans just for the carry?
Not often. What's left in the pool? I think we need to dive deeper, get something. I think Templar Assassin is the one that's gonna be rising.
Oh, I don't know. Into some Phoenix and mag repositioning.
All right, give me something better. Give me.
Am I just saying carry heroes or Chris?
Yeah. I was gonna say, what's here? Does have to be a Chrysalis, carry hero, and also intelligence. You guys were saying, right?
Yeah. I mean, Secret is last pick, right? So they're gonna also get a little bit of a see all before they do anything. And I mean, Jug's still technically up there, but into some mag with the RP, that will always be a constant threat.
There we go.
The elusiveness as well can be quite annoying. Still a little bit skeptical. Right, let's see how Gaiman rounds out their draft and then try and pick one of the few carry heroes left.
Some of these illusion carry heroes for Team Secret can't really work out because there's mag on the enemy team. Like they have really good heroes clearing AoE.
Even Secret's throwing in some carry bans. What's that? Fuck it, let's join the mix. So
That is
1, 2.
all carry. Yeah, I was gonna say all on the side of game in the Bloodseeker, Monkey King, Slark, TB.
11
I guess
total
Husker.
carry bans in this game. 11.
That's a wood.
That's a lot of bans.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe it's time to bang out some troll.
We're getting desperate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we-
we're getting
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have to
desperate.
get that desperate? Like, there's still like Naga, which some teams prefer, still in the pool. I already talked about the Chrysalis Morph that's there. Like, I'm not too sure if you want to play them either, but Troll.
We'll see where Gaiman go, right? Like, Gaiman have... So what do they need? They got... I mean, they can still technically do the mag carry if they wanted to, if there's some, like, super insane ace hero they're thinking of. Yep, there you go.
That super insane Beastmaster.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It is super insane, but they just do mag carry. He can get tanky pretty quick, so he can at least eat through some of that axe counterplay.
It has to be troll for Team Secret. Not even kidding. The anti-synergy between him and Pugna, this has to be the game to pick it. Just to meme it up a little bit more. I mean,
Why Troll over like anything else? Like, there's still like a Jug there, or I was about to say Lifesteal, but no, that's taken out.
egg hitter.
You stand the mag.
Yeah, there we go.
And there's the troll, yeah.
Alright.
God.
We
I don't know. I don't know how happy I'd be if I was, drafting and I'm looking at the bands and I'm like, all right, carry player, could you please tell me your like 12th most favorite carry in this scenario, please? Because the other 11 have been removed from the game. Like, we're going with like the 12th most confident carry pick on last pick. To be fair, it will lane well against Beastmaster. It's just one of those heroes that is just going to get kited. You got Taser from Techies. repositioning a mag, egg from the Phoenix as well, the roar through the BP. Like, I am a little bit worried for this troll, even though it is a last pick, that it isn't going to be that perfect game.
Whenever I sense the troll pick, I know the team lost already because they ran out of options. In the last game, they had Pugna. They had Kunkka as their last pick, which was kind of a meh. And this one is troll. I don't like it. I think it's going to be a relatively easy game for Gaming Gladiators. Again, Void Spirit. I think I might say that this is like the strongest hero right now, especially when paired up with Magnus.
Yeah. Any other last thoughts quickly, T, that you want to share?
I just don't like teams who pick Void Spirit, because it's like, I look at it and go, how do we need to counter this with stuns, and you got to pick stuns, so it's just annoying, and I don't blame
Dirty
them.
gaming.
They want to win. They want to go Bali. Bali's a beautiful country, great food and great weather. So I don't not like them that much, but it's just annoying to look at, and I'm sure they'll probably win again.
All right. Well, look, we've stacked the odds against Secret before, and they've been able to prove us wrong. We've seen them definitely take on some great feats. We'll see if Game 3 is going to be that for them, or if Gaming Gladiators are going to close out this series as it's game number 3 with Fear and T-Panda.
Thank you, Nat, T, and Lacoste, as we head over to the final game, the decider between Gaming Gladiators and Team Secret. And we also get to see our first troll for West Europe, a third in total for all of DPC. Do you think that since we've seen some of the best performances from Gaming Gladiators and some really good performances as well from Team Secret, maybe shift the balance a bit with these drafts into Game 3, Fear?
Oh, you never know. I think this, for a troll game, this is a good one. You're playing versus the Beastmaster in lane. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Beastmaster do something similar to last game, where he goes for like the drums build, the drums of Slom, that is, into like a Halberd Crimson Guard. That's just really good versus the troll scaling wise, because if you can kite him out, make sure he uses his whole ult and doesn't kill your entire team, that hero just runs out of gas pretty quickly. Has a good carry-to-carry matchup against the Magnus. It can kill the egg. There's a lot of good things it can do in this game. Also can root the Void Spirit. So, as far as the last pick troll goes, this is one of the better ones, so I am optimistic for that.
But the panel also talked about Game 2, Gaming Gladiators potentially forced Secret to pick heroes they weren't too comfortable with in terms of what they really wanted. And now when you're looking at, I'm looking at this Phoenix pick in particular in that second phase. Do you feel like Secret were like, oh, we have to answer this somehow, and they went Snap and they went Troll, even though it is a pretty good Troll game in terms of the lane and the counters you are up against in this game, but do you feel like Gaming Gladiators had a tiny edge in that second phase of the draft and it just kind of crumbled towards the last pick of this Troll?
I don't think Secret's draft crumbled at all in this game. I think their draft is pretty good. They're lacking maybe a little bit of team fight, but not even that much. I'd say these drafts are fairly even. It's going to come down a lot to, can Armel get runes in this game? I want to see Armel not only just get his farm, which he's been good at in all these games. We saw his puck, the game that he won. He was very quiet in the early game. Very, very quiet. He popped off later on into the game. I want to see him have a more explosive early game, them shut down Quinn a bit more. Don't allow him, like Quinn, to get on top of this Pugna in the fights. Just control Quinn in this particular game, and it should be good. Let Chrysalis farm, have Armel be able to control the tempo of the game. Then you're setting yourself up for success here if you are Team Secret.
Yep. Like game 1 in particular, I feel like Quinn was playing a stellar game, just not enough for a win. And Armel, he was playing really good in that game too. I feel like that was one of his better Kunkka performances in a sense of how he was able to dictate fights in terms of a very even game. Still playing from behind, of course. Gaming Gladiators were very far ahead, but it didn't feel like it at all. And then it just came down to one singular team fight that cost Secret the entire game because it started off with Armel getting caught in the mid lane. I agree. I want to see an explosive start for him and see the Armel that we are always used to seeing. That scary dominator. Put the fear into Gaming Gladiators as well, because it's definitely one of the strong perks this team has, and that is Armel just running around wild on the map.
Yeah, and outside of that as well, I want to see a bit more of this Magnus carry. We do see a lot of Magnus in the offlane with the Harpoon build. Probably will still go Harpoon anyway, just because of how good the item is on Magnus. But how's it going to scale? We all know Duracho, he loves playing his heroes that can farm really fast. The Medusa, one of them, the Terrorblade, now picking up a Magnus. Name of the game for him is getting lots of farm on the board here, so it should work pretty well. Combo's great with the Phoenix as well, so I want to see what Dyrachyo can do in the mid game with this hero, or is it just going to be like his standard performances, just kind of farm it up and then join the team whenever he feels like he's ready.
So far, looking at the side lanes, Beastmaster getting off to a pretty good start. Ace already up 9 last hits compared to the 5 in Crystallis, and also being zoned out. The Techies bombs and the axes from Ace just keeping the troll at bay. So is also the Pogna. He did drop fairly low, but now maybe they have a small opening to force out Tofu from the lane. He's out of regeneration too, but in the bottom lane, Dyrachyo standing his ground pretty well. Axis also forced out for another salve. No empower points yet, so gotta be careful about that shockwave skewer.
He wants to try and get him on the tower if he can, but he should be fine in this lane against him as a Magnus. High base damage, yet again, universal heroes, good heroes in Dota right now, so I won't really be too worried about his laning stage. It's really going to be the mid game, as per usual. Phoenix doesn't make many rotations. Techies can, Void Spirit can. Same with the supports on Team Secret. You want levels. You need the Mortimer's Kisses online around the time that Pango's ready to play on the map. So hopefully at that 7-minute mark, we'll see if we can get the Wisdom Runes online. Going to be super important in this game. Very level-dependent supports yet again.
Also with these mid laners and their rotations, probably going to be one going and the other following right after. So either Quinn or Armel will find the upper hand, depending once those rotations are going to start kicking in. Top lane Tofu and a bit of a chase by Crystallis and Puppey. Or more like them chasing Tofu.
Yep, just chasing him out here. Puppey being annoying and spamming that ward off cooldown on the ground there whenever he has the opportunity. Not the strongest laner, Pugna, but Troll is quite a strong laner, even though they're not winning the lane. And a lot of it has to do with Ace. He is going to go for that build. He's going to skip the Helm of the Dominator here, go straight into the Mana Boots for the Axe spam, into the Crimson Guard, potentially, and maybe the Drums of Slum. We'll have to see which direction he wants to go. Tofu?
They're gonna kill him towards the mid. Armel will be the one to drop first, so big move coming in from Tofu, getting the first blood for Gaming Gladiators, and most importantly out of the mid, while Quinn, he's just been chilling in the lane, getting more and more XP, closing up to level 6 now.
That was huge. Tofu making the rotation, ended up killing the enemy mid laner solo, by the way. Quinn didn't even have to help. He's just gonna sit there and CS this whole duration here, gonna pull even further ahead in this mid matchup. Good laning stage so far here for Gaming Gladiators, as all 3 of their cores are ahead in the net worth now at 4.5
And he talks about these rotating supports that Techies is definitely the one that can, and he goes straight to help out the Void Spirit for that 4-minute rune, and that leading into a kill. It couldn't have gone better for them.
And Troll is a hero that's supposed to be bullying the Beastmaster, but he's not even winning his lane. Part of it has to do with that Techies is such a strong laner, but Tofu
gonna have to battle it out a bit. Ace, he's trying to get enough regen from the Ring of Hell, but Crystallis, can he get this kill? Yes, he can, even with the blast off the stun coming in. That right click was already sent. And Crystallis will get a kill for himself and punish that Beastmaster a bit. Maybe even a kill on Tofu as well. Big wand heal, though. It's gotta be enough to keep him alive and sustain in the lane for a bit longer.
That was a much needed kill there for Crystallis, as he wasn't even winning this trades there, but he's gonna get spammed out on the Techies back. Every time Techies does leave this lane, they have an opportunity to go on the Beastmaster, so Tofu has to be very careful on choosing where he wants to go on the map, because Ace isn't quite ready for him to just leave him, not until his Vanguard, which is coming soon. He does have money for it, if he wants to go that route, or perhaps he wants to save up for the Arcane Boots. We'll have to see.
Also in mid, Armel, he is fairly low right now. He's going to need this next action rune, but of course you guessed it, Quinn's going to be making his way towards it, even though Tofu has to take it away until Puppey goes for the deny. And this Techies can just go ham right now. He's going to be following Puppey all the way through. Going to have to dodge this sticky bomb. Where does Tofu throw it? Nice little wiggle waggle there from Puppey. Should be able to walk out.
He's got another one. Is he going to chase him? No, alright. Not worth the effort there. Tofu getting the power rune there, pretty big. Showing up for every rune here, gonna come to the mid lane here. Roll is available. Guess he's just dropping some vision for now, but him zoning out Puppey there will allow Ace with this Vanguard to continue to farm up here. And we're seeing similar things from our Magnus here, just continuously farming these 2 camps behind here. He was doing this with Adusa last game. He's going to now do it with the Magnus. He has found out what heroes he wants to play and how he wants to play. And it is farm, farm, farm as he is continuously stacking as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And it has been working so far. Like his CS statistics have been really high. He went top 3 performance so far in this West European DPC in terms of last hits per minute. So he wasn't able to beat Uragi's. No, there was another. I don't quite remember. There was another Medusa performance that did go a bit higher. He was on a fantastic pace with the Medusa last game. Already got a knack of it, you know, warmed up with the last hit tutorials.
And that's just the type of heroes he's playing, right? As Celery?
That's a good
Able to
dodge as
juke
well.
a little
Armel,
bit.
yeah, it should be completely fine. TPing
Oh,
out
that
as
was
well,
beautiful.
just chilling. Meanwhile, in mid, Puppy is in trouble, but should be able to live.
And they're going to give up the 8-minute rune for that play. Don't even get the kill on the Phoenix there. Really well played by Celery there, using the beam there to get back into the terrain. So there was no real roll angle there for Armel. He tried, but they just couldn't get him. And now...
Just using Icarus dive on
Oh,
impassable
Armel might
terrain.
get the haste. Oh, no, Quinn's going to get it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Like, I noticed Team Secret, they don't put a high priority in helping get runes for Armel. There's no supports there to help him. Like, he comes in now to refill the bottle. But throughout the series, they're just letting Quinn take all the runes. As the supports from Gaming Gladiators, they put a high priority on making sure this Void Spirit's getting the runes. And we saw what happened in that late game of the last game. The Void Spirit, he picked up a DD rune as a universal hero with items.
Yeah.
As they might kill Tofu here.
He does get the blast
Oh,
off,
Dyrachyo,
and the
what a
RP.
RP.
Dyrachyo and power damage should be enough with the shockwave. Takes down one as skewers himself off the cliff. But, oh well, you know, style points can be given. Quinn's going to be closing out the kill and boom. And with that haste rune, again, these action runes just being a real pest here because it's Quinn just running them down one by one. Puppy being the next one, maybe he
Quinn might
dies
die
as
here.
well. Oh, the tower's going to finish him off. So Armel coming in for the rescue.
All right, that's big for Armel. Quinn realizing he
Actually,
couldn't really
pretty
get
big,
out
yeah.
there. So he goes ahead and just commits his life for the kill there. That was the haste rune too, so... Armel
And it just
having a
expired
bit of
under the
it.
tower. So
Yeah.
took a bit too long
Unfortunate.
trying to kill Puppy.
Alright, so Boom is having a much better laning stage this time around. He's going to have a super fast dagger timing. And looking at the levels on Yamich too, this is the combo, right? You're going to have the Mortar's Kisses with the Axe Call, Blink Dagger.
Tower has fallen.
Things looking pretty good for Secret so far.
Yeah, that's a solid wombo combo that they will be looking for. Having those teamfight ults, have the Pognetic show up as well for that extra drain life if Boom ends up in trouble. Just kind of a repeat from game 1 in a sense of Axe
The
just
runes?
tanking all the attention and all the damage. And then you have Pogna as the healing battery. Armel considering rolling Thunder there for a second.
Puppy
It's the
deny.
run for the regen, but Quinn Astral Steps to find nothing.
Alright, this is good. I think denying these runes is pretty big. We saw in the last couple of games, with Quinn getting on these runes continue to snowball. If you check out his net worth now, he's the bottom of the net worth. He's not going to be able to make as many rotations. And I think this is the piece of the puzzle you're really missing. In game number 2, at least.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say game number 1 as well. Like, Gaming Gliders, sure, they lost that game, but they were really ahead of it for a super long time, and there's no way that was your ideal early game.
You've got the Dyrachyo
Yes.
coming in to help out, but this Phoenix is already down and the egg destroyed. Dyrachyo can't make it in time to help out Boom and Yamich. It is actually Yamich just to kill off the egg. Boom doing all the heavy lifting there with that call. And of course, this Blink Dagger. Dyrachyo should know
mine.
about it now.
But they're so close to getting the Mortimer's
Gets a
Kisses
call
here.
with the camp too, so maybe he can get a spin or two off here. RP comes out, Dyrachyo with the turnaround. Meanwhile, Yamich getting killed off by Tofu, and Boom's gonna die to either the mine or the right clicks off of Magnus, so he'll choose the latter.
They had like 2 1v1s there. Tofu was 1v1ing the Snapfire on the side, and then Axe tried to kill the Magnus, but without the Mortimer's Kisses there, I don't think you had a chance in hell in killing this Magnus.
Yeah, and Snap, he was like 1.5 creeps away from hitting level 6, so awkward timing there.
And they get punished for it at the end. It is what it is.
Dire's bottom tower is
as they're throwing out a big juicy stack here, team farming it from Gaming Gladiators.
Echo Saber almost done, and then the Drums of Slum on the works.
And then the 12-minute rune's coming out here. Both teams posturing. And Quinn yet
gets
again can pick it up.
Also able to move out with that second Astral Step. Doesn't get caught by the stun by Yamich and Armel. 11 kills in 12 minutes, so at least the kill pace so far is proving to be a game of action. Should stay this way too. Just waiting for these early game items, these one items with not a massive cost to be built up so that they can start taking these approaches into fights.
You do have a 2k net worth advantage for Gaming Gladiators, but a lot of that's backed off the fact that you have Empower.
Ace could roar, he got it. Mortimer's Kiss is also in. This is going to be a very tricky kill. Maybe it is enough, even without the Diffusal Blade. Yes, it is. So,
He hit
Armel
every
gets
single
it.
Mortimer Kiss there. Every single one was hit. That was very impressive from Yamich there. Because you get the bonus move speed from Roar too, so you're pretty speedy running out of there, but if he would have missed even a single one of those kisses, who knows, maybe that beast would have got away there. But he was on point with those, very important to get that kill there. Armel gonna have his Diffusal Blade now after that, which is huge. This is the timing
That is big.
as a Pango that you really want to hit. Gonna be able to make you play around the map and get those extra kills that you otherwise would not have been
Well, they're
able to
jumping
get.
Puppy in mid, and Puppy's just looking like he's going to be the lead, and yes, he is. And here comes Crystallis, and Yamich can get the root out. That's what they need, but the taunt from the Remnant keeps Crystallis at bay. Call coming out as well onto Celery. He's got the egg available, and an Icarus dive. They're going for the RP to finish off the Snapfire. Not really wasting too much time. Are we going to look for a big RP or not? Just go straight for the Snap. That's going to open up a tower. Armel is here, though. That fresh Diffusal Blade you just mentioned. Call from Boom. It's a beautiful one. A lot of damage. Crystal's coming into the blast off as well from the techies. Tofu trying to turn it around with a bomb with the mines, doing a lot of damage. And they will finish off the Ratio, but they lose the Troll. They lose the Pugna. And Celery getting all of these kills. Maybe even an Ultra. Nah, Quinn wants some for himself, too. Still gonna get hit by the cookie stun from Yamich, but a massive trade-off. Gaming Gladiators, it looked really good for Secret. Beautiful call, massive Diffusal Blade damage, but then Tofu shows up.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I'd love to see a replay of that one if that one pops up pretty soon here. How much damage this Techies was able to do, not even just by himself,
3,600.
but the minus magic resistance at the end there with the proximity mines proccing when you have heroes like Void Spirit and Phoenix dishing in that damage. Let's check out Tofu here and see how many mines he's able to get off here. He drops off the first one, boom, drops 2 mines. They both pop. That is just beautiful. Armel only surviving there because he had like a 4-man shield crash, but that was pretty much all Tofu's damage for the most part there. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, Celery did 3.7k damage, Techies did 3.6k damage, and then we have the faces, the Void Spirit, not the Faceless Quinn. The Void Spirit with around plus 3k, so just 3 heroes dealing 10,000 damage that fight.
Yeah, but a lot of that, since the damage, I believe, stacks on the proximity mines or the magic resistance reduction, he's helping his other teammates do a lot more damage there too. So effectively, I would say Tofu did by far the most damage for that team fight.
Very effective stackage, and now 5,000 gold ahead for Gaming Gladiators. Secret gonna have to find some answers into this game. They don't want to let this one slip away. Just like that last game, having to play from behind. They were not really feeling it. Quinn finding Puppy once again. He's been found multiple times this game, but not enough for a kill. Secret coming in with force. Quinn has no steps. the Mortimer's coming in and doing some damage with the call, and now they finally finish him off. Important kill for Secret. This is exactly what they need.
This series has been pretty similar for all 3 games now. Gaming Gladiators taking the lead, getting some kills with the overextensions, I want to say, from Gaming Gladiators. You're still getting these kills, they're important. Maybe you can snowball them to something more. But you have to realize Gaming Gladiators, Ace is just AFK farming during all this. Dairacho is AFK farming during all this, and you're spending 5 heroes to kill Quinn there, which is good that you get this kill. However, I want to see some fights where they don't have to bring 5 heroes to get a kill. Some small pickoffs.
Yeah, how can they do that?
Boom.
Does it start
called
off with
before blinking
supports?
in.
Might just start off with Tofu, but there's also a lot of damage coming out from Quinn, jumping in the middle of all of them. And look at that. It's just Tofu, Quinn, both a two-man show. And they've just lost a whole lot of members on Secret. Oh, poor you. It's going to be a team wipe as Game and Gladiators, just like that. It's a Tofu Quinn show.
It hurts a lot. Boom uses his call before blinking in, so Tofu is able to do the opposite, blink in and get all his spells off. Another 2 proximity mines there. That's 2 team wipes in a row now. Up to 9k advantage here for Gaming
It all
Gladiators.
starts here.
Yeah, he didn't have call, he missed, and watch the reactive taser in this fight too. They're just all disarmed. They want to kill him, they can't do anything. Gets all his spells off, and they make an easy turnaround fight.
And
It
also
could have been
very
so
smart
much
spread.
different if Boom managed to get that blink call off.
Very smart spread from Gaming Gladiators, realizing that they don't need 5 heroes to finish off one guy. They can just split into groups of 2, finish off everybody after that fight was about to end, and make sure that they get every single hero instead of letting 1 or 2 TP away. That could have also been 1 hero escaping. Could have just been the troll getting out, which could have still been somewhat of a salvation for Secret. But now that they lost everybody, and mind you, that is a Battle Fury Troll Warlord, so he is also going to have to pick up on that farm pace to get those next big items. It's not going to come easy now when you're this far behind, but there's a chance.
Definitely not. Troll's biggest issue is your opponents having items, which sounds like a very simple concept. Like, yeah, you're stronger if you have items, but Troll, more than most heroes, suffer from small items like Pavis or Force Staff, Heaven's Halberds, Yule Scepters. Since as a Troll, you have a very small window of when you can fight, and once that window is out, which is basically your BKB and your ultimate, you don't really do too much. So any small item you can build on Gaming Gladiators to kite him out is what you're looking for. And when you're up 10k gold, you definitely have those items here. So a bit of an uphill battle for Crystallis here. They don't have the RP like last fight or the skewer to bring them into the base. They're just going to have to rely on some pretty big calls by Boom here on priority targets. But more than anything, I think we need this BKB on Troll Warlord before you can start playing the game.
Puppy shows himself for 1 Nether Blast, and Quinn's already on him and gets him killed.
This is what Quinn does. He's been practicing this forever. He loves killing supports that don't have stuns and finding ways of punishing them. It's not fun to play versus Void Spirit if you're a bug nut. Trust me, it's not fun.
I'm guessing is Quinn on his free time just playing a scenario where he's got like 1v5 and it's like, okay, you come defend tower, I'll see how much damage I can do, and just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. It feels like he's playing a deathmatch, something like that. Every time he sees someone, they're not usually walking out alive. Forcing out.
You know, Void Spirit has 300 damage right now because of some power.
Just a bit.
Yeah, just attacks really fast, 300 damage per hit. Talked about this Void Spirit and how strong it is in this patch. This is why. If we compare it to the counterparts of what else is on the map here, Armel, still a University hero, but only hitting for 141 now.
Yeah, Secret has decided they're not defending this, as Crystallis is still farming on the bottom half of the map. They will let this lane go. It is a sacrifice that has to be given unwillingly, but Gaming Gladiators, they will accept it with open arms. 20 minutes, 1 lane of racks down, having an Aegis. Everything is going their way right now.
Diracho has the Satanic again rush. Seems to be his favorite item against the Axe. In this game, I think if he just sticks with his team, unlike game number 1, it should work out. Game number 1 was a secret victory, but I really think a lot of that was on the back of Diracho just being out of position here. If they can manage to stick together with the shield rune and them power.
And here we go once again. Like, this guy, he has 0 respect. The Puppy. Who is this guy? Oh, just hunts him down right behind the tier 3 tower. Secret can't even react to it. And they don't even have the damage to burn through that shield rune. Another tier 3 in peril.
He's got multiple shields. He's got the Aegis too.
get close enough for extra damage. He does have the Aghanims on Armel, so he does dish out a decent amount of damage, but still a lot of mana to burn through these two. And very, very hard to position yourselves as where they are right now. Disarmor both of them. Pango getting caught by the Remnant, but no blink on the Magnus. Here comes the call, and an RP is ready if they can unleash it, but he's getting stun locked. Horatio ain't going anywhere, and he gets the skewer out because the Rolling Thunder goes elsewhere. Chrysalis, he's already down though, has to come back for the buyback. Boom's down, Puppy's down, and Armel will find a kill on Tofu, but is that the only thing they're going to be walking out with? AC's going to get rooted up by the Troll. They're trying to isolate him from the fight. Armel down, Quinn very low on HP, but he still has that Aegis. RP comes out as well, and the Troll ulti just in the nick of time. But Horatio will drop, and Chrysalis, he looks like he might be dead. Puppy healing him up, but it's not going to be enough. Quinn jumping right on top of him as well, and the Pugna on the run, but he's chased by Ace and Quinn into yet another kill for Gaming Gladiators.
Do you call it now or what? Because this seems pretty difficult. Yeah, they're just going to call it.
It is a rough game 3 for Secret, but Gaming Gladiators, they got what they wanted out of this series, even if it came through 3 games. And a 2-1 reverse sweep going their way.
Yeah, I mean, Gaming Gladiators was just the better team. It did go 3 games. Team Secret did put up some good fights, for sure, but through all 3 games, Gaming Gladiators controlled the early game, controlled the mid game. It's just game number 1, Secret. They had a good strat, they had good ideas how to play it, but I think just the impatience of Gaming Gladiators really cost them that particular game, and since that game, they fixed all their mistakes. And game number 2, game number 3, Gaming Gladiators all the way, just outclassing Secret here. But I really did like some of the things Secret did here. I think the supports on Secret played incredibly well. I think the Axe idea is hit and miss at times, but overall, like, I can feel this team has a lot to grow, and they can be really good in the future.
Secret definitely have the capabilities to become a good team here in the first division, but it is Gaming Gladiators taking the win. Let's head over back to Nat and the gang.
Big praises from Fear there for Secret, despite the fact that they don't get this game here. And Game Gladiators, you kind of already called it, Lacoste. If there's going to be a troll in a lineup, you might already be looking at your demise. And Gaming Gladiators just responded perfectly to everything within this series in this game 3.
It does happen with this hero. It's a lot of the times the hero sounds good on paper. You'll have like an egg hitter, lanes nicely into Beastmaster. But that's about it. I don't think Troll was the problem in this one. They kind of, like, something that I said after the second game, where Gaming Gladiators, they put you in a spot where you're picking heroes that you kind of don't want to pick. This is Snapfire that we're talking about, because they needed something to kill the egg as well, give them a little bit more team fight. And in the end, picking up Troll because they did a switcheroo, put this Magnus on a carry, and put Beastmaster again on the off lane. So Gaming Gladiators, it feels like they stay inside your head. And in the previous patch, I think my favorite combo was Pango plus Keeper of the Light. This time around, I'm gonna just call it, it's Magnus plus Void Spirit. It seems so busted.
Yeah, I mean, you already coined Void Spirit as the most broken hero this patch, Lacoste. I mean, it's proving again. Obviously, the stats here on our screen, T, but so much more about how Gaming played this and everything about the Techies 4 as well. I feel like we didn't give it enough hype that it got in game. Maybe we should hype it up now, because it did wonders in game 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you secure your lane, and also because you farm so effectively, you can pretty much buy whatever your team needs. Some games it can be this Pavis, some it can be Greaves, like pretty much whatever the game needs, you can buy. And yeah, it's just be in the right place at the right time. It's also the same thing with this Phoenix, right? Like Celery, he has an incredible game, right? 4-1-13. We saw the start of that highlight, you know, this mid lane fight where he's getting some triple kill or something. Like, I don't know. I think this was like game 1, it was all about supports from Secret, and game 3, I think it was all about the supports again from Gladiators this time around. It was just really exceptional play from them to push their cause further into the game.
Absolutely.
Enough to give one of the supports MVP though, Lacoste.
Celery, without a doubt. He just popped off on this Phoenix, and the game didn't last long enough for us to be able to see the full potential of. I mean, he was level 50. He was the same level almost as Pango and Troll, which is pretty impressive.
Wow.
And the Sunray we talked about, like his movement around the map, but you know that they're going to be grouping around this axe call, so they'll try to get some kills. Didn't happen. As soon as he uses the Sunray, and also the full potential that I did mention is this Yule Scepter against Axe, against Troll, against Pugna. It's just such a good item pickup. Went for a shard after that, but Celery understands like what the item in this situation needs to be. He was way too farmed for this point of the game, so we didn't see it fully used. Again, I don't like when you have like 2-3 heroes that are countered by the same item. Like, let's say you have a lot of physical damage, then the enemy buys Crimson Guard, buys Pavis, Mech, Guardian Greaves.
So game one.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And we'll look, a great MVP for Celery, but we're going to be having the other support joining us for an interview here. It is going to be Tofu joining us. I know. Tofu, very quickly, any words for Lacoste and Tiga for not giving you MVP on the techies?
I mean, I didn't see or heard what you said about MVP or reasoning behind it, but what the fuck, guys? I think I deserved that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was all in the Tofu corner. No, I am just joking. Congratulations on this win. Very quick question to start it off is that game one, Secret really came out in full force. Were you guys really prepared for that at all, or was this a different strat than you expected from Secret and some of the prep you had done?
Hard to say. Like, first of all, they're all really good players and they did play really well. We had some mess ups from fights or how we played the map. Like, it felt a bit off in this game overall. But I think draft wise, we could have also gotten some better stuff for us. We were like a bit too focused on specific heroes.
Yep. Lucas, you have a question?
Yeah, you think the game one was winnable for you guys, considering how everything went?
Yeah, I mean, laning stage was kinda hard. Also, the supports were a good response onto Beast and also our TB. Then the last pick, Puck, is a bit nasty. But overall, we got the Roche, we could have cleared the map. Also, pushed like more objectives, but we got caught on TB, slowed down our game a bit, and then there was another Roche fight where we overreached, and after that it was like super hard. But I think we had the game back into a winnable spot.
You mentioned the specific heroes for this game, for this series as well. If you can talk about the specific heroes that you wanted to pick against Team Secret and why, if you're not going to reveal too much.
I mean, I don't want to go too much into detail.
It's okay.
But
Towing the line.
we played a Beastmaster quite a few games now, as people maybe saw. And maybe we overvalued it specifically in this series. And then also with a follow-up TB that we did often, which maybe felt unnecessary in that case, because we didn't really see much leading up to it yet.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I appreciate it.
All right, Tofu, give me the honest answer. Why are you banning 7 Crystallis carry heroes? What's this? The poor guy wants to play Dota. Every ban is just anti-Crystallis. Give me the lore.
Yeah, the thing is, we also want to play Dota, right? Because we're going into this game and he just pulled some 6-7 Bloodseeker and then they pull out the Lich and it's like, it's my turn to pick. The boys are asking, I'm like, bro, Bloodseeker, Lich, there's no fucking way I can play against this. So yeah, I don't know. He loves like lane dominating heroes, and coming on top out of lanes is really important this patch. Like, I don't know, it's important always, but it feels even more so now, especially with Wisdom Runes, and then it can snowball a lot. And yeah, like this first phase, Bloodseeker Monkey, I feel like that's just his best heroes. And he's a specialist guy. Like I feel like he needs his heroes to shine.
Sure. I mean, we kind of feel the same with Crystallis at least, so... and also, I guess in this series at least, Fear was mentioning it in the cast as well, but certain teams don't really put as much priority on going for the river runes, 6 minute, etc. Whilst you guys kind of religiously do it. Are you surprised that teams that you face don't actually really try and secure their mid laner? Or is it just kind of like they do what they want, or maybe they're fixing side lanes? Like, what's your opinion on kind of Secret at least, I guess, with that?
Like, I could tell you specifically why we prioritize things like these and how we enable this playstyle and why we're doing it. Don't want to give away everything we're doing though, but
Please
it's like Yeah, but it's like Quinn is a really good player. He usually has really solid lanes, so we want to enable this in a way with runes to speed up the game. Whereas Secret, I think they gave their +4 mid a lot of the times, and then the mid jungles, they probably also set up some stacks, whereas their gameplay is slower, but they try to greed it up and play a bit more like effective around resources on the map, which I think is cool and can work. Like you can also do the same from safe lane where the carry goes jungle and the 5 takes the lane and then he gets his levels up. There's a lot of different playstyles, but I feel like it's slow what they're doing.
Sure. Cool. Thank you.
And one sort of non-Dota related question, but how are you? How's the fam? How was winning Berlin and in front of them in the audience and everything? Did you guys celebrate hard after it?
Yeah, it was some good times for sure, even though I didn't see them as much during the event because like I'm on work, right? We have to play, we have to prepare, we're at the hotel arena, you play some series and then you kind of want to get back, you're tired and exhausted, but you come swing by and say hello. So it's like I didn't see them as much, but they really enjoyed it. And for like my parents especially, it was the first time in arena seeing all of this, like getting kind of a feel for the atmosphere, the people, who's going, how's it at the arena. Whereas at home, even though there's like 50,000 people watching, they don't see any of them, so they don't really know what's going on. But they were like really happy about it, really proud, of course. We also won in the end. Yeah, I think they're way more supportive now, even though they were before already. So it was good times.
Oh, awesome. That's great to hear. And look, congratulations again on the win against Secret today. But we're going to let you go for now. Enjoy the rest of your night. Maybe squeeze in some more family time there. But we'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank you, guys. See you.
Thanks so
Bye.
much. Bye-bye.
Tofu is talking about like his parents being there. They were so supportive and so cute, by the way. Like, I think every player that has family come to these events, it's insanely wholesome to see. And his parents like always at the front, like shouting for him, big supporters. So
Yeah,
it was nice to see.
I remember during Stockholm Major, Taiga and his parents as well.
Yep.
It was a cute story to see them all together cheering for the team. It was just a nice scenery overall.
Yeah, 100%. I would love to talk about this series a little bit more, but we've got so much more Dota in place. We do have Liquid up against D1 Hustlers after this break.
Okay, they're not gonna take it, never mind. Back. Okay.
It was a big boom, boom, boom.
Panga can die as well. Phoenix is giga strong.
Celery, celery.
Ooh. He has no ult, don't worry.
Maybe he didn't take the wisdom rune yet?
Yeah, you can steal it.
Welcome back. If you guys are just tuning in, we've only finished our first series for the night. We're absolutely blessed with 3 games between Secret and Gaming Gladiators, but now it is Liquid up against newly branded D1 Hustlers, previously D2 Hustlers, and obviously 2 new faces as well on my panel here. Trent, Kazu, how are you, Kazu? I'll start with you first.
Doing pretty good, you know, been playing some pubs, went outside, then I got to watch a little bit of the Secret versus Gaming, so yeah, you know, all good, all good.
It sounded all good except for the going outside. But what about yourself, Trent? How are you?
Gamers. All right, I like it.
Yeah.
No, it was a good morning. Obviously, a little bit more competitive than perhaps expected for the morning series, which is always nice to see. Since Secret obviously is making their way back in the division, and so we kind of have another match where maybe you weren't expecting too much. We'll see what happens, and hoping for the best for the Hustlers.
I do recall a lot of people around, online, maybe here in the casters sort of area, saying that the first 2 series would be stomps, but that first one, a lot of fighting put up. So we'll see if D1 Hustlers can do the same here. And I think a lot of people who don't watch Division 2 would not be familiar with this team at all, Kazu. So please, while they're on our screen, give us a little bit of information about them.
So they did pretty well in Division 2. Of course, they did lose their carry player to, pretty sure Yuma joined Nigma, so they had to kind of find a new replacement with Shad. But they have some familiar faces. They have Davai Lama. I think many of us have also seen him in the last DPC tour. They have Atlantic, so they have definitely some promising players in their lineup. Their 2 Secors are Theo Licor, who I think he's from Brazil, and Hakoda, who used to play for VP, I think, last year. So they have some, familiar faces, some known names. And if there's a time, in my opinion, to beat Liquid, it's got to be right now. Because they said themselves, they're taking it a little more chill. They're slacking a little bit. So it's punch time.
That's good.
Now, Liquid is, a team that we are all very familiar with, Trent. Any new information that you found out about them, though? Any deep diving you've done?
I think kind of what Kazu was just saying about, that's probably the most relevant thing people know is that, in the interview, they were just saying that, hey, we realize, time is short in between events right now, leading up to TI. You don't want to get burnt out. There's major events coming up in between there. So, yeah, we're still going to try hard, and it's still, it's still a feat if you beat Liquid right now. But they are very clear on the fact that they are trying to relax things a little bit at the moment. So, you got to take advantage of that right now as the Hustlers.
Yeah. It's not like they're coming in being like, oh, it's okay if we lose. Obviously, Liquid are still trying very hard to win. As we can see in the draft and the bans for Game 1, Spirit Breaker and Wind Ranger already being picked up for Liquid, but Hustlers getting that clinks into their palms right there. Most likely going to be laning with that Underlord now, Kazu.
So Klinks is a hero that we've talked about, and of course the hero is very good, but I must say that I like Liquid's response quite a bit. Klinks is the type of hero that wants to poke you in the lane and then run around later and be like an assassin. First of all, Wind Ranger doesn't care too much about Klinks. Spellbreaker can always find you and charge you, so it makes your map play a lot worse. And second of all, I would say that Wind Ranger right now should be a pretty good opening pick from second pick, because you can flex it. I've seen this hero played 1, I've seen it play 2, I've seen it play 3. It looks good. It's universal.
We just saw it as 4 as well.
Oh, there you go. It can be anything. You're right. Even better.
Yeah, I'm just giving you all the facts, What about yourself, Trent? How do you like the 2 openings from the teams? Which ones do you feel are a little bit stronger and are going to have some strong foundations for the rest of the draft?
I'd say overall they're fairly similar. They definitely both feature 2 supports that I'm very interested in right now, and I think a lot of players are keeping their eyes on, which would be the Klinks and the Spirit Breaker. In terms of what games is going to be really strong. Kind of similar idea of if the game gets rolling in your favor, they make it play a lot better for you, right? Klinks gets a little bit of gold, a little bit of items. We've seen some games where the hero turns into a core pretty much, almost like an Enchantress can, but somehow more dangerous. It just pops up, blows you up. And Spiritburger, of course, maybe he doesn't get the same items of damage, but the way that he can just control the whole map once you start getting ahead feels very similar too. So I feel like Klinks is in everyone's mind, but maybe not quite as good as we think. And I feel like Spiritbreaker is probably going to be picked by a lot of teams right now, and we're really going to get a rush in to see how strong this hero is.
We can turn our eyes to these bans as well. Rubik being taken out, Monkey King, Naga, and Oracle. So both of them going for a little bit of a mix for support and carry bans here, Kazu.
Yeah, just making sure to protect the heroes nicely. I mean, Rubik is very annoying for Underlord, as is Monkey King. I would also say for Liquid, like to talk a little more about this Klinks, because I agree with Trent that both Klinks and SB are picked a lot. I was going to mention that Liquid are likely going to look for like an aggressive 5. I was thinking more of some Lich type hero, because when you play against Klinks, he can't really protect himself in the lane. Like he relies on tire bombing you and hoping to, you know, get some hits off on you. And I guess his HP pool isn't the highest. So let's say this is your dual lane already with the Undying Windranger. They both have very good matchups in this lane against an Underlord and Klinks. So overall, I kind of like how Liquid are setting themselves up at the moment.
One of my favorite things about Undying and Lich, as you were saying, is the ability of the Twin Gates, because those two heroes are both really good at diving towers. And so even if you're playing them as a 5, if your allies on the opposite side of the map are making an aggressive play, you come through that Twin Gate, you can either, if you're playing Lich, you throw the shield on whatever core is just like diving the tower, right? Like your offlaner is there. Suddenly, like there's a reason Lich is so good as a 4, because he wants to abuse his shield. But now you can do that from 5. Just show up for the Twin Gate, do that, or as an Undying, you just come through the Twin Gate and like throw down a tombstone. It's very interesting how you can completely turn these lanes from the other side of the map, and we're just seeing more and more teams abuse that right now.
Yeah.
Before we talk about this Void pick, do you guys want to know a fun little interaction I discovered about Underlord and his ult?
Okay, go for it.
Okay, if you place it in the correct way, it can block Roshan from walking to the Twin Gate. Like he fully just gets blocked by the portal.
Wait, does he just keep trying to click it, or does he just get stuck on it?
No, he just gets stuck like walking, and if you like path block him, similar to kinetic field. It just stops
I hope they're
Roshan
listening
from
right now,
actually
baby.
moving.
I want to see
Wish
this
he would
being
have
used.
the portal. He should just jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Then he just ends up wherever you portal
in your
from.
fountain.
Yeah, you would just get ages every time. It's like, okay, where's Roche? Oh, here you go. 15-minute, guys. It's happening.
That'd be pretty funny. But yeah, it was a weird little interaction that I saw. And looking back at the draft, the Void, we saw it in the previous games. We've already talked about quite a lot how OP it is, and you guys talked about Lich there as well, Trent. How you like that as a pos 5?
Yeah, hero's nasty right now. Feels pretty easy. He's got ever since he got Gaze, like Sacrifice was awesome. It was fun. It was a great ability. But Gaze feels like it's stronger than it's ever been, just because I feel like you're more involved in the fights, and there's not as many disables obviously right now. They all got weaker, so just being a support that has a solid disable that can even catch like a spirit hero off guard at times is always going to be helpful, especially because it's not even like your best ability. It's just like an add-on compared to your shield and having a decent nuke in the lane. Also his shard. And we just
that's true. Yeah,
that's really fun.
Yeah, his shot is so good. And TA there is going to close out the phase for Team Liquid, Kazu.
I was like thinking more about this voice spirit, because I mean, I would assume that it's the same for all the teams and players playing, that this hero is a big problem. Now you can see it in a lot of the games, and it just pops off. And I feel there's like 2 good ways to deal with the hero. I think first of all, you would like to try and have a hero mid that makes his like level 5-6 timing weak, whereas he has a hard time contesting runes. If supports come mid, you don't really get too many kills, because he needs to like lane, get a rune, gank, and it's like very flowy in terms of how he plays. So I've seen TAs and Timbers have pretty good success against the hero, because they usually hit 6 before you and they keep poking you down. They make you spend some money on regen. It's not the easiest time for them to also be ganked. So I like what Liquid have going for themselves for now. There's also the option that they put it safe lane, and we may never know. And the second option, something you should aim for against Void Spirit, is stuns plus damage, so that when he gets charged or shackled, that you actually have like this snappy and quick damage that he can just die.
I'm very shocked. Doom made it all the way to this last phase to get banned. Like that, he wasn't picked up previously. That there wasn't that importance placed in him until right here at the end. And he's going to be joined with Bat, Slark, TB, being banned out, and a last pick for D1 Hustler's Trent. Any sort of idea? His carry, what does it need?
It's looking a little similar to what happened to Chrysalis last game, isn't it? You start going through the carry list, and you're like,
PL or something?
Banned, yep. Definitely one of the more solid ones left, I would say.
I don't know if they want
there's
something
also
more aggro.
wait, actually no.
Okay.
There's Void. Okay, the classic combos here. Lich faces Void. Klinks pairs pretty well as well with the faceless Void. Decent early game damage to help out. Good time dilation game as well. Really annoying, actually.
And when we look at Team Liquid, it feels that this Wind Ranger is going to be the mid laner now, and that they're looking for an off laner. Because like I know that there's that flexibility still, but that feels the most likely position for her.
I would assume that they want an offlane. I would say the easiest way for Liquid to round out their draft is to have an offlaner that gives you either team fight or tank ability, like frontlining, because your TA Wind Ranger, they don't really want to do it. Undying's going to be food if he has to walk in first, and if you have to charge in first, it feels kind of bad as well. Liquid do have options, like maybe they can find a carry that can go in. Otherwise, I think any type of hero that fits in the realm of like some Tidehunter isn't like gonna win the lane, but I would say that it would round out your draft in a very nice way. Doom did get banned out. That would have probably been one of their go-to picks here, but something like that or some Legion Commander is something what I would like to see.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
like
have
really
you been watching the
awkward,
Axe?
Right.
I've been watching the Boom Axe from last game.
Yeah.
They actually go.
Oh, the
nuclear.
complete opposite.
Yeah, that was interesting because like it lanes better with the Spirit Breaker for sure. Like this is definitely like a laning setup that is far more beneficial, I would say. But I totally agree that their initiation is definitely their weakest thing. Because like you think Spirit Breaker, this is like a classic thing that Isaac have in a games where it's like, we have Spirit Breaker, we don't need any more like jump or anything, but you know, if he goes in there, he needs a little bit more help. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the Shackles here from Mickey. And then the Shard from Nisha will be super solid follow-up as well with the Silence.
Yeah.
That could be a way that they could help extend their control.
I do want to know, what is this mid matchup between a TA and a Void, Kezi? You know, we thought maybe the Wind Ranger could have gone there and looked at its matchup, but yeah, TA and Void, is this still very heavily favored for Void, or do you think TA can sustain itself quite a lot in this lane again?
It is TA favored. It should be like 60-40, especially after the level 5 mark. It gets worse for you. You get out CS, then there's traps, so they're gonna have a hard time to play through mid. By them picking Veno, they're basically saying that we're going to win our lanes. Zai's going to build auras and therefore get the tankiness that way. And I think it is one of the ways they could have closed out their draft. And yeah, I think D1 Hustlers are in for a tough ask. I don't think they have an easy time in this game.
Yeah, they always talk about how important lanes are. Trent, what are your final thoughts? Is this going to be Liquid wins lane win game?
It definitely looks that way. If your jump is weak and initiation's kind of bad, if you win your lanes and you're just pressuring objectives, it doesn't matter. The other team's forced to fight into you, and there's nothing worse than being forced to fight into a Venomancer. So Hustlers definitely got to do well in these lanes and have some crisp rotations to salvage.
Well, we do have to get into it. It's game 1 with Liquid and D1 Hustlers, and our casters are going to be B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Game number 1, and it is D1 Hustlers who are making their debut today, so it should be exciting. They've gone from D2 to D1 in the NCAA. For all you American fans out there, that's a big jump. But is it a big jump and too much of a jump for D1 Hustlers? Lacoste, do you think they have what it takes to compete in this division?
Looking at the draft that they got themselves in game 1, I would say yes. I'm a little worried for their laning stage, especially for their offlane. You're going to be playing into Undying as a Clinks, as Underlord. This could go, it could be a little bit tricky, and this is also Wind Ranger, so Clinks is straight up not going to have a good time. This is the first phase Clinks, first pick. I do like the hero. In general, I feel like this hero is extremely strong as position 4 right now, but he is also playing into Spirit Breaker. So kind of a rough one for Tio, I would say. And also Venomancer against Faceless Void. I like this one. I feel like if D1 Hustlers manage to get out of the laning stage without too much deficit, I do believe in their draft. Their team fight is much stronger. Team Liquid, everything they have is pretty much single target oriented spell other than Venomancer. So might have a struggle starting a fight. Sure, you'll have like Spirit Breaker charging in, but at the mid portions of the game, playing into Underlord, Pit of Malice, I don't think you're going to be having that good of a time. And also, Void Spirit. This is just a hero that is insanely good right now. I put a lot of trust in him. We've seen him do some great stuff so far in the DPC. So I'm definitely leaning towards D1 Hustlers, but if they don't get dismantled in the lanes.
Yeah, it could be a little bit tough for them. We've seen Void and Void Spirit. There was the game the other day where they both weren't dying and just getting out with a sliver of health. It was kind of crazy.
Pika, please start the game. We don't want to hear you talk about stuff. It's been 2 good minutes. Please press F9.
Okay.
Here we go.
Activating, getting into the console, starting game, and all right, hacking into the mainframe. We're there. Good. Good to go.
Thank you so much.
And that was my 1980s movie skills of just typing as fast as I can to hack the system. But we're in it. We're into game one. Should be a fun one. There's a lot of voice lining going on when we were paused, which is always fun.
Chimpanzee noises. Apes together strong. 5-man smoke coming on from D1 Hustlers. Let's see.
They're
Full wrap around. Yep.
Missing Liquid because they went straight for it. Couple of obs placed here, and still that obs called sentry ward. It's going to get me one day, but not today.
30 seconds to battle.
See if they come all the way back across, because you've got Nisha actually getting a little bit close to the Underlord. Feel like this might end up turning into a fight. What are you thinking, Lacoste?
I feel like someone's gonna get
blood.
baited. Hakoda, he's the one going in. Frost Blast plus Blood Grenade. A lot of slow. Zai.
I know you love that Blood Grenade.
Zai might be in trouble. He's
The battle begins.
moving at 310 move speed. Gets the Gale off.
And goes for the Gale, but already taking a lot of damage. There's the Blood Grenade. Firestorm on top of him. He'll fall for first blood. Hakoda gets credit for that. And Boxy unable to get the trade and now just trying to run a little bit. But he does have Insania coming over from the side.
Spirit Breaker can't really help you with much, considering that he didn't even skill anything, so they just left Zai to die. Hakoda gets the first blood, which means there's going to be some extra regeneration, bringing in Tango Sticks and 2 sentries as well.
So which of these lanes is really sticking at you the most? Because we've kind of seen like this Void Spirit in a couple different matchups. Is this a matchup that they should win, or is it more the side lanes that we should be worrying about as we get into the early stages of this game?
I think he's not going to do as good as he does in other matchup, considering he's playing into Templar Assassin. So we'll have to see. But yeah, the laning stage, very important, as it always was in Dota. I don't think there was a time where it's like, oh, nah, man, screw the laning stage. We don't want to play first 10 minutes anyway. We're just going to get that comeback gold. Now they're swapping the lanes, it seems like. Mickey, he's going bottom.
He's going to switch up bottom. It makes it a little bit easier to swap lanes like that. It used to be, you know, you're forced to either TP, and the first one to TP usually loses the lane swapping shenanigans.
I like this, the way Hustler started it, putting Faceless Void so that he doesn't lane into Venomancer immediately.
Right.
Because damage output from Wind Ranger early on, you can easily use Time Walk every single time after a power shot. Xantic on a mid lane, 5 and 3. Templar Assassin, 7 and 2. Doesn't have enough money for bottle. That's a big one still. Doesn't have it.
Would love to grab that bottle, start sipping, start regenning here, but Nisha just doing some damage. He doesn't have level 3 quite yet, but Xantic has to be careful with just the 150 health he has remaining with the 2-minute mark hitting. Is he even going to be able to grab a water rune? And the answer to that is no, because Boxy's coming over as well to grab the other one.
I think this is the call that like Nisha makes. Pick it up. He's not having bottle yet, so once he gets it, now on really low HP.
Charge on Hakoda, and they're trying to get the shackle into a kill, but instead Mickey goes down. He stands in the firestorm and falls. And there's a trade for Boxy, but that's not the trade if you're Liquid that you want to get.
Most definitely. I'm just looking at this mid matchup. They will need to help at Xantic. I want to see Lich TPing mid refill his bottle, because he's, you know, not going to say struggling, has more CS than Templar Assassin right now, but will TP bottom instead. Okay, maybe at Xantic says he doesn't need it. We'll get either a bounty rune at 3 minutes, push out the wave, or he's going to be getting the 4-minute water rune, but we'll need some kind of a help.
It's a bit of a problem, though, because it becomes a war of attrition, right? Like, if Nisha can continue to put the damage on and you've got no control, the problem, Zai is surrounded and will end up falling. Insania, he's got the tombstone down, maybe trying to get a trade on this Clinks, needs a right click to get it, will do so. And now Shad forced the Time Walk. He doesn't exactly have a lot of health, but he does get the tombstone down.
Still a good trade.
The +1, maybe they could get something going, but
I think Zai was supposed to have good laning stage in this one, and with the lane setup, Hustlers kind of ruined it. So Venomancer, not a hero that plays well from behind. In terms of the pressure that he puts out on the map, you can always fall back into the jungle, farms up. There's an outer ring, so Venomancer will get the farm nonetheless, but you want to have that Poison Sting level 2, the chip damage that you constantly put on Faceless Void. And now Theo, he's in trouble.
Yeah, they're still going for Theo again as he just came back to the lane. He was hit with the Gale, the right clicks from Insane. I walked the bash and the deny. Wow. And while that's going on, Boxy was just fighting Hakoda 1v1. And eventually, well, Boxy comes away with the kill. I'll start to farm and or sacrifice himself to this camp over here.
Look at him putting stick, putting all the stat items in the backpack so that he does die faster. And will respawn in 20 seconds. It makes Klink's life so much difficult. Like, he wants to be dominating this laning stage, use Starbomb, very annoying spell, but can't do that against hero like Undying, who's really not afraid to trade. One Gale, he doesn't move. And also in terms of his HP, doesn't really have that much.
And we've seen just the stark contrast from his game now to other Klink's games we've seen in the past, where just Klink's is moving around, getting a lot of kills. All of a sudden, he becomes a core at about the 25-minute mark, and you're not really going to feel much of that with the way that the Klink's game is going right now.
6 heroes top lane.
They've got the charge. It's on a Hakoda, and now he's going to be forced to run. Zai's here. They'll have the focus to get this kill onto the Lich. Well, Theo and Shad just kind of sit there in the top lane and continue to farm, knowing that their Lich was already dead.
They might need to swap the lanes. Shad's not getting too much. Right now, Liquid is the one kind of controlling the map, controlling these movements, and as soon as Shad gets close, he gets scaled, gets hit by Poison Sting. The overtime damage makes this lane almost unbearable for him. It's an overall good time dilation game. Oh no, they're going for him as well.
Through the Klinks with the Tombstone down, that's going to get them at least one. Shad's far enough away where they can't really dive under the tower safely, but they can start to put the pressure on the tier 1 tower top, and I would say, honestly, probably get it.
Let's see.
Nothing really stopping them.
Shad doesn't have much HP to work with.
He needs to be very careful. Charge coming in over mid. That hits the Void Spirit. Hakoda's going to be bashed up. They had the Aether Remnant for a second to try and slow them down, but Hakoda still dies, and with their heroes over mid for Liquid, it's another kill on the board for them, and they're 6-3 ahead with a 1k net worth lead.
Yeah, this is something that the panel did mention. Play around this Void Spirit, who was still not level 6. Oh, Boxy cancels the charge, sees that he just got that level 6, and they're going to refill that Xantix bottle one more time.
And they're going to go back towards top. They still want to put pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Theo's the only one standing here between them and getting it. And it's also 7 minutes, so they want to focus and take this Wisdom Rune and take the experience away from the hands of D1 Hustlers.
They have 3 heroes on the side. They want to steal it and get a kill. The Vailama was thinking about invading, but maybe a bit too afraid. There aren't heroes showing. Zai misses the Gale.
Oh. Fiend's Gate, but Wisdom Rune's already gone. So opened a gate and found nothing behind it. That's unfortunate as Nisha mid going down to Hakoda, and that's the kill you really need to get, because at Xantic, he was kind of struggling in this lane. The CS isn't exactly far behind, but they've been trying to give him everything he can get in terms of refilling that bottle after the struggle started, and now you finally get a kill on Anisha, and that feels really great.
Exactly the kill they needed. Get some extra levels, get Xantic to a better start now. 8 minutes into the game. Oh no, Teolicor. This is why Spirit Breaker was immediately picked. Shackle doesn't even connect, but yeah. As Klinks with no boots, what can you do?
You can run at 310 movement speed and hope to juke out these heroes, but there's a bash and a kill. Mickey gets credit for that one, and you know his lane kind of opened up once it became him and just the Underlord. His bottom Zai is gonna fall to Shadow, who got a couple of bashes. So even though you get that kill onto the Klinks, this feels like another one of those games where Zai is gonna have a lot of deaths and not really enjoy his time.
Yeah, imagine thinking that you can tilt Zai. This man has been known to play these sacrificial offlane for a very long time, playing with literally 0 items. How many deaths to his name? 3 already, 8 minutes into the game. So we'll get online eventually. I mean, as a Venomancer, if you somehow manage the farm Aghanim Scepter, you kind of want to die anyway. Buy back, die again. You don't care. It's all about that damage. Your team will finish them off.
Yeah, you don't need to be the one getting the kills. You just need to be the one helping out with it. So, usually a lot of assists. We saw that game, I want to say like 1 or 2 years ago at this point. The Faith Beyond 170k damage. Venomancer. Just ult. Gale. You're good.
In terms of damage, if that game was on today's patch, I think it would be like 200,000 damage. I saw Venomancer the other day dealing 14,000 damage after one fight. Boxy gets the charge off.
Two-pronged attack. They're going to go for Zai, and they're going to get at least that kill into the Venomancer. Now they've got the Sinister Gaze. Aether Remnant doesn't land, but Boxy's still in trouble with the Astral Step and the damage from Exantic. They get another kill. That's 2 there for D1 Hustlers. All that while Nisha's trying to take a tier 1 tower. Davai Lama will TP over there and throw a Firestorm down and stop that pressure.
Really crisp moves from Hustlers. I think they stabilize the lanes. I think they're in a good, like really good spot right now because Underlord, he's going for Crimson Guard. He's the one TPing, defending the mid. Also, there was still no Chronosphere being used. They're getting the pickoffs. Problem is, supports are slightly under-leveled because their XP rune got stolen, so both are level 5 right now. Exantic.
In some trouble. Astral Step going after Nisha, lands the Aether Remnant. That's with the Sinister Gaze. The damage on Anisha, he's getting a little bit low, but so is Exantic. Goes to the Dissimulate, they get the kill on Anisha. They'll turn around with the help of Mickey to get the kill on Exantic and get a trade. Davai Lama will fall in succession with him as they lose Hakoda. Mickey's got a double kill. They find Theologor, and this should be 4 with the power shot and the triple kill from Mickey.
This is the problem that I mentioned. We see this power of XP runes. 2 supports being level 6 in that fight, while not having, like, for Clinks it doesn't matter as much at this stage of the game, but for Lich it really does. If there's a Chain Frost, Hustlers immediately win that fight. With some, like, 2, 3, 4 bounces, it should be more than enough.
Yeah, you could definitely sense the lack of damage from the supports here. Like Hakoda, all he's offering is a Sinister Gaze, which at the end of the day, it does help them get at least Nisha out of this fight, but you want more in this exchange.
The slow, the spell amplification from Insania, like these power shots, they really do hurt. And Theolicor clinks with like 900 HP while Death Pact is active. Still not tanky enough. You connect the top of him, you're gonna get the kill. So Lich still level 5. This is one of the issues where we tried to fix. Davai Lama. Point and Pit of Malice. Nicely done.
Trying to Fiend's Gate out of there, but the Shackle connects, and he's going to be held up, but they go to the Chrono. And that's on to 4. They get the kill on Boxy. They'll still lose Davai Lama. Down goes Insania. Shad trying to fight, going after Zai with the power shot, doing some damage with the Time Walk to get that health back, and they'll get Zai. So 3 heroes fall. A good turnaround there with a good Chrono from Shad to make sure that they were able to take that fight and had some outside help.
Imagine if Lich was, again, level 6 there with a Chain Frost. They still do manage to get 3 kills, but Mickey gets away from the trouble. And Mickey is super farmed right now, but nicely plays Chronosphere, keeps them alive, gets another Firestorm off. This time dilation is going to cause a lot of issues. Like, no one, of course, loves to play into it, but mostly Wind Ranger, pre-BKB. Adding those extra sec is just going to be massive. Extra slow as well. Tar Bomb. Lich with the Frost Shield. Right now, Boxy. Wow.
Nether Strike Courier kill. I don't know what the Courier did to deserve that, but what can you do? Shackle connects, power shot, short one. Hakoda now trying to get some help here from Shad as well as Theocor, and Mickey's just going to drop. And that was a very ambitious play going into those 3 heroes. And Exantic's coming in with a double damage. The Astral Step across the 2. And they go to the Pit of Malice. They get the kill on Zai. They'll look over at Insania. They already got 2 kills and they want more. Insania on the run. Exantic
does have Solar plus Tar Bomb. It's a lot of slow. He might get a solo kill here.
He doesn't need the Astral Step coming in from Exantic. But, well, Shad will come over and bash Insania to death.
This is Giga Shad we're talking about. This Faceless Void has been very active. Involved in 10 out of 14 kills. The way they set up the lanes, he got a decent amount of farm from it. Was struggling a little bit when the Venomancer started to get more points in his Poison Sting. But things are looking really good for Hustlers. Once they get the next set of items, like once they get more levels for the Frost Shield, plus Crimson Guard, right clicks are not gonna hurt. They're gonna kind of counter both Wind Ranger and Templar Assassin with this physical damage. Sure, Wind Ranger does magical as well with Power Shot and Maelstrom procs. But still, those right clicks that don't, it's... Yo, he's trying to steal the rune. Let's see if Insania manages to place down Sentry.
Just close enough?
Dai gets it. And Boxy as well. Oh no, not again. Two times in a row.
That's a big issue, and another Fiend's Gate used to try and get over there to the Wisdom Rune. So, like, we already saw the struggles that came out from not having Lich or the supports high enough level to really help out. And now that they've got that level 6, they do have the Chain Frost, so they have that help, but you still want these supports to be having a little bit more because you compare the experience, and it's about a full level between the supports.
It's a big difference, but now Pavis also. These items are starting to really group up on side of Hustlers. Frost Shield, Pavis, Crimson Guard is already finished. Chrono
used on Zai. And this is looking for that solo kill. And well, Theo's going to show up and help out. He's got a little bit of the Skeleton Bros, or the Skelly Bros as you call them.
Charge on Clinks.
That kill onto Zai, and the charge, can they catch up? They've got the kill into Insania. Xantic's got a +1, and they get the charge, they get the kill. They at least get something out of this for Liquid, but here comes Hakoda. Maybe looking to fight with Daiva Lama and Shat.
They have such a good setup. It's only like level 1 Pit of Malice for now, but if they land Pit of Malice, Chrono, it's such a good setup for Chain Frost. Daiva Lama doesn't care too much about it. He's going to protect the tower. 15 minutes into the game. There's only 1 tower missing. 2 towers, never mind. The safe lane tower, off lane tower for Team Liquid did die, and the mid tower, but the off lane towers are still standing. Xantic, how's he doing in terms of farm? Echo Saber done, going into Heaven's Halberd next. This is why I like if you can buy an item that counters both cores of the enemy team. So having a mischance, having a disarm as well. This is why Crimson Guard is so much more valuable. Like even defensive Solar Crest on Tioli core, which most likely gonna be used in offensive purposes, but they get double the value from it. Theo is getting charged.
Remnant. And the charge coming onto Theo, so they want the Clinks. They also were putting some damage onto Xantic. They get the kill on the Theo core very quickly. Nisha's got a lot of damage coming in. And they're still trying to fight it. Xantic with the double Astral Step to get some distance between him and the side of Liquid. Also TP or high five a tower while he's TPing out. And the Fiend's Gate to the bottom tier 3 while Daiva Lama just says goodbye.
Gotta love some good tickles. Wind Ranger against Underlord with Crimson Guard. 4 points in Atrophy Aura. Only Maelstrom procs deal damage, pretty much.
And health going up while he's getting hit. Very fun. And Xantic jumps in with the Astral Step. Aether Remnant. Zai again. Now feared up to the Sinister Gaze. The Pit of Malice is down. The Chain Frost doesn't bounce. But it's the damage that's needed to get that kill onto Zai.
Zai needed to die there. He wants to keep 2 deaths. 1 death per 2 minutes.
They're charging. They're going. They've got her out of Atos. They're looking over at Hakoda, but Theo Akur from behind with an Aether Remnant landing. Box is gonna die. Ambitious play from Liquid.
They don't have enough. I don't think the damage on their side is enough to be able to take these fights. The damage mitigation from Hustlers, the itemization so far has been on point. I think Liquid can try to go for Roche as soon as they finish off Deso. With just 2 heroes, Wind Ranger plus Templar Assassin should be able to kill it. So something that Hustlers need to be aware about. They need to be careful about them stealing it. They also have a lineup that could like potentially take it. Maybe not right now, because in terms of sustain, there isn't much. There isn't Mech, there isn't Guardian Greaves. The Holy Core wants to take the tower top.
Wants to, will do. So you're starting to see this Clinks kind of come into his own. He's got just about as much gold as Zai does in this game, and he's going for that Nullifier. We saw that build on the first day of Western Europe, so Nullifier will be the game plan, and he's already got 1,300 gold, 2,000 short of getting that Sacred Relic.
Nullifier is just too good of an item right now. If you can buy it, there's always going to be these dispellable items like Crimson, Solar, Pavis, Wind Ranger, Bulldoze from Spirit Breaker, which is kind of a big deal, removing that status resistance from him.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to make Boxy very easy to kill. He's got level 4 in the Bulldoze. You just get rid of that, and all of a sudden he just melts, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Looking at the item that Shad has queued up, wants to get Lincoln Sphere, great against Shackle, charge of course. I would prefer if the second item after that is just Heaven's Halberd. He doesn't necessarily need to deal damage like straight away. I don't think they lack damage by any means, considering they have Void Spirit, Firestorm, Chain Frost during the Chronosphere. So I would prefer if it's just another Heaven's Halberd. Makes him super tanky, gives you that status resistance, and of course disarm against both Templar Assassin and Wind Ranger. Both are range heroes, so too good of an item to pass on.
I'm a little bit surprised to see Zai, the one taking these stacks. I know he's struggling, but I feel like the stacks, you're usually just trying to boost up your TA as high as possible, but I guess he just got the Deso, so like all you're looking at right now is a shard, and you'd maybe rather get Zai into that mech.
They are trying to get a kill, maybe turn that into Roche, because Roshan's going to be on Radiant side in 30 seconds. They found Dalai Lama, but that's a big kill to get.
Tanky guy, yeah. It's going to take a long time, and it'll allow D1 Hustlers to kind of rotate if need be. And Mickey's still smoked here, but D1 Hustlers don't exactly fully commit to that, and they realize that Liquid are just backing off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So taking that stack for Zai, it's giving him a lot of gold, and like I said, he's trying to get to that mech, and eventually those Guardian Greaves get a little sustainability for his team.
We'll finally take that safe lane tower. Still playing the bottom part of the map. Roshan is there. But Radiant could potentially defend it. Let's see if Liquid wants to run inside the pit and try to take it with this freshly bought Deso plus Focus Fire.
They could do that. They could also then back off and go for the Tormentor. Those just spawned 30 seconds ago. Wisdom Runes are going to be available in 30 seconds as well. Thank you to all my alarms on my phone. And this will be Tombstone, and
they're
5 heroes going for Roche.
It's too late.
Ooh, Fiend's Gate, yeah, it's a little bit too late. The charge comes in. They go to the Time Walk as well as the Chrono. It's going to be on a 3 or 4. It's Boxy on the edge, who's also stuck. They get the kill now, Insania. They take out Mickey. They look over as the Chain Frost is bouncing around. The Time Walk over to the side. They'll take out Boxy. 3 heroes dead. The buyback's already committed from Insania, but Nisha trying to run. He's got an Aegis, but it's no longer available to him as they kill him off.
Pull him in.
Oh, yeah, Aether Remnant, everybody here. It's disastrous for Team Liquid, even though they get the Aegis. And D1 Hustlers, they make the right reaction, and it works out perfectly.
This game looks really rough for Liquid right now. Heaven's Halberd already finished on Void Spirit. They don't have enough lockdown to kill him. Like, Venomancer doesn't provide you with anything. Nether does Undying. Spirit Breaker. It's not enough. They can't just burst him from 100 to 0. Shad, he's the one getting charged. Let's see if they're going to steal enemy Tormentor. That would be pretty big, getting Lich.
Finally got a Wisdom.
Potentially hit shard. Yeah.
Gleipnir, Exantic, ooh, Shackle connecting on a Shad behind him. They've got the Nether Strike to have the control, but the Assimilate, he's able to get himself an escape with the Astral Step. They look over at Boxy, and he's on the run, but he'll survive with a sliver of health. And now, D1 Hustlers on the run a little bit, but is this a little bit of a bait to draw them further away from their tower? They've got the charge on the Hakoda. They'll TP out Exantic. The Pit of Malice is down, and the Pit of Malice doesn't land on the charging Boxy, but they have the Sinister Gaze. Venomous Gale on a Dalai Lama, as well as that trap from this TA and the damage coming in from Liquid to get at least 1 out of that, and also save their own Tormentor, which is a bit of a big deal.
Rest of the team is
getting chased by Boxy.
Gonna be there, Boxy. Wait,
1v1.
Lich, he's fine for now. Let's see.
Yeah, he's
Steal
fighting.
His mana. Chain Frost, nothing to bounce off. Another Frost Shield plus Pavis.
Yeah, Bash and Hakoda still surviving. But finally now, Theolicor comes in. Boxy's gonna die for this, as that fight went on forever. But now the right clicks from Nisha. Theolicor just getting away. The trap is down.
Oh, nice play from Nisha. He tried to go. This was introduced in 733 that you can deny traps with side blades.
Yeah.
And then he can splash off of it and try to get the kill. It was such a nice play.
That was a cheeky play right there. Would have been hype if he got that kill.
Also, there was a play that maybe could have happened. Klinks could have gave great Healing Lotus to Lich because he had slot available, and then he could click it immediately, get the healing off, and then he survives there. But never mind. He's still high level, I think. Like Lich being level 11, about to crack level 12, he's more than fine. Klinks is level 12, about to finish off his Nullifier, so that's massive. That's just huge.
I was saying that maybe his game didn't start off well enough where he could be that core that we've seen with Clinks in the past, but I certainly feel it now. You could tell he's got some damage, especially now with the Sacred Relic. Like, things are starting to really ramp up for him.
And even Underlord's going for Heaven's Halberd, so that's gonna be another one. I mentioned one on Faceless Void. Now that they have two, I'm not sure if he needs a third one, but it would be fun to watch. You know, just for the memes, make it happen. Wind Ranger using Focus Fire, not dealing damage for like 15 seconds.
That seems like quite the meme format. Boxy getting taken out. 3 heroes here as they've got that double damage.
Xantic holding on to double damage and Region Rune. Oh my god, down to half HP already.
Around the other way, Insania dies. They drop down a Fiend's Gate. They're looking over at Zai. The Firestorm on him. He's trying to run as the bashes are in for Shad, and they'll get another kill. That's now a godlike spree for this Faceless Void. He's 9-0-7.
Liquid, they're really in trouble. I don't see them like starting a fight. They also need another set of items. Wind Ranger, pre-BKB, like, you're gonna really struggle. There's also a nullifier, so if you get into a fight, one-time dilation, and I also like that Shad is maxing it out. Duration is 11 seconds. Most of the Faceless Voids will put 1 point in time dilation, get some extra stats just to be a bit more tanky, but he's maxing it out.
He's actually also skipped the level 10 talent for Shad. Yeah, building on to Chrono right now, too, so how do you fight if you're Liquid?
The answer is you don't.
Oh.
I mean, you can, and then you lose a fight. That's the other option.
You're definitely right. Nullifier being built for Nisha, but you could see, like, there's just a lack of survivability. Sometimes it feels like a lack of damage and a lack of life for these heroes, as Mickey is going to drop to Theolacor, who's on a mega kill streak. He is now 8-7-12. Like, that early part of this game really sucked for him as he was constantly getting charged. Chrono now on a Zai. They don't care who they catch in it as long as they get a kill, and it's going to be Zai, and now they're going to go for the high ground. These D1 hustlers are hustling. They are really looking to start with a victory.
Boxy getting the charge. Canceling it. Doesn't feel too comfortable while Nisha is trying to get some split push going. It's not as effective. You are playing against Fiend's Gate, but still dealing some decent amount of damage here. Hakoda will TP to bottom lane. Get the Frost Shield off.
Senia's got to be careful. Melee racks, that gets taken out. They've got a trap that slows down Dive Llama, and now they're going to go to the Fiend's Gate, but the charge across all four. Nether Strike. Pit of Malice is down. Atenta going in. They've got themselves the taunt. It's going to be on to Nisha. Nisha's in trouble with the Sinister Gaze on him. They'll get the kill on Nisha and Insania. Mickey, Boxy, not doing enough damage here. The charge comes in once again, but there's nothing to follow this up. Mickey doing nothing except dying. Dive Llama with the double kill, the Venomous Gale, as well as the ult from Zai, but it doesn't really deter them much from staying in the base. They're not going to dive the fountain, but they'll start to take the tier 4s.
Oh, yeah, they're
going to
call
GG.
They got no business left in this game.
Wow. Giving it to Liquid, and this game one looked really good after a little bit of a shaky start to get out of the laning phase. But once they got out of that, what can you do? D1 Hustlers, they hustled.
Team Liquid needed to have much more advantage, and look at the big smiles on Shad. Understands he's been missing in action and should be happy about his performance because he missed the previous DPC tour, was a stand-in for a couple of times, but yeah, coming in hot in this one. 9-0 and 11. Same goes for Xantic, who died only one time. Love the itemization. They couldn't team fight. They had no team fight abilities on side of Liquid. Like, fighting into this Underlord, even this Roche fight, it's kind of a fight that you need to take, I would say, because if you let them get Roshan, then the game's pretty much over. But as soon as Hustlers got like even after the 10-minute mark, this game was definitely in their favor.
Yeah, it looked really good. Shad had a couple of great chronos at Xantic, showing what peak UK Dota looks like in that game. And well, D1 Hustlers, they take game number one. We're going to throw it over to the panel to get their thoughts. Take it away.
We have many thoughts to share on this game one, and I feel like the most notable one is the fact that You're right. There was okay. There's a little child around Trent. Let's be real. That was my first thought.
No. Listen, all right. Someone's home sick, okay? So
Oh,
they just
bless.
needed a second. Then hello.
Hello.
No.
All right,
Hi.
all right. Yeah, she's chilling. She really enjoyed the game. She actually was saying
Any thoughts that she has?
Hustlers looks great,
Yeah.
and that we were completely off. And obviously they won't get crushed in the lanes. And you know what? She was right.
God knows more than us, huh? Now look who's laughing. But I want to talk about the team fight. Something I guess I could ask you about, Kezu, because we heard Lacoste talking about it. They just weren't able to team fight on the side of Liquid, and we even saw it. They get rushed, they pick up ages, and they still aren't really able to feel comfortable enough to take a fight or to hang around.
Their draft needs to be ahead. Like when you pick Venomancer or last pick like this, you need to be ahead with like some items, because they were, Lacoste mentioned it a few times, like if you look at these drafts, Windranger and TA, they get caught up by the same items, right? Lit Shield, Pavis, Crimson Guard, even Time Dilation. This spell is in a lot of games like stronger than Chronosphere, and I think this is one of them. It ruins literally every single one of these heroes, and even this Roche fight, I love that they have the confidence to be like, "Aye, fuck it. Like, let's just pit literally next to the Roche, and we take this fight." They get off a great Chrono. I think Shad played incredible, as they all did. I think once again, Liquid are sleeping a little bit, you know, getting caught with maybe their pants down a couple times, but, you know, credit where credit is due to D1 Hustlers.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. It's the decisiveness, I think, coming out from Hustlers. Like, not only do you need to have the courage to ult on an Underlord, pit right next to the Roche, but it's everyone coming through with and having faith that you guys are strong enough that you can do this, and knowing the rotations, and you get to have a scoreline like this, a 9-0-11 Faceless Void, and I mean, even as opposed 4, a 9-7-15 Clinks there. Everyone just looked absolutely fantastic there, Trent.
Yeah, he eventually came online on the Clinks, right? Like, got to the Nullfire. It wasn't the best at the beginning, as, you know, they didn't, like, stomp lanes as Liquid, but I would say that, you know, they were looking okay. Things looked like it was going to go according to plan. But once that Chrono happened bottom, like, I mean, Shad obviously ends with this amazing scoreline, but frankly, his Chronos were pretty much perfect the entire game. Yeah. That initial one, where Underlord, like, throws down the portal trying to get out, and then Void is just there and throws out this massive Chrono, like, those are the kind of Chronos that just give a Void a game that you weren't necessarily expecting. Just like pull out these like 3-4 hero kills and clashes for your team that shouldn't have gone your way, and he did it multiple times in this game. So certainly for me, the one that was able to turn this one into a solid W for the Hustlers.
Yeah, I'm getting that MVP, that Shad. Big props to him. It's been a while since we've really been seeing him play competitively. I do remember him being like on EU Rejects way back when. I say way back when, I'm pretty sure it was just last year. But it's great to see him fitting in properly to D1 Hustlers, and a great debut for them. It is only game 1 though, Kezu. So anything from this showing that you're a little bit worried about that Liquid could exploit in game 2, or it really was overall solid? And
not necessarily. I think it was overall very solid with what they did. I would say one thing that Liquid maybe need to look at is lane dominating heroes. They seem like a bit of a bait, or not a bait, but there's a lot of volatility in there because carries have a lot of like jungle to fall back on, and swapping lanes is also quite easily with the ports and TP. So I think that didn't turn out as well for them. I think they did lose a little bit of their draft integrity by ending up to pick the Venomancer. But overall, I think D1 Hustlers, they should just try to do the same thing, you know, like I feel like they're in the zone, someone makes a call, they follow it together, and for Liquid, I think they probably want to make like a small switch up and just wake up for the next game.
Anything on Liquid's performance that you want to share as well, Trent?
Lots of thoughts.
Or maybe a little
I definitely
one.
go back to the Veno, like 100%. Like I think that was a very like all-in way to take your draft. But it does start before that too with the Windranger and the TA, like was mentioned, Lacoste and Kezu. Just probably, like, I kind of don't want to see such similarities between those two cores again. I'd like to see a little bit more of an ability to actually direct your engagements when you want to actually fight in the game would be a lot better for Liquid. I'm not expecting to see a lot of the same heroes here from Hustlers, because they got a lot of the heroes that we consider to be extremely strong this patch, right? Specifically, the glorious little Void Spirit alongside that Underlord too. So, I mean, even a Lich, like, honestly, all these heroes look fantastic.
They have a pretty good
Faceless
lineup,
Void's like the odd guy out, maybe. But other than that,
Yeah, only
like
the Faceless.
all-star roster of the patch.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. And they got to pop off the way that they did, everyone playing comfortably there. But it is only game one. If D1 Hustlers want to pick up this win, then they're going to have to come out just as strong in game two, which will happen after this break.
Supporting you, supporting you. Go down.
Can we kill them? What is this? Kill them, kill them. Yeah.
Kill.
Is that? Kill. Wind Ranger. This game's so easy actually, what the fuck, bro. Imagine not winning phases waiting against me.
Fix let's go.
No, end them, bro. Whatever.
You wanna hit? 50 seconds.
I'm down. I'm down to this.
Okay.
Yeah. Kill them if they come. They can
Oh, they GG. Let's go.
Nice.
Such easy game, guys.
First game, they won.
Welcome back. It is game two. It's going to be Liquid up against T1 Hustlers. And I've got the newest analyst on panel, the smartest one. Because Trent, you were saying she was the only one that had faith in Hustlers
yes, she
lineup,
was the
right?
only one who believed in the Hustlers.
And was saying that they were going to be strong in lane.
Oh.
She was just saying they were going to win. That's all. You know.
Oh.
Just huge. Huge
back
fan.
it up.
A lot of uhs and a lot of does. Those are her main contributions, which roughly translate to don't worry about the lanes. You guys are going to crush these team fights, which is what really matters in this patch. And you know what? She's so right. Even if you lose 4 wisdom runes, the game can be okay.
Yeah, I love how we always talk about how this wisdom rune control is so important, or, you know, winning your lanes. So many pros have said it in interviews already just over the past 2 and a bit days, is how important this winning a lane is. And we get into this one, Kez, and it's like, nope, you can lose wisdom runes, you can lose lanes, and you can still come out on top if you're kind of doing this 5-man death ball strat and hitting perfect chronos almost every time.
I mean, if you play really well and you buy very good items, you can try to offset a lot of the things that do happen. I do think losing 4 wisdom runes is, yeah, that shit doesn't feel good. That's for sure. Like, you go into some fight, you're lit, you're level 5, you're like, whew, guys, like, all right, I need to take a lane for 2 minutes. Then minute 14 comes around. You want like your next set of levels. You're like, oh my fucking god, it happened again. And you're like, whew. But I mean, they made it happen anyways. But
I'm lucky Trent has headsets, by the way. You're lucky. You're lucky Trent has headsets with the child around him. You gotta watch your language, Kezu.
Yeah, she can't.
Oh yeah, my bad. My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dear,
Otherwise,
my
we might be
daughter's
getting the
watching
ooze.
the stream, Kezu.
How dare you,
damn it.
Kezu?
She's a part of
Sorry,
the stream.
everyone.
You can't keep your mouth clean. Get that soap.
It's these goddamn
Europeans,
wisdom
am I right,
roots,
Trent?
guys. Nah, it's the wisdom roots, guys.
Yeah. Dota just
well,
brings
actually,
out those
I was
little...
gonna say, Kezu, like I tend to be someone who like items are very important, obviously, but I've always said that they're not as important as maybe people like say. But like your item choices didn't necessarily like determine the game in the ways that it's like you blame someone because they bought one item and it like ruined the whole game. But honestly, this patch, like it feels like all these barriers and these items are actually so crucial. It's so important that if you're not buying them, it's such a tough game to get. And then you could kind of see that last game with the Hustlers because I think their items were almost perfect last game.
Yeah, I just think in some games, item timings and specific item combos, they just stack so incredibly with one another. Like when you have damage reduction and then you add even more on top, I think then it really matters. Because items in Dota, they are like damn important. Yeah, you can win if you don't do it perfectly, but you should always aim for ease of execution, and good items will allow you to do just that.
Let's have a look at this Game 2 draft, though. It is on our screens, and we can see Medusa Coddle combo. D1 Hustlers having the second pick. They picked that one up themselves. Underlord taken out of the pool, so we're not going to be seeing that one at all with them. And yeah, I was going to say Liquid decide that a Clink's AM to try and shut down all of this free mana that's going to be handed out on the side of Hustlers is the answer there.
Oh, exciting! This is like the theory craft we've been waiting for a lot of these matchups, right? It's like, what's the value of this Medusa? Like, can you beat Call Medusa just by instantly 4th overalling anti-mage? So this is a very good meta-defining sort of draft to have now that we've had some further tweaks to the old Snake Lady.
Do you feel like they need to go more in about this mana burn, like trying to lower it? Like, would you think about getting a Nyx in there as well? Or are you pretty confident that this AM, once he joins fights, this Medusa isn't really going to be too much of an issue, Kezu? And now it's just about itemizing, and you can just have a draft that you want for the next 3 heroes and your other cores.
Yeah, so I'm okay with just AM being your like predominant Medusa answer. Like, if this hero on its own can do it, then, Medusa is just... Because it's the most one-to-one hard counter in all of Dota. Yeah. So he should be able to do it. I also do think that offlane anti-mage is very good against Medusa. Like, if maybe there's some swap-a-roo going on, Liquid end up being like, oh shit, I don't actually want to play carry anti-mage in this match. If they, pick some specific heroes, you can still play it offlane. I think the timings... mesh up very well into Dusa, because as a carry AM, you need to farm for like 16, 17, 18 minutes, or even more to get like your Manta style. So that's something that Liquid should be open for.
Would you want them to swap it to offlane or just more lane swap it? Like, what really is better there? I know that you talked about like the farming aspect for it, but wouldn't you need to farm even more if you're offlane because you're not really getting that priority as much? Whereas if you're safe lane just playing in the offlane, you're still getting maybe just as many rotations, as much support?
Personally, I like it more from the offlane because of the items you build. Like, you actually play the hero in a whole different way, where you rush Vanguard and like Orb of Corrosion, so you naturally always want to play fast, and then you go Diffusal, and you continue to play fast. Whereas from carry, you buy Battle Fury, so you're just matching the farm into Dusa, which is still very good. But I really like this offlane concept, which I've only seen in pubs. I've not seen it in a pro game yet.
Well, of course, then we have to consider the like how much do you want to commit versus the Medusa, just in case they also do like some sort of an off lane play. So it's going to be a little bit of a like back and forth here. Yep. Clearly, Liquid are the ones who are most known for it in terms of having this off lane Medusa possibility, with Zai speaking about it a lot. So I'm sure they're pretty well prepared for the possibility. And they, maybe just judging by how much they want to commit for mana burn could also be a good like barometer as to how important it is versus the hero.
That's one of the other issues, I think, as well with Medusa, is that she's not bad if you throw her in the other roles. So it's like you go into these games and you have like your clear-cut Medusa, like anti-Medusa strat cut out with like 3-4 picks, and then they're like, well, joke's on you, idiots, it's a 5. And it's not even that bad if you end up doing it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
The band here, Axe, Undying, Bounty Hunter for Liquid. Is there really a common thread to that, or do you think that they fit just more into meta and maybe counters for AM there, Trent?
I like it in terms of just definitely counters versus AM. If you look like the tempo and the timings they like to play at, and like if it is a core AM, it's you can definitely start rolling a game pretty fast with these heroes. So you can see why those would all be pretty beneficial. And then just like the overall aggression and stuff that Hustlers want to try and play like a similar pace as the last game.
Syndoxia, Magnus, and Silencer on the side of Hustlers gives them the Lich for their 5 here. And Liquid are I'm gonna say most likely, because we've seen post 5s be left to the last pick before. But I'm gonna say most likely a support and then their offlane. Would you rather them have Kezu with the back-to-back picks?
Not fully sure yet. I would say they're definitely picking Insania hero here. I could see something like an Oracle, just because this Lich Shield, I would say, is something that you need to address, and you're either doing it with a Purge, massive magic damage, or someone eventually buying a Nullifier. I guess Void Spirit isn't too crazy of a pick to come out here. We've seen people take it pretty much everywhere. If you don't take the second, like your carry or offlane with the other pick here, it at least means that you have one more round to wait before you commit your anti-mage, which is potentially something they want. But Liquid need some more team fight in this game. Like, even if you have this AM against Dusa matchup, like, look at the supports that Dusa has around her. Lich Shield, more mana, more team fight. So it doesn't matter if you aims an item ahead. You need more backup there that he can actually fight with the network that he will have later.
And there's the classic pick too. Like, it feels like these days, if you're trying to get team fight out of a 5, it pretty much is Disruptor. Obviously, he has the chase down potential as well, but just that raw ulti to chuck out can certainly save a lot of engagements, and always been pretty heavily picked, I'd say, versus the Dusa, which tends to be like a little bit stationary. You're hoping to just like either get glimpses to try and like bring her back with her speed, or just try and control the fight by spacing her out. And an Insania classic, so pretty well balanced, I would say. And then we're gonna keep that flex here between the Anti-Mage on the 3 and the 1. So even though they're second, or it's rather gonna have the first pick, and they still have that last counter pick there, they can at least see something else before they make the full decision here on Liquid.
Should look to pick their mid here, so that you can just keep it open on your last pick about what you're actually doing, and you do see the Void Spirit. As I've said before, I haven't seen that many incredible answers to Void Spirit. Like, I feel like people are still testing with like some, I've seen Huskars play into it, and it makes it very hard, but then it depends more like, okay, minute 15, 20, how does the game actually work? Like, let's say you pick that here, and unless he absolutely shitstomps this guy in mid, your mid game is a Medusa Huskar running around, which is like, they both have like 200 movement speed, so I'm happy that they take something else, which is also still open in their draft as well. Mm-hmm. So D1 Hustlers, I'm happy with their draft for sure.
Mm-hmm. What about it makes you more confident? Like, why the Monkey King? Is it the Monkey King specific, or is it just still the flex in it, and we could have seen another flexible hero picked here and you still would have been happy with it?
Kind of both, but that Monkey King should be the best of all the options that could be flex, because now you can already put it mid against Void Spirit, but let's say Liquid do something, or you see a really cool last pick on D1 Hustlers, and you can be like, okay, my Monkey can go wherever Anti-Mage goes, right? Like, you could now already think, okay, if I want to play Monkey King carry, it's probably pretty good. I can lane against AM if they end up putting it off lane. If we do some lane swap and it's carry, I can go there too. If I end up going mid against Void Spirit, I'm happy. So they have a lot of options, which I feel like is very good for them to have when you have this very early core pick in Medusa.
You're kind of hoping that this is always going to be an answer to like Ember always had this problem as well in the mid lane, where if you picked him without having last pick, then they could try these flexible melee heroes that could go position 1 or could go in the mid. So it's sort of like a callback answer to that here with that Monkey King's flexibility. It also just, again, is going to let you like really move across the map. That's why he works so well out of the mid lane too. And I think compared to the other hero that would have done a similar role could have been like the Wind Ranger, but then we run into that same problem that we just saw Liquid have, where you might wind up with 2 ranged carries that kind of get countered by the same items. So the Monkey is just super solid.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. Well, with the last of Liquid's bands out, Timber Beast, I think there isn't really that flex potential there as much as we've been hyping it up to be. And Hustlers down to the little nitty gritties of their reserve time with now it's Bat and Slug. So what?
So
maybe Zai Void maybe.
I guess. So I think now that they did see the Monkey King come out, they're like, okay, we will just put a new hero in the mid lane, which should be Queen of Pain. So now it's also kind of on D1 Hustlers, if they want to be really cute and like play offlane Medusa, carry Monkey King, they could also pick a new mid hero, like some Dragon Knight potentially, could fit their draft pretty well. If they want to do that, otherwise perhaps they're like, oh, whatever, I can play Monkey mid against Queen, but
Legion. This is a Legion game.
Legion's solid.
Just grab some people.
Let's see, bro.
I don't even know who's going to lane wherever.
Yeah, not long left.
Yeah, so it is Kunkka
Oh
mid.
no.
Should be Kunkka mid with Monkey carry. It's,
right.
never mind. It's offlane Monkey King.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
obviously.
right. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
It couldn't be straightforward at all. I do have to ask, so this Kunkka, we saw it earlier in the previous series, and we kind of came to this conclusion, something that Lacoste brought to light, was that it's very like, Kunkka on paper is really good, but there is this weird timing for him item-wise that you're just not really sure. Do you think that it's covered in the Hustlers lineup with the offlane Monkey King and the carry Medusa, that it's okay if his second item isn't as impactful as maybe some other hero second items are?
I mean, Kunkka definitely has, it's a good hero, but he has so many weaknesses, like this mid game, and when people have BKBs, and like your catch is like some X mark. It's a soft catch. It's like a good catch until like 10-15 minutes, then people get items and it's not good anymore. So
right.
I wonder if Liquid are going to do some lane swapping too. Like if they know that it's offlane Monkey King, are they going to put the Queen into the safe lane and then just default to having the Void Spirit mid against the Kunkka?
Yeah.
I feel like the drafts are really wacky, so it's a bit hard to call, but I like seeing offlane anti-mage.
Yeah, benefit of having Mickey and Nisha, though, is that Mickey used to be mid laner, so at any point, you really can just swap them around. But Trent, with the wacky drafts, Hero's not really sure. Just because we know players doesn't mean we really know positions. Which draft do you liking?
I don't know. These are some cursed lineups. Like I've seen this at like the top of the screen when I enter into a game. I'm just like, ooh, oh man. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Overall, I'm definitely a bit of a Kunkka hater, but I see on Medusa that I feel like she can do it. I'm feeling the Medusa game again. I think the Hustlers might be able to pull this one out here for a 2-0.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's a lot of confidence. You're a bit of a Kunkka hater. I know one of our casters is a bit of a Kunkka hater as well. So let's jump into game 2. It's with Big Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Lacoste. I think they're talking about you when they say Kunkka hater, so I gotta ask, what's with the Kunkka hate?
It's not me. It's the it's the plays that I see from Kunkka. Like some of these players are really good at using the hero. It's just very limited at what they can do with it. But looking at both of these drafts, Klink's Anti-Mage. This is your classic pub draft where you like one guy's like, oh, I first pick Anti-Mage and Klinks, and then you're like, oh, we'll put Klinks on 4 Anti-Mage. We'll try to salvage the draft that we have. I think Hustlers had an option. The panel also talked about it, where they could have put Monkey King as carry, and then they could have put Medusa on the off lane. So they had some options available as well. If it was something different other than Kunkka, I like the Dragon Knight suggestion, where you don't care too much about harassment from Queen of Pain. You do have reliable stun. There's not that much burst damage for him. I think it would suit them slightly better, but they have to play with what they got now. So this type of a draft from D1 Hustlers could easily fall apart so quickly. Like having Coddle, having Lich, if they end up with doing kind of the same thing. So I forced to get a Blink level 1, not what you want to have kind of in the lane, but it is what it is.
He kind of put himself in a position where he would have been forced to get that Blink when he went up, but you can't exactly expect that everybody's going to be there from D1 Hustlers. And now, with that in lane, I want to say that Shad's going to start at least with an easy time. They've also got Divalama nearby as a courier in the top lane.
It's also not fair. Medusa has 2 abilities at level 1, while Anti-Mage has Blink.
Yeah, that's, that's cheating, from what I understand.
And Shad, again, going to bottom lane. Wants to play against Mickey on this Void Spirit. Wants to play against melee hero. Let's see. Gonna miss a couple of CS until he gets there. Oh, Insania, he has Glimpse, so, oh god.
Gonna miss even more CS now. taking a long way around. Luckily, it didn't send him all the way back to the top lane through the portal, but Shad, I think he's a little bit happy with having this matchup, right? Like, you're so vulnerable if you've got someone who's swiping your mana away with just 200 health to start the game.
Zai's already back to bottom lane. Needs that XP. Blinding Light will secure the CS for Teolicor.
Boxy might just drop here for first blood, and will for Daiba Llama to get that first blood. In game 1, it was Hakoda got first blood, and this time it's Daiba Llama and Mickey.
Finisher Gaze, level 1. I like it.
Yeah, that is an
level
early
2.
level for it.
Just to be able to pull him in, get some extra damage done. This type of Monkey King from the off lane, you gotta build the same items as you do from the mid lane, maybe even from the safe lane. So you're like, gotta get Echo Saber, get either a Diffusal Blade or Deso. Probably need a BKB in this game because you're playing into Disruptor, but you want to come online as fast as possible. Teolicor getting glimpsed.
Yeah, and the blood grenade thrown on him, and he'll die to Zai. As Insania will also drop. Shad getting a kill there, and he's by himself, so that's never a bad thing, but it does put Zai at level 2, and I'm interested to see what an off-lane anti-mage is thinking about in a game like this.
I also want to see how Xantic will try to salvage his own lane. Doesn't have bottle available as he didn't have enough money in the previous game. Still needs to farm another 75 gold. Already down to half HP. Hakoda.
Oxy's the one who dies. Daiba Llama gets it with a balance strike. Hakoda's still on the run from Mickey. And into the trees.
And now Mickey's in trouble.
Yeah,
that's gonna be some good harassment on top of him.
Sinister Gazing too.
Does have Bracer.
They should be able to slow him up. Can they do anything more? There's the Sinister Gaze. So Mickey on the run, trying to get back to this tower that assimilate, but not far enough away where Daiba Llama's not going to chase. Oh! He almost has it. One more right click, and there's the Boundless Strike to get the kill. D1 Hustlers hustling in this lane. I can say it a million times, and I will have a smile on my face that they are hustling. And, yeah, they are getting it done so far early.
These are also kills without having Orb of Venom. Oh, no. Speaking of Orb of Venom, his career just died. That was a Raid Band and Orb of Venom. But things are going really well for them. Now Zai's career dies.
Yeah, eye for an eye. For courier for a courier. Keeps the whole world itemless.
Doing a very good job. Whenever Zai tries to get some right clicks in on top of Medusa, uses Blinding Light.
Problem is, he's kind of stepping forward like he's still the Clinks. And puts him in these precarious positions, and sneak. Send that right on back. Shad only having 238 mana now. Always got to keep an eye, because that's really the life force of this Medusa these days.
It's insane to see that she has
208
HP.
Yeah.
So
well,
weird.
It was lower before, wasn't it? Wasn't it like 138 when the patch first dropped? Everyone was like, this is impossible. They're going in, Boundless Strike. And Boxy looking like he's going to die. He dies after Hakoda. Aether Remnant. But still, Mickey taking some damage. And you see that Daiba Llama does have at least one Healing Lotus to work with.
Dalai Lama will get a lot of items at the same time. His career is respawning, so getting that Raid Band, Power Treads, and Orb of Venom. Xantic putting in some pressure on Nisha. Boxy will TP, will not refill the bottle.
Oh, yeah, so no bottle refill, and Xantic's able to walk away. And that's not the best feeling in the world. We are going to hit this 5-minute mark.
Xantic already used his DP Scroll X Smart combo to come back. And we'll use it one
going
more time,
bottom.
probably.
Primal Spring, Zai on the run, but they just don't have the damage to get that kill. As Teolicor getting low, and that'll send Daiba Llama through the Twin Gate and back to the top lane. Oh, maybe not. What about Stain?
Stain's fine.
Oh, Stain for the courier, for the treads. Let's see if he stays completely, though. Alright, he's gone. Through the Twin Gate. Back to the top lane, up against this Void Spirit.
Looking at CS, Monkey King's in the middle, but if we switch to network real quick, Monkey King is the most farmed one.
Radiant structures
3,000 by a huge margin. 400 more gold, more net worth than Queen of Pain.
Hakoda. They don't have the mana for Glimpse, but now they do with the stick used. Core coming over with an Illuminate that does some damage. He's still not working with a lot of health. And now in the top lane, Dalai Lama, Boundless Strike, getting a lot of health back. Now focusing his attention on a Boxy. He might just grab this kill before he
another
dies.
one.
And there it is. There's the kill on a Boxy. And now with the Jingu, he's still able to fight Mickey. I don't even think he's going to die at all. He might even just go for Mickey. Aether Remnant off. Dissimulate. Now they've got the Sinister Gaze. No! Whoa! Hakoda!
Did he miss
drops.
it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, Mickey, maybe he didn't miss it. Maybe he did it on purpose so he gets the solo XP. I like the way I think.
So do I. I love it.
But yeah, Monkey also didn't have like one of the branches in his inventory. Maybe that could have made the difference, having extra 20 plus HP. Hakoda, he's going for the Wisdom Rune, but Klinks is already there.
Yeah. Can he kill him before he denies it? All right, you know what? If I can't get it, nobody can. I think that's okay. And Theo Core grabs the other one, so... This is similar to that. First, oh, Zai!
Dalai Lama, he's all over the place. I like that he's being very active. He's not in this farm mode. 3 points in Jingu. Glimpse back on a Xantic.
TP. And he'll be free to leave under the tower with that TP out.
Always love Kunkka against Disruptor. This X-Mark is going to come in very handy. You can save your own teammates. Hakoda.
He's trying to fight here for Boxy, and it's just like, all right, well, I'll put the shield on myself, and now you just die to Shad, given a free kill. But now the mana, 230 health. Uh-oh, Shad, you gotta run. He popped that wand, and he was able to survive the ulti coming in from the Queen of Pain, and now Zai, trying to get the mana out of Hakoda. The jumping from Mickey. They get the kill on Hakoda. They land the Aether, and Theo Core drops. Mickey comes in and gets 2.
That was such a nice bait from Hustlers. Shad using the magic wand in the last second, survives against Queen of Pain. They still lose 2 heroes in the end, but this game is pretty chaotic. Dalai Lama getting some extra levels, keeping a point.
It's just
for now, whatever he needs. Yeah.
That were mid, and now going to the Wukongs and turning into a tree.
Nicely done. Let's see if they can catch vision on him. No glimpse available. Dalai Lama, he's on fire.
Look at how far he is, again, still towards the top end of the net worth. Meanwhile, top lane, Torrent with the ghost ship, trying to get the kill on Zai, but he's able to blink away at the last moment, surviving with just 35 health.
Very close. If he has phase boots there, getting extra damage, all he needed was extra 50 damage or something to be able to get the kill. Dota these days is so fast, you gotta adapt, especially if you're swapping lanes, going through portals. So far, pretty even. Hakoda, this time around, level 6, pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, that's a much bigger difference in the first game. They're going to go in, they go to the Chain Frost, that's going to bounce, but they go to the Mana Void, and they get a lot of damage out. Theo Core as well as Hakoda dealing with a little bit of health. They get the kill on Hakoda. Chain Frost bounces over to the neutrals. They've got the Glimpse to bring him back to Mickey and Nisha. The TP attempt, Llama is going to die, and 2 heroes fall on D1 Hustlers.
Not fair. Team Liquid brought 5 heroes there. It was like 900 damage Mana Void, and Mickey, he's going ham, going for the same build as you do from the mid lane. Also, Mickey very familiar with the hero. He did play mid in his career. Going through the portal. Didn't get bashed by Roche.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As Roche stations himself bottom. Safe for now. But that may not be the case as this game goes on. Finally, the phase boots are out for Xantic. He's gone phase bracer. What are you looking for this Kunkka?
Well, there's your answer. He just queued up Blade Mail. In terms of uncontrollable damage against Quap, against Void Spirit, when he jumps in, Static Storm.
Glimpse, Kinetic
Field. It's okay. This is a problem with Kunkka, because,
Shad?
his items are not as impactful. Another Sonic.
Yeah, they still didn't get the kill yet, though. He gets a little bit of mana still left in him, and Xantic's going to turn. He's got the axe as well as the ghost ship pulling in this Clinks, and with the Illuminate and a right-click, Xantic gets the kill on a Boxy. Nisha not dealing with a lot of mana, and he only has one charge on this one, so fighting Xantic's ill-advised, but they have smoked up on Zai as well as this Disruptor of Insania, and they're heading towards bottom.
No Static Storm. Pretty similar to what happened to Hustlers in the first game.
And they won that game for D1 Hustlers, so I guess the formula right now might be that. Aether Remnant, Davilama trying to fight. Standing his ground will have help in a second, but can't get the balance with the Jingu off. And
Mana Void Zai with that mini stun, waiting until he tried to use Boundless. He also did have Healing Lotus. That was close. Hakoda was very close to using Chain Frost as well. Could have been a big turnaround play there. But Liquid, they're hunting. They're moving across the map, getting stuff done. Soft lane Anti-Mage, very tanky. Looking at the camp stacked. Hustlers, they have been more busy. Medusa's clearing those stacks as we speak.
Mid lane, and will die. That early Pavis isn't going to be enough to keep him alive with these three heroes coming over. 10 to 10. And just about even, so things very, very close in the moment. Level 3 on that Glimpse, so a lot of range on it. Sentry drop down, they find themselves Boxy. And the Chain Frost doesn't bounce, so that's not going to go over to Nisha or Zai. Sinister Gaze, Boundless Strike on a Mickey. They throw out the Sonic Wave from Nisha. Jingu again, but Davilama is going to be able to heal enough. They've got the Ghost Ship coming in. That drops down to the Queen of Pain. The Illuminate, and Davilama will get the kill while he's in the Wukong's command. And it's 2 kills for D1 Hustlers.
Using Pavis on top of him. Ghost Ship, healing coming out from Keeper of the Light.
Davilama find Insania. But he's juking around the trees into the Sinister Gaze of Hakoda.
Guys, let me get level 6 somehow. I need 1 creep, please.
Let me have Static Storm.
This is also a fight where Shad, like, he's maximizing his farm, of course, going for Split Shot, Mystic Snake. But if he has Stone Gaze in that fight where Team Liquid is grouping around, could have been a big play as well. Boxy, like, I see a lot of Spark of Courage items being picked up. This item has been overbuffed. Giving you 18 damage. This is such a great Medusa item because you always have HP, pretty much. So it means you will have damage. Monkey King also holding 1. Imagine him dropping low, using Wukong's Spark of Courage procs. He's sitting at, what is that, like 14 and 7, 21. Quick and easy math right there for you, B-Cup.
Thank you. I appreciate it. What does it equal, though? You didn't give me the end of the formula.
It equals 21.
Okay, thank you.
I think I said it. Chad?
Chad? In trouble. Mana, there, then not, and health gone. Chad gonna die to Zai. They've got the X, they have the Ghost Ship, the Illuminate, the Boundless Strike with the Torrent control. Wow. Hakoda dies to Mickey. They were able to control up Nisha and get another kill here. Davilama, though, in a bad spot. Finally, the Static Storm as they have level 6 on Insania. And that means Davilama's gonna die too, and that's 3 heroes down on the side of D1 Hustlers.
Medusa dies so quickly. Like, her mana pool is relatively limited, 900. If she's not full mana coming into a fight, Zai, he doesn't care too much. Does have that Power Treads, does have Vanguard. Let's see. X Mark into Torrent.
Pulling him back, but the Torrent misses.
Into not Torrent. I don't think they would get the kill anyway, because they need some kind of an extra control. It was Shad who TP'd to the mid lane.
He's closing in on that Manta. Look at how much gold is here for Mickey, by the way. We were talking about how Davilama had a lot of gold, but the difference is massive now. Wukong's used, Davilama just trying to zone away Zai and Boxy while surviving and letting his team come over. They've got the X, but Mickey drops in. He doesn't even care about the Wukong's command. Command that. Another death here for this Monkey King, who's now 9-5-2.
Yeah, this is the issue that they're going to run into right now, because Monkey, sure, he has Echo Saber, but he doesn't really have that hero to play with. Maybe Lich is that hero, but other than that, Keeper of the Light, they have double Pavis, which is Kind of nice.
Jumping
Against
from
all the
Zai.
physical damage.
Xantic, not a lot of mana. He pops that Blade Mail. Chain Frost going over to the Siege Creep. Zai chasing Hakoda. And we'll blink away. But that's Chain Frost not exactly doing a lot again. And that feels like that's been the situation with these Chain Frost so far.
They don't really have the setup for it. What's it going to be? Like X mark the spot? That's about it. They don't have any other stuns. In the previous game, they had Chronosphere, they had Pit of Malice as well. Boxy with double damage and Solar Crest looking for support kills.
Yeah, really
Or
wants
looking
to
for some couriers. Let's see, the courier needs a lot of right clicks. Maybe with Tara on the ground, it would be enough.
Shad taking a pretty giant stack here. As he moves his way from a Manta to a Butterfly. Boxy coming in to steal some experience and maybe swipe some of this. As Shad... Yeah, he's not getting the full benefits of these stacks.
Now he knows. I think he might know that something's happening. Looking at his XP bar.
Okay, comes in,
Nothing.
Aether Remnant, Stone
Mana
Gaze, and the Manta. Now on the run, gets some mana from 3 Core. Boxy still standing nearby, and they're going to go back to just taking the stack.
They find Boxy, that's the question. Every single time there's Clinks or Bounty in the game, you gotta have some kind of vision in that area, because they will try to steal your XP rune. Clinks can farm Ancients. Nisha. That's
Nisha, Ghost Ship, Ballast Strike with the Torrent, and again, they just know how to line up that combo. Pretty beautiful. Got the Static Storm, it's down on the Shad, but it's not really doing much to get the kill onto the Medusa, and the dust is a little bit late. They catch the scan on a Boxy, but he is already far enough away, and he is not dusted up, so he's under the nose of Xantic and the rest of D1 Hustlers.
They did manage to burst Queen of Pain. She has 2,000 HP holding onto Pupil's Gift. Going to Kaya Sanj, the White Llama. Nice jump from Mickey.
And can he get a Jingu off to simulate right on top of Dive Llama? They've got the kinetic field. He gets the Jingu to stack up. Fighting, Chain Frost bouncing, doing some damage. Mickey surviving though, and now the chase is on to Hakoda. They've got a glimpse. They will also take out Shad, which is massive, because Zai is just on the back lines looking for these heroes.
Yeah, Shad, he feels like he needs to be in these fights, because the rest of the team alone when fighting, if there's Coddle, if Lich ulti doesn't bounce enough, there's not going to be enough damage. Also, Kunkka has been missing in some of these fights. And Zai's going full Madman mode with his build on Anti-Mage. Echo Saber, which means more mana burn, double hit, extra slow, holding on to Lance of Pursuit. So you see Anti-Mage, you start running away. It kind of becomes budget Ricky, extra slow, extra damage from the back as well. Now going into Heaven's Halberd, something that they kind of experienced in the first game against two Heaven's Halberd, both Windranger and what was the other hero? Templar Assassin.
Yeah, Heaven's Halberd proving to be annoying, especially when there's not one but two.
With this build, it does allow him to jump in and get out of the trouble.
Zai controlled up, killed off, Daimala getting that kill.
Maybe if he had Sanj there, which was being delivered on the courier, it would be enough, some status resistance and some extra tankiness. And now they're looking for Nisha.
They have just
something is
proven that they can get the control with the Axe, Ghost Ship, Torrent, Ballast Strike. Like, all that control is just so great. They've got this Obs here.
He just blinked in.
And yeah, with the blink used, he's got nothing to get away for another 2 seconds, and it only takes one to get the kill. So, similar to what you see with like an Anti-Mage, you blink in or you blink and that's on cooldown, you're in a lot of trouble.
This is also like he finally maxed out the blink, picked up the talent, level 10 talent, 11 strength, makes him super tanky. This X marks the spot pre-BKB, causing a lot of troubles at Xantic. With the Blade Mail and also holding the Tidal Wave. I want to see what the next item on him is going to be. Whether he wants to have a little bit more damage, get some Shadow Blade, more control if they feel like it, maybe a Hex. There's a lot of items you can buy on Kunkka. Like maybe BKB is also an option if he feels like he needs it. I'm not sure if BKB is needed right now. AC is the one to tank up a little bit more.
With 2,800 gold, too, like, I wouldn't be too upset to see him get it. Ghost Ship coming through. There's a Kinetic Field, a Chain Frost, but again, that's not going to bounce. They go to the Sonic Wave. That's going to land out of 2, but the Stone Gaze coming through from Shad, and now chasing these heroes from the side of Liquid away. Mickey, Primal Spring right on top of him. They've got the X as well as the Torrent. The Illuminate. They get the kill onto Mickey. They'll take out the Void Spirit. He's the top of the net worth hero right now, so Liquid, they got to think about whether or not they want to stay in, and they'll choose to leave. By the way, it's 21 minutes. You got the Wisdom Runes. You've got the Tormentors available, so we'll see if both teams choose to start backing off for those availabilities.
Everybody's running to their own bounty runes. They want to get some levels. These Chain Frosts, like, team fights would be much more easier if it bounced. It's not an easy one because you have like 2 heroes with a blink and one has Dissimulate. So a lot of ways to dodge it. And Xanthic in the end decides to pick it up. And they'll be going into Shadow Blade. Feels like they need a little bit more right-click power, which I do agree with. Because Medusa right now, like, Shad tried to join a couple of these fights, but he still needs to be careful. Playing into Anti-Mage, getting his mana burn.
You can see how, you know, once you lose the mana, it's pretty much it. And you need some help here from Theo Lacour to give you the Chakra Magic to get some mana, some survivability, and then he's holding that wand to try and get mana back as well, but he's done a good job of shutting down Shad in some of these fights. Wiping that mana.
Yeah, they shut him down completely. He's still on top of the net worth. Mickey's up there.
Yeah. So maybe not completely, but getting there. There's the Butterfly. BKB,
this is a big item.
Daedalus.
Against Clinks, against Anti-Mage. Right clicks from Void Spirit. They do hurt. I see a big item on Mickey. Nullifier, just too good of an item right now, considering everything is dispellable. These like Glimmer Caves, Force Staffs, Pavis, Solar Crest that they have on their side. Frost Shield as well.
Truthfully, it's going to be double Nullifier timing because they've also got Boxy going for his too.
Boxy has been farming in these outer rings. This is the power of Clinks.
There's not much wasted on the map. It may be bigger and there are more camps and some might stay stagnant for a little bit, but when you've got a hero like Clinks who can kind of take advantage of how many camps are around the map not being taken, he's going to get a lot of farm out of it, and you could see it's proven here by him almost having that Sacred Relic and being so much further ahead than like the Coddle or the Lich in terms of gold. I like that. I like what these Clinks players have been able to accomplish. I guess the question is, will it be enough? They've almost got Boots of Bearing on the Hakoda Lynx. Or Lich, not Lynx.
Yeah, what?
Well, new hero announced. You've heard it here first, folks. It's Cat Hero.
X, yeah, here we go. Shad. He's there taking the tower. With this Butterfly, he feels relatively safe against Anti-Mage, but there's also Havit's Halberd. Great against Monkey, great against Kanka. Against all 3 cores, pretty much.
Jumping in. Balance Strike on it, too. Aether Remnant, and now Insania looking very dead, but at least he gets Mickey out. We've also got Harpoon being built by Monkey King.
It's a good item.
He's also working with a Spark of Courage.
Yeah, everybody's holding it. Like 24 minutes into the game,
They're gonna
that's
make
tier
it a
1
tier
neutral
2
item.
item. Yeah.
Spark of Courage is new Fairy's Trinket.
But better.
Tumbler's Toy.
Oh.
And I like this aggression. Hustlers going for Roshan. They have enough damage with Medusa, and also if they ever feel threatened, they can pop Stone Gaze, Wukong's Command. A lot of zoning tools on their side.
Do they go back for Tormentors? I see, at least in this series, they feel pretty ignored.
Yeah, seems like team.
Oh, Roche is leaving.
Oh no,
he's leaving.
not again. They're trying.
Stop that man! Oh, he's trying to leave.
God, 2,800 HP.
Don't get him.
It? No.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Zai was there. I saw Zai on top of the Twin Gate. Imagine if Roshan goes through, he clicks him once, dies, picks up Aegis.
That would have been just perfect. I thought maybe for a second he's, you know, channeling, going through the Twin Gate. The Aegis just ends up on the other side, but not Roche. That could have been so bad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So tier 2 tower bottom being taken here by D1 Hustlers, while the same is being done top by Liquid.
Haste Dire's top tower.
They're going for high ground, it seems, with this Aegis, with this Butterfly. Let's see if Team Liquid will try to match up this one, but someone needs to defend this.
And Medusa had the BKB but went first to the Crystallis, part of that Daedalus, and
wants to have most damage because she's holding on to Aegis right now, so you can afford to be a little bit.
They're coming around the back. Theoacor is going to be in trouble with the Astral Step coming through the Nullifier. The damage immediately on a Theoacor to get the kill. They go to the Ghost Ship. Static Storm is down, but the Stone Gaze used the Boundless Strike. The Chain Frost, again, just not bouncing anywhere. Zai's going to go to the back lines. They've also got the Queen of Pain nearby, but they get the kill on Mickey. And now the look over is Zai's trying to do as much as he can. Oh, the double ult, but it only gets Hakoda. Mana Void into the Sonic Wave, just not enough. Even then, Shad, you know, he's still working with an Aegis, so how far do you really want to chase this, especially with a Xantic right behind him? Shad, though, no mana, no life, and there goes the Aegis.
Oh, they see him. There's a Sentry Ward.
Daiba Llama's just in the top end of the map. They get the kill into a Xantic. They look over as Shad's trying to kill off Zai. Zai blinking away. Nisha's still nearby with Insania, so they'll try to kite him. They've got
Guys, leave me alone,
going through
please.
the Twin Gate. He's trying to help out and get to this fight, but Zai now not with a lot of health. Blinks out again. Boxy trying to go in on the Shad. Everybody's struggling as Boundless Strike comes in and they get the kill into Insania. So finally, Daiba Llama shows up and gets through the Twin Gate and helps to get Insania. And eventually, Shad is just retreated on as they realize they can't kill him.
They were so ready to go for Medusa the second time, but Shad, he held his ground. Pops the Manta style, and then you can see the damage coming in. Now, this is going to be second Nullifier finished on Clinks. So say goodbye to all of these items. Lich is going to cry. I think Lich, Pavis, and Frost Shield, and then you have Coddle with Pavis, Solar, and Ghost Scepter. So, oof, bit of a rough one.
Not gonna be fun. His Chain Frost still are just not getting the opportunity to bounce, but you said that in the beginning of the game they were going to struggle to do that anyway with the lack of control that they really have. Maybe if they had like an Ags on Coddle for Will-O-Wisp, but even then it just was...
Can't really blame him. He tries to use it before he dies, and there's just not enough setup, not enough stuns on their side.
Mickey, by the way, denying a Wisdom Rune.
Radiant's
Glimpse of that. Thank you to our Ob. And the one by the Dire side.
I love this one, where you pretend you're going to give it to Kunkka, and then you pick it up yourself.
So that's Coddle getting Ag's Shard, which will give him recall.
They wish Lich was the one who picked it up, because Ice Spire would help with the Chain Frost heavily. Yeah. Let's see what he's bringing. Boots bearing on Lich.
Could go steal the other side and go for Liquid's Tormentor. If they wanted to get the one on Lich.
Illusion.
Picked up on Daedalus. Medusa, another Butterfly queued up?
Oh yeah, give me that. And also holding on to Elven Tunic. I don't think he's gonna go for it, but we'll see what the next item's gonna be. BKB feels like he needs it. About a second Butterfly, we'll see. Now, Anti-Mage. When you play AM, from off lane, you can go for different itemization. Having that Blink Fragment, it's such an annoying spell to deal with.
Going in, throwing in that Blink Fragment of Time, and Shad, well, he's going to be controlled for a little bit, but the Boundless Strike comes in, the Stone Gaze is used. They use the Nullifier on him. Nobody dead on the side of D1 Hustlers just yet, but Boxy trying to find him in the backlines. They've got the Glimpse coming over on the Daiba Llama, who pops the BKB. Another Blink Fragment thrown onto Shad. He's back to full mana. Astral Step, Nullifier as they jump for Daiba Llama, but they've got the X onto Mickey. No more control. They'll retreat back onto the high ground as these Blink Fragments are continuing to be thrown over onto D1 Hustlers. Manta, Static Storm, Nullifier, Ghost Ship, Torrent. Now the control on Anisha. They've got the X, but the BKB and the jump away.
If they get that Boundless off, I think Nisha dies. There's the overwhelming damage from Medusa, 2 illusions. There's freshly bought Daedalus. Gotta be extremely careful. Let's see what Nisha has in his quick buy. Going for that Aghanim Scepter. Might need to get a plate mail, just like a casual one, to be able to get out of the trouble. But also Vindicator's Axe. Okay, so if he's... If he's stunned, gets extra 20 armor. This is where he actually survives. Boxy, he's the one getting chased, and this is where he dies.
Dabalama getting that kill. He used that harpoon to pull him back in. He's also going Nullifier now.
No, he isn't.
Oh, well, he changed it.
He changed it when you mentioned it.
Well, anything that comes out of my mouth is a bad idea, so...
In terms of nullifying things, there is Pavis, Glimmer on Disruptor, and Shield from Resonant Pulse. That's about it. So maybe he feels like he needs a bit more control against these BKBs. D2 Hustlers, more like major Hustlers, because this is the way they're playing. Like, they really want to get there. First, they were in Division 2, changed their name. Bunka, he's the one holding on to Gem that Teolikor bought. So we'll see Clinks. We'll try to get some D-wards, and also good against Glimmer Cape.
I'd love to see them change their name if they go to Bali. To either Major Hustlers or Bali Hustlers. Then they go to TI Hustlers. Just constantly changing the name of the team.
I just hope they don't change the name to what it was like a week ago.
Can't see the regression. It'll never happen. Uncomo's having his BKB, and Medusa still now no longer queuing up a BKB, and but
hey, he's going for it.
Double butterfly.
So for now, holding on to Elven Tunic and Butterfly gives you 46% evasion. Let's see what's going to be with the second Butterfly. Going to be like 55. Blink Fragment. Scouting things out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dabalama in the trees, and the rest of Liquid now in the jungle. They actually hanging out to defend the top tier 3.
Boxy split. He might actually kill the tower here with Skeleton Walk. 3 skeletons with Tar.
He might. He will.
Plank's late game, like as the position 4, becomes a menace to deal with.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, not exactly easy to work against. But they'll be Roche up in 30 seconds. There's the second Butterfly.
It showed 54% evasion on Medusa with 2 Butterflies. Still showing 46 for some reason. Just a visual bug showed it for a second. So every second hit is gonna miss. Also damage. Level 20. Stone Gaze duration.
Now an Ags picked up for the Queen of Pain. 5-man smoke here from D1 Hustlers. Roche is currently stationed bottom for another 54
Xania
seconds.
Just set up an observer ward on high ground. They're gonna see a Xantic.
Yeah, they'll see him, but he's got the Silver Edge to get the break. They go to the Sonic Wave. They'll pull him in with the Harpoon. They've also got the X, but the BKB's been popped by Nisha. On the other side of the fight, they've got Boxy, who's throwing down these skeletons to try and get some damage out. Stone Gaze, Disarm, Boundless Strike, torn up into the air, Static Storm down into the Dabalama, who pop the BKB, they get the Kona Hakoda, they're looking over at Mickey, and they'll take out this Void Spirit. Boxy on the run, but as Xantic dies, Nisha gets credit for that kill, and Teolikor trying to get in front of Boxy. They've got the Wukong's command down, but the Nullifier making it difficult for Dabalama. Shadow Strike from Nisha, it's through on a Dabalama, the bite back on Hakoda. They've got a glimpse, they've got another Shadow Strike, that's gonna use the Axe to his advantage and explode into a scream of pain.
They need to fight around Medusa. Like, they can't be split like this. I can understand what Xantic tried to do, try to get a pick off, but there was vision on the high ground. And there's also still Gem on the ground that is not picked up. The Teolikor will go and pick it in the end. Because the way this fight started is Anti-Mage pops a Blink Fragment, pops another one, forces Konka into bad spot. His mana pool is very limited. It's like only 800 with a couple of right clicks from Anti-Mage. So forcing a BKB and a Blade Mail from him. Kind of an awkward fight for Hustlers.
Can they still get this? Oh, they can go and use the Twin Gate and go for Roche. And it looks like that might be the game plan here, especially with, you know, a couple heroes still dead for Liquid, but they're respawning. So are the D1 Hustlers heroes. Blink Fragment as they've got Vision now on Shad. Boxy over to the side. Zai going after Theolacour.
Has shield
and Boxy now might be in trouble as they've got the Blinding Light. The Sonic Wave comes in. They get the kill there onto Boxy, but they end up losing Theolacour. It's going to buy back immediately. The Mana Void's not going to do enough. Xantic, though, not a lot of health remaining, and they go to the Wukongs. They've got control on Anisha. The Balance Strike hits as well as the Harpoon, and oh boy, they get Xantic instead. Diamond Llama with a sliver of health in the Wukongs. It's not going to matter. They take out the Monkey King. They look over at Shad. They'll kill off the Medusa, and Theolacour, who just bought back, he is in trouble. Aether Remnant, the control, the kill, and a full team wipe for the side of Liquid.
Zai is doing way too much work in these fights. Going in, holding the Titan Sliver, Heaven's Halberd. He can blink in aggressively, burn their mana. They're looking for these prolonged team fights. And Aghanim Scepter on Queen of Pain finally kicking in. Like these Screams of Pain, Shadow Strikes, they do hurt a lot. And this game might just be over. Let's see if they decide to go for tier 4s or if they want to clean another set of barracks. Theolacour was also the one who bought back in the previous fight. Yeah. There's still tier 2 tower bottom, but they're gonna start knocking on your tier 4s after finishing these off.
They're gonna all TP back. Interesting. A lot of time for these heroes and no buybacks used for D1 Hustlers except for the Coddle. And now just a Bloodthorn straight up for Zai. Quickly after this Axe was picked up, Shiva's for Nisha.
Yeah, this Bloodthorn now completely destroys Medusa. As soon as she uses Manta, you'll have True Strike on the attacks. The second Butterfly, not really getting the value from it. Liquid wants to close it out. Going for Roshan. Let's see if Hustlers can get there in time. There is smoke available on Hakoda. It's dropping fairly quickly. Now, not the best Roche taking lineup, but it will drop.
So now do they even want to fight? They immediately turn around. They drop down in obs, and they need to get out of dodge. So a game that was led by D1 Hustlers and felt like the pacing was theirs for a long time now, leaning back towards Liquid. This is, like you said, it's been pretty much Zai who's really done so much in these fights. He's not the only one, of course, but certainly the star of the show at the moment. What do you need here from D1 Hustlers? Just more time for Shad?
I don't know. Is that Sacred Relic that he just bought? Okay, I like that. So going for Divine Rapier needs a little bit more time. Less than 2,000 gold, sells the stick, tier 4 items are kicking in. Let's see if he decides to swap something in. But they need to play around him. They need to find a way to buff him. Sure, there are these like Solar Crest, but again, playing into 2 nullifiers kind of removes all the buffs that they have for Medusa.
Never got the shard for Hakoda, and they're looking to get a Tormentor. Mickey was just there. And they are
It feels like
nearby.
They needed this shard on Hakoda so long ago. 40 minutes into the game, he'll finally get it, but now it might be slightly too late.
Shad now trying to run. Hakoda, you just have Boots of Bearing, so will help Shad start to retreat. Double damage on Nisha, too. You can kind of feel like Kunkka, he's provided a lot of control, but net worth-wise, it feels like he's kind of
same issue that Kunkka has had for quite some time. Not able to deal damage in the late game. Sure, you like take all these talents for damage, 45 on 15, Tidebringer Cleave, you build into Silver Edge, and then you can't really hit anybody.
Oh boy,
here we go.
Yeah, he's already dead. He does have buyback, but that is not a great way to start off this high ground defense. They go to the Harpoon. They're going to pop this Manta here for Mickey. Still working with an Aegis, so Nullifier. Mickey going in, and Aether Remnant locking up Hakoda, and he's not even going to be able to get the Ice Spire or the Chain Frost out. He doesn't even have buyback. Scoring up in the air, Sonic Wave, not a lot of mana. There's the Mana Void coming through. Shad dead, Zai dies, 3 heroes gone. They get Theolacour. So he's got buyback. There's 3 heroes on Liquid who are already dead. Torrent, X, and Xantic. You don't want to die, though. He has to get back into the base. They go to the Dissimulate. Dive Llama trying to fight, but he is in trouble. Oh, the wave pulling in Mickey for a second. Boundless Strike. BKB trying to run now. Back into the base. Blade Mail pops. Gets the Jingle.
Llama
Has to
fighting.
step Mickey again with the
Harpoon.
Well hitting him, and Mickey will die.
Oh man, holding on to
X.
Defiant Shell.
Oh, they got him.
They
Full
got a
team
full
wipe.
team wipe. Okay. This is nice. The White Llama holding on to Defiant Shell. Whenever you attack him, he attacks you back. So add Harpoon to that. That's like 3 hits immediately. Has permanent Jingu. That was nicely done. I mean, Medusa, she didn't have enough gold to buy out immediately. Gets it from the assist gold and holds it. And now does have Divine Rapier available in the base. So they're still holding.
Problem is, though, we saw how quickly Shad just dies, right?
Yeah, Shad disappears, even though he managed to deal some serious amount of damage. If they focus him down, I don't know. Nullifier just seems so good right now against all of these items, and Team Liquid holding on to 2 of them, plus also having Clinks available on Boxy. Gonna be a lot of control.
Now. Yeah. So Scythe picked up, like, it's gonna be tough for them.
Invisibility.
But with Medusa, anything is possible. When you're fighting right outside the well and you have Tidal Wave, well, I guess you can pull these heroes in. Dive Llama spots a lot of this Liquid team, but starting to draw them towards the rest of D1 Hustlers. Don't really chomp on the bait, though, and go with them.
We still don't have any 25s on side of Hustlers. 24 Queen of Pain, 24 Anti-Mage. Same goes for Void Spirit.
Yeah, 24 for Kunkka, 23 about for Shad. But the experience difference is about 6 levels, so. Trickster Cloak, that should help Pagoda. He has been struggling to survive in these fights.
And again, Nullifier kicks in. Can't really do much. But with Ice Spire, at least now he's going to have these Chain Frost. This is also level 3 ulti, so 550 per hit. Doesn't deal the most damage to Anti-Mage, but there's also no pipe available on side of Team Liquid. Damage is going to come in handy. And looking at what Insania has, he has a lot of these like smaller items. Now he wants the big one. Aghanim Scepter, if he sells... Now what does he need to sell? Nothing, pretty much, so we'll get it in 800 gold.
Should be putting in that Philly. Oh, he's not fighting. Get that min-maxing. The Philly Stone, bringing the gold. But he's working with the Stormcrafter at the moment. Another good tier 4. I like that item.
It's a more of a like damage item nowadays. Still, Hustlers very afraid. They can't really leave the base. They need Medusa. She's the one holding Divine Rapier. The only way to move is to pop a smoke and try to go for some kills and pickoffs.
Oh. Okay. Ninja Gear on the Queen of Pain, so was smoked up, but they hit the Boundless Strike. Now they've got the Harpoon. Torn off to the side, the Sinister Gaze. Do they have the damage to get the kill here? Nisha trying to blink away, just escapes with his life!
I don't think Torrent hit. They
No.
needed Torrent, and also, like, the White Llama, he was thinking about getting Dispatcher long time ago. Didn't even finish it. It definitely feels like they needed
Oh,
it.
Harpoon jump in, Astral Step out of the back lines. Mickey's gonna go in with the BKB. They've got the Sonic Wave to get the kill into Hakoda again. Well, he's got buyback, but Xantic's also dead, and he does not have buyback. The silence, though, on a Mickey. Can they get the kill here? The Nullifier's gonna be thrown on him as well as the Illuminating, the Blinding Light. They'll take out the Void Spirit. He doesn't have buyback.
Is there any objective to take? Not really. Roshan may respawn in 40 seconds, but still, Hustlers, they're fighting back. Medusa sitting on another 300 gold, getting closer to her BKB. Problem is going to be her maneuverability inside of a fight, because right now it seems like she wants to swap her power treads There it is. Sells the power treads. We'll need those drums. We'll need Solar Crest on top of her to have some extra move speed.
Makes it a little bit scary because they just picked up the Abyssal Blade on Zai. So if he just blinks in Abyssals, they burn the mana. Like, Shad, he's going to be hexed after that too. It's tough.
It is. Looking at 25s. Kunkka just hit his, so Ghost Ship Fleet available on their side. Anti-Mage minus 50 seconds on Mana Voids, which brings it down to 20. That's a big one. Queen of Pain going for the Blink cooldown talent.
Illusion. Yeah, well, that's what saved him.
I miss the old Fear talent on Queen of Pain. Just kidding. It was...
There's been some good talents. What was the Lone Druid one? Minus 65 seconds respawn time, and then there was the 420 gold per second one. There's been some fun talents.
Monkey's sitting on a lot of gold. The White Llama, 4,000. Thinking about what the next item's gonna be.
I like this Harpoon, but the Harpoon actually ended up meaning that they didn't hit that Torrent. Minute to go on Roche, and that'll leave about 2 minutes in nighttime.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Insania does have Aghanim Scepter available now. So let's see, 50 seconds for Roche. Still gonna spawn on Dire's side since it's nighttime. Took me a second to realize, you know, Radiant, it's 50-50. For me, like, the good side is the Radiant side. Not just... Because back in Dota 1, you had, like, Scourge against Sentinel, and you could, like, certain heroes that were, like, bad were on Scourge, and the Sentinel were the good ones. Omni Knight against, I don't know, Bane.
TPing back. Ooh, hold on. Exantic's getting taken out in their base. I was looking over at Mickey for a second. Zai gets the kill into Exantic. He doesn't have buyback again. Boundless Strike. They've got the combination. No, Chainfrost is going to bounce all the way over. They've got the Harpoon to continue to lock up Nisha. With the BKB being popped, though, he's able to blink away.
I think this is the time
down.
You queue up Basher on Monkey King. It feels like they need control during these BKBs.
Yeah. They definitely need a little bit more control, and Roche is going to respawn and have that refresher shard for the moment. They do have buyback now available on Exantic. He'd love to not use it, but with Roche up... and the Blink Fragment now trying to take a tier 3. Last tier 3 instead of racks available for you. It is very tough. Sinister Gaze, and now the Hex is going to be used. It's on the Dive Llama. Boxy's over to the side of the Nullifier once again. They've got some damage coming out, and it's looking like they'll get him. He's got buyback, and now they'll look over at Theo Core. Jump in, and that's another 3 heroes down on the side of D1 Hustlers as they'll buy back on 2 and use that Stone Gaze, and Liquid get out for free.
And you can see Meke pinging out. Monkey's missing, Kunkka's missing. These are the 2 buybacks. This Nullifier has been amazing on their side. Meke every single time locks onto one of the 2 supports, kills it instantly. Fight is 4 versus 5, tries to force a buyback, and Roshan is available. Will be there for another 40 seconds, so they might need to set things up on Radiant side, actually.
They are TPing over, so they're going to head that way. 2 arrows in 2 different directions on the map. Word here from Radiant to see them coming over that bridge if they get caught in that direction coming down, but they're actually smoking and going towards top. Zai doing some tickling damage to Roche.
It's going to take a while. 5 seconds. Rest of the team's coming through the twin gates, but so will Roshan.
High five, Roche. Oh. Bumping him up into the air, and they'll go. Now they've got that Hex bumped up again, and these heroes on the side of D1 Hustlers nowhere nearby, so this will be Aegis, Cheese, with the refresher shard.
Kawalama playing Monkey King, using chimpanzee noises. Hits the lore. There's still Tormentor available, so they want to grab it on whoever. He's the one who's going to get it, so Boundless Strike. If it's an auto cast, you go to the other side of Boundless. Makes you like more maneuverable in the fights. In the end, he opted to go for that Mage Slayer. Wants to pick up Bloodthorn, but yeah, that's far away from happening. They need to win like 2 fights. And Team Liquid, they know that they have no buyback, so they want to go in and try to close out the game.
Trying to send it to a game 3. Can they hold with the Divine Rapier? Shad Medusa, who's trying to get an Ags to have that Mystic Snake upgrade. Right now working with the Shard of Cold-Blooded.
Problem is he does not have access to his secret shop. Needs to buy point booster, but for now, keeping the buyback available.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
There goes the bottom tier 3. Shad hitting that level 25, having that split shot uses modifiers now. Monkey King close to 25. He's halfway there. X, pull back, jump in. The TP over from Devil Llama, but they've got themselves the Abyssal Blade. They're trying to get the kill here on to Shad. Shad down to about half mana. The Mana Void's going to be used with the BKB being caught by Shad, but the Sonic Wave, now he's not dealing with a lot left on him. They get the first life out of the hands of Mickey. They've got the Ice Spire down. Can they get the control to get the kill here onto the Void Spirit? They're holding for now, but they go to the Stone Gaze. And blink in from Nisha. Harpoon pulling him back on the back line, so they find Boxy. Can he get the kill here on Hakoda? He can, but will he save his own life? They've got the attention on a Boxy while Dalai Lama is trying to fight here on a Mickey. They've got Zai coming in. They get the kill on a Xantic. Nisha gets credit for that one. They finally take out Boxy, who's going to buy back. And Shad still holding his ground, but they've lost the tier 4, and there's only 500 health remaining on the other one.
They're losing their barracks.
Bottom also.
As well, they're dropping fairly low. Mickey wants to go in. Get that right click going. He's super tanky. 4,000 HP on Void Spirit. Disarm on Medusa. The long duration.
And output that damage, and now Ancient exposed.
They will just split him.
Yeah, looking over at Devil Llama. He's gonna die here. He doesn't have buyback either. He's dead for 2 minutes, and they have Mega Creeps to try and go after this throne. Shad, what can you do here? You don't even have Stone Gaze for another 30 seconds. They've got the Disarm, the Glyph. I don't think it's going to do that much. They've got the buyback coming out of Hakoda, so now a Sinister Gaze. They'll reflect back the Hex, but the throne is the attention. Ice Spire, the bounces starting to stack up on a Boxy. He did just buy back. They've got themselves the Dust. The Esper step in. The Silence. It's on the Shad, who's trying to fight, doing some damage, but he eats the cheese. Now they go after Hakoda. Thrown down to about 1,500 health. They get the kill on Hakoda. They'll take out Zai, but they'll end up losing. The Anti-Mage is going to buy back with a little bit of health available on the Queen of Pain. Nisha is going to be able to back away. As they look at Mickey, they've got Boxy coming in with the Skelly Bros. They'll get the game. They'll push us to a game 3 as Team Liquid will take game number 2.
Yeah, look at the smiles on Team Liquid members. They get that dub, but in the end, they split them so much they couldn't do anything in the end. Nullifier, I think this game just summed up by Nullifier on Void Spirit, who goes in, kills one target instantly. And Hustlers, they lacked a little bit of lockdown, maybe like a Hex on one of these heroes, maybe a Basher on Monkey King to be able to control them, because it did allow Team Liquid to go in and out of the fights multiple times, which is exactly what they wanted. Void Spirit goes in, gets a kill, assimilate out, then you have like Anti-Mage with these Blink Fragments, Queen of Pain, Blinking Gain, using ulti, Disarm on Medusa, and also Boxy. He was the one like backstabbing the enemy supports as well throughout the whole game. Finding someone who's there, use Nullifier, can't do much about it, you die, go next. So we're gonna go to game 3.
Yeah, it's going to be game 3. It's 1-1 apiece here for both teams, obviously, and to break down this game 2 and where it went wrong for D1 Hustlers, where it went right for Liquid. We've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
What an intense game 2. I mean, we were already thrown off by the fact that these teams were running an offlane Anti-Mage, a safe lane Void with that offlane Monkey King as well, because there was so much to unpack just in the draft itself, but now in the game, seeing it play out, that was a lot. And I am very impressed with D1 Hustlers here, fighting till the very end. And I'd say being able to fight from behind the way they did, they were still being aggressive despite being down in gold or item timings.
I think they did very good in this game. Eventually, the problems you will run into. If we look at the Liquid heroes, right, the way that Queen of Pain, Anti-Mage, and Voice Spirit want to play fights, they're all very elusive. Therefore, they can play long fights very easily. Whereas Kunkka, Medusa, they're very stationary, right? They're very slow. They need to fight around the position where they're currently standing. And I think the longer this game goes, the easier it will be for Liquid to play these fights, because these heroes will get more items to make them more mobile, help them be defensive. So I think the only way D1 Hustlers could have won this game, and I think one of the best teams in the world, if you put them in the spot, they will win, is you need like a 25-minute Rapier on Medusa, you need to go AC on Kunkka instead of Silver Edge, and like a Bash on Monkey King. Because you need to lower the time window that Liquid have to kite Medusa and ignore her. Therefore, I think he needs to like just go Rapier and be like, screw you guys, you cannot ignore me. But either way, really well played from both teams, but Liquid overall, they end up taking it. They play better.
Yeah, and we could really see what you meant, like when these highlights get a little bit later on. But when Hustlers were trying to defend that high ground, so many times Liquid would sort of poke in there, and then they would be able to get out, and they would, pull out the ultimates from either the Lich or the Juicer, and it's like, well, now they're big cooldowns, and you got to wait ages for them to go back in there. But Trent, before we even got to that point, were you a little worried for Liquid? Were you worried that maybe their lineup would take longer than necessary to come online, because the laning phase was good from Hustlers?
Yeah, the lanes were fine. I think that in order for Hustlers to really take it, it did have to be that sort of earlier timing that Kez was alluding to. So the fact that they weren't hitting this like big peak early, I was like, okay, this is looking all right for Liquid. Obviously, things can fall apart, even though you are a very mobile lineup. You know, it also means that you tend to be a little bit squishy. So if you get caught by something like, you think about, when does Kunkka look incredible? It's when someone just hits this like random torrent off in the distance, and it's like, oh, combo the bow, they got the kill, oh, we're doing it. But that's kind of why I'm a Kunkka hater, because when those plays don't happen, it gets real sad. And that last highlight, that fight, you could see like they're just trying to chase one person, and people are just like flying in from the sides, like just like ninja warriors, just coming in, going back out, coming back in the fight. It looked so irritating to play for Hustlers, and great holds near the end though. Mickey did his best to feed that fountain kill.
Yeah, 100%. We only saw the scoreboard briefly there, but Kezu, it's going to be a tough one. I'm going to put all the pressure on you for this one, okay? Trent, you're going to get game 3 with Kezu. You already have the MVP.
Yeah, I got it. For me, it has to be Zai. I would say that they all played well. For me, Mickey made a few mistakes, too many, in like the mid game. But I would say that Zai's early aggression, the way he played, the way he itemized, like going in and out, even like, leaving fights at 5% HP because he knows that that's how long he can stay. Like good players, it doesn't matter the percentage of HP you have. As long as you have 1 HP and you know there's nothing hitting you, you can keep fighting. And I think he did that really well on AM in this game.
A little limit testing. Is that who you would have given it to, Trent?
Yeah, I'm in. I think that... Because here's the problem. Whenever someone plays offlane Anti-Mage in a pro game like this, it inevitably means it's going to come to the pubs. It's just going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
So if there was any example that I at least want them to try and emulate, it's this. It is, he didn't farm, right? He did farm, but he battled. He was the battle Anti-Mage. He looked good doing it. He recognized those situations. He pushed it to the end. He was not afraid to die. He didn't end up dying that many times, but he was not afraid to die because there are more important cores on his team. So please recognize that offlane Anti-Mages.
I like the little PSA that you're putting out there just in case any ideas are floating in. I was actually typing in my Dota friend Discord, and I was like, guys, AM offlane, this is it. We're going to run it. Let's give it a go. So I'll add that PSA on there as well, Trent. But for the next game, Kezu, outside of the Kunkka, are there any other glaring issues for you that Hustlers really need to rectify?
Once again, I feel like not necessarily. They're doing fairly well. I would have preferred a DK over a Kunkka by miles, but... He's a level 30 Kunkka, so you're going more for comfort. I think overall, try to identify the timings in the game and then just shut them out. Because they had a chance to win this game. It's not only on draft.
Yeah, 100%. It's there's an ebb and flow with that draft and how you execute. Yeah. Game 3 is going to be coming up, though we're treated with another one, and it's going to happen after this break.
I'm hitting base. Just pull them back and forth, guys.
Their only stun is one monkey stun.
I'm hitting the monkey stun. He has to choose what he has wanted. Just kite them, guys.
Okay.
I'm pulling Dusa. I'm kiting the Dusa, guys.
Yeah, it's good. I'm rotating building here.
Nerd, dude. That's actually so nerd.
What do you mean, bro?
I love it, dude. I love it.
He's chasing me again. I'll jump in and poke them.
Welcome back. It's another game 3 for our second series here at Liquid, up against D1 Hustlers. And I'm going to be so disappointed, Trent, if we don't get some crazy picks like that. I'm not saying we have to go to the extent of a safe lane Void, off lane AM again, okay? I'm not saying that. But I definitely like the fact that we're seeing flexibility and seeing picks that aren't too common. They're making their own meta out here in this series.
That's true, but I think you need to accept that it's, we just had that. It's over.
I want and done.
It's going to be basic now. All right. You got your offlane anti-mage. You're getting greedy is what's happening right now, okay? Accept that it was fun. It was good, but we gotta bring it back. The real question is, who will win this game by picking Void Spirit?
That's a good question.
Oh, yeah.
First pick, who is it?
And wait, and Clinks, right? Clinks also has won both now.
Yeah, Clinks also a pretty good hero. That's true.
Clinks and Void, that's the combo apparently, at least in this series, that might win. So it was told in my ear who was first, but I was too busy listening intently to what Trent had to say.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I thought I'd give that respect. For this one,
actually, it's first pick is Liquid. There you go.
All right, well,
it's
congratulations. Hey, Hey, it might get banned out. Would you guys consider, Keza, would you consider putting Void or Clinks or both in your first phase ban now, knowing that, you just beat a Medusa, so you're not too worried necessarily about having it in the first phase ban?
Clinks, potentially, yes. I feel like Void Spirit, even though he is incredibly strong, it cannot be a hero that is allowed to win from first pick. Like, I refuse to believe that there aren't better answers than what we've seen.
Yeah.
But overall, I want Hustlers to go back to what they had in game 1, because I want them to fight. Like, they had this faceless Void who wanted to fight all the time. I don't want Chad to be on the stationary, well, I'm this turret, and if you guys can maneuver around me, we're gonna auto-lose. I want him to be on a fighter and all of them to take the battle to Liquid.
Yeah, I know it was down to Liquid's lineup, like we said, heroes that are able to jump in, jump out with the AM, the Void, the Quap. But Hustlers felt very frantic in all their fights, unsure like when to really pop the ult, and once they did, not able to capitalize on that. So the team fighting was very different towards game 1. So yeah, valid point there. And game 3 banned now. Underlord still taking out Medusa. Liquid proved they've beaten it. They don't want to come up against it again. And now Coddle and Doom. They call it.
Clinks
it's
out,
the Clinks, not the Void.
Okay, so what do you do now? Because the only thing when you're a second pick is the fact that you need to be a bit afraid of the people closing the face, or then like you either have Voice Spirit here or I feel like it's gonna get banned. But I'm liking this response from D1 Hustlers. I think Timber is what's it called? People haven't experimented enough with the hero yet. He has like 50 more base damage. Exactly. Like people haven't really looked into it too much. And Bounty Hunter, I'm also a fan of. Can flex a lot. I would also say it's very good in the game against Klings, so I like it.
Yeah, if you had to give me like, what hero do you want them to pick in game 3 up against Team Liquid? It would be Bounty Hunter for Theolacor. This guy used to play Bounty Hunter back when Bounty Hunter was bad. So I know he's been playing a little bit in some of the tournaments. So like since the patch and stuff. So I'm hoping that he is on top of his Bounty Hunter game, because he definitely likes the hero a lot. I can remember playing back in like in-houses like many years ago. So he's been like one of these long time, like he was kind of in the same class as Matthew, where like they were these two players who were around at the same time, and I really respected both of them as position 4 players. So I feel like Theolacor is just as primed to make that sort of big breakout that Matthew did.
5 seconds remaining.
And would you look at that, the combo, the Clinks, the Void there for Liquid.
Call it.
My only issue is, even though you said it, Trent, that you like the Timber, do you feel it's early enough that it can be exploited or really shut down later on in this draft? Or do you feel that Timber's one of those things that even if you put in a lot towards the draft for Timber, there's ways that he can come back and still make an impact in a game?
He is definitely, much like Kezu pointed to, being underexplored. I think there is still some question marks there as to how valuable it is to counter him, because I feel like when he was in his previous form, where he was just this insane nuker who just got Ags and he just like ran at you and blew your heroes up, that you really had to like go all in a little bit to make sure it didn't happen. Now I don't know if like going all in matters, since he's kind of more of a tank now. Like he still does damage, but he's like, he wants to draw a lot of your attention more so than he did before. So I will be very curious to see both how much the bans are recognized there. Like, is it worth, for example, taking out like Ursa? Or do you just be like, oh, whatever, there's so many heroes, leave them all in, Timber's going to do his thing?
All very valid questions.
I think it was Gaming Gladiators, they played against the Timber, and whoever played Timber in that game, it may have been Amar. He didn't care about any of the bans, and I like how Gaiman ended up responding to it. It wasn't like this lane-winning hero, like some Ursa, Monkey, Bloodseeker. It's more the type of heroes that you're gonna do well early, because you are going to against Timber. He doesn't pressure you until he's 6. It was their response was Sven. So when Timber is strong, you kind of just, screw off to the jungle. You farm a lot until like 20x minutes, but eventually you have overwhelming damage, and you can ignore Timber from that time frame. He's not like a hero that is really gonna run over the map. So Liquid might take like a similar approach, because I kind of agree with Timber. He's gonna just do his thing. So you just need a lineup that eventually you allow him to do it, but you have answers later on when he has the network, which he's gonna have anyway.
He's hoping to give a lot of space as well to Theolacor. Like, that's one of the benefits to just the Timber Saw. Like, you kind of want an offlaner that can maybe just do their own thing a little bit. So hopefully you can move around on the map. Even more so important now with the twin gates that you're sort of hoping to have an impact in both lanes. So I like to have whatever the other lane setup is for D1 Hustlers to be something that can at least capitalize if Bounty suddenly shows up in the lane, like some sort of a 5 that also has a bit of a bit of control. And it's funny, I'm actually just noticing that D2 Hustlers, they played against a team called Please Don't Gank My Carry 3 weeks ago. They lost to a Timbersaw, and that Timbersaw team in the second phase of bans banned Bloodseeker, Ursa, and Beastmaster. And
don't copy your homework, guys.
Interesting.
Yeah. Just like,
it's like, oh, can I borrow your notes? Sure, but don't copy it.
Yeah.
It is. They're really, they like that Timber game, I guess. They're like, yeah, that was good. Write that down. They're gonna grab a silencer to give them even a little bit more protection. Not the kind of support I was sort of hoping for with the Bounty here, but hey, Bounty's got one stun. He's got some damage. Maybe there'll be a little bit of control from the position 1 here too.
I'm just kind of thinking about Hero. So the one thing I like about Silencer is that it's like a semi-answer to Void Spirit, or it makes it harder in like this kind of 10 to 20 minute mark for you to go around and just trying to be elusive as you want to be, because there's just going to be global. The problem is Timber Bounty don't really synergize that well with Silencer. Like your team fight is a little meh, you don't really have anyone to start, so you're going to need something else coming out from your other cores later. Like they're actually going to have to do quite a lot. And there's some other carries left in the pool that I could see Liquid picking here. I don't know if Insania actually plays Io, but like some Io Slark or some Sven plus any generic Insania hero, I feel like would be pretty cool here, because I think you should end up picking your carry in this phase.
I don't know why it's so funny to me when you just say like, oh, generic this or generic that.
Oh, because it's like, I think any Insania hero would do fine as long as it's paired up with the right core, like some Oracle or Disruptor, or I don't know what else is really in his pool right now that he likes. Undying I wouldn't really like, or if they have a specific IO combo. I think Monkey is also fine. It's one of these heroes that still fits against Timber, so it's pretty chill.
Go CM instead. Was not really expecting that. It's pretty nice versus Bounty, I guess. Obviously, Roots are still... No, Roots did not get nerfed, so Crystal Maiden kind of owns, because she has
pick Huskar.
The entire game.
This has got to be... Like, seriously, these players need to feel the same way, right? Like, you see Void Spirit, and you're like, this guy, I want to make him not play the game. And then compared to... You maybe look at the last game, you're like, oh, but they can flex it. Now they have Monkey King Void Spirit. So unless Zai is going to play offlane Monkey King, and they're going to put mid Void Spirit again, like, just... You need to pick a hero here and be like, screw you. This one fits too. I'm okay with it. I accept
Less risky.
it.
Yeah,
I accept it.
Okay, it's not all in as the Huskar. But yeah, solid bat. They're definitely, like, they have global and they have lasso, classic combo, but they are missing the little bit of burst, I feel like, to finish this off. Like, if someone, like, during the global silence, like Timber, again, without the eggs, it's not quite as impactful as it was before. Whatever this last hero is from Hustlers, I need, like, the big DPS.
Yeah, we need a big boy. Like, you need some TB type hero, because right now you have some very single target stuff going on. You also only have one real lockdown. All right, TB is out. You need like TB, Sven, or something else. Like if you're Hustlers, yeah, like you need a third option. I'd say Morph can work. It will also have a little bit to do with Liquid's last pick, because Hustlers, luckily for them, they do get to see first.
I want to go back to this bat pick a little bit more. You said it's acceptable, Kezu, but I don't know why. Like, why were you more wanting the Huskar, and why is the bat okay substitute for that?
So I would say Huskar is a bit more nuclear in terms of you all in a little more on just really stomping whoever you meet mid and then 5-manning. I would say it makes the game very hard for especially Void or Monkey if they were to go mid. Like, they would literally have no game until way later. Whereas Bad Rider, he does it a little... He doesn't stomp the lane as hard, but he makes their draft better. Because as we mentioned before, they need someone to like pick off around the map. So now you have Lasso. Melee heroes generally don't lane very well against Bad. I don't know if much has changed with some of the changes of how you want to skill the hero nowadays. But either way, it's solid.
like to hear it. Magnus being banned out there, so they think it is unlikely Zai's going to be picking up the Monkey King or the Void Spirit and flexing that one to the off lane, and they are just looking for something a little bit more stable for him. Hopefully they don't go back for the Veno on Team Liquid. Not too sure how I'd feel about that one, Trent.
No, I think a lot of the solid options are banned. I'm like going through my head of just like, I just want Zai to play like some melee hero that is pretty stable in the lane, but
Tide's still there.
Tide's still there. He's okay, but
Yeah.
I want something that can like act a little faster too at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Though. You know, like Doom can do stuff. Underlord would have been a pretty solid option. Obviously, those both get removed very early currently in this meta. So the other hero that I almost want to say Darkseer, but the only problem with Darkseer is I always hate seeing him before the enemy carry. Even though I think it would work decently with their lineup, even though they don't have a melee 4, but it's too annoying to pick it without knowing what the enemy 1 is. But then again, I also think they need a big agi hero on the side of Hustlers. So if you pick Darkseer,
Yeah.
they probably have to go like Sven or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing... what you'd want as Liquid is either Tide or a hero that goes Greaves, I think. You want like a Greaves Lotus hero into the Hustlers heroes so that you can like dispel global and counterplay. That's very often going to be the offlaner's job. Tide can do it without buying it. Other heroes will have to buy Greaves, which is, you know, it's not the end-all, be-all. And a lot of heroes are taken out. I don't know which hero they will go for, but it should be, in my opinion, one that fits this bill. You need to be able to counterplay Lasso or Global.
Yep. What else in general is just in the Zai wheelhouse then?
Anything.
You know, I mean, yeah, literally anything. But it feels like most of the things that we see him, or the comfort, is kind of out Dragon Knight, I guess, is the only other thing I kind of think about
trying
with him.
hard to
But
find
yeah.
something other than Tide right now, and
Right?
Tide is looking pretty safe. Like, oh, Omni, okay.
Omni.
Not great versus Global, obviously, for some reasons. But if you get the Greaves up or the Lotus, you have that coverage, then you could help someone else. Kind of like how Abba does it too. Same idea.
Yeah.
Dispel yourself, dispel others.
I've forgotten about this hero so much, but his stocks have been rising, Kezu.
Yeah, I would assume that he has to go a dispel item. Like, I don't see him doing the, you know, this Echo Saber shard build. Once again, you don't need to be the carry. I think Zai is one of the best offlaners at knowing his job and knowing when to build auras. It's very good at when you have these carries that really benefit from like a steroid, like a Monkey King. When you pop this W and the heal on him, I think he might just go rampant. So, yeah, D1 Hustlers, go for it.
I was gonna say, I hate to say it. It kind of looks like a good troll game, because I hate troll. But like
I like your morph suggestion more from earlier. Like something
yeah, I
like
know.
that, I think.
But I see Omni. I think Dispel. But all right, we're going back to game one. This is like lacking, but it is a lot of control. It's not like the burst damage, but now we're just like we're trying to get stuff done. Because like last fight, they couldn't get anything done because the fights just kept moving around and none was ever locked in place. And so we're going back, and it's like maybe your damage is a little bit weak, but if you have Lasso going, Global going, and Chrono going, you've got a lot of time there where you're hopefully controlling a lot of units to maybe get your damage out. It's kind of balanced. He needs some big items, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. What about this offlane Omni though? In your eyes, too? Like I know that we touched on how it can be, some of its pros and cons, but what about bringing the lineup together, and what sort of build are we expecting to be on this Omni outside of that Greaves or that Lotus?
I like it quite a bit. Chose it, they're creative. I would say he's gonna go for some Greaves. Maybe just Greaves plus Lotus. Otherwise, I would have said Solar Crest, but his Clinks will buy that for him. I must say that from what I saw, it's going to be a Timber mid, which is good against Void Spirit. I want to see that more. But overall, I think this draft from D1 Hustlers is I think they're going to struggle after the mid game. Like Void, Bad Rider is always a very strange dual core combo.
All right. You guys haven't instilled me in confidence that Hustlers are going to win their opening series here in Div 1. It's okay. You know, I was hoping for huffing the copium a little bit there. But either way, I am very excited for the game number 3. See how it pans out and plays out as we're going to jump into it with our casters. Vic up in Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 3, can D1 Hustlers get out of this one with a victory, or are Liquid going to shut them down? It seems like they care now. So, you know, everybody's with this copium. Oh, Liquid, they don't care right now. They've already got the points, but it looks like they care. They're in it for the victories. And Lacoste, what are your thoughts? Do you think D1 Hustlers, they got what it take with this lineup?
Potentially. I like that they put, like, Atlantic is, I would say, not their best Timbersaw player because Dalai Lama is insane, not the hero. So kind of can't fit those shoes, big shoes to fill, definitely. I want to see, like, two supports this time around, I would say would have much more influence, much more thing to do in the game from D1 Hustlers. Monkey? That's not a courier, that's actually Monkey King. But outside of Liquid, again, Void Spirit, every single time I see this hero, the hero just straight up wins. And now you'll have something to back you up, some Crystal Maiden Aura, also Omni Knight with the Heavenly Grace, some Purification, so you can even go more Madman mode. This time around, Hustlers do have a little bit more control with the Global Silence, with Lasso, and also Chronosphere. So in terms of execution, during the team fights, I think they're going to have much easier time compared to the previous one where they were lacking stuns. They couldn't really lock onto a target and kill it.
We've talked about, speaking of stuns, this Shadow Walk, that change, and how much it's meant for the lineup, so, or for those laning phases. With a Bat Rider in the lane, is it a killer lane for them?
Could be, potentially, but I see Liquid. Clinks starts in the tri-lane. Crystal May, oh my god, Theo, he's so dead.
Yeah. Oh, no, still dead. Flame break for a second. I thought maybe a moment there would be a chance to save him, but it's this sentry that exists in the crystals, which is very, very odd.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden is the only hero who can place it there, and he goes back to the bottom lane. Teolicor, Boxy also, they're fighting it out near the Twin Gate. Now Boxy channeling through the Twin Gate on his own. What's going on in these games?
Just through the Twin Gates.
Boxy's back to the top lane.
Yeah, they want to get a kill here. They know that the bounty hunter is not in the lane anymore. They go for Zai, time walk ahead of him. And the Blood Grenade, they're actually TPing over Boxy. So he went through the Twin Gate. Now he's TP'd back bottom. Maybe he'll Twin Gate back towards top. Who knows at this point?
Boxy's all over the place. He's also the one that got first blood in the first game. He was all over the place with his second game, that is. Never mind. Lost a bit of a track of time. But yeah, Clinks is a menace, especially if he's off to a good start. The matchup I'm looking into is going to be this mid matchup. Mickey will be playing Monkey King against Timbersaw, so you know that he's going to have a free time.
Not really like a common matchup, too. At least in this mid lane is Zai getting that kill on a Shad. They're playing aggressive down there, and I mean, you can't really go up against him with both the Hammer of Purity and the Purification going up.
It's like what happens when your position 5 is invis. Like sitting there doesn't really do much. He was trying to maybe land the stun. I'm just kidding, by the way, but
turning this around on Nisha top and trying to get a kill here, but they've got a Frostbite. Divo Llama trying to at least get a kill before he dies, but he'll fall first and Nisha will be traded.
Not a good trade for Hustlers. Also, Silencer not having a point in Glaives of Wisdom, doesn't get intelligence. In some of these situations, like sure, you want to get it maybe on the level 2. Some players do prioritize it. Sometimes I've even seen, if you're playing against like intelligence hero, against support intelligence or 2 intelligence, I saw Celery picking it up at level 1 just to get that extra harassment, steal their damage.
Right.
Nicely done.
Theo, of course, stealing that Healing Lotus.
Gets the stun.
Is this going to be the build where we see Omni Knight go into the Harpoon and everything like that?
I don't think so. I think he needs to have a little bit more teamfight presence.
Seeing you going down to Divo Llama is Nisha now trying to get a return kill. Divo Llama, he doesn't have a flame break to work with, but he does have Firefly if Nisha were to try and put the pressure on. A time walk away from Shad and Zai. They're still trying to put the damage on. He's got level 2 in that Purification, and he'll use it right on top of Theolicor. Time dilation and a bash. Zai in a bit of a problematic spot. As out of the Shadow Walk, there's the stun, but they just don't have the damage to get the kill there onto the Omni Knight.
What a lane. Facelessoid plus Bounty Hunter, 2 heroes. It looks like they're competing for CS, because that's what happens in the pub games. usually. But then again, these are professional e-gamers, and a lot of stuns. They're setting things up. I like it.
Yeah, that Shadow Walk is coming into handy. It's only level 1, but he's got the level 2 in Janata, so the damage output is starting to get up there, and they were able to get that kill with Zai continuing to sit low in that bottom lane.
Things for casters become much easier with the recent patch. There's always something to talk about, but made it harder for our observers because there's so much stuff happening, especially in these chaotic fights. If the game starts like this, like Boxy's holding on to medallion already.
We're trying to get a kill there on Anisha. The Flame Break misses. Frostbite was used, and the Crystal Nova dropped down, but Davilama not in too much danger at the moment. You can see the CS, though, for Liquid. It's all leading at the moment with Aether Remnant. Davilama still getting low. Nisha trying to fight, and he needs to be just a bit careful. Flame Break, Arcane Curse. Doing some damage, but not enough for anybody to die in this top lane just yet.
I shall reconsider your work.
Mid lane's getting dominated by Mickey as expected, playing that Monkey King against Timber.
Doubling.
He can't really do much every single time he gets close. There's the Jingu hit, has power treads going into Orb of Corrosion next. This Monkey will be very active.
I wouldn't be surprised, especially with the lead that he's got at the moment. Mickey is really starting to dominate, and if we could see him start to snowball out of control if he's not controlled up. It's already a 1,000 net worth lead here for Liquid, despite the fact that the kills are even. But it's due in part mostly to the fact that Mickey is just dominating Exantic over mid.
Okay, King.
Gonna bring over Hakoda.
Gets level 6, puts a point in Boundless. No points in Tree Dance. Primal Spring not there. Both supports from Hustlers are around the mid lane. They will reward this immediately. Or will they? Mickey got the...
Boundless strike on a 3. Uh-oh. They still get the kill on Mickey, though. They drew him in. They end up trading, and Senia gets a kill, but they drew Mickey in. And that was his downfall.
They got the kill in the end. This was pre-level 6 on Timbersaw. Now Chakram is available, has Arcane Rune in the bottle.
Shad will grab a Healing Lotus, so he'll have some regen in this lane. He's also got 13 charges on that wand to work with in the bottom lane. Just over a Tango, too, so a lot of heal for him to feel comfortable in this lane as long as possible. Firefly and Nisha spotting these creeps now, caught in a little bit of a hard place as Insania comes in. Frostbite, bottom lane. They're also looking for Zai. Hammer of Purity with the Purification down bottom as Theocore gets
also
low.
Mid lane.
Chase is still on to Davilama, and they want to get the kill on the Batrider. Mickey goes down. Davilama dies. The heroes dying all over the place. People fighting all over the place. Theocore gets into the trees. He's dusted up, but he's juking Zai, and he's got Shad for some help. But Zai looking, hoping, and finding a bounty hunter.
There's constant action happening around the map. We might need a third camera. Yeah. Xantic managed to get a kill on Mickey with that Arcane Rune, chase him down until the tier 2 tower, and managed to get some decent amount of damage on this tier 1 tower mid.
Thinking about how the Wisdom Runes went the way of D1 Hustlers, you really need to make sure that you're grabbing these Wisdom Runes. You want to take advantage of that track as early as you can, right?
Yeah. XP runes. Davilama will pick it up. I believe Hakoda was the one who got the XP.
Yeah. Because he went to 5. I was watching the Bounty Hunter just for that exact reason. Which is a little bit, you know, you kind of want to go into the Bounty Hunter. Like I was saying, you want that 6. You want to take advantage of that track pretty quickly. They're going to go for Mickey again, and they might be able to just get a kill here onto the Monkey King. He's on the run. The Arcane Curse is still on him, but Nisha shows up, grabs an Aether Remnant onto Theocore. They get the kill on Mickey, and it's still splitting the fights, even though it's happening in the mid lane altogether. Silencer, Hakoda,
still not done.
About going in onto Insania with Exantic jumping forward, and they'll kill off the Crystal Maiden. So
this is where I would like
the lanes didn't start well, but go for it.
Yeah, Silencer to have a point in Glaives of Wisdom.
Chrono. Ooh.
Good old zoning Chrono on position 4 so that he does not get a solo kill on you. Bit of a rough one. He's still chasing. Boxy wants to get it.
That
is not the best feeling. That's for sure.
You wanted to see this build on Omni Knight, Echo Saber. I think considering that they already qualified to the international, they can allow to troll a little bit more with the items. These are still strong items, don't get me wrong. Panel did mention Dispels, Guardian Greaves, so you can take care of Global Silence and then remove Lasso from someone. And mid.
Yeah.
Zantic.
Astral step away. And Aether Remnant controlling Zantic, but he's not scared. Throws the Chakram down and the Timber Chain the other way. And just runs down this Void Spirit. They go to the Wukong's Balance Strike. Dalai Lama, now he's gonna die. Mickey's got a kill there in the top lane. Kills everywhere all the time. It's an Emmy-nominated movie. It's really just insane. His bottom lane now. It doesn't stop. They're always fighting.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See if they can set something up on a bottom lane. Boxy is level 6. Void, not the easiest kill to get unless they rotate maybe one of the heroes or try to bait him out.
Core not going to survive time dilation, and well, Zai's got that heavenly grace, and it is a very strong spell. Time walk away as they're diving him out of the tier 1 tower. Nobody coming over to help just yet. No need.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
9-8. Even game in net worth. Leading the net worth is Zantic. Top lane, Astral Step, Global Silence. Dalai Lama now trying to Firefly away. Ooh, he turned back for a second, and now he's gonna die. Dude, Corey, you can't get any trades, but you might be able to do so when you've got Zantic coming the other way around. You've also got Hakoda with a Frostbite and Insania. Last word, Timber Chain again, and that will be a kill. Core though still sitting level 5, so no track gold for that. But another kill nonetheless for the side of D1 Hustlers.
Zantic is massive. Level 10 on Timbersaw compared to who was mid. Where's Mickey? He's
Chad.
Level 8.
Chrono.
Another
they have
zoning.
Anything to follow this up, and Zantic comes in. There's the Chakram Timber Chain blowing up Boxy. Zai can't do anything. And Zai chased, but should be pretty okay.
He's all over the place.
We're averaging 2 kills a minute right now. 20 kills in 12 minutes. A little bit less. Man, we round up. Mickey, top lane. And Balance Strike. Wukong's trying to survive. Gets the Jingu. Has Zai. Now turning it on to Dalai Lama, who's fireflying away. And Sania also looking for the Core. Gets the Frostbite. Now the Freezing Field is down, but he walks out of the AoE and will survive. So does Dalai Lama for a second. He stops for the moment. Hammer of Purity, and now the Flame Break puts him on the cliff. And
finally, because they got a kill, otherwise he would need to TP out. Didn't have a point in Primal Spring, and after getting that kill, gets himself to level 9. Would be pretty funny to see level 8 Monkey King stuck without having a point in Primal Spring. Yeah.
Yeah. Another kill happening there. Meanwhile, Shad going for the Maelstrom. He's got enough gold for the Mithril Hammer. He'll buy immediately. Our 3 heroes up here for Liquid, and 3 heroes here for D1 Hustlers. They finally have level 6, so if they can start taking advantage of the track kills, start to see the gold really funnel in. Little silence. Oh, here we go in bottom. Thinking about it for a second.
They saw Void Spirit
trying to cut some trees.
Radiant are scanning.
Wanted to protect him.
That track. All this is happening. Dalai Lama is trying to take a big stack over in the ancient camp. Hakoda, though, he's going to be chased and killed off by Nisha almost immediately. The Balance Strike lands onto Zantic. Timber Chain with the Whirling Death and the Chakram doing a decent amount of damage, but it's spread out on all 3 heroes. Where, total-wise, it was a lot, but other than that, it's not exactly doing enough. And Zantic now not getting kited enough by 4 heroes, but they've got the Frostbite. Can they finally do it here?
Timber Chain, Chakram, once again, they're chasing. They've got Void coming around the other way. He doesn't have a Chronosphere, but the Balance Strike, the Flame Break. They want this Xantic Timbersaw, but they just
no
can't
Chrono
kill
for
him.
15.
Frostbite, Shad in trouble. Theocore goes down, Anisha. They've got the Lasso, the Timber Chain, as well as the Whirling Death across as Mickey's trying to get the Wukongs out, but he dies after using it. Freezing Field is committed by Insania. They're still chasing the Crystal Maiden as Shad goes the other way. Xantic with the Timber Chain catching up to Insania. And they will get another one. Double kill for Xantic. Shad forced to use a Chrono again and run. Time dilation, track on him, and Nisha will still die to the Whirling Death. Triple kill for Xantic.
And Void gets out of the trouble. Spark of Courage, getting that extra armor when he's below the threshold, making a difference. But Chad Xantic, man, he's all over the place. He's been very active. Kaya Sanj, 14 minutes into the game, holding Occult Bracelet, having that magic resistance. Making a difference there in that fight.
Man, I love the Spark of Courage. We have talked about it a lot.
Such a good item, overbuffed item for sure. Like damage went from 10 to 18 and from armor from 5 to 7.
And I like that when it's in damage mode, it's yellow, armor mode blue. Very easy for everybody watching the game to understand what part of the spark you're getting. So they got a kill there on a Dive Llama over top. Theocore trying to get some vision and Theocore caught, killed, gone. Gets track out, but not gonna do anything. Swordfist already here for
Theocore kind of having a rough one. Moving across the map every single time he shows up somewhere. There's a sentry ward. Gets killed by either Void Spirit, Crystal Maiden with the Frostbite. Insania is pretty high level. I mean, everybody's high level except Theocore because there's constant fighting happening. Level 9 Crystal Maiden, 15 minutes into the game. Boxy's level 10. Boxy's 10. Same level as Void Spirit.
Unfortunately for Theocore, the same opposite can be said is he's got 7 deaths in 16 minutes. Like, he is dying a lot in these fights. But I guess it's him dying more than your cores and whatnot, so you're kind of happy with that. Silence. They've got Global if they want to continue to put the damage on, and they're going to use it. Global. They go to the Chakram, Dive Llama, he'll die, but with the Whirling Death, the Chakram and the Timber Chain, they get the kill.
That was Global to actually get a kill on Nisha.
Nisha,
instead. But because I was watching the mid lane, I thought it was the save Batrider. Also, Divide Llama, he's straight up not having a good time. 1, 7, and 6. Had that Vanguard, disassembled it, going into Octarine Core. But the rest of the team is doing well. Shad slowly recovering. And the big guy at Xantic going into Aghanim Scepter next. He's so farmed.
Ooh, second Chakram. But yeah, it lined up. Hakoda used the last word on Nisha, and they were waiting out to the last tick on that silence. Dive Llama, again. Now pig pulling, trying to run. Frostbite and the Freezing Field. Theocore also in on this. He's throwing out some tracks. They want to get this gold. They want to get some kills. They're going to jump in. Shad going forward, but he's going to be stunned up. They go to the Wukong's command. The Chrono's going to be put on a 3. Can they get anything out of this, though? Oh, no. They've already used the Guardian Angel. They get the kill on Anisha, so they'll at least find themselves one. But Xantic now over to the side. The Frostbite's on him. The right-click damage coming in from Boxy. Timber Chain getting some distance. Still surviving. Chakram's throw now. And now Shad with a couple of bashes. He's trying to survive. He'll time walk. They'll get the kill on Mickey. They'll get the kill on Zai. They'll take on Xantic finally. But Boxy standing his ground, going after Shad, trying to get another. They've only got one, and it's only Xantic for the moment, but they get the kill on a Boxy. They'll take out a 4th. They've got another track on him with Insania. So much gold going the way of D1 Hustlers as they get a full team wipe.
Yeah, this fight, again, Timbersaw, I want to see the amount of damage. This is like 5,000 plus damage dealt by Timbersaw in the previous fight. Let's see. Okay, I over-exaggerate from time to time. It's like 3,000, but rounded it up to 5. In my arsenal, I have like 1, 5, and 10. And look at Divide Llama. This is how he comes back into the game, farming this gigantic stack, getting all the neutral items from it. Finding the tokens.
You know what? You saw what you did see is 5 on the net worth lead for 5K.
Yeah, must be at the
damage. Yeah, there you go.
Hakoda, man, he wishes he had that Glaives of Wisdom, another global to kill Void Spirit. It's gonna be enough.
Yeah.
Long duration silence. Can't get anything off. But he's been involved in, what, 17 kills, has only 6 intelligence stolen. Could have been really big.
But may not have gotten those kills because he's been using the last word to have the 6-second silence to then lead into a global silence, which is 10.5 seconds of silence onto a Void Spirit where it feels like you can't get out of there at all.
That is correct.
That 1 second could make the difference. But I would love to see him get the intelligence. Theocore doing what he's been doing.
Definitely does not feel like a core in this game, considering it's in his name. But, yeah. Also, Monkey, he's struggling. Mickey, having this Mage Slayer, I'm not sure if they're getting, like, the full value out of it. Maybe, like, a damage item, if they feel like they have enough damage on their other cores. Eventually, he's gonna scale. But, yeah, Zai, he's the one going for that Harpoon. This is it. This is the build. And as our observer is showing, Xantic holding on to Gem. They want to see Clinks, and they also don't want Bounty Hunter to keep dying.
Almost has this Ags and just needs a bit more gold. 30 and an Arcane Rune. Well, it's time to slam Jam here. Because we've seen what he can do with regular cooldowns. Now, what can he do with an Arcane Rune? That's going to be disgusting.
And found Philosopher's Stone for himself, so the items are going to be there. Aghanim Scepter is finished. Now, when I first saw Aghanim Scepter on Timber, I see, like, this bomb ticking down. I'm like, what do I do? Do I disarm it? I don't have Heaven's Halberd. Do I go and try, like, well, what's happening? Is he going to self-stun? Because, you know, it's a big patch. You get into the game, you start reading, and you're like, well, I want to try some of this stuff. And then you queue a match before reading everything.
Bring back Second Shot. The best spell in the game. Mickey, he's very dead here. Xantic getting the kill on that one. Now, I was so excited I saw Ags. I was like, oh, he's going to have Second Chakra, but still in my heart. The best spell name of all time.
Removed from the game.
Zai. I don't know why, you know? It's just a second of the same thing. It's not removed completely, though. He gets to level 25, and then we finally get it back. It's so much different than spending 4,200 gold and feeling like you earned it. I guess
another global immediately.
Yeah, there's the global and the last word, too. So it's just going to be like, oh, you're silenced? Well, you're silenced. Just hush up. And there's that bomb explosion you were talking about. Another kill here, another track gold kill. Xantic with the double kill. Theocore giving some gold over. Despite the fact that he's died 8 times, he's still got more gold than the Crystal Maiden. So that's working out.
Every single time Void Spirit shows up, if there's global silence, they're gonna go for him. And I love the build that Hakoda's going for. After finishing off casual Glimmer Cape, wants to get Refresher, double silence. Can't even finish off my sentence. There's a kill every single time we start talking.
And Hakoda's just farming here. By the way, he's now got 12 permanent intelligence. Oh, Astral Step, Aether Remnant, just on the end. Hakoda looking like he's going to die. Meanwhile, Theocore is going to go down as well. That Spear is dead on the side of D1 Hustlers. That bomb ticking down. 3, 2, 1. Chrono explosion. Oh my god. Chrono expand, explode, and kill off Zai. Jeez.
Such a cool combo. Like, I don't think I've seen
Chrono
this
me, I'll
before.
explode.
And yeah, probably not going to see it again for a long time.
It was such a long cooldown. 45 seconds. And then 8-second countdown time.
Dagon.
You know, it should give everybody on the other team, once the bomb is activated, just a chance to cut the right wire.
How many wires do they have?
1 for each hero, so there's 5 wires, and you have to decide on cutting 1 wire as a team in 8 seconds. So put even more panic in the game about what wire to cut.
Well, it only happens if it freezes in time. If there's Chrono on top of you, then you can discuss it and try to do it.
Yeah. You know, he's level 18 almost, getting closer and closer to my Best friend, second chakra. Blink Dagger picked up for Divalama. A tough game for him with 9 deaths. Global Silence. And they're going. They're trying to get the kill into Shab, but the turnaround, the time dilation, the time walk forward. Box is going to be blown up. And Xantic with another kill. He's back to dominating because he had died with 11 kills on him. And that was when he was 11-1-5. And now he's got 15. So he's getting back into the streaky form. And like you said, going for the Dagon 5. So a bomb, a Dagon, explosions. This is a real burst damage.
He's so annoying. He gets in. Now holding on to double damage. Not the best rune on Timbersaw, but that's a big one. Dagon 2 just finished. Needs to deliver it with the courier. He's going to cut into backlines and destroys these heroes. Clinks is sitting at 1200 HP. He dies from bomb plus Dagon at this point. Crystal Maiden, a little bit more tanky. Sitting at 1500.
1500. We'll see if that's enough life. Doesn't feel like it at the moment, though. What does he have? 2, 9, and 11. Picking up some healing lotuses or not, because he got himself a great healing lotus. He can't pick up anymore. His inventory is very weirdly full. Nisha. Up in the trees, thinking about fighting. They've got Boxy over to the side. Deal a core, trying to get a track out, and does. Chakram and the Timber Chain. Everybody's here. They've got the Silence. Now the Freezing Field, the damage, and the killing with Xantic. Take him out with ease that time, and now Theocore trying to run, but they see him. And they are trying to keep up with him with Davilama over to the side, but the Flame Break hits nothing. He'll blink away. Theocore able to escape for now. As the Primal Spring right on top of Shad. Nisha, it's the 8th Remnant to land here on a Hakoda. The Balance Strike to get the kill into the Silencer, and Davilama is going to TP over bottom. They're going to get out of town on this one for D1 Hustlers.
Davilama immediately TPs out. As soon as they kill this Timbersaw, like, he's not as tanky as he would like to be. Also, he moved his tier 1 item, doesn't have that magic resistance, that if he shows in a fight with no reactive armor, doesn't get the bomb off, then he's in trouble. Like, this overwhelming damage. They also have pure damage coming out from Omni Knight on his Hammer of Purity and Purification. Zai, he's chatting it up. You know, he's all about that right click, but also needs some kind of a dispel. So going into Lotus Orb, great against Batrider, great against Global, Track, Time Dilation, you name it.
Radiant are scanning.
Shad gonna take out the Skeleton Archer. They're not gonna go for the Tormentor just yet, though.
We see this more often lately, where teams might want to invade enemy Tormentor, but they don't want to, like, just straight up group up around their Tormentor 20 minutes into the game. Not a place to be. So if they're, like, passing by, they will kill it. Who gets it? Bounty. Not the best upgrade in the game. Sure, it does allow you to cast Shadow Walk on one of your allies. Let's see who's going to be Invis. Maybe Batrider.
Now we'll see who they put Invis, as he's gonna Shadow Walk himself.
You know who they should put it on? On Shad. Because then he can walk in shadows. Shadow Walk. Let's go.
I love that you hype up your own jokes. Oh yeah, let's go.
I was just thinking about
I'm so
the bash.
here for
He
it.
comes in, he bashes someone, and then, like, time locks it.
That was a banger. Let's go.
Definitely was not a banger, but the banger's gonna be this Roche that they're gonna kill. There's gonna be no contact from Team Liquid. There is Void Spirit Illusion, but that's about it. They're gonna give Aegis to a Xantic.
Yeah, they want him to do his thing, as he's still trying to get into the Dagon 5, but he's also got Lotus queued up.
Now that he's holding the Aegis, you commit, you go for that Dagon 5, no doubt about it.
Hell yeah. It just burst him down. Also, a Wisdom rune that he's going to pick up, so he'll get to level 19 with that. And where's Bounty at these days? 13, so he's also going for a Lotus Orb.
Lotus Orb, such a great value in this game for both teams, pretty much.
Ooh, Dive trouble. Flame break, harpoon from a distance. That was very far.
How many
But
times did he
Harpoon's
die
got that
this
kind of
game?
range.
10 times already.
That was number 10.
Yeah.
I mean, between him and Bounty Hunter, everybody else really hasn't died much. You've got 1 death on Shad, 2 deaths on Exantic. Like, they're soaking up all the deaths. Nisha. And Aether Remnant. They've got the bash with the Shadow Walk, but chronoing his own Bounty Hunter. And Zai using that Guardian Angel. That'll allow him to just kind of soak in the damage and leave. But they might want to go in and go for more. They've got 4 heroes up here, and they're trying to bring in the Clinks as well as this Monkey King. They're just not fast enough to catch these heroes.
This time around, Void Spirit does have Manta style, so they couldn't initiate with Global Silence this time. So I can understand the Chrono, but they did not catch a glimpse of Zai. He pops that Guardian Angel. They're still chasing. They still want to get this fight going.
Yeah, mid lane, Mickey. Well, he's going to turn this one around, go after the Bounty Hunter. They dusted him up. They get the kill. Zai, again with that harpoon. They go to the Global Silence, but they've got these Lotus Orbs, so they're making it available for them to fight the Timber Chain away from the Wukong's command. Flame Break to push them back. They only lose the Bounty Hunter, who's now also in double-digit deaths.
Wants to join the club. Big item picked up by Mickey. Holding the Eye of Scotty. Great against Timbersaw, of course. And seems like he... Xantic wants to play this safe. Wants to get the Lotus Orb after finishing off Dagon 2. Even though holding the Aegis, wants to have a Dispel mechanic against Silence from Clinks. Root mechanic from Crystal Maiden. These are the 2 spells that he's most afraid of.
Well, you can see on the side of Liquid, they want to do the same except for the Global Silence. They've got 2 Lotus Orbs, and they're ready to just make sure that they don't get silenced up, so... Ags being built here by the Omni Knight, going into that Guardian Angel upgrade. And 8-second duration. Whew.
Yeah, becomes global, gives a status resistance, 40% status is no joke. And he picked up the level 15 talent as well, the minus 30-second cooldown on it, so Zai was prepping for it. He can sit in the base, wait until Faceless Void uses ulti, pop the Chrono, but this time around there's going to be Nullifier on Shad.
Yeah, try to be that old school Arc Warden where you just stay in base and do everything from there.
Silencer against Enigma. Sit inside the base, try to get some gold, buy Refresher, and make his life miserable.
Never leave again.
Yeah.
EKB picked up. Oh. See how this ends up going here as Clinks almost has that Nullifier. We've been talking about these Clinks Nullifier pickups usually around the 33-minute mark. This one's going to be right about that timing as well. And that's with an Orchid too. Usually it's like Solar Crest into the Nullifier.
If you pick up Orchid, getting that extra mana regen, extra damage, it does allow you to scale. I mean, look where Boxy is. He's slightly below Dalai Lama, I would say. Insane, yeah.
Ogre Seal Totem.
It's Lotus.
But he's got the Lotus, so he can't use that lasso unless he wants to lock himself up. Chrono on the back lines on Zai. Global Silence, Aether Remnant. That's stopping the damage coming in from Shad. They're going to go after the Crystal Maiden. They've got the Chakramanum, and the lasso comes through. It's on a Zai. They get the kill, but they end up losing Hakoda. They buy back on Zai. Dalai Lama is in trouble. He'll end up dead. Soul Insane and Dale Accord. So 3 heroes down on the side of D1 Hustlers. Buyback's being used aplenty by the side of Liquid as Shad's trying to TP out and will. And Xantic
Boundless.
will try to do the same, but the Boundless Strike, they've got the Aether Remnant. This means that he's probably gonna have a tough time getting out of this one.
Aegis in 5 seconds. Hold it. Hold.
2, 1. And yeah, they've done a good job in the timing. They'll just get the kill.
I think Timber
Really well
needed to
done by
be the
Liquid
front line there for Hustlers to be able to utilize this Aegis. You see Mickey, he's going ham in these fights. Using Wukong's command, Scotty, and now getting raw physical damage. This is also double buyback from Liquid, so they win the fight in the end.
They end up killing off Xantic, even though he had Aegis to be confident in that fight, but they timed it perfectly on Liquid. So they go to the high ground, and Xandic doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 40 more seconds, and he is a good amount of the damage that's coming out from D1 Hustlers. So this tier 3 looks very dead. Arcane Curse onto a bunch. But they have a lot of ways to deal with these annoying spells of the Silencer. Manta, Lotus Orbs. It's not fun.
Barrack's gone suddenly.
Full set of racks, yeah.
I think now Timbersaw definitely thinks about changing his item build, wishes maybe that was... I mean, he could still disassemble Kaya Sanj, maybe get a, like, Heaven's Halberd. It's such a good pickup against... Like, all 3 cores deal physical damage on their side. Make it 4 cores because Clinks is also the one.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming their way, and they have no way to deal with it at the moment. I wouldn't be opposed to the Halberd. I agree with that.
Maybe someone else needs to buy it, but I don't see anyone building into it.
I don't think Daibai Lama can, right? Like, he wants to get a 4-step. He's just not surviving in these fights, and what's he going to do? Get in there, maybe get Heaven's Halberd off, but die immediately still?
They want to isolate the target with Batrider going in, 4-step someone out, lasso, get a kill immediately. But so far, we did not see this movie.
Trying to. Or at least
not in cinema yet, yeah.
Silver screen. It's been delayed, you know, trying to make some changes. Script didn't look right yet. 4-staff and Agsby built for the Batrider.
The keyword here is being built. Because right now, sitting at 1,000 gold, and you can see Team Liquid knocking on your high ground, potentially thinking about getting the into a fight.
I will say, though, that last fight goes well for Liquid off the back of the fact that Zai buys back. So if he doesn't have that available to him in a fight that kind of goes the same way for D1 Hustlers, I could see them taking the fight. So Liquid, despite the fact that they got the mid-racks, I don't know if they exactly want to fight at the moment, but there is a Minato Roche, and they might be forced into that situation.
Yeah, they did not want to take a fight before Roshan respawns. Used 2 buybacks in the previous fight, so will not have it for the next one. They would put it themselves in a difficult spot, kind of securing Roshan for Hustlers if they lose it.
We've got Insania just sitting top, getting a Watcher over there. Grouped up for D1 Hustlers. As Shad's still farming. He's level 22, about to hit that 23, and he wants Refresher. As well as the Scotty.
I like how Boxy bought mana boots 35 minutes into the game. He understands, like, I consume way too much mana. I don't have mana on my hero.
I'm using
also looks awkward, considering that you have like all these damage items, Solar Crest, Nullifier, Orchid, and then having like casual Arcane boots.
Yeah. Just a weird little peeks out at you, right?
Yeah.
Other than the Healing Lotus, it's the only blue magic item like that. You know, support items are blue. Damage items, red, purple. So, searching. Mickey in the trees. Flame break. They know that Roche is coming up soon, and Roche is up at the moment. Liquid nearby. I hope that Chad finds the right spot. Oh, he's in the lane. He needs to be careful.
Jam on Boxy.
Primal Spring. They go for the Yellow Core. They get the kill. The Global Sound is going to be used. They get the kill into Insania. They'll take him out for 90 seconds. No buyback. He was the one who used the buyback in the previous fight. They still need to get Zai, though, and you can see where Zai is standing. He's up on the Twin Gate, so he's away from the fight. They do have Bounty Hunter coming back in. They still have Chrono. They still have Lasso. They don't have Global anymore. And now they're going to go over. They've got the Silence coming out. They get the kill to Hakoda, so now there's no Silencer, but he's going to buy back as well. Wukong's held on to. They'll pop the Lincolns on Nisha, who's keeping himself safe with the Aether Remnants, and back over to the Twin Gates they go.
Boy,
they're keeping themselves in a good spot to force.
Jumps in, gets
closer than
instant kill on Silencer. Just like 2 hits pretty much, and he's dead.
Look at where Boxy's at. He's not even in the fight anymore.
Boxy wants to go for a split push. He's pinging it out. He wants to kill that tier 3 tower bottom. Does have outpost at DP2 always, and he's going for it. Level 3 skeleton walk. That's a lot of scaly bros.
I'll leave the Skeleton Bros to try and get it done, but they're going to go into Roche. They're going to try and take themselves this Aegis, as well as the Cheese. With Boxy pushing in bottom, now he's going to be coming back in. As like you said, he's TPing over towards the outpost. They've got themselves the last of the Chrono. It's going to land on a 3. Do they have the damage to get the kills here? They're looking over inside with the right clicks and the bashes and the Maelstrom. They get the kill on Zai. They end up losing the Coda there. Look for the Wukong's command again, but he's not going to pop it off just yet. Buyback used by Boxy. They've got the Chakram right on top of Mickey, who uses that Wukong's command, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. They'll take out Mickey. Astral Step.
Force Staff.
Oh, Shad time walking. Force Staff gets him away for a moment. Now he's trying to get through the Twin Gate, but he might still just die. 95 seconds, no buyback, freezing field from Insania. This is turning around. D1 Hustlers are actually losing out on this one. Nisha doing so much, gets the kill to Theo. Corey finally ends up dead to Xantic. Insania, though, Chakram on top of him. The buyback's going to be used by the Void Spirit. Nisha wants to come back into the fight. They've got Dive Llama over to the side with Boxy doing damage with the Skeleton Walk. They've got the Ogre Seal Totem as well as the Lasso. Boxy coming through now. Nisha coming in with the Astral Step. They get the kill to Dive Llama. He's dead again for 100 seconds, and now the
Jukes.
The Timber Chain across and Xantic, he's just not going to be able to survive. How did this turn around?
Insania's gonna collect all the tips here. Like the amount of jukes that he did in that fight, surviving for long enough. Shad, he was holding on to didn't hold on to buyback, but was waiting because he didn't have enough gold. So after they finish off, getting that assist gold, finally gets into the game, but it's a bit too late now. And Roshan is on Radiant's side now. Void Spirit, man, what a hero. Like, he doesn't even have a real damage item. All these items are like stats, pretty much. Scotty, Echo Saber, Manta, Lincoln's, but since he's Universal Hero, that's straight up raw damage on him.
Chrono looked good. They started off the fight so well, but Nisha just holding on and getting the kills and buying back and coming back in.
Holding that level 20 talent, -4 seconds on Astral Step. Does allow him to, like, he's also super tanky throughout this whole fight. Manta style, getting dispels. What a hero.
We're gonna die so quickly in these fights. Freezing field, nowhere for him to go. Wow. It's a 12k lead. They've got the Aegis on Void Spirit, but like,
and look at Insania.
D1 Hustlers. How does he survive here?
Hides here, finds some kind of a juke spot during the Glimmer. They also lost vision, didn't have gem available, and get stuff done in the end. And now Liquid, back to the live game. They're gonna clear the set of barracks, holding on to Aegis. Oh, this is what Dagon's for, to kill the illusions. Okay, got it.
He's almost level 25.
Second Chakram getting closer.
Second Chakram? Please? Have we felt the power of this bomb anymore? This reactive armor upgrade?
Not really. I mean, it looked good during the Chronos here, but other than that, like, maybe you don't see it during the team fight, but it's a good upgrade, don't get me wrong. It just feels like maybe there was a better item choice in this game. A little bit more control, Hex to be able to reset. We do have level 25 on Void Spirit now, so Astral Step crit. He's level 26 now. Got it from the previous fight. Like, even Clinks is getting closer to level 25 now.
Wow. And you compare that to the two supports on the side of Hustlers, and it's what, 18 and 18, so they're not even close.
Yeah, big difference what the two supports provide you in a fight.
Even the Crystal Maiden has more gold, which is surprising. There's 33 kills for D1 Hustlers, but I guess a lot of them didn't end up getting tracked on the back end because the Core dies in a heartbeat. So, Aegis, what's the timing left on it? 2.5 minutes. And then Astral Step crit. That extra damage. Boxy, like you said, almost hitting that level 25. What do you expect to see? The Tar Bomb multi-shot?
Yeah, you gotta go for it. It's more damage. And Boxy's the damage dealer, also picking up Mindbreaker, so has another layer of silence on top of it. In terms of 25s, there is Monkey, who's getting closer and closer to his, so extra Wukong's ring. Gonna cover the whole screen, then you can go in and try to, like, maybe slow siege. Could be risky against Bat and Faceless Void, but they do have Lotuses, they do have multiple Lincoln Spheres on their side as well. Could throw it on one hero.
And now they've got level 25 for the backtrack on the Void, and level 25 for the second Chakram. So they're getting levels on the cores, but they're still behind in terms of levels. Hell, Insania is almost level 23 as well. Jesus. What's the difference? 10 levels. The graph says plus 10 levels for Liquid. This late in the game, that is a scary thought.
That's like plus 2 levels on average per hero. Tormentors getting killed. Let's see who's gonna pick it up.
Hard
It's gonna
for
be
Crystal Maiden.
I almost said Jarex that picked it up. Seeing the name on the screen brings back the memories.
Used to be that way when Bobica was Borax too. You get confused for a second seeing the racks on the back end of that name.
Well, I know who's not seeing racks. B1 Hustlers. They are missing down 2 of those sets. Holding on to the last one.
This Omni Knight build, the Harpoon, Hex, Lotus Orb, he's got a cheese, he can blink. Oh, just a little where you going build, nowhere. He's almost level 25. Working on it. By almost, I mean he's almost 24, getting to 25.
Seems like I'm not the only one who's running up numbers, huh?
No, I do too. I'll always up those numbers.
The ones that I round up don't matter as much. If I said like 5,000 or 10,000 damage, not that big of a difference. But if you say a hero's 23 or 25, that's a big difference.
Whoa,
Between
Monkey
level 23?
Is it a difference?
Yeah, after like the post-fight. But okay, let's see if they can find an opening here. Dalai Lama, he's smoked.
Oh. By the way, Shad's top. He's not here. Boxy going in, Boundless Strike. They've got the lasso. The Global Silence is used. They're trying to get the kill here and Will on a Boxy. 2 minutes dead, no buyback. And his buyback's on cooldown for 60 seconds, so about half that duration on that death.
They also lost the gem. It's going to be Batrider holding one right now. There is one available on Crystal Maiden, however. All these gems were bought by Hakoda. My man has been investing heavily. We talked about this refresher orb, felt like ages ago. Bounty is in again.
Boundless Strike, Wukong's command, Bounty Hunter's going to be dead. Theocora is gone. They've got the Hex. It's through into Exantic. The Time Walk in there as well as the Chrono. That's going to be on the 2 of these heroes. It's actually cost Zion the Am, but they go to the Freezing Field. It's trying to do the damage. They get the kill on the Mickey. They'll take out the Monkey King. He's got buyback. Exantic falls. That bomb exploded, but he's got and uses his buyback, and so does Mickey. But they find Hakoda, and they'll kill him off. He's got buyback. Everybody going to be forced to use him.
Only 2
no
supports.
Chrono anymore.
With the buybacks right now, this is the time to strike. Clinks just got his available. Let's see. With no Chrono, it's going to be time to go in. Some sick damage coming out from Mickey in the previous fight. He locks onto a target, gets the Jingu, gets that Daedalus, Boundless Strike, Shield Rune. What a rune. Yeah, 50% just seems a little bit too much, to be honest. Now they want to
trying to
clear
get
them
the
out.
Courier in to get the refresher for the Chrono. Nullifier, Devil Llama hit with the Harpoon. They go to the Global Silence, but that's not going to be enough to save this Bat Rider who's going to buy back. They go to the Chrono after the refresher gets delivered. They go after Boxy. They've got the damage to get the kill on the Clinks. They'll take him out for 2 minutes. Nisha, Lincoln's pop. The track is on him. They've got the silence. The bomb explodes. The damage is there. They get the kill on Nisha. Now they look over at Zai. They buy back on Nisha once again. They're going to look and focus their attention on the Mickey. But now can Mickey survive? Both Chakrams on him. Shad in. They'll take out the Monkey King. They'll find themselves Zai. 4 heroes die with Nisha buying back. He's trying to get back into the fight, but no look over at Insania. They've got the Flame Break to push him back. And this is going to be another kill, or will it? Nisha, the last time he showed up to a fight like this, he was able to clean up everybody on the side of D1 Hustlers, and well, Insania was able to survive, and he's doing it again. They get the kill onto Dave Lama. He's dead for 2 minutes. He doesn't have buyback. Here comes Exantic. They've got the Dagon. They have the Chakram. They'll get the kill. They'll take out the Crystal Maiden, and it's a full team wipe. Nisha bought back, and he's the only one alive right now for the side of Team Liquid.
this has to be one of the better refresher usages that I've seen. He kind of time walked in while his courier was delivering the items and gets refresher, lands a really sick chrono. I want to see that again, maybe in slow motion if possible. Roshan is up, as you said. It's on Dire's side, holding the refresher. Gonna be there for another minute.
Yeah. Trying to fight to simulate, jumping back, Astral Step, getting away. Do they go for the tier 2 or do they just try to go get Roche?
Yeah, having that backtrack talent did definitely help Shad to survive. They have no break mechanic, so backtrack was available. It's a lot of crit numbers on top whenever he uses Astral Step.
He's clearing up the creep so Xanta can't TP in, and that would have been 3 heroes mid for the side of D1. Roche is going to go bottom in 30 seconds of time, and they're going to set up on the side of D1 Hustlers. They have Theocore back up in just a second. Although I say they're going to set up, and Xantic, he's going to show himself to the road.
He's going to start. Okay, so the rest of the team is going to be there. You can see Shad keeping to the bottom outpost. He wants to wait until Roshan is there. Let's see, 10 seconds. He's going through the gates, actually.
Ooh, Shad?
4 seconds.
Yeah, the extra damage. Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll get it to drop. So Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard, all drop down, and they're going to TP back to the base, at least on Xantic.
Oh, Shield Rune again. Have bottled this time around.
Boxy.
How much is that? That's 2,000 HP extra on Void Spirit.
That's a lot of HP. 6,000 effective HP, basically, right?
Yep, pretty much. Faceless Void got his buyback off cooldown. Does have enough gold, but he's also thinking about investing, buying the Moon Shard to have extra attack speed as well. Add that to level 20 talent, the attack speed coming from it. It's gonna be a lot of Mjolnir procs. Boxy, he needs to be careful here.
He's got some help, but...
Okay, now we know what this mana boost was for. Going into Guardian Greaves, he's like, I have enough damage. I've been carrying the game. Now it's time to buy some support items. I gotta give respect to both of these teams. Like, literally not buying the auras. There is no Guardian Greaves. There is no Pipe. There is no Crimson in this game.
So not doing the standard auras.
No, it's just straight up fighting
from the standard. Yep. 84 kills in 51 and a half minutes. So we still are close to averaging about, I don't know, 2 a minute, but that's rounding up. I don't know. The math eluded me there.
No, I could feel it in your voice when you said it, when you tried to do math. I was like, uh-oh.
You heard it? Yeah, I was like, we're live. No.
We're broadcasting to the rest of the world. I should have not done this. I could have felt regret immediately. They are chasing.
Gosh.
Double Chrono is available. He does have enough mana pool for it.
It's close. So, Xantic, 1,400 gold saved up. He wanted the boots travel level 2, so he won't have that problem of losing a creep when he's trying to TP into the fights. So, 4K lead, and nobody really willing to fight just yet. What's next for both these teams in terms of items? Halberd finally being built for the Omni Knight. Crystal Maiden going into the Hex. BKB. The BKB this late in the game. It's crazy some of the BKB timings for sure.
Yeah, definitely after the changes to it, people kind of staying away from BKB unless you're playing like a hero that kind of needs it. I don't know, Bloodseeker from carry. Most of the time you're going to see him get Maelstrom, get a BKB so you can get actually in there and deal damage, but the other heroes like are not getting it. Mickey like bot. Oh,
Shad's in, Global Silence. They're going to go to the Chrono. It's onto the Crystal Maiden. They've got themselves the Refresher, so they'll have a second Chrono to work with. They're going to Boots of Travel level 2 in onto the Bat Rider, who's maybe going to die immediately. Insania ends up falling. They've got the buyback there. There's the Refresher. The Time Walk in. They go to the Chrono. It's going to be on a 2, and the Wukong's Commander. They have the damage to get the kill on Azai. They're looking over at the Omni Knight. They've got the Nullifier on him. They finally get the kill on Azai, but he's going to buy back, and now Shad's in the middle of the Wukongs, as well as the Freezing Field. They get the kill on Xantic. The BKB's going to be popped by Mickey. They go after Shad. They find themselves Niche on the backlines, going after Theo Okura Okada, as well as Divine Llama, as Shad, he dies, loses the Aegis. So he's going to have a second life to work here, but everybody alive on the side of Liquid, they do not have this Timber Assault. They've got the control, they have the Hex, they have the Lasso coming out of the Boxy, the damage, the refresher, the kill on a Boxy too. He
Shad
doesn't have
is
buyback, but Shad does and uses it. Primal Spring down on a Hakoda, the Boundless Strike doesn't land. He's got the Lotus Orb on him, but he's still going to die. He's dead for 2 minutes, and the fight kind of edges towards Liquid a little bit, but they did use a lot of buybacks in that.
And no one has buyback for now. Bounties will be available in 30 seconds time. Monkeys in 40 seconds. Same goes for Timbersaw. Timbersaw, he needs 200 gold for buyback. There is Bounty Rune on each side to be picked
Shad?
up. He's going for it.
Shad?
They don't have enough damage.
No. Chill.
By Llama, he's coming in to help. Now they will have damage.
Yeah. Now he's got the gold. He just doesn't have the timing on the buyback just yet. But only 50 seconds, so if they don't push in, but I say that as they're reaching the steps.
They want to try to get those megas.
37 seconds until you've got the silencer too. He's going to have the buyback available then. Lotus Orb on Nisha. Now the buyback's available on Xantic. He's going to use it immediately. They go to the Glyph. They've got the creeps pushing in. 55 minutes. The Time Walk in as well as the Wukong's used. And now they've got the Dagon as well as the Chakram right on top of Mickey. He's
Mickey wants megas.
This BKB, and he really does want these megas. They'll get themselves the melee racks. They'll get themselves the range racks, and that will be mega creeps. Time Walk in by Chad. Nullifier on him with the BKB being used. They go after Mickey. The Time Walk over, as well as this Astral Step from Niche on the other side. Mickey's getting down to about half health. They've got themselves the last one. It's going to be on the Void Sphere. The Freezing Field is going to be down right on Xantic. They can't get the kill on Nisha. They've got Mickey alive with a little bit of health to get the kill on Xantic. He's dead for 2 minutes. They'll buy back on this silencer. Nobody lost on the side of Liquid just yet, but they've got creeps coming into the base and trying to win this game for the side of Liquid.
They got what they wanted without casualties, and seems like Liquid, they're gonna smoke. The fake back, they want to get back in. Zai and Nisha, they want to lock onto a target. Blink Hex initiation, and Nisha's ready with the damage.
Shad now has one Chrono, 25 seconds till he's got a second Chrono available to him, but does he have the damage to follow that up and get these kills while they're inside that Chronosphere? 15 seconds, Nisha.
They're coming back in, on side of Liquid. 2 available. And those 2 are big ones. Monkey and Void Spirit. And now you're playing against Mega Creeps. In terms of wave clear, like Batrider's not the greatest. Faceless Void, sure, he's the one who's okay. Double Chakram from Timbersaw, but they have to hold for 60 seconds. Without Timbersaw, there's a lot of damage lacking.
Full on minute flame break once again. There's the man to jump in. Wukong's command, but they've got the Chrono. It's going to be right on top of the Monkey King. Can they get the kill there? They're going to go forward with the Global Silence, but now they've got themselves another Chrono. They still haven't got the
He has buyback on Mickey.
And he just has buyback anyway. They'll get the kill to Dive Llama. They just don't have enough here. And it's looking like it's all going to fall downhill for D1 Hustlers as they end up losing Shad and losing this series on the back end of a reverse sweep from Team Liquid as they take games 2 and 3 and take a victory in this series.
Yeah, good showing from Hustlers, no doubt about it. Managing to win the game, and look at Insania, something so funny. Someone cracked a banger of a joke. Most definitely. Not sure what it was, but it was a good one. And Team Liquid managing to come back into the game. I think, let me just do research real quick. I believe Void Spirit today is like all wins. This hero just seems completely busted. Gaming Gladiators against Secret. There were 2 games, and this time around I gotta do the check. 3 games, and so yeah, 5 out of 5 today wins for Void Spirit. This hero feels extremely powerful.
Yeah, he does, and that is 5 wins with another series to come. I mean, the Liquid with the back-end sweep of this series with the Void Spirit looked really good. Survivability, its damage, it's everything you need in a hero, and, well, Liquid taking the win. We're going to throw it back to the panel to break it down. Take it away.
Thank you, B Cup and Lacoste. I mean, to break this one down, let's go back a little bit, okay? Because I want to talk about this momentum that D1 Hustlers had. These guys had that aggressive team lockdown fighting that I really liked from game 1 here in game 3, and I thought it was going to be the recipe for success trend. I was like, great, this start is going to propel them to an amazing finish, and it was an amazing finish, just unfortunately not for them.
Yeah, I mean, they saw Shad game 1, and they were like, all right, run it back. You know, we'll get this control, we'll get this Faceless Void in there. He did play fantastic. Of course, the MVP, at least unfortunately on the losing side, had to be Adxantic in this game. There's no way it should have been this close in a lot of these a lot of these fights and in this early game and parts of this mid game. He played absolutely out of his mind. He was beyond godlike at one point. It just, like, every fight, he was hitting every spell on the target that he needed to, and he made it look like Timber can still do a lot of things that, like, he kind of looked like he had the old eggs, basically, at a certain point in that early game, because he was so consistent on hitting his chakram and then always hitting the whirling death, getting through. I don't know where he was finding these trees. I swear to God, he was, like, planting trees at times, because he would Timber Chain somewhere, and there were no trees. There was, like, one tiny little tree left in the forest, and he would somehow find it, so painful to lose that one from him, but yeah, I mean, going forward, the Hustlers are a terrifying looking team.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, there's so many MVPs, I feel, in this game for so many different reasons. The consistent back and forth that these two teams had, but because it always felt like the team that had the advantage, whether it be like Rax or grabbing Aegis or getting the team wipe, would then have it kind of not be an advantage for them. They would then be the team that would get team wiped or have a downfall in their side of it.
I think there were a lot of scrappy fights in this game, and even though I do agree that Adxantic, he played his hero individually very well, I do think that his item build was not perfect. Or at least, so the way that Ags works, if you have it against Nullifier, it will it's useless. It just pops. Yeah. I don't know why the spell is dispellable. I think it shouldn't be this way, but with how the game was going, I think if he could have continued with an item build that allowed him to be this indestructible hero, which he was for the longest time, then, you know, could have made it easier for them. But overall, I agree with what Lacoste was saying. Like, Voice Spirit looks disgusting. Yep. Klings as well. Another thing with Klings is not just that the hero is so good, but this hero can buy all the best items in whichever order you want to. Solar Crest, Nullifier, whether it be a Hex, an Orchid, like whatever you want. Like, which broken item do you want to buy? Oh, I want this one, I want that one, I want this one. And it just feels amazing. So overall, ended up being the Nisha show at some point. But at D1 Hustlers, this team is good. Like, no one in the next match should be like, this is going to be a walk in the park, because it's not going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah, no, I mean, even though they don't get the win, this is their debut series up here in Division 1. This team has worked incredibly hard to get up here, and it's an amazing showing that they're putting on. When you think Western Europe couldn't get any more competitive, you get a series like this, and you get a whole new team up here in Div 1, and you're just like, what is going to be next? And, I mean, Trent, for them, any really big takeaways before we talk more about Liquid? So any takeaways for Hustlers?
Obviously, they play the fights extremely well for the most part. I think even in like moments like game 2 where they had sort of like limited control, like they still did make some nice plays where I was like, oh damn, that was like nice snipe, like good communication. It seems like. Unfortunately, I feel like they take fights in the worst spots, and part of that is that's Liquid being a good team. Liquid are forcing fights in bad spots. Liquid are forcing Roches when, like, how many fights did they lose simply because Liquid could buy back and be there and Hustlers could not? Like, that literally, that happens all the time right now in this patch, because you're fighting at this Roche that's on the Dire side versus the Dire team, and they, like that one fight where Nisha comes back in and cleans up, Shad bought back too, but he couldn't get there. He was just running across that map. He's trying to be Faceless Void. He's trying to time walk, go as fast as possibly can, and Nisha's just in the fight instantly, mobs and mob and bucket, and then it's painful, right? So, like...
Just to add one point to what you're saying, I would say that Liquid didn't win because of gameplay. I think they won because of they out-experienced D1 Hustlers. Yeah. If this team had more experience and had as many competitive games, they had a very good chance at winning this game and also the second one.
Yeah, well, it sounds like there is a bright future ahead for D1 Hustlers there, but Liquid getting the victory means that it will be a Liquid winners interview, and for the top of my memory, I believe it is going to be Insania joining us for this interview. It's going to be embarrassing if it's not. Okay, thank goodness. Insania. Yeah, round 2, this is it. Well, graced us again. What pleasure do we have to have you join here? No one else wanted to do it?
Pretty much, yeah.
No. That's it. We're not doing our job properly. No one wants to come on here, but it was a great series for you guys. I did notice though, at the end of game 2 and 3, there were a lot of smiles throughout Liquid. Was it just the games going that long? You guys are like, wow, this is starting to turn into a clan fiesta. Like, what's happening at the end when you win a game that goes that long?
I mean, it's very enjoyable. Like, when you win these games, they're great. You know, it's like a matter of seconds, yeah, whether we win or lose. And it's like either I'm despair or I'm giga happy. So when it starts going, like when the game is like clowny and that wild, you just gotta enjoy it for what it is. Because, you know, like at the end, the result is kind of like unclear. Maybe you're gonna be happy, maybe you're not. So just try to enjoy the game, what's going on, and all the dumb stuff that happens in late game Dota.
Yeah, I do like that. That is nice to hear. I want to ask though, we've talked about Void a lot on this panel, and I want to know the conversations you guys are having in the drafting phase. Like, are you placing a really high importance on Void as well, to the point where you're willing to pick him almost any game?
Void Spirit, yeah?
Yeah,
or Faceless
Void
Void.
yes.
Void Spirit, yeah.
Void Spirit.
I mean, the hero seems really good. I mean, we talked about it last time, but Universal Heroes, there's probably a lot of unexplored stuff there, and it's kind of cool what they can do with items. If you think about the traditional heroes, you usually have like a third of the item pool to kind of pick from, whereas I feel like these heroes have like the entire item pool, and it all makes sense. So they just seem to have a lot of versatility in what they can build and what they can buy, and that way they can always be whatever you need them to be for the game.
Trent, any questions?
All right. Well, I have a non this game related question. I was told that upon the departure of Matu, he actually gifted each member of the team a special cosmetic item. and I was told that yours was just a garbage piece. Is that accurate?
I don't think I even got anything, so yeah.
Oh,
garbage piece indeed.
Okay, all right. That's good. Even better. Okay, perfect. We won't bring that up then. All right. Other question. Why? I was really banging on this one. What's wrong with Dazzle? Because I think that's what the cosmetic was for. At least that's what I believe I heard.
I said I wanted to play Dazzle this last game, but I don't think it was the Dazzle game.
Vetoed.
So unlucky, dude.
You got the veto? Why do you want to play Dazzle right now? What's up? I don't like his ulti. It's too confusing now.
Bro, I haven't even played it since the patch. I don't even know what changed. All I know is he loses his health when he uses one of his spells, so it seemed fun. I don't know.
Okay, good preparation to not play the hero and then call for it. I wonder why it got vetoed.
I mean, when you get to do the interview with Blitz, when you get to do the interview with Blitz, please ask him about the prep work we've been doing for each of the series coming into the season.
I'll ask him.
All right. You have to make him do the next interview then, so we can ask him.
Yes, please.
Sure, I'll try.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll go next. So since you guys have been taking it a bit more relaxed, what have you and your bros been doing with the, let's say, more relaxed time?
Okay, so this is gonna be Giga Nerd, but there's like this Warcraft 3 map that's called Civilization Wars, and you know what's crazy? It has 3 lanes. And you have to each play like 1 lane each against some other dude, and you're like 1v1, and then like the mid laner rotates and helps. It's kind of crazy. Like, while I'm not playing Dota, I found like an alternate Dota, and I'm just grinding that.
Found a Dota mod.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, and then game 1 draft. Would you go back and pick Veno again, or do you think that's a gameplay related issue?
I don't know. What do you think we should have picked?
Perhaps.
Use Clyde.
Yeah, I think
I'll add him.
I had in my mind like something that will maybe allow you guys to, where was it? Yeah, like some team fight break, be more of a frontliner for like your Wind Ranger and TA. Felt like a lineup that could fall apart somewhat easily.
I don't know. I'm not really sure. Game 1 was just felt hard. Couldn't find any moves. Yeah. I think we were like in a decent position at the start, but then I don't know. I think if I'm being honest, I got Omega outwarded like this entire series. Their 5 Hakoda did a good job. So I think like game 1, we were in like good positions to actually accomplish something, but I think we didn't really manage to find the moves that we needed to find. So that led to the game just being kind of slow, and then we have Undying and Spirit Breaker and Veno just getting killed time after time after time, and we just can't get any tempo going.
I have one last question about the dewarding part then. What do you think plays... Because I think it happens like very randomly, that you feel like you get outwarded a lot. I'm sure it's not a very common theme. What do you think plays most into it? Is it like preparation of how you know the map? Is it hero related, how far ahead you are? Is it random?
I mean, I think some of it is like, I think some fives are better about it than others. And I think a lot of it is like, at least for me, it's like memorizing what type of five I'm playing against. And like, for example, if I'm playing against Celery, I know he has certain tendencies and certain like ways he will play. Or if I play against like, you know, Fly, he has some tendencies. And like, you kind of have to have like some sort of map about these players. So I think, especially with like up and coming players, I think I tend to get outwarded more. And then like the more I get to play someone, the more I feel like I figure it out. But to be honest, right now, I think it's just lack of practice on my end that's making us get a bit outwarded. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you, sir.
All right. Very quickly before we let you go, Insignia, this is a super quick question.
Yeah.
I heard you say nudge, and we did a listen in, and you guys are even doing it in comms. I want to know who is the most Twitch degen, like, vocal, like, chatter. Like, who brings the Twitch to the comms?
I think we all do, but I mean, we have this like, you know, when the two supports. Okay, so when gaming gladiators run mid with their two supports, we call it cringing. It's like the name for it. You know, Nisha just says it's cringe. And then like last patch, when people used to buy boots and they would run out and then he would like drop the boots, he'd say, "I'm cringing this game," or "I'm not cringing this game." So I think Nisha's probably like, if you took like a percentage of the words he says and how much of it is just Twitch speak, I think it's like he would definitely win. Yeah, so I'd probably give it to Nisha.
All right, Nisha gets that award. But look, Insignia, we do have to go. We'll let you go so you can enjoy the rest of your night. Congratulations on this win in an absolute banger series. See ya.
Yep, thank you very much. Bye.
See ya.
Bye. Guys, I want to talk more about that Insania interview. I really wish we had the time, but we're already behind schedule by about an hour, and we do have a third and final series to come up. You guys are still going to be on this broadcast, so don't go too far because we will have Entity coming up against Quest right after this short break.
Up the jump,
You can only me on my guilty. You can only me on my guilty. I will not die, guys. I will not die. Okay, maybe I die. Maybe not. Maybe
Next, he's frozen.
I don't die.
Point,
I'm hitting base. I'm hitting the game.
What is that?
Oh my god, I almost got him. Nice team, boys.
My neutral item is not working, man.
The fucking game and he's like, guys, my neutral item is not working, and he's standing AFK.
It's been an absolutely action-packed day number 3 here in Western Europe, and we have a whole nother series left to go. It is going to be Entity up against Quest Esports, and I got Kezu still with me, but T-Gov rejoining me. Look, guys, normally I'd also ask about the previous series, how you guys are enjoying the day, but we're going to just jump straight on into this one because... See you guys shaking your head. Entity won their first series against Liquid. Then they kind of got torn apart a little bit by Tundra. I'll say it how it is. So now the fact they're coming up against Quest Esports, T, how are you feeling about them? Where do you feel this Entity squad is sitting after they didn't have their major showing?
I think this is probably one of the more important series for them in the tour. I know it's early to say that, but for me, I feel like Entity and Quest are going to be that team that will contend for 4th place. And whoever wins this, of course, will have the better scoreline going throughout the rest of the league. So yeah, I feel like these teams should be able to kind of mirror each other quite a lot. So yeah, I'm all down for this single series for me.
Yeah. So far, Entity have only had 2 O's, whereas on the side of Quest, they've got 3 games in all their series so far. Kezu, they were able to get a game off of Gaming Gladiators and then win the series against OG. So they've got a little bit of momentum for themselves coming in.
I mean, these guys are good. They're doing their own stuff, which I would assume most teams that have Amar will tend a little more to do that. He's more special in the offlane, which for most cases is very good for them. As you said, they have some momentum going for them. They also took a game off Gaben, so overall I would be expecting a pretty good series and a lot of momentum and focus, I think, on the mid lane. Like Quest Esports, how they play around mid, it reminds me a little bit of what GG do with Quinn. Like, they're very heavy on bringing the 2 supports there, having a lot of pressure there. Then Amar can do his thing 1v1 with his Timber Doom and whatever his other 3 heroes are. And then TA2000, he can farm it up. So yeah, lots of mid-century gameplay I think we will see today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to seeing how Quest Esports are able to incorporate this Amar hero pool. A lot of people mention it, and I feel like it always has a very negative connotation to it, and there's always limitations to it. But I do like, T, that Amar was very honest and open about it, and that he said the team is okay with it, and that's what they're working towards in their drafts. It's like, how do we enable what Amar is comfortable and wanting to play?
I mean, it's the same kind of philosophy as like the time when Weehaw was on Nigma, right? It's like you needed to believe in what he wanted to do from the mid lane, be it the Windrunner, the TAs and stuff. And it's like any other team in the world at that time probably wouldn't have had the same trust to religiously pick the same heroes. Even if it looks like a shit game, just go, you know what, bro? You're one of the best in the world of this hero, we'll pick it. And it's like the same idea for Amar. It's just, he's still trying to find that team that gives him the same level of like, not respect, but just confidence to always go for it and not in the moment go, but boys, this is a really good beast game. It's like, no, stick to the script, So I think just finding the correct players to give him that trust, and maybe these are the correct guys, and over this tour we'll see that kind of synergy just blend well together.
Yeah, Entity have had their time together though, and I will say the series against Liquid Kezu, it was really explosive. Like, it was a phenomenal showing from them, but how did they bring that consistency? How do they do it again in this game, in this series here?
Sorry, I was kind of a bit confused of what's happening below T, Governor.
Same, I'm like, I was checking if my cat was here, and I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Dude, I think it wasn't even what was happening. It was just how confused T looked, which I think was great.
I mean, to go to Entity real quick before we get into the draft, they had a lot of lane domination and like playing like fast. They had a Watson Slark twice, I think, and this Klings, Kataomi on Pudge. I mean, actually, every time I've seen Kataomi now in this DPC, he's been like the hidden MVP or MVP for me. Like, he's kind of just breaking open all the games that they do play. Maybe today we'll get to see a Spirit Breaker from him, because I feel like that hero is very good. He plays that well, and it fits in the script and the like screw shit up in the early game,
It fits the script.
It does. I mean, all these other teams have been picking it, where Entity used to be the type of team that would pick Spirit Breaker when others didn't, So it's like, if they're the team that goes for Pudge, it's like, surely they can put it in their mind, but okay, are some of these teams just, stealing each other's homework? Because I saw...
Yeah.
I mean, the secret one?
We saw this morning.
But it happened... Okay, Watson looking very fresh. We saw it with the Beastmaster TV. 3 teams have done it. We saw Secret do Bloodseeker Pugner, but don't forget Crystallis used to play with Fishman. Therefore, the connection between Secret and Entity is the
It's connected.
There is connection. So it's not
this meme of like, who is it, like Charlie Day or whatever, and he has the board and he's on like no sleep in 48 hours and he's trying to draw all the. Yeah, that's you right now, bro.
That's how I do most of my analysis. Is minimal sleep, really clawing everything together, and then it hits sometimes.
Yeah. But yeah, Doom, for once, not being banned. Medusa also not being banned here. So Quest Esports off to a very meta pickup for themselves with 2 of them. But it's a double core opening again, Kezu. Something we have seen today that we're not really sure how we feel about it. Sometimes there are some pros, but is this really a confident enough opening, Doom and Medusa, that they're not going to be counted in the next 3 picks?
Yeah, why not? If they're that broken in the patch, like they both just they both get 20,000 GPM by just existing in the game, even if you die. Medusa is a pretty good answer against Bloodseeker, as you have like no HP, so the shard later is pretty bad. You also don't really ever need to run away from Rupture, and you can protect whoever is getting ruptured with Stone Gaze. And then to go to the entity opening, we've seen it earlier today from Secret, and I think that it just makes a lot of sense that when you see this offlaner being picked, that you can be like, okay, I can just pick my 1 and 5, especially from first pick, from second pick, so that your other 2 cores later, they're going to have good matchups. So I would say that both teams should be pretty happy with their openings, but now the bans are just important to move forward, that you keep it that way.
Yeah, because the downside to the Pugna, it was picked up in the next few games that Secret played, was when they were able to have mobility in the lineup of their opponent, or if they had someone that got on the back line. So I know you don't want to put in a lot to try and protect the Pugna. He is just a support, but what if he ends up just doing nothing in a team fight and immediately taken out straight away, T?
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword where you either, with a Pugna style lineup, you can like break the game in the the exit of laning phase mid game, and then you try and get the game over with before the mobility factor, the greediness of Doom Medusa comes online. But how often do you ever really outpace the Doom lineup? It's very rare. And in regards to that mobility factor, I feel like Entity just need to pick up like 1 or 2 cheap stuns, and then they can protect him. But again, teams who've been picking Pugna haven't really done that so far.
Do you double down then? Sorry, you go.
In regards to what?
Like having a fast pace, right? Like, do you just double down and go, all right, guys, let's put ourselves on a timer, 30, 35 minutes, that's max? Because is there an assurance that if you do go late game, you're able to stand up against a Medusa Doom?
That's normally a tell based on their like quests, like opening, like the 2 picks they do here. And then Entity, in their final 2 picks of the draft, they'll basically be able to dictate if they can do that or not. But you often don't make that decision too early on.
Okay. All right. You know what we've seen before?
Oh, yes. Yes. I like quest ban. I just like the fact they banned anti-mate. Yeah. I think Bloodseeker in this scenario should go to offlane. Toby's played it a couple times in his pubs, and I feel like if they put it into carry, they are just doing that thing that we mentioned about forcing the game to be some 30-minute win or just auto-lose the game. So I feel like you just need to put it offlane, accept it, and find some like Watson hero that can really pressure Medusa throughout the game.
Actually, whenever I see Bloodseeker being picked, I kind of forget about the fact that you can run it offlane. I do think it's a good option that they have. I mean, they can decide upon the next 2 picks from Quest on what they want to do. Like you could potentially put it offlane, maybe pick some... I'm not sure what type of heroes you want the most against these 2, but maybe some like Slark, PLs. They do suffer a little bit against Doom, but they do play dragged out fights. Something else I love a lot against Doom, and especially Medusa, are when these heroes get put out of position, they are very bad. Like when it comes to playing against some Vengeful Spirits, Bad Riders, Pudges, which I think now is maybe a little less likely because you have 2 range supports already. Kataomi is not going to play a Pudge, but some of these things where you just abuse the positioning of slower heroes, it can go a long way.
Yeah, not picking stuns. That's all I had to say. Way, but
that's true. That's just a classic.
Hilarious.
At this point, yeah, you just like... We get hyped and surprised when there's a stun. And when something like that comes out. Oh, multiple.
Like just layers. I mean, if there's any,
Hey, they got 2 more heroes. Whoa.
Okay, here's a request. If there's any budding statisticians out there, I'd like you to go through the Western European Div 1 teams and average stuns per game throughout the DPC tours. And I'm pretty sure Entity is at least in the bottom 3.
Yeah, with Nigma.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're Enigma right now. All right, Entity, pick some stuns, all right? Come on. You got this.
bump those stats up. Look, it's not a stun though. It's not a stun, but it is something a disable, something to take someone out of a fight over there with the Shadow Demon, but very much followed up with the Morana stun there, so that's going to be their support duo.
I like the SD pick quite a lot, both with your Medusa, but aggressively against the Pugna, and also defensively with the defensive purge as well, to keep people more healthy and more alive. I think it's very good. But Entity did kind of go for what he was talking about, where you can just put the Seeker into the offlane to not like corner yourself into this game where Watson has to go, 18-0 on Bloodseeker and like run over the entire game in 20 minutes. Instead, throw it offlane. He's going to be chill. You're not going to be too pressured by whatever support is up top plus Medusa. And then now you just have Watson on the Slark. He can be your win condition. You can just outlast this Medusa and Doom and the fights with pouncing in, stealing stats, going out, and so forth. So I like what they're going for.
Yep. I mean, this is what we're turning our eyes towards the mid laners here. Oh, this was going to be the one I was going to bring up. Visage, Stormstormers looked great on it. He had a phenomenal performance against Liquid when they picked it up for himself. A lot of spirit still in the pool, though, as well, T.
Yeah, for Stormstormer, it still feels like we've seen Void Spirit have great success throughout today. It's the same kind of
5 for 5.
5 for 5, like... For Quest, it's like their mid laner needs to be the person that kind of glues things together, because their side lane cores aren't making moves on the map. And their supports, they want to look for kills, but also they can't really look to the Deucer or Doom lane to find that kill. Doom can kind of do it with some Scorched Earth or some Doom play, but it's not constant kills time and time again. So whatever hero Noob has, if they want to look to take the fight, needs to be some like Puck style hero, the Tiny that Entity's already banned out, something like that where the supports don't feel lost on the map during the farming time. And that's where Entity's last pick so crucial. Because if Stormstormer can just beat Noob in lane, prevent that coming online, Quest will have a little bit of issues in that exit of laning phase to do anything. And so that's kind of the most important part of the draft now.
I'm looking like what this hero can be. There's one a little more off-meta hero that I can see that I'm not sure if it's ideal, but I could see it work in the draft. It's Snapfire. It would mean that you lack this kind of crucial initiation, which I feel like you're probably looking for with your pick, but it would make... I feel like it could break the Slark's game pretty easily, and it's very good against the supports, where eventually you just push him out with your Doom. But something else you could be looking for if your quest is more of your melee initiator, like some Dragon Knight, Kunkka, I mean, maybe Void Spirit if it somehow gets left in the pool. I think either of these heroes that just like gives you a simple initiation where you just get some arrow follow-up. So it's just easier for your Doom and Medusa to play the game later, I think would make your draft the easiest.
Yeah, I think it actually would be criminal if Quest got Void Spirit. It kind of does exactly what we mentioned. Even though Entity themselves probably would like it, it's like there's no way, if it's not banned, it doesn't.
Yeah, you can't.
Especially with some like casual bat ban here to respect Storm, it's okay, they actually banned DP instead. I feel like this has to be Void Spirit. Unless we're missing like some perfect noob hero that we've yet to see.
Yeah, I would prefer like Void over the others, because I don't think you want like this super tanky committal core. Yeah, I'm still somewhat okay with this. I can just see, I mean, you can pick any spirit. I feel like you can go like you can just go Ember or Void. I also think like Ember has always been pretty good against Puck in lane. You just beat him down with Sleight of Fist. Void Spirit now with higher damage, I think should also be better than before. So I would say for Entity, this pick is. I think they have a pretty large pool to choose from, with like Ember and Void being somewhat my favorites.
I mean, Entity was the team that used to do Stormstorm mid Pugna, who was the one who was like abusing the decrypt really well. Of course, when the game got to like 60 minutes, he was doing some crazy stuff on that as well. I'm hoping that we're going to get to a 60-minute game. Actually, you know what? I hope we get a 90-minute game. Anyways, so there is potentially that in discussion, but yeah, realistically, I would prefer just to see the spirits that we've just mentioned already. But maybe it's something to keep in mind. Stormstormer is slightly talking in the background there.
Let's see what they're cooking.
They're just bartering. They're like, minutes. Oh, do you want the Pugna? No, I want the Pugna. No, but I want the Pugna too.
I don't really want to see mid Pugna, to be fair. I think their draft is kind of whack.
Sure, thank God. But it's like, their Slark, he literally like doubles their stuns by picking up Ags, because then he gets 2 pounces, so he can cancel 2.
True.
And then, of course, Ember can cancel 2 TPs. So right now, they can actually cancel 4 TPs, which is crazy. That's potentially the most stuns that Entity have had. And they're not even stuns. It's
phenomenal.
It is.
Yeah.
It's groundbreaking.
Look, I am shocked Void went completely ignored first game today, that he didn't get banned, didn't get picked. So I want to see how this Ember goes, if he feels as strong as Void, if he has as much success as we've obviously seen this Void Spirit do. But because with these lineups, you obviously have this meta, insane opener of the Doom Medusa for Quest Esports. Strong enough with its supporting cast now that you like them enough to take game 1?
I would say a lot depend on a little bit of their laning stage. To me, it comes a lot down to how the mid-game team fights are going to go. Because if Entity can toy with them in fights with like Slark playing a long drawn-out fight and same with Ember, I just see them win. But if Entity pop off early on, it could easily just be a game where TA2000 eventually right-clicks enemy throne, says, guys, let's go, and they can't deal with Dusa.
All right, and then very quickly, T, where are you putting your predictions for this game?
I just think Quest's lineup, they have to outplay themselves to lose it, because even if they concede map, they'll eventually be able to just make these big plays around Dusa. So I'm going to lean with this Dusa Doom opening.
Alrighty, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see if it really is that meta, that OP as we head on into it. It's game 1 between Entity and Quest Esports with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you very much, Nat, and the panel. Well, we don't have very bold analysts being willing to side with Dusa Doom, but you can't really blame them. And from the side of Entity, this is a team that's pretty consistently had their own ideas about the draft. Sometimes it's worked and they get top 6. Sometimes it's gone terrible and everything falls apart. We'll see which one this one is.
Hey, their game's been very entertaining. Their picks very entertaining so far this season. So the Bloodseeker being thrown to the offlane to keep things where they want them in terms of the matchups looks pretty solid to me. I see Toby's been playing a bit of Bloodseeker in his pubs so far. So he's got 3 wins on the week. He's 3-0. So he wants to see if he can bring that into the pro scene here.
Dude, I'm convinced that the reason that it's switching over is because offlaners just don't want to play against Bloodseeker anymore.
I think it's the Slark the Slark players who bully their offlaners. That's my theory.
That's a possibility. Yeah, either one. Like, regardless of what it is, offlaners don't really want to do it. It's just that they're being forced to pick it up because Bloodseeker's carry is so freaking annoying to play against. Oh my god, I hate playing against this hero. But we'll see if he ends up going down. First blood arrow comes out. That's the combination that we've seen time and again throughout Dota 2 history. And Toby, he's going to be first blood going to TA2000. I thought Noob was going to pick that up, but his light kick coming in just a little bit too late.
Just a smidge. Would have been nice considering the matchup, but that's okay. And obviously Puck versus Ember, a very common matchup that we see quite a bit. Used to be considered a little bit back and forth, but these days it seems like Ember's got the edge. Obviously nothing really matters if you get Dream Code later on though, so don't miss that, and things can look pretty good for Noob there. Much like the panel, I am shocked that Void Spirit did not show up in this game. Hard to believe considering how the hero has looked here today. So I'm looking to be very convinced by these 2 mid heroes since Void Spirit obviously was available for either team.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that they're sort of a flavor of the minute, not opting to try out. And we'll see if it ends up coming back to bite them at all. But as you said, both of them switching on it. So the thing that we can sort of talk about is like, also, the Shadow Demon Mirana combo, it's something that had fallen out of favor, I think, for a while, but seems like it could be really strong with these twin gates. If you have a moment there for Omar to just sort of head out of vision for a little bit, sneak on over maybe, or the other way, if Shadow Demon can head on down bottom, that could be a pretty nice little pickup for him.
Yeah, especially the angle of moving from as the 5 to like wrapping behind the tower feels really nice. If you can get the sign or the ankle for the disruption. If you just read the latest patch notes and just the state of Dota right now and what seems good, you would think that Shadow Demon is the most broken hero ever. Because if we talk about the things that seem really broken, stacking is just better and better and better. And obviously it's very easy to do multi-stacks early in the game with Shadow Demon. Dispels seem to be better than they've ever been before. So this hero should be everywhere.
Well, that is maybe going to be a new little uptick in his pick usage, as Kaori actually is the one that goes down up on the top side. So they're able to bring him down. Not a bad play there. I mean, everybody's getting really low on these HP levels, which Bloodseeker's got to be loving. Toby off to a really good start after he pops that salve and forces TA2000 back. And Oh, even gets hit there by the silence.
And yes, despite all the theory as to how Shadow Demon seems really good, he's getting out-clicked by a support Clinks, which, obviously everyone expected to see in the future of Dota 2 here. So, Kataomi, again, I mean, we have talked a lot about Void Spirit, but Clinks also won a lot of games. I think both his matches in the last series here looked pretty darn good, so... Now being chased by Kaori, though, obviously didn't have a chance to regen after that trading battle last time. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Count to 5. That's all it takes. Damn.
Oh, if he saw that courier. Oh, he sees it. He sees it. The ring of health courier up top.
Oh my God. Committed. He takes it out. That's a big one. That is really nice. I mean, Toby's still topped off on HP, but that feels bad.
If it was any other hero, it would be so much worse, Yeah. So many other offlaners would just be in such pain right now, relying heavily on that item, and then Toby's just like, whatever. I'll Bloodseeker. I'll get a Lotus. It'll be fine.
Yeah. He's good. In the meantime, Omar down bottom is getting chased around away from those Lotuses as Kari forced to use the disruption, but does pick one up nonetheless and trying to shift around those items to get the most value out of it. Mid lane, I haven't really looked at that one too much, but as you said, the slight lead right now for Stormstormer, 23-2 versus that 18-1.
Slight lead. Yeah, it's good. Great job, bud.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah, to be expected. Again, we're looking like timings on level 6, of course, in terms of rotations are always going to be very important. So that is where either one of them can take the edge. It all comes down to what supports show up as Fishman. Just out of range there. It's so big right now, by the way, on Starstorm. I don't know. I feel like it just feels really nice, especially when it's only 80 mana. So you can understand why Omar was trying to like push it right to the edge there with the last right click before firing that off to see if he get the damage, because it does go far, but Pugna also runs very fast.
Yeah, he's been able to dodge a couple of different arrows and other things like that. Also getting some of these nice nether blasts. Dude, it's a lot of damage. Although Fishman, has he gone too far now? Tries to turn, seeing if he can take down Amar, but no. It's not going to happen. And Watson, in fact, with the jump forward, he's in trouble. With the frost getting attack. Chased, getting punched. Isn't enough damage? Omar and Amar, the Bash brothers, take them both down. Oh, but Toby, he's very fast now. Still fine, I think. If you can get one more stack, maybe. No, it's a little bit too hard to chase that Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it is level 2, so the stacks that have been there could have been something, but Toby gets the second there and still missing his ring of health, but again, Bloodseeker in action here. Ooh, a little bit of a bait there. Kataomi's used to fire him back with the Tower Bomb. Speaking of annoying abilities.
Yeah. Super frustrating to play against on this Clinks. He's just everywhere. That hero. It feels like you shouldn't be able to do this much on the Clinks, but even though he did end up dying that one time, we'll see if he's going to be able to continue to sort of accelerate into that damage that we've seen come out from him in these games. As the rotation, trying to find something here onto Toby. Can't quite get him again.
He was playing so aggressive. He was closing on like 500 move speed for a little while there. I mean, again, 574 right now. Just zooming all over the place this game.
He's super fast. Really hard to play against that. But especially because like as Medusa, you want to hit that snake at like the very end of the creeps too. And so like you kind of have to just cast it on the Bloodseeker, and then you're probably only hitting him.
True. Oh, shield rune, huh? Taken there from Stormstormer. Actually, pretty solid on Ember, just for diving. Doesn't have any points in the Searing Chains though at the moment, so it is just all the slides and the Flame Guard here. So we'll have to rely on just chasing, no actual stuns. It's in the team rules, as you hear the panel mentioning, the lack of stuns. Just
right.
Doesn't matter if it's good for the matchup. That's not what's important here. It's the fact that he can't take Searing Chains.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Stats later.
You just when T thought they're finally drafting stuns. It doesn't happen.
No.
Well, that is certainly not going to be the best for trying to find kills, but gets the farm up pretty quickly as Toby continues to just beat into TA2000. But as Medusa does, throws out the Mystic Snake, gets the double hit, mana back up to about where it was before that, and even blocking stacks here as they run on over for the rune. Fishman not able to get there in time. Omar takes one while Kataomi runs off to the other.
Yeah, no.
That's pretty big.
No danger of losing it here.
So that's 2 apiece. Or 1 apiece, rather.
Yeah. Mara down bottom here. Still holding the frost attack right now. Off that devour. Another word dropped. Try and stem the aggression, but the arrow hits. Omar. Nice.
Very well played.
If he hits a huge arrow, will you yell Omar God again? Because that was pretty funny.
Omar God.
I just want to have your little soundbite again.
Yeah, I'll work on it. Well, that's another death. This bottom lane, they have just been bullying them back. Another 2 deaths on these heroes after Doom was used. Man, Slark is not having a good time.
I feel like the damage numbers for Omar must be pretty good right now. Because I feel like every time I look at him, he's just clicking. Just like nonstop. And just using that big body of the Doom. And also with the early Vanguard, with the item being so broken on Doom, you can go... Because typically when you think of Doom, you used to have to go for a more defensive aura a lot of the time. But because you can just go this Vanguard, you just have this Frost attack. And it's such a funny one versus Slark. Because he's just constantly reapplying it. He wants to trade back with Essence Shift, but you're lowering the attack speed. And then he uses it to chase down a little Pugna, too, whose only defense is his fast movement speed. So it's been great. Oh, look at that hero damage. Look at that Mirana hero damage. It's way up there.
It just keeps going up. Watson, I mean, he's just got to hide away. I think the thing that's so interesting, too, is for so long, these Slarks are thought of as, one of the answer for the Vanguard heroes eventually, because it's hard to trade against them. But now you're also getting these rotations where they have Noob rotate up, find the kill onto Fisherman. Toby tries to back away, did not snap the coil, but does get chased. The orb not quite going to connect, but does have the Waning Rift. Another orb back up in a second. If he can get into range, this Witchblade hit could be pretty good, but has to now jump away from Stormstormer, who's Remnanting after him. And the chase is there for the kill, so Stormstormer cleaning up. Making up for some of the problems in his side lanes.
Okay. I mean, that all happened because of the Fishman rotation up top. And I can tell you why, as I'm sure every Position 5 player knows. That's when the Slark says, listen, I need my 6. Go do something. Yeah. So even if it doesn't feel like a great play, he goes up there, tries to force something, and in the end, it gets a puck killed through the butterfly effect. So we'll call it worth it in the end. And obviously, Watson was hiding under his tower with 200 HP, being stalked by Omar, and he finally gets the 6, regens back up, and gets to stay in the lane. Doom is back up in another 20 seconds, though, so certainly a viable time to just rotate back down here again as Omar and try and get something done. As Omar's just greening it up a little bit, stacking Ancients while farming the camp with Arrow.
Okay. So yeah, wanting to sort of build up that experience. We also do see some stacks being built in the Radiant Triangle as well. That one did not connect, but a couple others have. That's a big hard camp and then a double on the Ancients. So something that they can look back towards eventually if they feel so inclined. And Stormstormer might just go do that now. We'll see.
This, yeah, I don't know, man. This change just seems too crazy. XP from stacks?
Super good, man.
Like,
yeah,
what's
gonna
happening?
Be huge. He has 4 camps stacked, and then he's also getting the shared XP from being there when it's taken. So, yeah, he's going to be huge.
Yeah, that gave him almost 3/4 of a level.
It's really
that
nice.
Stack and just being that's so ridiculous.
Stack your camps, everybody. It's worth it. With that said, Kaori being involved in a lot of stuff, he's already level 6.5.
I did notice there were a lot of different builds for the offlane Bloodseekers that different players have been going. Some going like right in towards those Blade Mails, Aghanim, Bloodstone styles. But Toby's been going for a lot of Spirit Vessel. Sometimes he'll skip over the Spirit Vessel if it just looks like a good earn game. So I'll be curious to see if he goes Vessel this time as up top, or sorry, rather down bottom. The arrow does not hit this time, but I don't think they're going to need it.
No. Toby moves on in to try and drop the Rupture, but Vanguard perfectly fine. The TP wouldn't have made a difference anyways. And that's just the Moonlight Shadow into Doom. So they knew the timing of it. They lose Watson. And now it's again starting to be a lead built up for Quest.
What's so frustrating too is that like the Moonlight Shadow is such a great way to initiate with a Doom that just has no ability to do it in any other way. Like doesn't have to rush in towards this Blink Dagger or something. And you know where the Slark wants to go. He either wants to be farming on that lane if possible or in these camps around here. So the good news that he will, of course, be able to try and sniff out any wards because he is a Slark. So it's not super viable to just like run down here as Omar, plant a bunch of wards right now to try and set up for the next Doom. but they'll still be able to just Moonlight Shadow again, smoke up, and perhaps even bring Noob next time. So expect them to keep bullying this Slark, and then you're going to have to try and find the same thing on TA2000's Medusa.
Right. Find her. A lot harder to bring down that hero without something like the Doom. I mean, it's going to be like Rupture and then Puncher, which doesn't feel great necessarily. And in the meantime, we did see some more of those stacks being built as well as sniffed out by Omar. And Omar could head over there to the area where they're at, but Stormstormer's moving in with level 10. Does have the mana battery behind him with the Pugna. He wants to try and make a move, but it looks like Quest playing a little bit more
Omar?
conservatively. Yeah. Thought about it. Finding it. Does he get the courier? He's going to get it, it looks like.
Dire's courier
Yeah, takes it down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So that was components to the entire Octarine core for Amar almost brought over to him, but not in time.
I think it was just his voice zone, so it's whatever. Because of course you have your arcane boost as Doom. Watson has another stack here. This one done up instead from Fishman. Yeah, their stacks must be ridiculous. I mean, I got hero damage numbers last time. Did you guys already show the stacks and I missed it? Because I'd love to see them again.
They did when we were looking at the other ones, but they're like 2 or 3 more.
Yeah,
They're
there we
11
go.
stacks so far in Entity.
Thank you very much.
Well, Toby gets hit by the ulti. Does have TP available if he feels worried about it, but still feeling very strong with his Vanguard and having stick charges and healing Lotus. He's fine. I mean, is this how you do it? You outgreed the Doom Dusa by building stacks? If it is, it's still not working. They're still falling further behind.
You build these stacks to hopefully hit the timing where you're going to be moving. I mean, there is a diffusal on Watson now, obviously, and Watson is going to be hunted. So you're kind of hoping that, maybe instead of being hunted by Doom, you can go on the hunt with your team and try and find TA2000. She obviously, on Medusa, does not have the ability to sense wards like a Slark does. So maybe that could be something. What is Kaori doing here?
He was looking if they left the Wisdom Rune, but they didn't, and so he's just going to try
and
and
he's
farm
farming
their
this
stacks
stack.
now. I mean, I don't know. This he has 4 points up in the poison, but
it's just
gonna
a lot of
bit.
time. Yeah, it's just. I'd be like, hope my teammates don't see this. No, it's their stacks though, guys. This is worth. This is their stacks.
To be honest, like with Doom Dusa farming, I feel like Quests are cool with this. Like they're still farming up the whole map.
All right, yeah, that was a lot of gold. Yeah, I'm down. I thought maybe they try and contest top, but honestly, that's a death sentence to try and contest top at this point, especially versus that Pugna. Like, that thing's going down. Let it go. Keep farming. Kanaomi has stalked T2000 for so much of this game, but they haven't made a move off of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Dusa, right? Like, it does feel sort of at this point as if Entity need to find these hero pickoffs, and Kaori getting caught. This is a good one for him. Does look like he is going to be brought down. Noob makes the rotation over. They get the Rupture now onto the puck. Has to jaunt away, and they end up finding the kill on a Fishman before he goes out of there. TA2000 runs in. They have Omar leaping away. So a trade-off now of supports as Omar is caught. Watson moving into position, and it looks like they will get the second support kill.
That Slight is so much damage at this point in the game right now with that Corrosion. You just see the last bits of his health bar melt away. And this is what they need. They have to move aggressively into this side of Quest. This is a big move for Noob, too, because this is a Puck who has Blink and Witchblade, and Puck obviously likes to be fighting, whereas, I mean, it kind of feels okay because, hey, I have a Doom and Medusa, and they're really farming, and that's going to be okay, but you want to flex a little bit as this Puck, right? You want to try and catch a couple of these heroes. Instead, they're probably just going to lose another tower. Since they don't have the Dream Coil or the Moonlight Shadow, this feels like a great time to push.
And the leash is there onto Medusa, losing the mana. Tries to walk away, does not have that Stone Gaze. Amar, he gets saved for the moment. Amar shows up, pushes back Fishman. And as everybody retreats, they look to have held their tower, don't lose any key heroes.
Stormstorm's Maelstrom proc almost got Omar there, but that was a nice disruption play for KRA because he predicted he was going to go for a Slight right after, and he did. So by putting him inside the bubble, there was no chance for the follow-up slight, and then Omar gets out of there alive. Almost done his mech as well here. Won't be too long, and with the fact that Entity wants to keep pushing these fights into you, having the mech will be very nice for them.
I mean, that is definitely, you know, a dream scenario. If you can pick up those other items on these supports, you know, loving to be able to build up this Doom to be super greedy, which he absolutely has gone. The Midas into Octarine, has Boots of Travel. He's getting stalked now by Watson, who just turns and dooms him and says, fine, come fight me. Amar might end up regretting this move down bottom as they come on in with the rest of the squad, show up, get the finish. So that kill does definitely matter a lot. Kaori backs away, arrow comes through, connects now onto Toby, drops down the ulti, and well, with Noob moving into position, they get a counter kill. So offlaner for offlaner.
Yeah, great kill to get because they just want to keep pressuring. Like they don't want to play under any cooldowns right now on the side of Entity, so losing the Bloodseeker like that is just kind of frustrating. I feel like they would just like to keep pressuring like bottom tower for something, for example. There are a lot of waves coming through though. Top being pushed out a bit here from the illusions of that Medusa since the Manta style is up, so have to go and regulate that. Noob getting a bit feisty here. Oh, that was
Fishman.
He shaved off a couple hairs there on the chin.
That was scary. Kaori, he gets found.
Dude, Noob, what are you doing?
He's just dead. Noob now in further trouble gets walloped.
Why did he go in?
Quest suddenly getting chased down hero by hero, and Toby, that spirit vessel, was not anticipating seeing that one get picked up. Omar, he still has the Pavis mech ready, and that keeps him alive. So Quest are keeping the gold lead into their favor, but Entity, they are starting to pick up.
Yeah, and I do like the spirit vessel versus the Doom, and it's good versus the Puck too, of course. Just like having the urn, try and help control the hero. And try and like lock it down a little bit in fights just because like the blink and stuff and that little bit of added damage. Plus you're planning on being really aggressive this game. So, you know, stacking up the charges pretty reliable. If you die with 0, you get 1 again. So it's definitely been a pretty big buff to the item overall. And he just sees consistency in it. He just keeps picking up when he plays this offlane role and going to help him move in towards that Aghanim Scepter next for the power of the Blood Mist.
Trent, you know something that I really appreciate nowadays?
What's that?
It's that some of these heroes, they have like lore built into their like way that you play them. Like Medusa, I feel like if you don't look at her, she's not real. That's the mentality I'm getting from Entity right now. Just like avoid eye contact, stay away, don't look at her. Like Stormstormer is just like farmed right in front of her and just like ran away when she went to last hit creeps. It's just like they don't want to touch this hero at all.
Oh, Kataomi just keeps like running under her. Maybe it's like a visual bug. Maybe they don't know where she is. They can't see her.
Right.
I don't see what's happening. Yeah. It's the only explanation.
It definitely is a weird hero to see this happen with though, where they're just like trying to dodge, never doing damage to her. It feels like it's just leave her alone. We don't want to even try and mess with it.
I know that he's third on net worth on this Ember Spirit, but consider the fact that Stormstormer has BKB, Phase, Corrosion, and Maelstrom right now. Like, he's keeping up pretty close to a Medusa and a Doom that are just free farming.
Yeah.
That is pretty frightening. He's currently not up top, though, where they're trying to push this fight in. They'll find Kaori in the tree line, but no stuns left. Already used the pounce. Amar as well.
He backs away. He'll get a Midas off likely, but will he get away?
Well, they need a better jump because they don't have Ember. So, I mean, that's the issue.
You know, they talked about the stuns. They need them. He needs the Ags on Slark. He's almost got it.
Off.
And then he has 2.
Commits.
Binding. And the back away. Arrow almost connects there on the Kataomi, but not quite going to be on the mark. So again, dodge, duck, dive. Get away from these heroes. Just hide and farm. We're last hit.
They have so many stacks.
They really do.
They just keep doing it.
That one was blocked, though.
Yeah. It's like, no. Maybe Shadow Demon took them again.
I think that he placed a Sentry Ward in there a little bit ago, and it ran out probably now. So Watson will see that camp is not blocked, and We'll get back to farming as Fishman also farms up his items. And the no rush 20 minutes Dota build going on right now.
Yes, very low amount of incursions into enemy territory. We're just chilling. We're farming. These BKBs, fresh, polished, never been used.
So this is what I want to talk to you about. What's Entity's plan? Because I'm looking at this Dota Plus win probability, and it feels like if nothing's happening, Dire is just winning, right? Like, it feels like they have to be making moves.
I keep thinking they're about to go, and then they just don't, so I don't really know. Like, every time I see an item on Slack, I'm like, there it is. Now, I mean, the eggs is about to come out. There it is, you know? That must be it. Then it's go time. Oh, that's a Scotty on Deucer.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty scary. They find these pickoffs on Kaori, but now Noob shows up. I don't know if they actually want to continue this fight. Stormstormer pops the BKB, and yeah, the Quest are completely happy to back away from this. Amar just gets out underneath the Moonlight Shadow and, well, back to farming their camps.
Back to the well. Oh, wait, hold. Stormstormer could potentially find him if he does the math here.
Does he realize?
I mean, he has BKB TPA, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. But
middle tower is under attack.
He TP's out.
Now,
Stormstormer look.
Dude,
Oh,
like actually though. Imagine.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he did it?
Gets stuck down there, having used his TP. Of course, his TP is 20 seconds. His BKB lasts 9. He could probably survive long enough. Ooh, noob. Ooh.
Can you imagine if Kaori disrupted him there to save him as his TP out? It just ends up killing the puck. Not gonna happen though. And I'm feeling like if you're Quest, you might be feeling ready to fight soon for themselves. Because, I mean, they're getting hella strong. You've got Scotty done on the Dusa. But Mar backs out, takes a bunch of damage, purges himself, and back to the farm.
Kanomi is flexing a little bit here, you know? He's popping up and shooting those damage. He's trying to see, like, how much do I do to a puck? How much do I do to a Doom here? Numbers aren't too bad. But once more, we just have the situation where the teammates don't want to fight. Is he... They're solo cresting each other. That's beautiful, Fishman and Kanomi. Well done.
That's awesome. So I guess that it feels like both teams think they scale better into the late game. And one of them's right and one of them's wrong. So we're going to find out which is which here, Trent, I guess.
That is the name of the game, I guess, huh? See who gets to keep their Ancient. As that's now a Blink Dagger for Doom. We're finally going to do the Tormentors.
That's
fun little team activity.
And yeah, Clinks gets the Burning Barrage. Nobody yet going over for it for Dire. They're comfortable just chilling some more. Have you seen the Bloodseeker Ags that often? You were talking about it earlier.
I've seen it quite a few times. It's just kind of funny. I don't know. It's kind of hilarious. That's how I view it. Just looks great. I don't know. He's just spewing blood. I mean, the first line, Bloodseeker sprays his blood continuously in the area around. Like, I don't know. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Every time I see it, it just makes me laugh.
You know what it is? Toby's a Darkseer player, and he just is playing a new version of Darkseer. It's new Iron Shell on him.
Yeah, there you go.
Big Iron Shell.
It is really strange.
Smoke up. Quest. They're ready to break the stalemate, but everybody from Entity are up here. Moonlight Shadow, Toby, is he going to get caught? They have vision. They know he's right there in the trees. Smoke breaks, hiding him. They're clicking right on top of him. Do they have enough for the finish? They don't connect with the arrow, but don't need it. Bloodseeker dead. And Amar looking for more. Not able to find Watson off to the side. Fishman, they're still hanging out here. Koyo connects now onto Watson. He backs away, but the silence onto Noob, starting to die and gone. Turn, Katomi, he's found for the moment. Amar wants to save this Doom for the Slurk. As the back away happens, Fishman is going for the drain, but that just means he's going to end up dying. And well, instead, they find the Doom onto the Ember. That's even a better opportunity for him. Buyback comes out from both the Puck and the Pugna. Stormstormer buys back, comes into the fight. No more Doom ready. Remnant through onto 2. Do they have the damage though? TA2000, he is way too strong for this. They don't have nearly enough. This Medusa is so impossible to kill right now. Stormstormer has to TP out. Will he manage to escape? He will. Fishman, I don't think he's quite going to be so lucky. Although Amar starts to die. Fishman just turns and kills him. TA2000 gets the Ultra, but Fishman, he did get Amar.
Well, it was a noble effort in this one there, guys. But I think that maybe we're finding out who scales a bit better. That was almost the best way that fight could start. Coil gets used and wasted on the Slark. He just dark packs out afterward. Like, I think it was like during the mini dark pack, because by the time I looked after the Coil noise, he was already unstunned. So he must have been like dark packing. Oh, we got a replay. And then that Orchid pop up right there was just like, this is the best case scenario. You just killed the enemy mid with your fresh Orchid from the Clings. It's going to force the buyback eventually out of the puck. I'm not actually sure if they hit TA2000 here. I think they were trying to ignore the Medusa.
Right.
Because I'm watching the Slark in the back. He tries to chase Omar up there at the top of your screen, as you can see. Misses. He gets disrupted. So that's when Stormstormer's dying. Then they're like, okay, we got to buy back. Get back into the fight. They have the tier 1 tower in the top lane, so they can get there. But TA2000, like, there's just nothing happening. That mana bar is not moving.
It's really, really not. Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, best maybe just to ignore because you're not killing her. That's for damn sure. They took down Amar, but this Medusa is a problem. Has Butterfly now done as we come back into the real world? Oh, God. Scary, scary hero.
But have you considered spraying blood at her? 'Cause perhaps that will do something.
So you know what is cool about this? I saw the blink dagger with this build because you don't take any damage when you have the shield on you.
Ooh,
and
true.
So
okay, that's cool.
You can blink out after. The problem is blink dagger doesn't do any damage to Dusa, and Ember, he just dies again. TA2000 picks up the kill after another Doom used.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, game is hard, Trent.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
yeah, it really is.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What to do at this point now as Entity? I mean, you're going to have to do some crazy split pushing, I guess.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah, that's
really crazy split pushing.
I mean, Slark is trying to get into the Bloodthorn, which again makes sense to me. Like they've got to get some of this, like, you know, True Strike onto the Dusa. Katomi's building up a Diffusal Blade, because the Butterfly is just really hard to deal with. But Entity, they know what to do. Go take the Tor. Okay, never mind. They're gonna back away from it.
I mean, right now, Quest, like, there have definitely been some games where teams have tried to end it with a similar lead and ended up running into trouble just because we do have quite a bit of kill, like, I guess, like, death bleed, maybe, like comeback gold, comeback experience. Suddenly things can get back a lot quicker. But in this current state, with this Medusa and an Aegis, I'm not feeling like that's going to be an issue for them, especially, I mean, Amar's at like 3,000 HP right now. He just finished a Shiva's. I do not see how you fight this guy. Watson is going to need approximately 8,000 Essence Shift stacks.
That's a lot.
Then I think he can fight, yeah.
That is a lot. He still might miss, though.
Well, he can get them because they have 2 Solar Crests. So,
okay.
you know,
That
that should help.
One for the enemy, one for you. I like
Oh.
it. You remember when Shine used to give you, like, a chance at True Strike? Jump in?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Accuracy,
that didn't really work.
I believe. And then Atos had accuracy for a bit.
Yeah. Kaori. Arrow. He has to pop the BKB. Stormstormer, not feeling great about that one. And, well, I think T said that they can walk high ground and just hit their throne. And we're going to test to see if that is indeed true now, as they start with the Rax. And right now, no answer for Medusa. Not even a little bit.
They're done the farming side quests. They're now on to the main quest objectives, which is destroy the enemy throne. You know, they're finally going to do the story missions. They've had enough time going around, doing the fun side stuff. They got all huge. They found all the legendary pieces of armor.
Right. You know, that is a thing, right? Is that sometimes the sort of final quest ends up feeling a little underwhelming because you're over-leveled for
You're a little too overpowered. Yeah, I'd say so. I think they spent a little bit too time exploring the map.
They have found every side quest. Yeah, TA2000 ready to hit again. 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. How much damage can they get done then? I think a lot. God, how close are they to this Bloodthorn? Like, it feels like they have to get Bloodthorn, and even that does not feel great. As Toby, Ogre seals himself away. Down to 600 HP.
Flopping to safety.
All right, they're going to smoke to break their high ground. Entity are. They're on high ground. Amar, he finds one. It's the Clinks right at the start. He's going to die yet again. Buys back. I mean, they're feeling like this is their moment that they got to go. Or they're just feeling really not great about the game. One or the other. Kaori. He's down on the low ground. TA2000 continues to hit the racks. If they stay in formation, Entity have to run at them. Otherwise, they're just going to lose everything.
This is one of the stranger games of Dota I've watched.
Yeah. Yeah. They're gonna hit the throne now, Trent. They're gonna
There's so many of them. He just starts shuffling them around like the cups with the ball, so they lose track of which one was real. You know, standing in the middle. Come on now.
They're well, that's the real one. They found the real one, Trent.
Aha!
And ignore the Medusa. If you ignore the Medusa, she's not real. As
All right, guys,
Stormstormer
I'm
dies
done.
to the Doom. All right, now they're not ignoring the Medusa anymore. She still has Aegis. A minute left on it. Hitting heroes, hitting buildings. GG is called. Quest were very correct about them scaling well into the late game.
Yeah, I would say so. What happened here for Entity? I guess they just didn't find their moment. They didn't pressure quite fast enough. Like, I can see the ideas and concepts of like being able to push the map faster because you have Pugna for the towers and Clinks for the scouting and then Ember for the grabs. I think that they themselves just seemingly waited too long. It feels like, you know, they had to take some risks. It didn't feel great fighting into them. I can see that. I can see how it feels dangerous, but you have the Slack. You have the idea of how you can get vision advantage using your ability to try and move into their territory, get some idea of how to like zone them out of there, and then try and take objectives. But they did not move. They tried to farm it up, and it did not work.
It sometimes feels like, you know, you're playing the wrong game, and sometimes the game you need to play is just banning Medusa or Doom, or both. Just, you know, they're very strong heroes right now for a reason. Let's head on back to the panel, though, see if they agree.
Yep, turns out you can't let both Medusa and Doom through and think that you're going to be able to outscale them or scale into the later game there. So a little bit unfortunate for the side of Entity, bit of a draft failure there, but a great display for Quest Esports able to just hold the game out long enough, Kazoo.
I mean, Quest Esports, they're kind of just, they know, right? They know that their two heroes are going to print a lot more money than Radiant. So Entity, I feel like they were the ones who should have tried to do something. Not like, if I'm playing Bloodseeker this game, I kind of feel bad already from the get-go if my lanes aren't going good, because let's say I build auras, I'm doing it into SD, so he's purging it. Then he goes for Spirit Vessel, which is kind of a trash item in this game, but then again, perhaps he wants to play fast, so that's the rationale behind it. I can kind of get it. Or he ends up going Aghanims, which I just tested it. It basically deals 0 damage to Medusa. So their draft is not equipped to deal with either of these heroes, especially if they play slow. And they didn't do anything, so they lost.
Yep, didn't draft for it, didn't itemize for it by the sounds of it. Anything else that sticks out to you, T-Gov, that you want to talk about that isn't just the Medusa that got to free farm and then free fight and team fights?
I guess the Amar lane, a lot of work as well. This Doom Morana. I think when you think about the laning phase, at least, there was like a lot of times where Fishman and Watson were trying to, you know, step up a little bit. Of course, Morana's a very potent 4 when behind like a big body, you know, some Doom Tide style hero. So it's already quite a dire favored lane to some degree. But Entity were trying to, you know, at least claw out that one kill that might swing the balance of it. And unfortunately for them, it never really came into play. I think they died, you know, a couple of times each, and then that kind of then solidified the bigger point of the game, right? Which was Deuce is just going to free farm, Puck's going to be uncontested. So I think for Quest, because of this bot lane, Entity not getting anything from this bot lane, they couldn't then maybe like hope for something to happen, claw themselves into it. It was just kind of like a awkward, eventually take the L unless Quest really just screw up in the mid game, which of course they did.
Yeah, I couldn't even just get the foot in the door there. But guys, I'm trying really hard to find a reason to not give MVP to Medusa. And it's just because of the hero. It has absolutely nothing with TA2000. I think he played fantastic.
Well, he was the most valuable hero.
Yes,
but
exactly.
I think MVP, it should probably go to either the O or Amar combo. I think it has to be one of those two. I think they played very well. I like what Omar is doing.
Give it to Mar, we'll see which one.
Give it to Mar and they both have it. Let's go.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, so one of those two combos you want to give it to. Do you want to pick one yourself, T, if Kezu's now narrowed it down to 50-50?
If I just pronounce it really poorly, we can continue this bit. No, I would give it to... Honestly, I'd probably give it to Omar. Just because
That's
I think...
with the O?
Well played.
The O, yeah, just to... Yeah. I think he... Of course, in lane, he was really potent. But the fact that he was just always in the right spot at the right time... It's easy to say, but... to make sure he was with the SD as well. I think it's very easy in Dota to kind of drift away from what you need to do on the map. Some fours can get excited in like a stalemate game where they just go and hit creeps and stuff, but he always seemed to balance stacking with being with the SD after crushing his lane as well. So I thought he was very efficient. You see it in his stat lines, see it in his score lines, his items as well. So yeah, I think he just played a really stable game.
Massive props to Umada on the Mirana. And you know what the key thing I really like about Mirana getting MVP here? That stun. Wouldn't you say, Kezu?
Yeah, I mean, stuns are good, right? He also, what I like the most about him actually is the items he builds. If we have him in an interview, I will ask him about Pavis, because he has it. I mean, he just goes Pavis Solar Crest every game. It looks simple, but well, the items are really damn good. The one thing that
you
disappoints...
got to use them at the right time too, right?
Yes, because he's in the right place at the right time. Yeah, as T was mentioning, so... but the thing that disappointed me a lot from Entity is that I don't understand why they thought they could eventually outscale. Like, you have Ember, Pugna, Klinks. Like, even if the Klinks just has like half a Solar Crest, he has a medallion. Or maybe he wants to farm Solar Crest, let him do that. But your Ember, Pugna can go together and do stuff. Like, go fist this Puck in mid lane, like, give some backup, go hit some, like, do something. Because if you do nothing, you're gonna lose 100% of the time. If you do something, you might win this game, like, I don't know, 10 times out of 100, which is still better.
Yeah. Better than nothing. Be active, be aggressive, try and make some space for yourselves. Can't do it in game one. That one's all done and dusted. All they can do is look forward now to game two, which will be happening after this break.
I do one.
I put you.
Killing.
They use Raptor.
Vision.
Nice. Carros. Thanks for carrying us.
Game 2 between Entity and Quest Esports will be popping up on our screen soon. And look, it's a simple solution, really, T. Don't let Medusa and Doom through. I'ma say it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this Beastmaster first phase ban, I think I've seen enough teams lose with it now, where there's surely answers to it. I think Gaming Gladiators, of course, have been a team that has kind of made it a statement hero, at least in this region so far in this tour. So, you know, maybe that could be an option. And yeah, maybe don't give away the Doom and the Deucer, for sure. But look at that.
I got worried for a second there. I'm not gonna lie. We're 3 bans in, and I'm like, I'm still seeing both those heroes. But yeah, last minute Doom ban, which we like to see, right, Kezi?
Yeah, just a boring hero. Get him out of here. But since they swapped up their bans, Techies went through. Because it was actually Quest in the last game that also banned Beast. So the one thing I am going to say is that last game, when you see one hero, which was Doom, and you pick Bloodseeker in that slot, and then you end up not laning against it, and then the pick you take later on also loses the lane, it's definitely not a good sign. So this time around, okay, it's I guess it's gonna be more open again, because it's not like you see an offlane and you're like, oh hell yeah, give me Monkey King, I want to destroy this guy. So it's a same opening. You might just see a Medusa pop up again, but yeah.
This opening, though, from Entity, even though it's the exact same, it does look better. Because like Kelly just mentioned, the Doom thing, against Techies, Bloodseeker loves to play against Techies. All that chip damage, he heals up. So it's like,
true.
I'm not opposed. Maybe.
That's a good start. We don't hate it.
It's not bad. But no, I think... If Entity can draft themselves into a position where this becomes the safe lane, they'll be happy. ... Guess what? Medusa's here, so it makes it uncomfortable.
28 seconds reserve time to pick Medusa. Come on, Quest, you can do better than that.
No, they're making it look like it's not a fully broken hero, and that they had to mastermind find the pick through all...
Hey guys, Ice Frog is watching. Let's make sure we don't insta-pick it.
There we go. We have to roleplay along as well.
The
wow,
secret
that was an
recipe.
incredible pick. They could have picked so many other heroes.
Oh my gosh, and then followed by an AM ban. I'm absolutely gobsmacked. I never would have seen that one coming.
Okay, so 2 things that I would like to see from Entity in the next phase. That they, right now,
A stun?
they set up... one of the heroes I'm mentioning will not have a stun, but yes, a stun would be good. Spirit Breaker. If it doesn't get banned, they can pick it.
Yep.
But the 2 heroes or type of styles I would like them to set up for is either like an 18 Bad Rider, so you can break this Medusa lineup and bring someone into you and murder them with all your spells. And if that doesn't work, you call GG. Or step 2, you ban in a way so that you can take like a Phantom Lancer on 18 or like a really gotcha offlane pick. Because right now, I don't know what is in Toby's pool that will feel really cool. Maybe there's like some pseudo answer where you pick Brewmaster and you just keep lifting the Snake Lady, and you, like Lyrical was saying, if you ignore the hero, then maybe she's not real. Maybe that works. I don't know.
Okay, what do you think is 1, easier to play offlane, and 2, more viable as offlane in this patch? Bloodseeker or Phantom Lancer?
Wait, PL offlane?
Oh, now are we okay?
Is that what you just said?
Oh, no. I was saying PL.
I was like,
Carry.
what?
Yeah. Oof,
I was gonna say.
The patch
That's why I
hasn't got
asked the
that crazy.
question. Yeah, that's why I asked the question, because I was like, why would you ever say PL off? I was like, that's
never,
insane,
actually.
Kezu.
Unless I am drafting drunk and something else, and it's no one would ever pick PL off.
You're drafting for the other team.
Tune in,
That's when you would do it.
Kezu stream on Sunday nights. He gets drunk and pick PL offlane.
That's why I was like, bro, no way you're gonna sit here and think PL over a Bloodseeker offlane.
Definitely not.
I could see some...
Well, we clarified that one.
Like some Spirit Breaker type Viper type lane or something. I don't know. Like I just want to see Entity, if they are gonna do Pudge.
Look, this works. This works.
I don't
it's
even
a displacement tool.
I like the first 2 times I saw them pick at Pudge, I was like, really? And then like the first game he popped off. The second game, it's like still he had an incredible showing, even though I think they didn't win the second time. But I got belief in the Katomi.
I have unwavering faith in Kataomi Pudge to have a good performance.
But
that's not even sarcastic, genuinely.
I mean, sure, but they need to like utilize it, right? Like he can't be some like 5-1 Pudge at minute 15 but not have a team to rally behind him
Yeah.
that he's breaking. Because like he's broke the map twice when he's played this hero.
Yeah.
His team has just crumbled at the point where he needs to really kind of lean off being this like hitting all hooks type Pudge player.
Don't all talk at once about this silencer, please, Kezu.
Sorry, I was
effective global. Sorry.
Yeah, I had to wait. Honestly, we were pretty close. I think we were like maybe 3 seconds in. But Silencer, Kaori is very good at this hero, and it's good against entity heroes. It's kind of like a combo break. Pugna hates being global in the early game. He relies on you go on someone, he helps out. Haha, joke's on you. You're global. Same with Pudge. If you get hooked, can easily global. And I would also say a lot of these supports that have freedom of what items to buy, they feel great. Like if he wants to buy drums for his Medusa or a Solar Crest, Pavis, Forstaff, like whatever it may be. As long as they now have Noob on a hero that can go in, because eventually you don't always want to use your globals defensively, and techies will also need a hero to play with, so Amar or a Noob will have to fill this role. Isn't that right to you, Governor?
It is right. It is right. Oh, and they go Timber. Okay, I was basically going to say, like, the issue with when I see, like, Silencer, Deucer as, like, core of your draft is the static nature of them. And you kind of still need that hero to do something on the map to kind of soak up time, resources, and energy. So then you playing around global won't feel bad. And sure, we see a Timbersaw. It can do that in the right games. This isn't, like, the most perfect of Timber games where he sees, like, a clear counter. Like, he is going to be playing into a Rupture, where Bloodseeker, you never really Rupture Deucer. She wants to stand her ground, press Stone Gaze, right? So you can Rupture Timbersaw now. He can't really be as fluid in the fights. There's also some hook combos to, you know, play around with that Rupture. But at least it's something to create some noise in the game so Deucer can hit her insane 20-minute timing that we saw in the previous one.
There's a lot of heroes that feel annoying. Like, a lot of the heroes that I would have had in mind to pick here on this slot, they get kind of blocked in a way by Timber or Silencer. Like, I had an idea with maybe PL could be cool. I don't want to play that into Timber. Makes no sense. Like, you have some maybe offlane Bad Rider. It's very annoying against Silencer as well. Because now if you end up with a Bloodseeker carry, which maybe you're fine with because you're playing it into Timber, I'm still failing to see this pick for Toby that is going to just wow me. Because they're not going to pick Stormstormer's hero here, because they're just going to hold it for last because they don't see the mid yet.
I mean, if they put Bloodseeker offlane again, they could go for some like Monkey King carry, because you can itemize to deal with both, but do you have enough lockdown to keep a Deucer in Wukong for long enough? And they go for
Wind Ranger carry, baby. That's carry.
I mean, it could be flex. It could be flex. Well, obviously,
Could be flex, but I'm just I'm pretty sure that they are picking it with the intention of it being flex, but I've seen it in some of the pubs where, actually, it was some Atos diffusal build. And then I saw a Medusa melt, but yeah.
But like in pro,
I mean, it's done garbage in pro games. I don't think it's won a game.
Every time I see it in a pro game, I have flashbacks to the pubs where I'm seeing some like 10k players do God's work, and I see the pro games, and it's like, bro, you're a windrunner, man. Like, you're playing it like Void. It's just not going to go well, is it? Right, let me check the win rates. Hold on.
Well, in pro it has
0%.
Why are you checking pubs?
No. In this DPC tour, it's got 10 matches, 7 picks, 3 bans, so 7 games played, and 0% win rate.
That's good.
Perfect.
That's very
I'm
good.
not even going to go and look to see how many games it's been played on what role. It's just a loser hero.
Well, we know that Entity have picked it twice in mid in this DPC, and that lost twice, so that's already a fair chunk of that stat there.
Yeah, it's
25% of it.
Done well. It's just not done well, and the reason why, it's always like, even if it can pump out a lot of damage, it's always going to be that fragile hero that if you get kind of isolated, you can die. So I guess the saving grace for this scenario here is Quest, they themselves don't really have that perfect lockdown.
Yeah.
Windrunner that can go this diffusal because she is this universal hero will be able to, run circles around the Timbersaw, lock onto the Deucer, drain her mana to some degree. So it's going to be a Windrunner game that should be able to scale in. There's not early tower damage that can break the map. That's what Windrunners hate to play against. Anyone that can take your safe lane or mid lane tower and just make you overlap farm. You don't really farm Ancients. You need the lane. So it's not the worst overall. It should be a scenario Windrunner could get the win, but yeah.
I would like to see an Ember ban from Entity. So I think now when we're talking about the flex of Wind Ranger potentially going mid, I think Ember is an annoying matchup for you. Ember is good for your heroes. Like, you have Chain for Timber, which is good. You have Chain for Techies. You're the hero that your supports can play through. You're super annoying against Pugna. You can get out of Rupture. They ban Omni. Okay, that's also somewhat interesting. I mean, they've played it before, and it's a newer hero. I'm sure it's a solid ban. But I'm still... I would be a little monka if I had to play against, like, some, I don't know, Ember, Kunkka mid, like some tanky hero who we can't really kill that also sets up for my own team. Or the new puck, sure.
I mean, we can say it again if we want, but Entity Stun, it's one hook, a shackle. So again, Noob's going to have a very jolly time in this game, just kind of doing what he wants. The real question now for Entity is, what's happening with the Bloodseeker and the Windrunner, right? Like, I feel... Do I want to... Just put the Windrunner mid. Just get a carry, I feel. Psych.
Yep, not going to get that wish of yours. It is going to be a Pango for that last pick there. And I just want to see it. I just want to see it confirmed here.
Ah, offlane Wind.
Offlane.
I didn't expect. Okay.
Interesting. What sort of build does an offlane Wind Ranger pull out here, Kazu?
You might see like a middle ground where you do some ATOS into auras. I've seen him do that in some pubs. Like, if you're the only one that can buy a specific item, you can do that. But I could see him just like chatting it up. You go some Atos Gleipnir BKB, like the classic build from the carry roll. Yeah, at least you have Shackle into Hook, so it makes your offlane very strong. Because otherwise, I think Pudge is kind of a whatever hero. But I haven't seen enough offlane Wind Ranger to really know how good it is.
Yeah,
that's very fair.
I would say he's actually played it 4 times in his pubs, just checked now. So he's pretty much just gone like a couple bracers, Gleipnir, into then whatever he needs in the game, pretty much. But yeah, I guess it'll be interesting to see if it does work. I still feel that Quest has like the easier chill draft, right? Just have faith in User. And it worked in game 1, so why wouldn't it work again in game 2? It's not as if Entities picked like this perfect moment to take over a game. It relies on the like individual skirmishing prowess that they're not really hitting today.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle for Entity, whereas Quest get to have that comfort for Amar. They get to have the late game security of Medusa. We'll see if they're able to pull out a hat trick though on the side of Entity. It's game number 2 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much again, Nat, and the panel. And yeah, Trent, you know, I think the panel is underestimating one thing, and that is the rupture into Gale Force. Can you even imagine the damage that's going to come out from that?
Whoa.
Big plays.
Oh my goodness. Yes, making a move. That's the plan. Okay, I like where your head's at. You're working together to find some complicated solutions for Entity instead of something simple like reliable stuns. I appreciate it.
Or banning.
Or win.
Banning heroes. Yeah, that's one too. They do potentially have a couple of different Diffusal carriers, though. Definitely Stormstormer at the very least. And that's a bunch of stuns, depending upon how you roll around on the old ground there on the Pangolier. So that does feel like it's an interesting answer. What are you thinking about the drafts in general, though?
Very similar to last time. Not. I mean, there is actually a pretty big difference, I guess, between Doom and Timbersaw. Just because, I mean, you can kind of play as passively, but you're not going to gain as much of a lead, obviously, as you saw from the Doom, because that was just a little bit absurd and ridiculous. So they'll probably see a little bit more action. But that being said, Noob just kind of had a boring game last game. Like, they won, but like you didn't have to really do any puck things. And you can probably do a few more puck things now in the earlier parts of this game with the help of Amar, who'll be less busy farming.
1-for-1 on the hooks. Carry got clapped by it and runs away. They can't do that much more after the fact. TA2000 heads to the top side, holding on to that lovely blood grenade for himself. Also has one on silencer, so they might be thinking about turning and fighting if things get testy up on that top lane.
That's a tough ask, though. That is for sure. We've all seen Kadomi on these hooks. The guy is nasty, like just certified kind of gross.
In a good way, right?
Well, I mean, Pudge is a pretty gross-looking hero, so it makes sense. Yeah.
hit by the snake there right on the last little touch of it. Get some damage on Toby too.
I was not expecting another Medusa game, that is for sure. Did not think we'd have to see this one again. But I'm always certainly expecting a techies. As far as you know, Omar chucking out quite a bit of damage down here as he goes to body block the small camp there. And Fishman on the Pugna, kind of similar here. Obviously, Pugna doesn't get any stuns with the blast off, but in terms of just like chucking these big explosions back and forth at each other. Some annoying trades and mid lane. Another situation here for Noob where Stormstorm is probably going to do a little bit better in the farm. Pretty hard to get a kill versus a puck at level 6, though, as a Pango. Much more likely that you're going to get coiled into a kill with any decent rotation, particularly Omar the Techies.
Yeah, that's going to be one to watch. It'd be really annoying if he does make that move. And to be honest, probably Fishman needs to be a little bit careful, as well as Watson, because while Doom doesn't have a ton of kill potential early, you might be able to with Timbersaw, particularly when you're paired together with that tech defense. Stormstormer punches Noob a few more times on his backside as Courier's bringing out some bottles. With puck, and Kaori goes down up on that top side. Katomi able to bring the first blood their direction.
I just assume that when he plays this hero, he will have 3 kills before 10 minutes. Maybe 4. At least 3, like minimum. Like he just seems so good at punishing people in lane. And he doesn't even have a ward down right now, but he just always seems to hit these big hooks.
Right, not even a point and shackle shot for Toby to help set him up. He's just gone for the power shot and the wind run.
Oh, this would be a great look. He doesn't need it.
Look at
he doesn't
that.
need it. There's 2. Like,
and no TP for Silencer. Ooh.
Oh my god. And Dusa already just under half her mana. Yeah. Tips from KR. Alright, respect is given. He's going to unblock his camp, and obviously with the Silencer doing the Walk of Shame, he is not going to be able to get here in time to block us up against. That means the pull will be available in the top lane, and that's going to pull Medusa out of this tower. Closer to their tower. Closer to bad hook situation there as Amar.
Oh, almost enough to connect, but still in some trouble with Watson chasing him. It's not going to be close enough to turn for the full kill. Omar still battling in the trees by Fishman. Though there's a lot of brouhaha down bottom, there's no actual kills yet.
TA2000?
Less.
Oh, sorry.
Fishman also. TA2000. I mean, everybody's low across both of these lanes. TA2000 has no reach, but does have a clarity coming out now.
Yeah, he almost died. If the power shot had hit, he would have died. As he only has 170 HP right now. I know up top it looks tanky, guys, but he is... Oh, he just missed again. I mean, that hit actually.
No, but he hit it. He hit it. That's clarity down.
God, that reduces so much damage.
And when this wave gets pulled through, I mean, this is still dangerous territory with those long-range abilities. Kyrie is just trying to bully back Toby. He's going to do a good job of it.
This would be the funnest Invoker game ever right now.
Yeah.
Like fish in a barrel.
It's gone on. Dies. Able to move in after the blast off, and even though it did a lot of damage, Amar still chasing, punching Fishman to death with help from Omar. So another round. These lanes going very well, and I think Noob also did the a nice little move with the puck where he denies one water room and picks up the other with the hook. Another connects. Kaori caught, killed. There it is, the 3 that you wanted.
It's inevitable. It's gonna happen. It's just what he does. I'm sure there will be more. I have no doubt in that. Down bottom, though, as you're saying, they get the second kill. That actually put him to enough gold for a Vanguard, but instead, he buys Bracer, finishes out his wand, and sends down some regen. So he doesn't want to just like all in on like, because if he just buys Vanguard, he's still going to be down pretty low in terms of HP. So this is going to get him back up, fighting faster, give him a little bit more boost to the Bracer. And they go, okay, all right.
Dude,
I don't know why I'm talking about other lanes.
Tommy has just been slaying it. Now he might go down here. Oh, TA2000. The shackle keeps alive the Pudge with the Tranquils delivered. I mean, now he's going to be good to go again. This top lane is going so well for Entity.
They have a ward. They have a ward, and this is still happening. That's crazy.
I don't know, man. It's just different.
He's too good.
Setting up for another one.
Dude, come on. Yeah, you better run. He's going to shack him up. Like, if you walk near that catapult.
Yeah. Careful. Careful.
Kataomi's like, they're too prepared for it up top here. I'm going mid.
Yeah. That's right. You build the fear so they have to play back defensively. Play.
So good.
Moves in. Coil. Snapped. Looking for the hook to save or a hook to turn, or Omar not going to jump. Thinking about it.
Oh, he's going to get that regen rune. Steals it away from Noob. He would have loved that on that puck.
That would have been nice for him. But Coil used a no-kill on the Pango. It's going a lot better for Entity.
Well, unfortunately, we have seen this story before with Kataomi's Pudge into an L. He's also won games, but you can be crushing, you can be owning, but you have to carry through into that mid game. And of course, the everlasting question of just like what's going to happen with T2000's Medusa in this one again here. Are they going to be able to find those answers versus this hero? We'll have to wait and see.
Right now, not looking super scary, but obviously builds up over time. As it looks like the Wisdom Runes are getting set up on. Now, they do need to be careful. Fishman making the move down bottom. He's not going to get there in time. Yeah. Priori also going to be a bit late on it. So both fours stacking Ancients and then backing away.
He got there in time to block the camp, but so there wasn't an Ancient stack made at the very least.
On the dire side, yeah.
Yeah. Fishman. He threw in a sentry and also body block, but Omar didn't see it, so he won't know that there's a sentry.
Tell me. Well, bottom. They're getting some hurt into Watson. They're making a smoke move on the Pud. See if that bears any fruit, as it doesn't look like it will. Amar just trying to take down that Pugna ward. Starts punching him, gets the deny. Still burning down a good chunk, but when he gets his level 6, Amar looks like he's going to be fine.
Slows the salve pop in there too, so yeah, feeling okay. Is Kataomi kind of hoping that maybe that 8-minute rune will come over his way here again, but there is this dire obs ward here, so unlucky once more here for Noob. The rune's top. And, typically Illusion obviously not that great. Pretty helpful in this specific situation where there's a puck that might be trying to kill you with Coil and Silences.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, this move is going to be a little bit more telegraphed, which is going to make the puck feel confident just staying there mid. It's heading bottom. And they did smoke right on top of the ward, so making this move a little before the smoke gate gets there, but they still get there in time. And now Amar turns, kills off Watson. So they thought they were going to do something, didn't end up working. Amar gets pulled back in by Kataomi. It's 2 quick ones. It did come at the cost of Watson, though. 6 of them.
Yeah, he was kind of close to getting out, but Amar happy to get one little turn there. And Toby is in fact going for the Diffusal Blade, so obviously very good choice versus the versus the Medusa. We've seen this quite a bit from the in pubs. You'll see the carry Wind Rangers come out and try it versus the Medusa just because you have Focus Fire. It makes a lot of sense. So we'll see how effective it is in this one. Stormstormer as well on the Peggle, obviously gonna go for it too, and he does hit another hook here, but it is 2v1 right now. Kataomi.
Oh my God, he's just gonna live through it though. Maybe still chasing onto Omar. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it happen, although with Stormstormer coming in for help, Omar still lives. Pops the Illusion Rune, they kill off Kataomi. And Omar, he jukes away, but with the Thirst Vision on him, had to eventually be brought down. Noob, after the rotation from Watson, is also going to be punished. So
he committed.
Cleaning up.
Yep, he committed to get the kill onto Kataomi, and then he dies
for it instead, falling to the enemy mid. So Pudge's death, well worth it for them at that point. It is a streak, I guess. But the kill actually went to Kaori as well, despite him kind of diving a bit there on the puck.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So, state of the game right now is with Stormstormer.
Ooh, hook up top, sorry.
Annie finds him. Do they have enough damage to bring him down in time? TA2000 being brought lower, and yes, indeed. They will kill off that Dusa, something that didn't happen all of last game. Kataomi is popping off 6-1 and 3 on this Pudge.
It's actually insane that he just keeps consistently performing this well. It's like Linsanity, all right?
Yeah.
And Jeremy Lin just kept dropping buckets for like 2 weeks and had the greatest stat numbers of all time.
Yeah.
and for no reason. And that's what it feels like when they give this guy Pudge. I mean, he's a great player, but when he's on Pudge, he looks like a bot. Like, he's got the hacks. Like, get the vac out right now. Quick, Gabe.
I can't do it. I can't help. No, I'm with you. It's a problem. And I mean, even that last hook, the only reason he stopped was because creeps were there. He was hitting right on target. Exactly where they're all going.
That's how you know it's an aimbot, dude. Because it's like when they shoot at the walls in CSGO, and when he hooks that creep wave, you know? The fix is in. Oh, he's tumbling. He's tumbling. Oh, and he's toying with you.
Dude, he keeps finding them. It's so insane. Wait a minute. Does he die to this? There's no way. Oh, with Amar moving in. Almost caught Fishman there. Did too much life drain, but lives through it in the end.
So
Dude,
absurd.
He has been their entire offense this game. 10 kills, 10 of them involved Pudge. Like, this is literally the start and end of it all.
Well, hopefully it will secure them the W. He's working pretty damn hard for it, I gotta say. Man's trying again here. Oh, I love how he tumbles first.
Yeah.
Saves that creep. You know, obviously intentional.
Of course, no doubt.
So he is human.
Wow.
Smoke down bottom here towards Watson.
Amazing what you found laying on.
They made enough space for the rest of their carries to get online. Losing Watson here would hurt a lot, and it looks like that might happen as Noob breaks the coil down. Amar moves in, didn't stand a chance.
A little thing I liked about what Noob did there was that he orbed really early just to get there as fast as possible because he's aware of like how careful Watson's going to play. Watson knows he's in a dangerous spot, but he's thinking that like, okay, based on when I last saw Puck, with my mental frame of how this map is, like he's not going to be here in time, but quick smoke, early orb, and then having it back in time to get the kill when you get there. Very important. If you try and hold it the whole way there, he probably gets away.
Toby, in the meantime, the rest of the team groups up from Entity to try and take that tower. So even though Watson does die, still managed to get something out of the map. Would have loved to just get away with that Bloodseeker not dying there. Instead, but West too quick across the map. Fishman pulling the wave back mid as Toby's farming up and has that Diffusal Blade ready. So Medusa, they have an answer for her this game. But can she sort of survive through these fights? Going straight BKB afterwards on Toby.
Okay, yeah, just ensure that you are doing that, right? This is my job. Also, in case there's a global, you know, maybe you can pop that out after. Kind of be careful to, of course, not pop it before. Global silence. Let's see, but I guess you're the offlaner, so won't be necessarily the highest priority here. Omar probably just dead. Yeah, easy shackle setup here.
Oh my god, that was the best hook. Okay,
this guy's nuts.
And collapsing on mid though. Puck paired together with Amar. They move in and take down Fishman. So a trade-off of supports as the Wisdom Rune spawn and kind of shifting the map state back the other direction.
Well, with all of these kills, what is the plan for advancing this time as Entity? That's the question.
How much does like the Wind Ranger give you some hope in the late game against this Deuce now? Like, does she still scale in the same way, do you think?
Definitely not as much, like, because there's gonna be double diffusal as well, like with the Pango too, as with the Pango Kaori. It just feels like he can't go anywhere this game, frankly, without simply dying.
Yeah.
He is half of the kills.
Well, Pudge is the majority. Just did not care about that puck at all. He went up for the last hit. That was pretty hype. Interesting. Yeah, well, Pudge is all of the kills on one side, Carry feeling like all the deaths on the other. Feels kind of bad.
But hey, they're moving. We're on the other side of the map. Now, this did happen last time for Enemy as well. I feel like they hit a good time when they went mid. They recognized when spells were on cooldown, like the Moonlight and the Doom. They went mid, they got the tower, and I had high hopes of them invading. Then after that, they struggled to actually move into that territory and take it away from TA2000. This game, not nearly as farmed on the hero, thanks to some of that pressure in the laning stage, notably the 5 just getting bullied over and over again, so that's great. And now they're going to have Blink Dagger on Pudge, Fuel Blades there on Wind Ranger. BKB is going to make it feel really safe on the hero, but I'm not necessarily expecting her to wait for that. As Quest are not waiting, they're going to find Stormstormer.
Jumps in. Global paired together with the Waning Rift Silence, but even though they're stacked on top of each other, it's still going to be enough for the kill. Katomi just jumps immediately, and he might regret that one if, well, no, with the rest of the team coming into position, they're actually there to keep alive that Pudge. So it ends up being an exchange of the Silencer for the Pango. Samar, all of his mana gone, still able to back away.
Yeah, we had a couple games of multiple ranged carries today. Now we have multiple heroes that really hate mana burn. You know, Timber and Medusa, but he has the occult bracelet, so that's pretty convenient. And also has Lotus and a Soul Ring, so Amara will still be able to survive. He just won't get the max DPS. As of course someone's being hooked. Nice power shot from downtown, but Kataomi doesn't want to chase any further.
Yeah, reactive taser, just a bit too scary to run into. So able to get away on that techies. That little bonus movement speed there. And Entity still playing much more aggressive on the map than we saw in last game, like you're talking about. And Medusa, the area where she can farm, she's kind of getting bullied out of certain spots.
And what was
Entity
happening
with the cycle lead?
Yeah, like now, because she's actually being bullied, they have to give more space to her. I'm still incredibly impressed with how much Amara's able to farm. The guy just, you know, he always keeps it up in these games, but he's surely some of his space will be sacrificed right now because of the way that T2000 is being bullied around, and that's going to pressure him to try and go into a little bit more dangerous territory. They have found out that, hey, this looks pretty safe. We have good vision in the area. But that is because Entity are currently roaching. This won't be able to be contested right now.
Should be said, not the fastest Roche in the world, but they are taking it down little by little. I saw a funny little thing going on also in the river. Kairi dug up one of the kobolds, and Mar was just standing next to it a little bit to get the GPM around. So every little bit of efficiency that you could possibly get out of the map, they're trying to do it. Toby ends up TPing back towards mid as the wave is pushed in. Power taking some damage, but it is an Aegis now onto this Pangolier. We'll see what Entity can do with this. Do they try and push their advantage? Are they going to sit back and play more in the later stages? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, expecting a smoke pretty soon here from Entity. That would be the normal play, right? I mean, Pudge has Blink. We have Aegis. Let's just like smoke towards our Pango or something as he's running up top and just forcing stuff. If Stormstormer gets coiled, he will still die, so he can't be too bold.
What about if those guys get coiled? It's pretty strong from him. Katomi jumped into the midst of everybody, and with the Pudge showing up, that gives enough confidence for Entity to turn and fight. Now, they do get the Pango rollout, which doesn't translate into anything, and in fact, Toby does burn down to the DOT from the Silencer. What ends up being a Silencer for a Wind Ranger exchange is, well, Kaori right on top of him. Katomi starting to fall lower and lower. He does end up going down. Fishman, the chase, they're going after Noob, eventually get that kill. Fishman TP's out immediately. Oh, ends up dying in the fountain. Barely caught at the end.
Dude, the 100 initial damage.
Smiley. Oh my God, Smiley.
I mean, how often does the initial damage do anything? That's so funny. I feel like it's always so meaningless.
100 damage. That's awesome. Can I just say too, I love that like this guy's gotten bullied all game long and finally he gets a kill and he gives him the smiley.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the easy mid with the 0-5 and like, you know, guy after 10 minutes finally wins his game. Oh.
As this replay comes in. Another hook, but a turnaround.
Sure, indeed. I mean, great situation for a Timber, right? Just comes in off the tower. Everyone's sort of on the run already. You're just chasing. Puck's helping out. That was a pretty brutal death, though, from the Puck. He's had some... Oh, well, speaking of brutal deaths... he's had a lot of those, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Where's the smiley back?
Yeah, definitely missing right there.
Well, Trent, how much does that change around the game? What do you think?
Well, they still have Aegis for 2.5 minutes, so that is the first thing to consider. So we're just going to keep on smoking, keep on heading on in there. I would love to see TA2000 die again this game. That would be very cool, I believe, because it is Medusa, and we don't want to perpetuate this Medusa all over the place thing, so we're going to have to throw her a couple L's today.
I mean, look at the score line. You know? 1,
Yeah.
1, 0, and then 223 last hits.
Carrie's dream right there.
It's chilling.
A prize.
Sending out illusions.
They're kind of just like running back and forth on any. They want to get this pressure going in. They're just trying to figure out exactly how they want to do it and where they want to start because they don't have that much time left on the Aegis. Just under 2 minutes right now. And they have a great ward mid. Tries to bait something there. That was cute from Noob.
The smoke. Yeah, that was good. Very well played.
Kind of scouting. I mean, they have that ward on this side of the river, so they probably have a good idea that, like, no one's been moving through here for a while. They're probably smoked up, so you can just pop in like that, jump right back out. Maybe force a bad BKB if you hop right on top of Watson and he, like, panics. And they're going to start moving their way down here as the Reina head top, so a bit of counter pressure through that bottom lane. They're all joining up with TA2000. They want to make sure that if a fight is forced into them, they're going to have everyone available. And again, it's only a minute left, so, I mean, right now for Quest, you definitely don't really want to fight. Like, I like being around his numbers and being like, oh, we're obviously stronger together, but, like, if you just delay it a bit longer, they won't have 2 lives on a Pango.
That's true. If they can delay it, though, and it looks like, I mean, Noob breaks that smoke immediately, phase shift, blink away, and, well, does he manage to escape? Global is down. Tries to back away, and there it is. TA2000 pops the ulti, looked for the hook on Cat Tomy, but couldn't quite get it. Stormstormer pops the roll, does not connect.
How?
He gets away.
I cannot believe that didn't work. That must have been so close.
What a play. Quest just, like you said, they don't want the fight right there. Wait for there to not be 2 lives. Dodge it perfectly.
They do, but because it was like forced TPs and not just moving their positions, and they just have to like totally disperse on the map, so they are going to lose their tier 1 tower. They're also going to lose their Tormentor, so yes, they didn't take the fight, but I think the way they disengaged was pretty poor overall and cost them more than it should have.
Take a look at this replay here, how close that was. Oh my god, Shackle and the roll-up.
He's like Neo in the Matrix right there, right? He's bending over. Getting out of there.
That's true.
Yep. That's what I meant.
As
He's
Amar
ducking backwards.
Amar takes the wisdom rune. No problem.
You know, English is a funny language because it's technically correct, but it just doesn't sound right.
As 23 minutes in, and only 1,000 gold separating these two teams, but another big problem that they got right now. This Medusa has the entire butterfly done.
Ah, that is quite good
Radiant's
versus a Wind
is under
Ranger.
attack.
She's not a fan of that one.
So 35% evasion. With that said, Trent, there are a lot of little attacks, right? Yeah.
That's not how the math works. No. It's not.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You do miss every shot you don't take, though, I guess. So maybe you're right. I mean, Gretzky said it has to be true.
True. Like you're God or something, right?
Yeah. We're considering putting him on the coins now instead of the queen.
That'd be good. Well, she's gone.
She's gone. So, I mean, like, well, I know, but we have the queen right now.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, you see. So I think instead of hanging to the king, he should, like, abdicate the coin to Wayne Gretzky.
For the real king.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting Sumail, actually, it turns out. I with change.org.
As Amar is going to, well, go down potentially. Stormstormer going all the way in for this. Does he have a way to escape? Oh, he jumped over him. Gets to the other side. The power shot. It's enough in the end. They do bring down that Takis.
How did those? Oh, I was like, how the swashbuckles not? Wait, how did they not hit? Am I crazy? Was that Pavis? Yeah, okay, it was the Pavis. Just making sure.
As the Pavis.
Yes, the Pavis. Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you. As long as we're clear on that one.
Kaori also went down bottom and picked up the Lotus pool. There were 6 of them. So now Medusa just has a greater healing Lotus in his inventory.
I hate that. Hate that. Of all the things with this hero, she has to, of course, be the one who benefits the most from these things.
Yeah.
I guess that's not technically true, actually. Storm benefits way more because he's getting health and mana. She's just, you know. But the mana, it is better on her than most heroes, of course, because it's like, you know, so valuable in terms of health. Blah, blah, blah.
Radiant's middle tower is
All
under
the good
attack.
Mm-hmm.
Timber, like they don't, and this sort of feels similar to last game in a way. Like obviously different because the gold lead is not expanding to the same extent that it was, and you have all of Entity heroes farmed. But like I'm looking at this game and it's Entity running around their side of the map, AFK farming kind of, and Quest doing the same. I mean, you talked about the double defusal. Do you think that's enough to make the difference in the later stages?
No, not in the later stages. It,
right.
It matters if you fight her when you get them.
Okay.
I don't think she's taken hero damage this game.
Okay.
You know, she died that one time, and then I think that they just kind of didn't see her again.
The big map, hard to find people.
That's true. 40% less likely to see a Medusa.
Then again, that might be a good thing, because remember, you want to avoid the Medusa at all costs.
Right, yes, the gaze.
Coil. Katomi jumps through with a Mar right on top of him. But does he have enough to follow up onto that Pudge? Do they even feel like they have to? Really back up Katomi, and now they have the Rupture. Global to turn. Noob chasing. A lot of heroes taking this damage as they run away on the Wind Ranger. Max stacks from that Axe onto the Timbersaw, out of mana completely. Couple swashes around, but they find Fishman. The Fishman is no longer there. Sushi Man.
Tips him.
I messed up. But it happens. Wow. And Quest into the pit.
We just watching a replay, or what's going on?
It's tough,
Just
man.
back at it again. That's all right. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe when they eventually hit her with 3 defusals, that will be it. Maybe Pudge can get one too.
Ooh, are they getting one? Oh wait, they have Bloodseeker defusal too.
Yeah.
They need a 4th.
That's what I'm saying. Pudge, obviously.
All right.
It just makes sense.
Okay, I like it. As Roche is going to go down, Quest going to be the happy recipients of that. Now, the other question is, one, are they going to leave the cheese in there? Yes. They don't feel like they need it. But two, are we going to see them just walk down a lane again? Is this the play? Bug Courier.
Oh no,
Every time.
the Bug Courier. Hopefully this fixes it.
What's the Bug Courier? Is there something, a new bug? going
Yeah,
around?
sometimes you get a Bug Courier that just can't be controlled anymore. And even if you reconnect, you can't control it. It happened to someone at the Major, I believe.
This is what they need.
This is it. This turns it. Yeah.
Reconnected. Let's see. Dude, this is the way that we bring back only one courier in Dota.
Yeah, we couldn't solve a fix to the bug, so we just got rid of everyone's couriers but one.
Courier's not moving. Amar. Oh, wait, there it is. He got it. He's back working again.
Oh, good. You know, I was thinking that they don't need to buy a defusal on the Pudge. They could just wait until Book of the Dead, because that, you know, Medusa, right?
Yeah.
She's not going to be ready for that.
It's true.
Yeah.
Another one that actually is going to be pretty hyped for them will be the Halberd eventually. Is that she's, yes, indeed, is still sitting there. And let it become all nice and pungent. Wisdom Rune for a month.
Halberd.
I like this item.
MKB is also not that far away. You know, it's getting there from Toby. Certainly the item that you're going to need. And she still only used BKB once, this Wind Ranger, so... Because we haven't really had a lot of clashes lately. Obviously, I feel like it was 16-10 when the lanes ended.
Yeah.
Because it was just the Kataomi show. God, this is just so similar to their other games.
It really is.
Where he just rocks out on Pudge, but then like the map just stops existing.
Right. They also have the freshly minted BKB on Watson too. So 9 seconds on that one. Ooh. Bit of a miss there on the coil. Still 20 strength from Fleshy on Pudge. The last vestiges of that strong early game. Looking to see if they can regain a little bit of that momentum. But Pango does have the Ags.
True. True.
I think somebody forgot one.
Oh, did they? Pango's Ags, but obviously, you know, Adusa with an Aegis is still a bit of a tough one to crack into here, so I'm just chilling. Vision around the map. This is a great idea here from Kaori. He starts dewarding and warding his way down through the southern part here because doing some quick maths here. Our next Roche is very likely to spawn in nighttime up top. Since it'll be about 5 minutes, that's going to be nighttime. So that is really good news for Quest. Because that theoretically, of course, gives him a major advantage in that Roche fight. So there's actually almost even just like more pressure now because of that for enemy to find that good fight after this Aegis. Or it's very likely they're going to end up in a losing Roche fight situation going to the next one.
Although, if they get to that Roche fight earlier on Entity, then they get to pick up the cheese. Even it's still there if it goes to nighttime.
Yeah, but how's this helping anything?
Well, because Entity would get the cheese. They would
Yeah,
run to the...
Well, yeah, if they get the roast, that would be great. I don't think they will, though. Because they're
No, I
probably
mean, the
going to be
cheese
the
is
loser.
still sitting in the pit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Now I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's still there. I was very confused.
Yeah, it's still chilling.
All right. Okay.
Maybe.
Sometimes cheese tastes a little better when you leave it out for a little bit.
That's
You know,
true.
So.
There's entire cheeses that are just built on. Oh wait, did they find it? Amar's up here. Does he go? No, he's going.
Oh, he's
to the
not
gate.
going
God
in.
dang it.
No one's going in there.
I thought maybe Fishman would have to like hide and then TP out, but he just TP'd out right now. Didn't seem to care. I did also notice that Wind Ranger Toby's been the spark of courage for a long time. They don't have the tier 3 one. Who does?
He bailed on the MKB.
Oh. Went Atos instead. Interesting.
Yeah, he's getting the Gleipnir. I mean, it's a lot of damage. So this is more of the, hey, we already have like triple diffusal, man. Like we can't itemize 12,000 gold for Medusa. I don't know, maybe you can, but this will make it a lot easier to kill everyone else in the game. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah, and then maybe again that idea of just saving the Medusa for last and trying to ignore to the best of their abilities. Don't know how effective it's going to be, but
It'll be easier in last game because they're way more mobile and she doesn't have a Scotty.
okay.
So
I like that.
that part's actually pretty legit, I think.
Gleipnir about to be completed. Are there any other timings coming out for Entity right now? They are getting towards the Mjolnir on Watson. It's still a ways away. Pango, the Ags, Diffusal, Manta. He almost has BKB going to be delivered now on Stormstormer. But bit of a tough one.
I would love to hear the comms of Enly over these last 2 games. I'm so curious as to what their thoughts are in these games. Because it really does feel like they're just comfy.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm just underestimating the amount of push and pressure the Quest are putting on, and they're really struggling to get out on the map, which could also be true, because every time I look, T2000 is hitting a wave, sending his illusions down, going back. Puck can clear a full wave, Farm Jungle clear another wave like it's nothing. Then you've got nuking support of the techies there too, who can easily clean up waves. Plus, Amar's been farming a lot, so perhaps I'm not giving enough credit to just the overall push that's coming out from Quest. And with Enemy trying to stay balled up and closer with their whole team of units, then they can't compete at that same level. Either way, it's certainly working well for Quest at this point, as they're going to try and make their way up. No Aegis at the moment, of course. That was a minute ago. So this is an honest fight right now.
Obi, Stormstormer, they run into each other. The Hex reveal right on top of him. Stormstormer, though, gets the BKB off, gets away. Second BKB used. Hook not going to connect. Now the roll goes through onto both, but it's turned to stone. Watson, they're hitting an illusion Medusa. They're not doing anything over there. Toby trying to bring down TA2000. Is it going to be enough? He didn't quite have it. Oh, TA2000 was out of it. A great hook from Katomi, finding the pudge, or rather the puck in the midst of the jaunt away. Amar still living through this, ruptured and running, not appearing to care one little bit, but all of the heroes from Entity are just starting to drop, and in the end, it's going to be 3 dead.
Yeah, tip him back. Get him, Kaori. Yes. This guy bullied you all game. Oh, win lane. Probably lose game. We're all exploring this patch, everyone. We're trying to figure out what's going on. Did you see Toby? He BKBs. He runs this Medusa. Like, he just prayed. He's like, I don't know how much damage this is going to do, but I'm going to find out. And, well, he found out all right.
It was getting there, but it just was not enough. Like, maybe if they're on equal farm, then yeah, Wind Ranger for sure. But TA 2000 is over 10,000 net worth ahead of this Wind Ranger.
He's just about double now after that fight. So, yeah, Diffusal's cute and all, but he, again, didn't finish at the MKB either. So that's not going to work out too well for you. Plus, there are obviously still a lot of allies around the Medusa. They're able to still rally around this hero right now, even though the gaze was already over because that roll didn't make it through. I think that was probably one of the most important things that happened there. And it's tough for Stormstormer because he didn't find a way to go blink this game.
Yeah, it makes it really difficult to stay on target. But look at this, Omar. He found it. The cheese in the pit. He picked it up. Omar going to go check. Wanted to see when Roche was up. Now they have it. So another W for Quest.
This time.
We're going to see Roche respawn. Now here's the question, Trent.
Yes, what's the question?
4 minutes. Do they wait for the Ags?
No.
I just
No.
like waiting at Roche. I don't know why.
Oh, well, there's no waiting here from... Oh, we're back to this one. Oh, Omar. Oh, I love trying to take Roche against Teggies.
Feels bad, man. There's less places for this fight to disperse into now. So everybody's going to be kind of clumped together as the Blood Right goes out. They're all up on this area here. West.
Their minds everywhere.
There really are.
All right, but here, Kataomi, just pull them out. This is the counter, guys.
Okay.
It doesn't really work when they're all sitting this far back, though, does it?
And they're starting to take Roach. Toby can power shot for vision. They see that it's happening and how quickly it's happening. Stormstormer heads around the corner, spots a mine, runs into it. Now the smoke out. Stormstormer in trouble. Hex and gone. Just like that, has to buy back. This is the fight potentially for the game, and they've already started with 2 down. Can they find more? The buyback runaway.
Oh, nice shackle.
And now, good connection, but do they have the damage that they need? Toby draining that mana, but the misses, and then pops it. The cheese staying alive, still living. Actually might have gotten that one passed over from a friend. As a triple kill for TA 2000. They're going to lose Fishman as well. The roll through from Stormstormer, but another round of the Hex. The techies jump on top of him. And Stormstormer, that is a dieback for him.
Oh, he was actually close, too. Coming back in. I mean, would it really have mattered to blow the Medusa at that point? Probably not, but great sight there right at the end from Amar. As Noob's going to push back the bot back Kataomi. Not going to catch him on the way out, but look at that. Damn.
I don't know if it was the cheese or passed over grading healer Lotus. Whatever the case is, we'll take a replay. I mean, even if they kill Dusa there, she probably has buyback and can come back into the fight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of fighting up top, right? Like, that's why it's so beneficial for them to force this Roche to happen, since they're going to have the buybacks. I mean, immediately you can see the impact on the Radiant team. They're all buying back. They're trying to get in. Let's see, he's getting low. Does he put out the BKB?
They passed over something there. Somebody cast something on him, I think. But regardless, it was way too much in the end. Oh, Trent, it hurts. It hurts.
It's a painful time right now. And looking back on these games as Entity, I think it's going to be... I don't know. I feel like maybe it's going to be confusing for them. I don't know if they're just going to instantly recognize, like, oh, we should have done something, or if they're just going to be like, what could we have done? Like, maybe they feel like they needed more emphasis. They start with a hook onto Amar, but another great global.
Push away, tries to keep him alive. Not going to happen. As the buyback comes out, a hook onto the ruptured target, but immediately just going to pop that reactive armor, healing back up so quickly on Amar.
Question mark? You can't question mark when your Salsa uses refresher shard to global again.
Oh my god, he tries to get away. All right, kill him in question mark Entity. Save your pride, you can do it.
Jeez.
They cheese. The passover from Noob to keep him alive. Chaining through, has the jump away from Noob.
Okay, can we put some respect on Kataomi's Sayi headband there? That was really cool.
It was.
He changed the angle of the timber chain so he'd live.
Stormstormer getting controlled. Pops that BKB, wants to run
ate
away.
him. He munched him up.
Katomi keeping his buddy alive, burning the mana. Entity trying to hold on for all they're worth. 10 seconds until Toby is back up, and they can maybe try and focus this Dusa.
Oh, I've seen this one before. The Dusa walks around and takes all the buildings. I saw this episode. It's a rerun.
It's very strong. Another Rupture Hook. Will we see another question mark? Amar, he is so difficult to kill. All their heroes are difficult to kill. TA2000 comes into position. Toby tries to focus fire. It is not going to be enough. The jump through kill.
Come on, Amar.
And Quest, they are going to 2-0 this game. As GG is called. Quest, this team, how good can they be? Taking them all down.
I don't know. Amar's already out of his chair. He's just not even done. He's like, I'm out of here. I got business to attend to. Did my interview last week. I can go. Play my Doom. Play my Timber. I mean, that's what he said in his interview. He's like, yeah, I got teammates. They just let me pick my, 6 heroes or something. That's all he wants to play. That's it. So, yeah, good reason. Looked great on the Timber, but total team effort here. And again, Entity seeming to struggle with a lot of the same issues that they faced in game number 1.
Totally. I mean, and I think that for Quest, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep going with this Medusa strat as long as people give it to you. But I think we should just acknowledge how good of a start Quest is having this tour. You know, first series, they take a game off Gaming Gladiators. It looks like it could have been a win for them. Come back, take the 2-1 over OG, and now they take 2-0 over Entity. This is, again, a team that got top 6 at the Major. Back at Lima, he said, looking really, really solid.
Yeah, Quest are perhaps on a quest for one of those 4 slots because it's looking very much within their reach at this point. I mean, it's early, but obviously they're taking out some of the more important teams you have to contend with. And, you know, even now, just like getting this far puts you in the conversation of at least tiebreakers, you know?
Yeah.
It's, and we all know where that can wind up, of course, Entity more than others. So it's really important that you get these wins right here. So very well done to them. And Entity, they have to figure out exactly where they're going with these drafts. I want to see more Kataomi Pudge. I do. So let's try and figure out exactly what else they need to do to let this guy win a game after popping off so hard.
Let's see if the panel maybe have a couple of ideas as we head on back to them to end the day.
Thank you guys so much, and that's a great place to start, I think, because we had faith in the Kataomi Pudge, but not so much about the lineup surrounding it. And one thing you really didn't want to see, T, was them have this great start that we've seen them do in another series before, and then have no one else to follow up and really help him with. So with that said, the lead that they had, were these heroes just always in a space to hit this inevitable we can't take down Medusa, or was there also something about the itemization?
I mean, I feel like they were kind of itemizing to try and deal with the Medusa, right? You got Bloodseeker, Pango, and Winner all having Diffusal Blades, but then it's like if your only form of killing Medusa is through like right clicks, if they can clutch out the correct Stone Gaze to positioning, those right clicks aren't always going to be a reliable source to kill her off, and you need other sources of damage to do it. So I feel like Entity, they tried to itemize for it. They didn't really position or play aggressive enough to be able to do it. Because also, like, I remember at one point in the cast, it was like, Dusa is 1-1-0 or something, or like 0-1-1 or something. She's free farming, about to complete Skadi in her jungle. It's like, wait, what? She's just been that AFK in the game? It's crazy. So I think Entity really just missed a beat on being hyper aggressive with what their draft kind of needed.
With Entity, outside of that Medusa, though, we saw Amar get his comfort there, but how important were the lanes for this outside of the Medusa Kezu for a quest to keep momentum and to stay on top of this game?
I mean, every time this team plays, I'm not... from the games I've seen, I feel like Amar and Omar have not really lost a lane. I think even this time around, they did perhaps better in the lane than they should, like scoring some kills and like poking a lot, because the lanes do matter. You need the Stimber to have a good game so he can frontline. The better he's doing, the earlier Omar can move to mid, which they, you know, try to do again. And for Entity, I currently feel like they have like a a couple small problems. I don't know if it's like one very big one. For me, it's like a few small ones. Like their support duels for me are like a little Sometimes their itemization, like you do go triple diffusal, which I'm not gonna fault super hard. I think 2 are enough, but fine. If you go 3, like you need to play at like a very high pace. Like it's a very risky thing to do. But if you're itemizing for it, then you need to play according to your items. But overall, I feel like Quest, I don't know, they're just impressing me. You know, Kaori goes like 0-6, but who really cares? He's still gonna have impact. They know what they're playing for, and yeah, they just look solid. I'm honestly very happy for them.
We talked about just off the back of that gaming series that they had all the way back on day 1 of this DPC tour, is that they looked promising, and somehow they've just proven themselves more and more. It's not like they really had anything to prove, but they're acting like it, they're playing like it, and they're really stepping up to the plate here, T. And one of your takeaways for this, what are you most excited for seeing, or what do you hope Quest Esports are able to do from this first week for them at DPC?
I think for me, it's like this team looks like they don't have like communication problems between each other. Like other aspiring teams that look to contend for the major, they might have good ideas, but they might like falter, and like you can see how like they don't synergize perfectly in the game. But like it feels like these 5 players, like they do what they believe in the entire time in the game. And if they're gonna lose a game, it might have been like a weird play that they believed in or a slight wrong draft, right? But it doesn't feel like there's like a rift within the team, and it's really cool to see, especially picking up Amar, only having maybe 2-3 months with him or so. But like it really feels like they're a polished team, and that their ceiling is going to be pretty high, and I still think they should be that kind of top 4 contender.
MVP for this game too. I don't want to give it to Medusa. I can't go that way, okay?
Yeah, that's good. That's nice.
Again, putting the foot down.
Amar, I think.
Yeah?
He has when he plays his heroes, he has a perfect itemization. Like he knows what he needs to build. It. You see him countless times just frontlining, tanking spells, but barely staying alive. You know, it's like this fine line of they still feel like they can kill you, but he himself knows that either they can't, or if they do, his Medusa is gonna kill 5 heroes. So just how he plays his hero, how he goes in, even the Hex later in the game, it's just, I mean, this guy is just something else when he plays his heroes.
Yeah, he knows the limits. It's not limit testing anymore. He genuinely knows how to find that fine line. He walks the tightrope with them when he's on a hero like this. So massive congrats to Omar. Deserves that MVP there. Obviously, all of Quest Esports pulling their weight for it all. But we do have to talk about Entity. A little bit worried about how it started off with them. I mean, well, it started off great, opening up against Liquid, but now it's just been this downward spiral again, Kesu.
They need to not start their draft like this. Like, why are you picking first to Bloodseeker when there's no purpose for it? You first to Bloodseeker into Doom, you don't lane it there. Second game, you see a techies, you first to Bloodseeker. It's like, Watson is rank 1 on the leaderboard. Like, you don't have to pick his hero that early, or no matter what hero you pick there, like, give it some purpose or confidence or whatever. Like, why are you starting a draft like that? I usually like what they're doing, apart from the fact that, okay, memes, 0 to 1 stun, fine. But the rest, they usually have, like, a cool script. I don't know what's happening right now.
Yeah, that's understandable. We can talk about them a little bit more, but later on, because right now, Quest Esports, our series winners, we want to have a chat to them. We do believe we have Omar here joining us for the interview. Is it? Hopefully it is Omar.
There.
Hello, guys. Omar. Hello. Congratulations on this win against Entity. How are you guys feeling after? Like, you're all together, right? You're all boot camping?
Yeah, we are. Thank you very much. We're feeling very happy that we ended fast as well, because it's getting kind of late and we kind of need to sleep.
Yeah, that's understandable. It was all these other teams, they're not as decisive. They're not as good as you guys getting a 2-0. But with this series against Entity, how are you guys feeling? How is the prep, right? Because Entity had a good showing against Liquid, and you guys have been pushing it to 3 games in your other series. So were you a little bit worried coming up against Entity?
To be honest, we understand something about Division 1. It's like every team can beat any team, literally. It's so strong. We try our best always, and we prepare as much as we can, and we treat every team the same. Like, we can win them, they can win us, and we just prepare accordingly.
And how's it been laning with Amar? How has that transition and that change for you personally as well as the team?
It's always like I'm always griefing him or he's griefing me on lane. It's one of us has to grief the lane. I mean, he's really good. I like how vocal he is. He makes it clear what he wants, and it's so easy to play like this.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. T, if you have any questions?
Yeah, you said it was late for you guys, and you got bedtime soon. Is that why you forgot the cheese in the pit? Were you guys just taking some little power naps whilst you were doing Roshan?
Oh my god. I went to do my techie stuff, like mine the area and secure Rosh, and then I enter Rosh to place my mine, and then I'm like, guys, there's cheese. Guys, there's cheese. What happened? Yeah, it was a surprise. I don't know, like literally none of us paid attention.
Nice, okay. And also kind of following up on the Amar question, how would you feel that you've changed as a player having to play with Amar? Because in a previous interview you mentioned like that you guys accepted hero pool. Have you had to shift away from potentially like more melee heroes to range heroes? Like how have you had to adapt to make sure that you can, synergize well with Amar? Or have you not really needed to adapt? Has it been natural?
I mean, to be honest, most meta heroes are kinda ranged on 4, and it didn't much really affect me. I can still play some melee heroes, my melee heroes, and if he wants to play range, it doesn't really matter much. But yeah, I mean, we adapt.
Okay. Kazu?
All right, my turn. Hello, Omar. Happy to see you guys win.
Hello.
I have two questions. So first of all, I know you from pubs, or like from back in the day. What do you think has made you improve the most? Because I think right now you're looking very solid with this team.
Personally, just learning from your own mistakes, and especially in this team, I think we have really good mentality about the game. It's like we're always looking to learn and improve from every game. I think my number one is kinda my coach. Like when he sees something wrong, he insta flames me and he tells me, fix this, and this is the way to go. I think it's for everyone like this in the team, and it's really good. I think it's working.
Yeah. Has there been one specific thing lately that he or other people on your team have pointed out to you? Like, I don't know, early laning, movements, warding, items, something like that?
There's like a lot of stuff, but I guess I was playing Sky and I was killing wrong and got fixed.
Okay, that's an easy fix at least. And then second question, do you have any idea why they gave you Medusa and Puck 2 games in a row?
I mean, to be honest, on paper, it looks like second game, their draft is really good against Dusa. It's like one with Diffusal, Pang with Diffusal. It doesn't look weak at all. And I was actually scared at some point this patch was owning. And then, but I think we just played really well around our Dusa and we did our stuff and it actually worked.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you.
Alrighty, well, I don't think we have any more questions about Amar. It's great to see Quest Esports doing such a good job here. Congratulations again on the win today, and thank you for joining us in the interview.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good sleep. Had to sneak that one in there. Bossman's a little bit tired. He's a bit sleepy. I know I'm definitely exhausted, so let's wrap up this post-show. Let's have a look at results. Yeah, let's talk about what's happened today, because my favorite thing, aside from great Dota, is when my analysts are wrong. And I recall all of you guys talking about how the first 2 series, clear favorites, pretty easy 2-0 stomps, but that third one was going to be the question mark. And nothing brings me greater joy than to read these results and see Secret GG go 2-1 here. They went to 3 games. Team Liquid Hustlers also went 3 games. Team Liquid ended up taking that one out eventually, and then Quest Esports versus Entity being the 2-0 and being the clean sweep that we got from today, T.
Yeah, I mean, might not have been a stomp, but the result still swung that way. No cigar, and that's the phrase.
Not even close! Maybe the winners. Maybe the winners. You guys predicted the winners, but wasn't how we thought it was.
Chatting.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm like Amar just said in the interview. It's right. It's like the idea is this division is going to be hyper competitive, even if there are top 3 favorites, which are going to be the Liquid, Tundras, and the Gladiators. There's always going to be a day that they're going to drop the ball. They're potentially going to lose, and then maybe we get a shift in the power a little bit. But yeah, it's nice to see. Look at this league.
Yeah. I was going to say, not right now, though. Game and Tundra are going to be there. 2 wins themselves. Liquid Quest, though, 2 wins, 1 loss of their tied. Entity has 1 win, 2 losses. Hustlers, it was their debut today. They put up an amazing fight, a lot of promising things for them. Do get that loss, which is unfortunately if you're a Hustlers fan, but great showing from them. And then OG Secret, which I did not think, looking at this lineup, 2 well-known orgs would be sitting at the bottom. But it's only 3 days. It's only week 1. There's still 2 more weeks and a lot of potential for change there, Kezo. I mean, we literally went down to the wire last tour, down to tiebreakers for that last slot to stay here in Div 1. So at any point, anything could change. OG went from sitting in that position to getting, a major slot and doing well at the major.
Yeah, I mean, anything can still happen. And there's even the teams that have lost already, them look good, right? Like Secret had a good showing. OG has had good showings with their 2 stand-ins in 2 different series. Maybe another one coming up next. Then we had, what's the one team I'm missing right now? Well, D1 Hustlers, they played today. They look good. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think Liquid, they had this meme where Nisha says that when teammates, or like when Game and play around Liquid, I can't speak right now. When Game and go to gank mid to help Quinn, that they're cringing. I feel like that Liquid themselves, they're a little cringing right now. But, they're taking it more laid back. And I understand it, but they're beatable right now. And I think other teams need and should take advantage.
Say it to their face next time.
Oh, I will.
Oh.
I can say it to their face. I'm friends with them.
Weird flex.
That's what you think. But yeah, weird flex, bro. But no one asked.
To be harsher, I think anyone could call them cringe. I think you could double down if you're truly friends with them.
Yeah, but I'm live on broadcast. So I'll do it later.
Come on, go on.
He'll do it in the DMs. He'll do it in the DMs.
Anyway, where were we going?
I was gonna say, we're rounding out week 1. All right. It's been a late night. It's been a long broadcast, but we want to look towards the future. We want to see what week 2 is going to bring us. It's going to be on Monday, kicking off your week right. Don't worry about those Monday blues, guys, because we got Secret up against OG. One of these 2 orgs is gonna get their first win for the DPC. That's gonna be nice for them. Give them a little bit of hope. Then it's gonna be Hustlers again up against Tundra, and then Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid. So we are ending the day with a banger. We'll see if is it going to be anything cringeworthy coming out from Gaming Gladiators to Team Liquid, or if it might be a little bit of try hard, a little bit of sweating over the weekend from Team
Quinn's
Liquid.
Quinn's gonna play Huskar one game. Nisha's gonna be angry. Surely, something like that.
Insania is gonna be bored again, or in it for the ride, like he said in his previous interview.
Yeah. Did you ever go back and count how many yawns Insania did in that previous series?
I don't really have a life, but luckily I have enough of a life to not.
Oh, okay.
Well played.
You're the count man,
No, that
people are the
is true.
stats man, people like the lore man. You're the count man. You just you just count shit, man.
Counting Insania's yawns until Liquid wins TI. I'm here for another 20 years, boys. I'm stuck.
Damn.
I mean, I'm not really that much friends with them, so I should stop talking.
Yeah. Oh, you can keep talking. Actually, no. I was going to ask a
is
question.
playing,
I
guys.
decided...
Can we wrap it up?
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to ask a question. And I was like, it doesn't matter. It's been a long day. I don't actually care what you guys have to say anymore. The only thing I care about is watching more Dota. And if you guys love NA Dota, or if you are sad that you missed out on all the Arteezy streams lately and you want to see him play some more, then I do know Shopify Rebellion are playing it right now up against, what is it?
Sand King Gomez.
Yeah. That's right. It's over on twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2 EN2. So get your booties on over there, and we'll see you guys back here on Monday for some more Western Europe spring tour.
Fight together. Look at me. How Lotus? I can fucking I can hex him after roll. Just hit them.
It's it.
Nice! What like cat fun? Where is she? Give me kiss. Come motherfucker, I ask you for it to fight.